In early October, the UEFA Champions League match was set to be an away game, and he was reluctant to send Huang Kaiwen to Russia before facing Liverpool. There were still 2 league matches to contend with, and following the Liverpool match, a Champions League encounter against Real Madrid awaited. It was indeed prudent to afford Huang Kaiwen some playing time to regain his form. Mourinho nodded and said, "Let it be so. Allow Kevin to come on as a substitute against Stoke and Villa." "All right, I understand," Boas replied with a nod. On September 27th, Huang Kaiwen and his teammates embarked on a 2-hour bus journey to the Britannia Stadium to challenge Stoke City. Chelsea fielded most of their first team for this match. Stoke City proved to be a formidable opponent. Rory Delap's throw-in tactics drew individual commentary from both Wenger and Moyes, earning him nicknames such as the human catapult. A throw-in is often more advantageous than a free kick or corner due to its unpredictable trajectory. Delap's powerful throw-ins accounted for a quarter of Stoke City's goals. To complement his strategy, the ball boys at the Britannia Stadium prepared numerous dry towels for Delap to wipe the ball. Their home ground is also one of the narrowest in Europe, with advertising boards moved back to facilitate Delap's run-up along the touchline. This team, much like their tactics, exhibited an overall robustness and an aggressive style. The Britannia Stadium was never an easy fortress to breach. In the 36th minute of the first half, Boas's long-range shot finally breached the opponent's defenses, allowing Chelsea to breathe a sigh of relief. "One goal is never guaranteed," Huang Kaiwen remarked, shaking his head. "It should be fine. By the way, Kevin, what did the coach say to you earlier?" Ramos inquired, picking up a bottle of water. "Nothing much. Just to be wary of those women," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "You should indeed be cautious. That woman has been on the front pages for several days after just one encounter with you," Ramos said, his dissatisfaction evident as he struggled to open the bottle with his left hand while twisting with his right. Huang Kaiwen took the bottle, tore off the seal, and handed it back to Ramos with a smile. He mused, "I never anticipated that Kranjkar would be so outrageous. It was merely a chance meeting. And yet he claims to have a profound connection with me. Damn, he doesn't fear Crouch's wrath, does he?" No wonder Boas warned him. The women in England can stir up more commotion than in other countries. "The media landscape here is utterly chaotic," Ramos sighed. "Even staying at Huang Kaiwen's home can make headlines. The British press claims it's a tradition of Real Madrid. One cannot help but adapt when playing in England," Huang Kaiwen remarked. Wenger had also faced speculation about his orientation. How did that saying go? "Corrupt eyes see things askew." The British have a particular penchant for questioning others' orientations. The old steward had just arrived, and once acclimatized, he would facilitate interactions with those editors and journalists. It was essential to prevent the British from fabricating sensational reports. As the match approached the 76th minute, Boas approached the substitutes bench and inquired, "Kevin, how do you feel?" "Not bad. Am I being called to play?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Warm up and find your rhythm," Boas said with a smile. Huang Kaiwen glanced at the wand in Boas's hand and stood up to remove his training kit. "What on earth is happening in European football? Does none of my coaches possess a semblance of normalcy?" "No, Mourinho is somewhat rational. Boas is merely an assistant coach. Today, let us utilize Bale, the team isn't leading by much." Conveniently, he had acquired the Bale template and had yet to play a full 90 minutes. Let the Premier League acclimatize to the Samba style of the King Huang, and once they are accustomed, they can experience the true essence of transformation. Just a brief appearance today, so the immunity card is unnecessary. With a pre-recovery card tucked in his pocket, Huang Kaiwen felt at ease. During his warm-up, Stoke City earned a throw-in. Delap, standing 35 meters from goal, took a run-up and hurled the ball into the penalty area, where substitute Ricardo Fuller leaped to head it home, penetrating the net guarded by Cech. The players on the bench, including Ramos, were left astonished. They had heard that Delap's powerful throw-ins were not to be taken lightly. Huang Kaiwen had employed a similar tactic during his time at Milan. Yet this time, Delap was nearly 40 meters away from the goal, and he simply launched the ball directly into the fray, finding a teammate's head. "Am I still going in?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Boas nodded. "Yes, you should enter. Otherwise, it will be difficult to resolve." Huang Kaiwen followed Boas to the sidelines. The away fans were waving countless Chelsea flags. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. Although he had only appeared twice, Huang Kaiwen's prowess had already won the admiration of Chelsea supporters. They fully endorsed Mourinho's assertion that Huang Kaiwen required ample time to build endurance for the demanding Premier League matches. After exchanging a high five with Maluda, Huang Kaiwen stepped onto the field. Stoke City's manager, Tony Pulis, immediately summoned Olufunjana to the touchline, instructing, "Tell them not to chase the runners. They cannot cope. Just hold our penalty area and use your bodies to block the shots." Olufunjana glanced at Pulis. Although frequently mocked by the media for lacking brains, he was not devoid of intellect. Understood, Stoke players often use their bodies to block shots. However, that depends on who is taking the shot, right? This Nigerian defender, frowning, returned to the field to relay the coach's tactical directives. The once high-spirited Stoke City squad suddenly felt a drop in morale. Damn, they play merely to earn a living. Even Robinho, who makes so much money, wouldn't he dare to use his body to block a shot from that number 10? Let them try. As Chelsea's midfielder prepared to take a free kick, a vacuum formed around Huang Kaiwen as he received the ball on the right flank. Astonishingly, no Stoke City players were willing to approach him for defense. As Huang Kaiwen advanced towards the penalty area, the Stoke defenders finally readied themselves to challenge him. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen didn't grant them an opportunity. He lifted his right foot and delicately curved the ball towards Joe Cole in the box. Joe Cole did not anticipate the ferocity of the ball's spin. His initial touch sent it soaring. He swiftly pursued the right flank, outmaneuvering Faye to strike the ball's side with his right foot. This unconventional shot from Joe Cole unexpectedly deceived Stoke City's goalkeeper, Lasse Sorensen, as it ricocheted off the ground and bounced over the goal line. Villa's Boas, on the sidelines, once again raised his arms in exuberance. The immediate impact of this substitution was exhilarating. The roar from those around him instinctively drew his attention. Villa's Boas nodded in silent approval. Ramos was indeed an exceptional player, one whose joy in his teammates' goals surpassed his own. Such players are the bedrock of a team. With a smile, Villa's Boas embraced Ramos' shoulders, saying, "We shall triumph today, won't we?" Ramos regarded Villa's Boas with a patronizing gaze, leaving him feeling quite wounded. He was utterly perplexed about what he had said wrong. Kevin had never experienced defeat in his career. Ramos replied nonchalantly, "Your tone suggests a personal honor." Villa's Boas internally scoffed, realizing that players emerging from elite clubs were indeed challenging to manage. He turned his gaze back to the pitch, where the number 10 was once again showcasing his dazzling footwork, evading the entire Stoke City squad with ease. Villa's Boas nodded in acknowledgement, save for Kevin. Huang Kaiwen surged down the right flank towards Stoke City's penalty area, deftly bypassing Danny Higginbotham, only for Faye to extend his foot and clumsily collide with Huang Kaiwen's ankle. In an instant, Huang Kaiwen collapsed, clutching his ankle and rolling on the ground. This unforeseen turn of events froze Villa's Boas' smile, leaving him momentarily stunned. Sharp gasps erupted around him. Team doctor, team doctor. Mourinho, that cunning scoundrel. Stoke City was nearly 260 kilometers from London, a round trip taking over 2 hours. However, after Huang Kaiwen's injury, Kenyon promptly arranged for a helicopter. He, along with the team doctor and physiotherapist, flew back to London. Abramovich immediately accompanied Marina to Charing Cross Hospital. Abramovich inquired of physiotherapist Thierry Laurent, "What is the situation?" "Still being attended to. It's likely not very good," Laurent sighed. At times like this, he felt utterly helpless. Did I not insist on bringing in the best doctors? Have those professors not arrived for a consultation? Abramovich exclaimed in frustration, although he refrained from outright cursing. His displeasure was palpable in his tone. In this world, there is no issue that money cannot resolve, at least within the confines of a hospital. Currently, Kevin was being treated by orthopedic and sports specialists, who were quite eager to attend to a player of his stature. Laurent continued, "Is that player who committed the foul guilty of intentional wrongdoing? Surely he intended to injure Kevin. From the circumstances, it appears to have been a deliberate foul." "Though it was not particularly brutal," Laurent replied. "If Kevin's condition is poor, how can it not be considered brutal?" Abramovich finally erupted, raising his voice. Laurent was at a loss for words. After a brief wait, the team doctor emerged alongside the physician. Marina hastily approached and inquired, "How is Kevin?" "I am deeply sorry," the doctor replied, removing his glasses. "Is Kevin dead?" Marina asked, a shadow of despair crossing her features. The doctor continued, regaining her composure. Marina cast a reproachful glance at the doctor, as if to say that such outcomes were all too common in television dramas. Kevin's condition is rather precarious. He was in a state of rapid directional change when a sudden force pushed his ankle to its limits. It appears that his recovery period will extend beyond 6 months, and a season-ending injury cannot be ruled out. Furthermore, According to the doctor's evaluation, the support and agility of Kevin's right foot may suffer some decline after his recovery. The significant concern lies in the extent of this decline, stated the team physician, Marco Frisia. Damn it, Abu exclaimed, violently tearing at the collar of his shirt. Buttons flying in all directions. The others awaited Abu's venting. Once he calmed down, he declared, invite Milan's team doctor and Dr. Melserman to London for a consultation. Money is not an issue. Understood, Marina nodded in response. On the return journey, the Chelsea squad received the news. Mourinho's expression was ominously dark. The team reporters were eager to inquire whether Kevin's injury would serve as proof that Chelsea did not suffer from a dependency on him. However, fear held them back. They sensed that should they dare to ask, Mourinho might retaliate with aggression. The atmosphere on the bus had soured considerably compared to before. The more influential players within Chelsea congregated in the defensive line, and there existed no positional conflict with Huang Kaiwen. Even defensive players desired an immediate goal-scoring presence. The match against Stoke had made this clear. Upon his first touch in the game, Huang Kaiwen had assisted Joe Cole. Excluding that goal, they had managed only a single goal after 90 minutes of effort. The Chelsea bus arrived in London and headed straight for the hospital. Kevin, how are you? Ramos was the first to push open the door to the hospital room. It's nothing serious, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Mourinho turned his gaze towards the physiotherapist remaining in the room. Laurent sighed and said, at least 6 months. Damn it, this is a conspiracy against us. That scoundrel Faye should be sentenced to the electric chair. What are we to do next? Am I supposed to go out and play against Real Madrid? Mourinho cursed. Malouda and Kalou exchanged glances, feeling somewhat offended. After all, when Huang Kaiwen hadn't yet joined Chelsea, hadn't Mourinho already faced Real Madrid? Yet, with Mourinho in a furious state, they dared not speak up. Despite Mourinho's generally affable demeanor, he could be quite petulant. Provoking him while he was angry would lead to unpleasant repercussions. Coach, since we find ourselves in this predicament, we should focus on the upcoming matches, Terry advised. Yes, I understand, Mourinho nodded. From the rising and falling of his chest, it was evident that his emotions were far from tranquil. Mourinho glanced around and said, let us return. Sergio will stay behind to care for Kevin. All right, coach, Ramos replied, clearly satisfied with this arrangement. Once the teammates departed, Ramos inquired, have you informed Barber and Lily? Yes, they will come over this evening, Huang Kaiwen affirmed with a nod. That's splendid, Ramos continued. Had it not been for the coaches restraining me, I would have certainly let that scoundrel lie on the ground. Let's refrain from any retaliatory fouls. You haven't even stepped onto the pitch, Huang Kaiwen hastily advised. This was a recurring issue during their time at Real Madrid, with teammates often rushing onto the field from the bench, which is a grave matter. If pursued seriously, it could lead to months of suspension. After conversing with Ramos for a while longer, he went to fetch dinner for Huang Kaiwen. That night, the young lady and Lily arrived in London, and Ramos wished to linger but was persuaded to leave by Huang Kaiwen. It felt inappropriate to stay after such a long absence. Huang Kaiwen, despite his injury, was not incapacitated below the waist. It would be wise to encourage him to find a girlfriend. Initially, there was concern he might be swayed by beauty, but now, 2 years without a girlfriend had entirely eliminated the possibility of a rift with Guti. After soothing the two ladies, Huang Kaiwen settled onto the hospital bed to watch television. The sports and news programs were filled with reports about his injury. When we arrived, the hospital was swarming with reporters, even live broadcast fans, Lily remarked. Indeed, the British have a penchant for spectacle, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. It's true, Lily nodded. Her parents' divorce had made their family news a constant fixture in newspapers and on television. The British truly revel in the private affairs of others. You should recuperate in Milan for a while, the young lady suggested. Given your long absence, there's no necessity to remain at Chelsea. No, I will recover swiftly, Huang Kaiwen replied. Really? The young lady questioned, somewhat incredulous. Although she was aware of his remarkable healing ability, he had endured prolonged injuries, having missed months of play at Real Madrid due to injury. When have I ever deceived you? Huang Kaiwen grinned, grasping Lily's mischievous hand. You let Kaiwen rest properly, the young lady admonished Lily. It's fine, I'm doing well, Huang Kaiwen assured, pulling the young lady closer. She, concerned for his injury, dared not resist. Soon, she experienced a life as exhilarating as a fire truck, full of commotion and excitement. That night, the young lady and Lily fell into a deep slumber, while Huang Kaiwen activated the injury recovery card. Ding! The injury recovery card has been successfully used. The injury will fully heal within 15 days, leaving no lingering issues. 6 months reduced to a mere 15 days. Many would likely question the very fabric of their existence. Let them ponder such matters. The following morning, news of Huang Kaiwen's injury dominated the front pages of major British media. Arsenal's 0-2 loss to Hull City was relegated to page 4, merely mocking Wenger. According to reliable sources from the Times, Kevin is expected to be sidelined for 6 to 8 months. Richard Giuliano, a professor of sports sociology at Loughborough University, informed us that Kevin's remarkable speed and strength have exceeded the limits of his physical capacity. If he does not alter his playing style, his career may be plagued by persistent injuries. The Daily Mail reported that Mourinho experienced a confrontation on his way home, evidently in a foul mood, as he declined our request for an interview and uttered expletives. The Sun noted that our reporter heard unusual sounds outside Kevin's hospital room. Despite the excellent soundproofing of the private ward, it seems that the injury has not dampened Kevin's spirits. The Liverpool Echo quoted Benitez as stating that he does not fear Kevin. He expressed his regret over Kevin's injury but assured that the entire Liverpool team would be well prepared to face Chelsea, striving for 3 points at Stamford Bridge. Italian newspapers have taken a more vigorous stance, with Kaka unusually criticizing the Premier League's player protection policies, questioning whether there is a bias against Chelsea, as Mourinho's suspension seems excessively lengthy and a defender named Faye received only a yellow card. Miss Lily returned promptly, remaining in London to care for Huang Kaiwen. This left Phil Collins, initially excited about Huang's injury, feeling disheartened. Ramos reports to the hospital daily after training. In October, Huang Kaiwen once again welcomed a refresh at the store. Special template, Sakata Jintoki 1, 000 Fate points. Template, Ian Rush, 10, 000 points. Dalglish, 10, 000 points. Roger Hunt, 10, 000 points. Skills, Bungbu Spin Mastery, 800 points. Volleyball Mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour injury immunity card, 20 points. Special item, Balotelli's training gear, 150 points. Huang Kaiwen has not watched Gintama much. He only knows of a formidable wooden sword. As for the templates, they are entirely Liverpool-centric. He does not recognize Hunt. Yet Rush and Dalglish are well-known Liverpool legends frequently mentioned. Upon further investigation, he discovered that Hunt was a forward during the Shankly era. All 3 templates are forwards. Not only does he lack sufficient Fate points, but even if he did, Huang, the king of balls, could not purchase another forward. As for Balotelli's training gear, it is undoubtedly a source of ridicule. The widely circulated image of him unable to wear the training gear is infamous. A review reveals that Huang Kaiwen spent 120 points to acquire Volleyball Mastery and the immunity card. The skill of Volleyball Mastery elevates one's volleyball proficiency to that of an average professional player, slightly enhancing jumping ability and strength. Previously, Basketball Mastery also improved his vertical leap. When discussing jumping ability alone, Huang remains quite formidable. However, heading is not his preferred method of scoring. Like Imbu, Huang Kaiwen inherently favors using his feet to play rather than his head. During the day, the doctor returned for a follow-up, and Huang Kaiwen's remarkable recovery speed astonished them. After repeatedly inquiring whether he had self-medicated, they could only attribute his rapid healing to his exceptional recuperative abilities. The initially anticipated recovery period of over 6 months was reduced to 3. On October 5th, Chelsea triumphed over Villa with a score of 2-0. In high spirits, Mourinho attended the post-match press conference. Mourinho remarked, "Kaiwen, today is our match against Villa, but I can tell you that Kaiwen is recovering well. This is indeed good news. I must reiterate that we will win even in Kaiwen's absence. Chelsea has numerous capable players. My greater concern lies with the upcoming international match days. I hope our national players remain injury-free during this time." As Mourinho departed the press conference, he noticed a perplexed-looking Villa's Boas and jestingly inquired, "What troubles you, my friend?" "It's Kaiwen," Villa's Boas responded. "What about Kaiwen?" Mourinho halted, turning to Villa's Boas with curiosity. The hospital had once again provided an updated recovery timeline, this time shortening it to 2 months. Villa's Boas, at a loss for words, expressed his skepticism regarding the doctor's qualifications, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Mourinho, equally taken aback, suddenly recalled the words of an Indian acquaintance, "Troubles will vanish." Was this a reference to Kaiwen's injury? That evening, instead of heading straight home after leaving the stadium, Mourinho ventured to East London. On October 12th, a significantly recovered Huang Kaiwen, leaning on crutches, arrived at the Cobham training facility. Due to the international fixtures, the training ground appeared quite desolate, with only the occasional shouts of coaches echoing from the youth team's practice field. After the team doctor conducted an examination, he promptly called Mourinho. Mourinho rushed to the team, barging into the medical room and demanding, "What is wrong with Kaiwen?" "See for yourself," the doctor replied, handing Mourinho the report. With a hint of irritation, Mourinho accepted the document and began to peruse it. Soon, a look of disbelief crossed his face, and he turned to Huang Kaiwen. Kaiwen smiled and nodded. "Then why are you still using crutches?" Mourinho began to question, only to realize the answer himself. He chuckled. "Benitez truly has it rough. He nearly ascended from hell to heaven in Istanbul, only to be pushed back down by you. This time, he will once again experience the fall from grace." Kaiwen shrugged with a smile. "That's not my fault. He claimed that Chelsea was prepared for my absence, so my early return should have no impact." Mourinho laughed in agreement. The team doctor, observing the shared humor between them, quickly joined in their laughter. "Benitez has truly fallen into misfortune with you too. I'll take the report. Remember to delete the data," Mourinho instructed the doctor. "But this is invaluable information," the doctor protested. "Damn it, it must be deleted," Mourinho insisted. "Do not speak of Kaiwen to anyone, not even a whisper in bed at night." "All right, I understand," the doctor nodded. Mourinho supported Huang Kaiwen as they exited the medical room. "Where are we going?" Huang inquired. "To the youth training ground. The young players have longed to meet you," Mourinho replied with a smile. Huang remarked, "Mourinho, this isn't merely about encouraging the young players. It's about showcasing to the world that the king of football has not yet fully recovered. Fortunately, he was discharged early. Otherwise, concealing his recovery would have been impossible. Not even a club like Chelsea, which has received substantial financial backing from Abramovich, can keep too many secrets. The British media is insatiably inquisitive. Moreover, the rewards they offer are exorbitant. For instance, a candid photo of Beckham's daughter once fetched hundreds of thousands of pounds, even before he returned home. News of his presence at the youth training ground would likely be sold to the tabloids. While youth players may not betray the club, merely mentioning to their families that they encountered a football superstar could easily lead to their families exchanging such information for substantial monetary gains. "I'll drive you back," Mourinho stated as they departed the training ground. "But my bodyguard is in the car," Huang nodded. "No matter, let him drive us. You should avoid returning to the club for a few days. There are too many people around, and I cannot ascertain who might be a traitor," Mourinho added after opening the car door for Huang. "Understood, coach," Huang replied with a nod. Previously, it had been the Italian coaches who understood the treachery of human nature. Now it was the turn of the Spanish coach. On October 18th, another fierce clash between the red and blue teams awaited. This match garnered significant attention, with the British media dubbing it Liverpool's revenge match, even though Huang was unlikely to participate. However, could a team that triumphs over Huang truly claim to have exacted revenge? Benitez sat at the podium, his round face revealing a prominent hairline, and chuckled. "Stamford Bridge has always been a formidable fortress, but that is the nature of football. Regardless of the opponent, one must strive for victory. The entire team is prepared. Our goal today is to secure a win." Villa's Boas suppressed a laugh, understanding why Jose was absent. Observing Benitez's demeanor, he found it hard to contain himself. "Mr. Villa's Boas, may I inquire why you are smiling?" a reporter asked. "Oh, it's nothing," Villa's Boas waved dismissively, quickly adjusting his composure. "What are your expectations for today's match, or does Mr. Mourinho have any particular strategies?" "We harbor no exceptional expectations. Chelsea's aim has always been victory," Villas Boas replied, hastily rising, fearing that lingering might provoke further amusement. It was no wonder Capello always wore an expression of indifference. "Damn." Knowing that Kevin has recovered, he too seems unconcerned. If possible, he would even wish to allow that poor fellow Benitez an extra player on the pitch. Villas Boas briskly made his way back. Upon returning to the locker room, he found Mourinho telling jokes to the players. "Back so soon?" Mourinho approached Villas Boas and inquired. "Well, there was nothing much to discuss," he replied. Boas hesitated and inquired, "Are we truly not allowing Mikel to play?" Mikel had been in fine form lately, and with Eschen injured, the team lacked a defensive midfielder. "Indeed," Mourinho nodded in affirmation. "Why is that?" Boas could not restrain his curiosity. "It is all part of God's design," Mourinho replied coolly. Boas thought to himself that he had come to terms with Mourinho's perspective. Previously, he had referenced God, But now he likened himself to the divine. Had they not known each other for so long, Boas might have felt inclined to strike Mourinho for his audacity. Should we have Kevin play as a defensive midfielder? Boas suggested. Mourinho paused for a moment before nodding. That is a commendable idea. He approached Huang Kaiwen and asked, Kevin, I recall you can play in midfield, correct? Yes, coach, but I need to assess my condition, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, glancing at the full anticipation meter. He felt the urge to draw a lottery. It had been a while since he played, and he had forgotten to draw in advance at home. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the locker room made the lottery feel special. Ding obtained a 24-hour experience card for Kenny Dalglish from the 29th round of the 1977-78 English First Division. Liverpool versus Derby County, acquired Jonas Boric, quick response. Huang Kaiwen looked up and said, I believe playing as a winger suits me better today, although I could also play as a forward. No matter then, let us have you play as a winger, Mourinho nodded. In his view, Huang Kaiwen's mention of assessing his condition indicated a reluctance to play in midfield, since the player did not wish to take on that role. There was no need to force him. Jose Mourinho was, after all, a rather democratic individual. Once Mourinho had departed, Huang Kaiwen could finally express his thoughts. Dalglish, King Kenny, the greatest star in Liverpool's history. The hallmark of Dalglish was his exceptional observational skills on the pitch. He was a player who excelled in strategic thinking. This bore a striking resemblance to Huang's own attributes. While many recognized Huang's exceptional physical prowess and technical skills, they often overlooked his greatest asset, his intelligence. His ability to write casually, yet still attain world-class accolades was testament enough to his brilliance. Today, he would not utilize Pelé for half a match. Out of respect for Liverpool, he would employ Dalglish for the game instead. Coincidentally, he was also acquainted with the player possessing the B card, the Swedish sharpshooter Johnny R. This trait was likely impressive as well. Ding successfully utilized the Kenny Dalglish 24-hour experience card, acquired Jonas Boric, quick response. Trait. Quick response, Jonas Boric. I have never faced failure. I have only experienced moments of underperformance. Johnny R's confidence stemmed from his remarkable reaction speed, which would be significantly enhanced with this trait. Very well, Huang Kaiwen nodded. This trait, combined with his exceptional dynamic vision and explosive speed, meant that Liverpool players would struggle to match his acceleration today. He estimated he could outpace Carragher in the first half alone. When Benitez received the starting lineup, he was astounded. He truly had not anticipated that Huang Kaiwen would be in the starting 11. Paco Ayestaran gazed with concern at the silent Benitez and urged, Rafa, even if Kevin is on the field, there is no need for such anxiety. Benitez nodded numbly, utterly oblivious to his own actions. The impression left by Huang Kaiwen on that fateful night in Istanbul was indelibly etched in his mind, more profound than any player he had encountered throughout his career, or indeed, his entire life. He even attempted to have quit assumed the goalkeeper's role, with less than favorable results. Merely seeing Huang Kaiwen's name evoked memories of that night from years past, memories he would rather not revisit. Benitez, a product of Real Madrid, could not help but harbor some resentment toward his former club. Why, when their star player was performing so admirably, would they let him go? And now, the consequences were evident. In La Liga and the Champions League combined, Real Madrid had managed only 4 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses in 10 matches. Such statistics would be deemed unacceptable even for Valencia, let alone for Real Madrid. Sighing, Benitez remarked, let us prepare to field Tom and Jerry. Very well, Ayestaran replied. The Tom and Jerry Benitez referred to were 2 frogs. The demands of sorcery regarding frogs were quite stringent. Only juvenile frogs could serve as magical instruments. Besides strategizing, the duo spent considerable time nurturing these amphibians. Ayestaran had become quite proficient in understanding the frog's preferred temperatures, humidity levels, and various ailments over the years. He mused that should he depart from the world of football, he might well become an expert in frog husbandry. At Stamford Bridge, both teams were warming up. Those media folks are insufferable, Carragher exclaimed, watching Huang Kaiwen with the ball. The assist he provided on that near Champions League victory night remained vivid before him. Well, we should have been prepared to face him. We can't exactly petition the FA to suspend Kevin, sighed Gerrard. Damn it, Carragher retorted, turning to De Jong and asking. Now that we're teammates, could you divulge any of Kevin's weaknesses? It's not that I don't want to share, De Jong replied with a resigned sigh. I genuinely don't know. Forget it, let us not put him in a bind, Gerrard advised. Those analysts have speculated for years without reaching a conclusion. We can't expect Kevin's teammates to know his weaknesses. This is infuriating. Carragher kicked a nearby football away in frustration. A player without discernible weaknesses was indeed a perplexing matter. As both teams returned to the tunnel, Liverpool's squad surely harbored thoughts of vengeance. They were just a step away from the club's highest honor on that fateful night in 2005. However, enacting revenge on Huang Kaiwen would not be an easy task. His unexpected appearance today was truly surprising. In earlier discussions, both Ancelotti and Capello had deliberated over Huang Kaiwen's return timeline, but none had managed as effectively as Mourinho in this instance. Thus, it can be said that the young tactician Mourinho possesses extraordinary methods. Nearly all British media outlets anticipated that Huang Kaiwen would be sidelined for over 6 months. However, today he surprisingly started, catching Liverpool off guard. Let us first examine the starting lineups. Chelsea deployed a 4-3-3 formation with a single holding midfielder, goalkeeper, check, defenders, Ashley Cole, Carvalho, Terry, Ramos, midfielders, Ballack, Deco, Bozingwa. Forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Drogba, Joe Cole. Liverpool, on the other hand, also arranged themselves in a 4-3-3 formation with 2 holding midfielders, goalkeeper, Reina, defenders, Aurelio, Ajer, Carragher, Arbeloa. Midfielders, Mascherano, Gerrard, De Jong. Forwards, Albert Riera, Robbie Keane, Quit. While Liverpool's lineup has undergone some changes since 4 years ago, the core remains largely intact. Indeed, personnel shifts are commonplace. De Jong, facing his former teammate Huang Kaiwen, likely harbors complex emotions. This brings to mind a matter concerning the FA's dissatisfaction with Hodgson's record, as they seem poised to invite Capello to take the helm of the England national team, with last season's Real Madrid managers set to reunite in England. Today, Bozingwa was positioned as a holding midfielder. Is Mikel injured? Though Bozingwa has played that role during his time in the Portuguese league, it has been quite some time since he last occupied such a position. Look, Director Zhang, on the sidelines, after shaking hands with Benitez. Villa's Boas immediately returned to prepare for the match. Benitez's demeanor was rather frosty, yet he appeared unconcerned. However, Benitez's assistant could not be indifferent when he retrieved 2 toads from his backpack. Damn, these scoundrels are only aware of employing such tactics. Villa's Boas sighed and shook his head. The sorcery involving the 2 toads is quite renowned in Portuguese football. Even the sorcerers are powerless against such formidable magic. He has yet to discover how to learn Merlin's spells. Otherwise, he would not need to fear these enchantments. Villa's Boas recalled the saying that the best defense is a good offense. If one cannot guard against the opponent's sorcery, then one must attack the sorcerer themselves. To counter those who wield magic, he had specifically summoned a wizard from his homeland in Portugal, learning 2 spells through video chat. Villa's Boas retrieved a photograph of Benitez and his assistant from his right pocket and placed it on the grass. He then produced a newly acquired high-priced magical powder, said to be a blend of firefly remains and various rare herbs, mixed with the powdered skull of a vulture. He grasped a handful of the magical powder, allowing it to slip slowly between his fingers as he softly intoned, "Abracadabra." The actions of both coaches did not impede the commencement of the match. At precisely 1:30 p.m., the referee Howard Webb sounded the starting whistle. Drogba initiated the play with a back pass, and Deco immediately directed the ball to the left flank. Observing this, Quit swiftly advanced towards Huang Kaiwen. Prior to the match, Benitez instructed him to mark Huang Kaiwen. Whether he can contain him remains uncertain, but he will certainly endeavor to try. In the opening phase, Liverpool's formation appeared cohesive, and Huang Kaiwen showed no inclination to advance with the ball. As Kiedert approached, Huang Kaiwen deftly flicked the ball with his left foot. Kiedert followed suit, moving in tandem. Just as the ball seemed poised to cross the boundary, Huang swiftly hooked it back, his left foot giving it a subtle shake, allowing the sphere to glide effortlessly through Kiedert's makeshift defense. Simultaneously, Huang initiated a sprint from the right flank, prompting Kiedert to pivot in pursuit. Yet, as Huang advanced a mere step, he elegantly sidestepped Kiedert, maneuvering past him with finesse. Kiedert, attempting to adjust his weight, found himself too late. His mind raced, but his body betrayed him, sending him tumbling onto the grass. A chorus of laughter and cheers erupted from Stamford Bridge. It seemed as though, from some unknown moment, the Chelsea supporters breathed a sigh of relief at Huang's entrance. De Jong, steeling himself, lunged toward Huang, extending his right foot in a desperate bid to intercept. He dared not wait for Huang's next move, knowing that whether he raised or lowered his head, the outcome would be dire. Directness seemed the only option. Huang abruptly halted, drawing the ball back to his left foot before transferring it to the right. De Jong, adjusting his balance, followed suit, bracing for the possibility of being easily outmaneuvered. However, Huang twisted his body, skillfully shifting the ball to the right flank. Abloy lurked just behind De Jong, as Liverpool's formation leaned heavily toward that side. Wenger received the pass and returned it to Ramos, who surged forward with the ball. Upon crossing the halfway line, he noticed the ludicrous defensive posture of Liverpool on the left and opted for a delicate lob into the center. The ball landed with precision at Drogba's feet. He leapt and directed it toward the right flank. Chelsea's seamless coordination in the attacking third compelled Liverpool's players to shift their defensive focus. As Huang spotted Kiedert closing in, he relinquished his position, allowing Deco to advance. The defensive focus of Liverpool absurdly remained on him. Joe Cole dashed toward the edge of the penalty area and promptly delivered a right-footed cross. In an instant, Huang launched himself into action, breaking free from Kiedert and De Jong, racing toward the box. Deco, stationed with his back to the goal in the left side of the penalty area, flicked the ball with his foot, sending it soaring. He immediately redirected it with his head to Huang. Arriving at the edge of the penalty area, Huang deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, leaving Carragher scrambling in vain. Without hesitation, Huang unleashed a powerful shot. Carragher, instinctively sidestepping, was uncertain if he intended to block the shot. The ball zipped past Carragher, hurtling towards the left side of the goal. Reina, seizing the moment, dove swiftly. But the ball took a slight deflection after bouncing within the 6-yard box, eluding his grasp. Boom. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. St. Kevin. The Chelsea supporters erupted, fervently chanting the name of their number 10. They held on to hope, yet never anticipated such an early breach of Liverpool's defenses. Their new star had thrust them into the zenith of excitement without a moment's notice. Kevin, 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 goal, goal, goal. In a mere 31 seconds. That was the time Huang required to orchestrate an offensive maneuver. Chelsea had taken the lead just 31 seconds into the match. While Benitez and his assistant were still engaged in idle chatter on the sidelines, oblivious to the fact that Huang had already breached their defenses. The arrogant Englishmen have often insisted that Kevin must adapt to the Premier League. However, it now appears that the Premier League lacks the challenges posed by La Liga. Since transferring to the Premier League, Kevin's efficiency has become even more terrifying. It seems that a league of this nature may render Kevin weary after just one season. Chelsea fans can finally stand proud, proclaiming themselves the true kings of London. Shevchenko, pay the copyright fee. On the stands, Mourinho's shoulders shrugged slightly, hands buried in his pockets. His actions not overtly noticeable. As long as he keeps his hands concealed, no one would discern his celebration, thus sparing him the jeers of the English pundits on television. Rabindranath, the master of the Bone Dragon, was indeed correct. The troubles have vanished. Kevin has made a full recovery. Mourinho also conceded that divination has its merits. The predictions indicated that Mikel would be a calamity for Chelsea today, so it was wise not to field him. As for Bozingwa, who has struggled with his adaptation as a fullback, Mourinho was not particularly concerned about his role as a solitary defensive midfielder. At present, no incompetent teammate has been able to negate the positive impact that Huang Kevin brings. Liverpool has resumed play. Robbie Keane passed to Quit, who immediately returned the ball to Huang Kevin, showing no intention of holding the ball himself. The coach had made it clear that if they could achieve a 1-for-1 exchange, Liverpool would benefit immensely. Quit believed that despite Huang Kevin's speed, he had recently been injured and would likely hold back, not daring to unleash his full potential. Thus, he still had a chance. De Jong received the ball and advanced, waiting for the Chelsea players to press forward. After transferring to the Premier League, Benitez did not want him to be a dedicated defensive player. He needed him to contribute more. Drogba and Joe Cole pressed forward, while De Jong delivered a diagonal pass to Gerrard. Gerrard, dribbling the ball laterally, attracted Bollock's pressure and then swiftly executed a backheel pass to Keane. Keane surged toward Chelsea's defense, ignoring the call for the ball from Riera on the flank. Terry, angled sideways, sprinted back and timed his sliding tackle perfectly, diverting the ball to the side. "John Terry," exclaimed Martin Tyler, the commentator for Sky Sports. "Our national team captain has neutralized the threat and successfully delivered the ball to a teammate." Robbie Keane's abilities fell short. Although he performed well at Tottenham, he lacked the caliber to represent a team as formidable as Liverpool. Had Pato not been injured, he would undoubtedly not have qualified for today's starting lineup. Andy Gray remarked. He held a particular disdain for players from outside England, especially those from other parts of Britain. Ramos received the ball, deftly evaded Rira, and continued his advance. Noticing Quit tugging at Huang Kaiwen's jersey, Ramos instinctively directed his right foot toward the left flank, preparing to teach that Dutchman a lesson. Pass. The advancing Deco signaled for the ball. Upon seeing De Jong approach, Ramos quickly made a lateral pass. Deco received the ball and immediately launched a long pass. The ball soaring rapidly from the edge of the box toward the left flank. Huang Kaiwen initiated his movement almost simultaneously, leaving Quit momentarily dazzled as the jersey he held vanished from his grasp. Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen's explosive speed ignited Stamford Bridge. Provided that the experience card drawn was not subpar, his performance on the pitch, enhanced by his innate talent, could be executed within 11 seconds, a speed that ranks among the elite in football. Typically, players endowed with such velocity often lack in ball control. However, this was not the case with Huang Kaiwen. With a deft flick of his left foot, he surged forward. Gerrard, stationed in his half, closed in on him. Just as Huang Kaiwen prepared to nudge the ball ahead, Gerrard decisively slid in, sending the ball out of play. Huang Kaiwen collided with Gerrard's leg, tumbling to the ground. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ramos rushed to confront Gerrard, shoving him aside. Quit, returning to the scene, quickly shielded Gerrard. De Jong glanced over, opting to refrain from intervening. Forget it, he didn't tackle me, Huang Kaiwen said, rising and grasping Ramos's arm. Ramos pointed a finger at Gerrard, warning, you better watch yourself. Get lost. Carragher interjected sternly. As Ramos prepared to unleash more vitriol, Huang Kaiwen swiftly wrapped his arms around his neck. With the referee approaching, did they truly wish to incur a card? Referee Howard Webb admonished Ramos, mind your conduct if you wish to avoid a booking. Huang Kaiwen quickly pulled Ramos away. Ashley Cole stood by the touchline, scanning for Huang Kaiwen's presence. With Quit at his side, Huang Kaiwen was reluctant to pass. Noticing Huang Kaiwen gesturing towards the backfield, Ashley Cole sprinted, then unexpectedly turned to hurl the ball back. The players clustered near Liverpool's penalty area hastily retreated to midfield. Huang Kaiwen shook off Quit at the halfway line and, seizing the opportunity, decisively delivered a cross. The ball struck deftly on its lower left side, sliced diagonally from the left flank into the center of the penalty area. Drogba and Joe Cole surged towards the box. In a rare display, Joe Cole headed the ball toward the left, allowing Drogba to evade the offside trap and unleash a right-footed shot. The ball rolled past Reina at the near post, heading towards the far corner of the net. Just as it seemed destined to cross the line, Carragher executed a crucial clearance off the bar. Oh, so close to altering the scoreline once more. Indeed, Carragher's intervention was vital, though one must commend his audacity. He risked an own goal. Carragher's boldness exemplifies his character. However, the immediate danger was averted, yet a corner kick loomed ahead. It remained uncertain whether Huang Kaiwen was prepared to unveil his corner kick strategy to Liverpool. Joe Cole and Deco turned their gaze toward Huang Kaiwen. He nodded. As his teammates indicated their preference for him to take the kick, he acquiesced. Having spent considerable time at Chelsea, he had trained on several corner routines with his teammates. It was time to demonstrate to Liverpool the treachery of human nature. Standing at the corner flag, the Liverpool penalty area resembled a frying pan with water splashed upon it. Every player in red was in constant motion, seeking an optimal position. Watch the near post. Damn it, don't obstruct someone coming to the far post. Reina shouted hoarsely. It is indeed an intriguing matter. Kevin Huang single-handedly caused them to lose the Champions League trophy, yet today marked the first time he breached Liverpool's goal. In the previous Champions League final, one of Huang's shots struck Carragher, and UEFA credited it as an own goal by Carragher. Nevertheless, Reina felt no sense of relaxation. With both Valdez and Buffon having been made to look foolish, he did not consider himself superior to either goalkeeper. The whistle blew, and Huang made his move. With a swift touch, he struck the ball with his left foot after just 2 steps. The force of his kick was considerable. The ball was not particularly high, but traveled with impressive speed. At the near post, Ajer and Ramos both misjudged the flight, and the ball grazed Ramos's hair as it soared toward the center. Carvalho leaped and attempted a header, but Reina instinctively reached out to block the effort. The ball landed in the left side of the small box, and just as Deco prepared to volley, the referee's whistle pierced the air. What was happening? Carragher was down in the penalty area, and upon rising, He confronted Carvalho, igniting a clash between the two teams. Webb rushed in to separate the players. But both Carvalho and Carragher felt wronged and were unwilling to let the matter rest. "You collided with me when you jumped," Carragher shouted. "That was clearly a dive." Deco retorted, gesturing emphatically. "Look at your physique. You wouldn't fall that easily. If the whistle hadn't blown, my shot would have gone in." The disallowed goal left Deco quite displeased. Carvalho raised his hands, signaling that Deco had a point. Fuming, Carragher reached out to grab Carvalho's arm. Kevin Huang, who had rushed into the penalty area, intervened and said, "The whistle has been blown. It's over." "Why is that? He should receive a card." Carragher pointed at Carvalho. "Don't get too carried away." Carvalho shot back. "That should be directed at you. It wasn't you who scored." Carragher replied. The two were embroiled in a heated argument. Webb, unable to bear it any longer, pointed at Gerrard. Gerrard approached to counsel Carragher, who spat in frustration towards the sidelines. Carvalho, frequently glancing back, raised 5 fingers and declared, "I have 5 league titles, 2 of which are Premier League." Upon hearing this, Carragher was ready to charge forward. Gerrard quickly restrained him from behind, shouting, "Come on, let us help out." Adger joined in, holding Carragher back. Liverpool's closest brush with the league title was during the 2001-2002 season, where they finished second behind Manchester United, tragically falling short by 7 points to Wenger's Arsenal. Gerrard advised, "If we put in some effort, we still have a chance." This season, Liverpool had yet to taste defeat, achieving 5 wins and 2 draws in the first 7 rounds for a total of 17 points, trailing only Chelsea, who had 19. Arsenal had a rocky start, losing 2 matches and drawing their latest, accumulating only 13 points, while Manchester United also suffered a loss, earning 16 points. Presently, Liverpool's situation appeared quite promising. The premise is not to succumb to Chelsea. Carragher nodded and glanced towards the opponent's half. Noticing Carragher's calm demeanor, Gerrard remarked, "In truth, he is not entirely wrong. If one wishes to avoid ridicule, one must seize the championship as a retort. That fellow possesses not only a league title, but also a Champions League trophy." Carragher replied. He seeks to stifle Gerrard. Such rhetoric does little to elevate the team's morale. The mere thought of that fateful night in Istanbul left the Liverpool players feeling a sense of helplessness, no matter how many goals were scored. There was not a winger capable of both intercepting and saving 4 penalty kicks. Carragher had long believed that in that match, Kevin was possessed by the divine. Liverpool executed a free kick from their defensive zone. Carragher received the ball and sent a diagonal pass to Gerrard, who, upon receiving it on the right flank, deftly controlled it and launched a long pass. Riera nudged the ball into the penalty area with his right foot, while Ramos sprinted back in pursuit. The two raced towards the byline, and Ramos extended his left foot, effectively blocking the opponent behind him. Cech bent down effortlessly to collect the ball. Ramos had become increasingly composed. This is the fruit of half a year of honing my skills at AC Milan, he mused. Having played alongside legends like Maldini and Nesta, his growth accelerated, provided one possessed sufficient talent, and Ramos certainly fit that description. Zhang's assessment was accurate. However, today, Bozingwa's performance as a solitary defensive midfielder appeared rather lackluster. Mourinho must have had his own rationale, likely believing that Bozingwa's contributions as a fullback were inadequate, thus experimenting with him in a more central role. Liverpool's defensive strategy against Kevin was astutely executed. After all, De Jong had been Kevin's teammate previously and offered timely support. Cech released the ball, and Kevin, once again facing 3 defenders on the left flank, swiftly passed back to a teammate. Deco, seeing no opportunity on the left, combined with Bollock for a wall pass and advanced the ball further. Boas observed the field intently. Although Kevin had scored a goal, his overall performance today lacked vibrancy. Was Benitez's nefarious scheme truly succeeding? That kind of formidable sorcery was indeed challenging to counter. He couldn't help but gaze skyward. Why could football not be more straightforward? The young assistant coach Boas sighed, contemplating that if things continued this way, he would have no choice but to seek out Merlin's magic. Perhaps only such potent sorcery could stand against the malevolent enchantments. Boas slapped his face to regain focus and resumed watching the match. Kevin initiated a run down the left, but was met with several defenders, offering him no opportunity to receive the ball. Joe Cole's forced pass was intercepted, and Liverpool launched a counterattack. The departures of Reece and Xabi Alonso had created a critical dilemma. Liverpool's backline had become overly reliant on Gerrard for ball progression. De Jong's long pass was imprecise, careening directly towards Bozingwa. Bozingwa misjudged the angle of his header, sending the ball directly onto the legs of the advancing Abu Diaby. The sphere ricocheting off Diaby's right leg and into Chelsea's penalty area, where Carvalho, positioned perfectly, headed the ball clear, landing it squarely at Gerrard's feet. Gerrard deftly maneuvered the ball into the penalty area, where Carvalho attempted to intervene. However, Gerrard's pace was superior, with a slight angle. He unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot, sending the ball crashing into the left side of the net amidst a throng of players. Following the goal, Gerrard jubilantly sprinted towards the away fan stand, igniting exuberant cheers from the Liverpool supporters, who have long been considered one of the most vibrant fan bases in European football. The term captain also signifies master of the ship. Steven Gerrard is indeed the captain guiding them through tumultuous seas, consistently evading perilous storms. The score was equalized. Gerrard had leveled the match. In moments of critical importance, it was Gerrard once again. This opportunity, while not ideal, was compounded by a series of errors from the Chelsea players. Notably, Carvalho's header seemingly missed Gerrard's approach, primarily due to Bozingwa's defensive header landing at the feet of the opposition, while Arbeloa inadvertently sent the ball into the penalty area after being knocked over. One could say that the series of events leading to the goal was rife with fortuitous coincidences. Indeed, yet Gerrard's shot was exquisite. Lampard had just scored his inaugural goal against Real Madrid in the previous round, also from the right side of the penalty area. It remains to be seen whether he can find a way to coexist with Gerrard in the national team after his move to Spain. Carragher rushed forward to celebrate and did not hesitate to taunt Carvalho, who had indeed gifted the ball to the opposition. Benitez and his assistant Ayestrin embraced each other in jubilant celebration, with Ayestrin exclaiming, "Tom and Jerry have done it," to which Benitez nodded affirmatively, declaring that this strategy was indeed effective. He is a man of great focus, having even discussed the 4-4-2 formation on his first date with his wife. However, when tactics fail to yield victory, Benitez finds himself delving deeper into the realm of mysticism. Though at times such sorcery may falter, it is often subconsciously overlooked, as it tends to prove effective more often than not. He has penned over 200,000 words of notes on various techniques, including toad farming. Should Gerrard aspire to be a coach in the future, Benitez intends to pass on these invaluable notes to his beloved disciple. In the stands, Mourinho observed the Liverpool coaching staff through binoculars, smirking. He remarked that the English are fond of drawing curtains and spying on others. And now he too had employed such an apparatus. This, of course, was merely to better assimilate into English culture, not his original intention. Master Waguilon cautioned him to keep an eye on Benitez, and indeed, it proved prophetic. Sharing the same Portuguese roots and having coached Porto, Mourinho was well acquainted with such mysticism. He discreetly retrieved 2 figurines from his pocket and cast them into a water vessel at his feet, filled with water from the Ganges, reputed to dispel all curses. Although he, Jose Mourinho, did not subscribe to such superstitions, it was a means of seeking solace. "Don't mind him, that fellow is a rogue," Terry reassured. "Indeed. That goal is not your fault," Ashley Cole remarked to Carvalho. Carvalho managed a reluctant smile, having just taunted his opponent before inadvertently providing an assist that resulted in an own goal. This sensation is indeed quite unpleasant. Ramos leaned in and remarked, "Rest assured, regardless of who scores, it will ultimately be Kevin who leads us to victory." Huang Kaiwen smiled and waved his hand. Though that is the case, the king of the yellow ball must exhibit a touch of humility. After all, Kevin has never tasted defeat. Deco nodded in agreement. Carvalho lifted his gaze towards Huang Kaiwen, who cheerfully assured, "Have no worries, we will certainly win. Let us give it our all. Let us go. Let us go." Ramos and Deco shouted, fists clenched in enthusiasm. The fervor of their teammates invigorated Carvalho as well. Cheers erupted from Chelsea's defense, while the fans in the stands seemed eager to applaud their hands off. They relished witnessing such scenes. Earlier, there had been concerns about potential conflicts between the established English internationals in the dressing room and Huang Kaiwen. But now it was clear such worries were unfounded. They blamed it all on the sensationalist journalism of the Sun. As the game resumed, Drogba continued to pass laterally to the left. Mourinho's strategy was crystal clear. Kevin initiates the attack, Kevin orchestrates the offense, Kevin delivers the ball, and collaborates with Kevin for the offensive maneuvers. Although the coach claimed Chelsea does not depend on Kevin, Drogba sensed that the reality was not quite as simple as the coach described. He charged directly at Huang Kaiwen. Although he started as a forward, Today his playstyle resembled that of a converted fullback, focusing on defense first, with opportunities to join the attack. Approaching Huang Kaiwen, he extended his left foot. The challenge for a defender facing a left-footed player lies in the fact that most footballers are right-footed, making it awkward for them to defend against left-footed opponents. To this end, he had trained specifically with his left foot. Huang Kaiwen, with a flick of his left ankle, passed the ball to his right foot, causing Kijdt to miss completely. As Kijdt withdrew his left foot, Huang Kaiwen's right foot sprang into action. Observing Huang Kaiwen's continued movement, Kijdt instinctively extended his left foot once more, only to be taken by surprise as Huang Kaiwen deftly pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot, while his right foot naturally moved to the left side of the ball. Using the outside of his foot to hook it back, Kijdt hastily adjusted his balance. Huang Kaiwen swiftly sent the ball to the left with his right foot, blocking it forward with his left foot, allowing the ball to roll behind Kijdt. The continuously shifting Kijdt was once again deceived by Huang Kaiwen's feint, tumbling to the ground. In the Sky Sports studio, Andy Gray could not help but shake his head, stating, "Kijdt has shown great diligence. Yet this Dutch forward from Liverpool is utterly incapable of containing Kevin. He appears like a precariously swaying telephone pole before him. There are very few in this world who can effectively defend against Kevin one-on-one, and clearly, Kijdt is not among them." Huang Kaiwen once again maneuvered past Kijdt along the left sideline, driving the ball forward. As De Jong raced towards the left flank, he called back, "Hurry up and provide cover." Huang Kaiwen tapped the ball forward with his left foot, accelerating ahead, instantly leaving De Jong behind. By the time De Jong reached the left side, he could only pivot to chase back. Arbeloa charged towards Huang Kaiwen, who, in motion, seamlessly passed the ball with his right foot to the advancing Deco. Arbeloa quickly sprinted back to the penalty area, preparing to block Deco's shot. Deco found himself confronted by a staunch defense just outside the penalty area. Mascherano's movement behind him disrupted his balance. As he spotted Huang Kaiwen in position, Deco, in a split second, delivered a pass while tumbling to the ground. The ball swiftly rolled towards the left flank. Arbeloa pivoted and surged towards the left side once more, while Drogba's forward run compelled the Liverpool defenders to advance into the 6-yard box. With finesse, Huang Kaiwen, without pausing the ball, struck it with his left foot, sending it on a perfect arc that evaded Arbeloa and soared into Liverpool's penalty area. In the vicinity of the 6-yard box, Carragher anticipated the drop and deftly headed the ball with precision. Reina, positioned near the near post, was left exasperated, nearly cursing as the ball headed toward the far post, eluding all players involved and nestling into the right side of the net. An own goal. Carragher scores, Clodelli exclaimed with excitement. Carragher, with the assistance of Kaiwen, successfully breached Liverpool's goal once again, equaling Alan Shearer's record of 7 goals against Liverpool. Now, only Thierry Henry, with 8 goals against them, stands before him. However, I believe he possesses the potential to surpass Henry and become the player with the most goals against Liverpool in the Premier League era. Today, Carragher had several altercations with Carvalho, which did not go unnoticed by Kaiwen. Kaiwen firmly believed in the unity of their team, staunchly defending every member, regardless of their individual strengths. Following Gerrard's goal, Carragher mockingly approached Carvalho, who had inadvertently assisted the own goal, provoking Kaiwen to swiftly retort. Even as a mere piece of toilet paper, it still belonged to Chelsea. No player from other teams should be allowed to mock them. Apologies. While Carvalho is indeed a decent defender, in Kaiwen's company, even toilet paper might serve him better. In the 1999 season, Carragher had infamously scored 2 own goals, aiding Manchester United in winning the Derby, solidifying his position as Kaiwen's most formidable adversary in the quest to become Liverpool's chief tormentor. The last time they met in the Champions League final, Carragher had inadvertently stolen a guaranteed goal from Kaiwen, transforming a magnificent strike into an own goal. Meanwhile, Barbara, seated in her office, was thoroughly amused. What does it mean to possess skill? This is what it means. Even she failed to discern Kaiwen's intent. Yet Clodelli highlighted it astutely. Kaiwen could score, but after Carragher had humiliated his teammate, Kaiwen immediately orchestrated an own goal for Carragher. There truly is no better teammate than Kaiwen. Clodelli's commentary was equally impressive. Barbara mused that he should coach the Italian team, as they could surely benefit from his expertise during the upcoming European Championship. It would be worthwhile to propose this to the City Hall. Such an outstanding football professional deserves to be honored, even if he doesn't receive official accolades. he should be bestowed with the title of Honorary Citizen of Milan. Thank you, Kaiwen. Carvalho rushed over and embraced Huang Kaiwen tightly. The teammates made way for him. Otherwise, he would have had no chance. Ah, it's no big deal, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Own goals are merely coincidences. They cannot be orchestrated at will. His cross aimed for Drogba in the penalty area, but who could have anticipated Carragher's exceptional ability to intercept? No wonder he embodies the characteristics of a Liverpool killer. This fellow's defensive trait tends to lead to own goals, despite his prowess. Consistently clearing the ball towards his own net inevitably results in conceding. Whether by coincidence or not, gratitude is in order, as Carvalho solemnly remarked. His pride runs deep. The own goal created by Kevin Huang was timely. Regardless of intent, it held significant importance for him. Let us play well, Kevin gently urged Carvalho with a smile. Indeed. Carvalho fervently nodded in agreement. Ramos nodded in satisfaction, appreciating players like Carvalho who are grateful and loyal. His gaze then shifted to the backfield. Noticing that Bozingwa was less than enthusiastic in celebrating. Did he harbor grievances against Kevin? Moreover, Balak Shunti presumed that age allows him to linger in our half. If Kevin orchestrates a goal and they don't join in the celebration, that indicates a problem in their mindset. Even if Kevin is magnanimous and indifferent to such matters, his teammates must display understanding. A conversation with them is imperative after today's match. An own goal can inflict a more significant blow to morale than an opponent's brilliant strike. After Chelsea's players celebrated their goal, the players in red remained momentarily stunned. Gerrard once again took on the role of the firefighting captain, clapping his hands and calling out, "We are only one goal down." Remember, a one-goal lead is precarious. Chelsea holds no real advantage. If we play well, we will equalize. De Jong glanced back at Carragher, thinking that even if Kevin doesn't score, if Carragher does, a one-goal lead could easily transform into two. Today, Carragher's goal line clearance nearly resulted in an own goal. Adger shouted, "Let's stay focused. Even an own goal is merely one goal." Carragher replied, "Could we refrain from discussing the own goal?" Fortunately, his nerves are resilient. Having scored numerous own goals in the past, he is unfazed by adding another to the tally. "This time it was my fault. I will perform well moving forward," Carragher assured them. De Jong nodded appreciatively, albeit skeptically, thinking he resembled the old Puyol. When Kevin left, Puyol treated the entire Barcelona team to a lavish dinner, with chefs flown in from abroad. It was said that Valdez got so drunk he sang Für Elise all night long. Patience is key in this matter. Facing Kevin as an opponent frequently will inevitably leave a psychological mark. Just look at that lad Joe Hart. His finger has healed considerably. Yet he is still undergoing psychological therapy. De Jong shook his head. Thankfully, he doesn't regard matches against Kevin as anything extraordinary. Today felt like just another day at work, and after the match, he would return home for a good night's sleep, ready for a brand new start tomorrow. Keane initiated the kickoff with a lateral pass. Joe Cole charged forward to apply pressure. The resemblance between Rira and Totti is striking. Both are technically skilled, having honed their physicality in the Premier League. Rira's attempt to control the ball was thwarted, as he failed to evade Cole. His speed proved insufficient, compelling him to opt for a backward pass. Gerrard, arriving in support, seized the ball and surged towards Chelsea's half. The synergy between Gerrard and Lampard was palpable. However, Gerrard's significance to his team surpassed that of Lampard, especially in light of Alonso's departure, which had transformed him into a multifaceted warrior. While others excelled in both offense and defense, they did not bear the burden of the match single-handedly. Currently, Gerrard showcased commendable performances on both ends for Liverpool, albeit at the cost of an increase in his average running distance by nearly 1,300 meters compared to the previous season. Benitez observed the pitch with a hint of concern. Players are not machines, capable of running limitless distances at will. The additional mileage must be compensated for, as physical fatigue can trigger a cascade of repercussions. He worried about the possibility of Gerrard sustaining an injury during the Christmas fixtures. Once the match concluded, he instructed to procure another bottle of frog oil for Stephen, noting its beneficial properties for the body. "Which type?" Estrin inquired. "They have many different varieties of frogs. The Lynn frog seems to be preferable. Ensure he consumes it," Benitez replied. "Understood," Estrin nodded, adding, "I've tried it myself, and it felt quite good." Benitez smiled in agreement. Estrin was an admirable assistant coach, though his only flaw was his overwhelming ambition. The world of football is hardly straightforward, yet he harbored aspirations of becoming a head coach. As Gerrard advanced the ball into the attacking zone, Ballack closed in to apply pressure. Gerrard deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, preparing to overpower Ballack. However, Ballack met him with physicality, prompting Gerrard to swiftly hook the ball back. At that moment, evading the German was no longer an option. He could only pivot to shield the ball. That German was indeed remarkably robust. With a swift pass, Gerrard sent the ball to the advancing Aurelio, who raced along the sideline. Huang Kaiwen, stationed in his own half, moved to challenge, closely pursued by Quit. Huang Kaiwen was bypassed by Aurelio, who was subsequently tackled by Ashley Cole, sending the ball out of play. Frustrated, Huang crossed his arms and called out, "How about becoming my teammate? I've heard you can play every position except goalkeeper, and I can handle that role. Together, we could create a formidable team with 10 Quits and myself." Despite his lack of speed, this fellow possessed remarkable patience. With a slight reduction in pace, he could closely shadow Huang, proving to be as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive. Huang Kaiwen found himself facing one of the most challenging opponents yet. Moreover, Quit had an impeccable sense of timing, knowing precisely when to initiate his sprint. Under normal circumstances, Huang, the king of the yellow team, could not rely solely on his explosive speed to shake off this adversary. Quit chuckled at Huang Kaiwen's remark, shaking his head as he replied, "Who would let you play in goal? Robin has spoken highly of you. He holds you in great esteem. Ally is a good person. He's quite remarkable," Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Aurelio threw the ball back into play, and Quit dashed forward, receiving it and immediately executing a pass. Gerrard received the ball, weaving skillfully, and surged into the penalty area past Ashley Cole, delivering a swift horizontal pass. Robbie Keane, positioned perfectly in front of the goal, attempted a shot but struck the left post instead. Terry seized the ball, pivoted, and passed it to Ramos. Meanwhile, Huang Kaiwen, shaking his head, charged forward. That rascal Keached. He audaciously distracted Huang, the king of the yellow team, with chatter, sneaking in to join the attack. It was a tactic that Huang himself had often employed against others. Remarkably, Keached had learned it. Truly, the Dutch players are commendable. Huang has a particular fondness for them. Their technical prowess and character shine, particularly in crucial moments. Any insinuation of discord among them is utterly unfounded. Previously, with so many Dutch players at Real Madrid, there was no sign of any internal strife. With a swift motion, Ramos delivered a cross, the ball finding Huang Kaiwen with precision from the right flank. Spotting Keached before him, Huang lifted his right foot, deftly nudging the ball behind Keached. He then erupted into action, his right foot striking the turf decisively, propelling him forward like a gust of wind. While Huang harbors a positive impression of Dutch players, attempting to outsmart him inevitably incurs consequences. This was a masterclass, illustrating to Keached why so many find it challenging to defend against Huang. Keached initiated his pursuit, but was already at a disadvantage of over a meter. Just as he took a step, Huang Kaiwen had already surged ahead by nearly 3 meters. The disparity in reaction speed and explosiveness can often be more lethal than sheer speed. Football is not merely a sprint, most of the time. The distance covered in a dash is short. As Huang Kaiwen advanced past the halfway line, both teams began to shift in response. The blue-clad players surged towards Liverpool's half like a relentless tide, while the red-clad contingent pressed towards the left, forming a new encirclement. The Chelsea fans in attendance were electrified. A single player with the ball seemed to command an army, consistently drawing Liverpool's defensive attention. This sensation is indescribable. Only those with a superstar on their side can truly appreciate it. De Jong joined Gerrard in an assault down the left flank. Arbeloa opted for a direct challenge, with Liverpool's entire defensive line pressing high to confront the advancing Huang Kaiwen. With a deft right-footed touch to the left, Huang suddenly stepped forward with his left foot, executing a deft Cruyff turn that left Gerrard and De Jong, who had anticipated a different move, grasping at air. With a lateral touch, Mascherano raced towards Huang Kaiwen. In a fluid motion, Huang executed a Marseille turn, flicking the ball with his heel, sending it rolling cleverly behind Arbeloa. The advancing Ashley Cole received the ball and swiftly maneuvered towards the byline. Joe Cole, noticing Huang's signal, approached to swap positions, while Drogba surged forward, compelling Liverpool's defense to retreat. Even though Liverpool players remained vigilant against Huang Kaiwen, they could not ignore the others. With Arbeloa absent, Carragher was forced to cover the left flank. Suddenly, Ashley Cole halted, delivering a cross with his left foot. Adger leaped, but failed to connect with the ball. The ball soared high and fast, and Huang Kaiwen, having accurately judged its trajectory, sprinted towards the sidelines and leaped into the air. There was no time to turn around. He deftly stopped the ball with his back, guiding it into the penalty area. Aurelio aimed to close in, but was taken aback by Huang Kaiwen's remarkable agility in pivoting. Before he could take more than a couple of steps, Huang had already turned and regained possession. Aurelio could only lower his center of gravity, cautiously retreating step by step. Once back in the penalty area, he found himself with nowhere left to retreat. As Huang Kaiwen charged towards the box, Aurelio opted to extend his leg. Yet, with a mere change of direction, Huang effortlessly evaded him. Mascherano, who had retreated into the penalty area, realized it was too late to provide support. With just a slight angle, Huang had already swung his left foot. Mascherano instinctively turned to block, but his height was inadequate, and the ball soared past his head, rising higher. Reina, reacting instantly, dove to the side, but could only watch as the ball grazed the left side of the crossbar and ricocheted into the net. Silence enveloped the stadium. Chelsea fans, who had risen in anticipation of a goal, widened their eyes from the stands behind the goal. What did they witness? A shot taken just after entering the penalty area. And it was a lob. Mourinho on the sidelines was elated, raising his arms repeatedly before tucking his right hand back into his pocket, feigning nonchalance. Capello maintained his composure. If he could remain unruffled, so could Jose Mourinho. Kevin. Goal, goal, goal. Kevin had once again found the net from the right side of the penalty area. Although this goal was not as distant as the previous one from outside the box, the difficulty of the lob had escalated to a new level. Today, at Stamford Bridge, both Liverpool players and fans, as well as Chelsea supporters, bore witness to the masterpiece of a green pitch artist, while the proud British spectators struggled to recover from their astonishment. However, if you were to ask any Italian child, they would surely tell you that this was merely a moderately spectacular goal in Kevin's career. Naturally, I do not intend to rank Kevin's goals, for one can never predict the brilliance he may display in the next match. Moreover, the most significant truth is that in this world, mortals should worship the divine, but must not criticize the creations of God. Apart from Kevin himself, no one is entitled to rank his goals. Huang Kaiwen dashed towards the corner flag, executing a somersault. Stamford Bridge erupted back to life. It was akin to the eruption of Mount Aso, capable of engulfing all of Kumamoto. Chelsea fans stretched out their arms, chanting Huang Kaiwen's name, attempting to embrace the new king of the team. The cries from West London reverberated far and wide. Fans from other teams had undoubtedly heard such raucous sounds before. After embracing his coaching staff, Villa's Boas glanced at the scoreboard. The time beneath 31 was rapidly dwindling. He hurriedly retrieved Huang Kaiwen's water bottle from the rack, holding it in his hand as he turned back, and said, "Give me a towel." The equipment manager swiftly presented a towel as Villa's Boas took his position on the sidelines. After Liverpool resumed play with a few passes, the referee, Webb, blew the whistle for halftime. Villa's Boas approached Huang Kaiwen briskly, inquiring, "How are you feeling? Are you tired? Any physical issues? Do you need a substitute?" "I'm fine, coach," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Hearing the term of endearment made Villa's Boas smile in return. After wiping his sweat, Huang Kaiwen took the towel and made his way back to the locker room with Villa's Boas by his side. Upon entering the locker room, Huang Kaiwen felt a twitch in his eyelids. Ashley Cole, holding a bottle of champagne, erupted in a spray towards him and Villa's Boas. "Why are we celebrating with champagne?" Huang Kaiwen asked, bemused. "I prepared this on purpose. Shevchenko mentioned that you opened champagne at halftime during the Champions League final. Chelsea cannot fall behind." Ashley Cole exclaimed excitedly. "Doesn't it feel familiar? This will help you integrate better into the team." "Thank you," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Does the Golden King still need to integrate into the team? Are you aware that after opening champagne, Liverpool scored 4 goals? That's of no concern. As long as we score more, victory still belongs to Chelsea," Ashley Cole said nonchalantly. He had longed to try opening champagne at halftime, though he understood the risk of becoming a laughingstock if they were to be overturned. With the rare opportunity to be on the same team as Huang Kaiwen against Liverpool, he was determined to seize it. "Indeed, it's not a big deal," Villa's Boas chuckled. "Opening champagne is merely trivial. It doesn't involve magic." He recalled reading that Big Ben might conceal a treasure map. Tomorrow, he planned to investigate further, hoping to uncover information about Merlin's magic. Although Big Ben was primarily reserved for local visitors, that posed no challenge for him. After all, He had joined Sir Robson's coaching staff at the age of 17. Kevin, shouldn't you respond to the Japanese fans later? Ramos, seated beside Huang Kaiwen, suggested. Oh, I almost forgot. Thanks for the reminder, Huang Kaiwen said with a grin. The vegetables from Japan are truly exquisite. This time, let us show some sincerity. Sincerity doesn't cost anything. I'll shoot a video to demonstrate my love for Japanese culture, and it can earn us a handsome profit. Slam dunk would be quite suitable. He continued. Inoue Takehiko aptly noted on the title page that there is a significant gap between Japanese basketball and the king of Asian basketball, Chinese basketball. It just so happens that I can sing the theme song and shoot an MV. That is a brilliant idea. Slam dunk is fantastic. Drogba could play Akiji Takenori. My good friend Ramos would fit perfectly as Sakuraji Hanamichi, while Huang Kaiwen could take on a reluctant role as Rukawa Keed. We could find a fan with a poor diet to portray Coach Anze. In the behind-the-scenes footage, we could emphasize Huang Kaiwen's dedication. Filming for 72 hours despite a fever of 42 degrees Celsius. Wouldn't the Japanese fans be moved to tears? He added. Let us also have a photographer create a basketball special. Huang Kaiwen's basketball skills are also at a professional level. As for the collaboration with Slam Dunk, it might as well be disregarded, considering it would entail paying royalties to that young fellow in no way. Huang Kaiwen increasingly perceives that engaging in business holds more promise than pursuing a career in football. 5 years for Gates, 3 for Lee and I. Protecting the finest of Libyan leagues. The king of Huang will inevitably transform into the wealthy sovereign of Huang. Given this, let us exert ourselves in the second half today. Riding on the wave of an epic victory, we shall release the music video and achieve instant fame. Huang Kaiwen rose decisively and strode to the center of the locker room. The astonished Villa's Boas, poised to deliver a speech, yielded the floor. Once the champagne was uncorked, a celebratory style of play must ensue. Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. Despite Ashley not informing us in advance about the champagne, we are a team. We rise and fall together. When Ashley becomes a subject of ridicule, we too shall don the guise of jesters, or perhaps other members of the circus. There are no secrets in the locker room. Thus, we must preemptively extinguish any potential risks. How do we eliminate risks beforehand? Huang Kaiwen turned his gaze toward Ramos. Score a goal, Ramos exclaimed loudly. Huang Kaiwen silently gave him a thumbs up, as expected of a good brother. Yes, a goal indeed, Huang Kaiwen proclaimed, raising his left arm. Not just one goal, but we must score more. If our goals are plentiful enough, popping the champagne early will not only avoid ridicule, but will become a cherished tale. Therefore, in the second half, we must attack, relentlessly press forward, and offer Liverpool no respite. By the time the media hears of our premature champagne celebration, they will be left in awe of Chelsea's might. Not only today, but throughout this season, whether in the Premier League or the Champions League, our opponents must tremble beneath our feet. I recall a phrase from Julius Caesar's battle reports, which suits us perfectly. I came, I saw, I conquered. Let us unite our efforts and paint the skies of Europe blue. Long live Kevin. Ramos rose, raising his arm in fervor. Long live. Victory. Champions. With a resounding pop, Ashley Cole uncorked another bottle of champagne, spraying it everywhere. As the bubbles danced, they carried the dreams of men. The golden liquid embodied the pursuit of honor. In this moment, this scene, there were no concerns regarding teammates' wives or celebrity spouses. The players momentarily set aside the boundaries of local factions and other influences within the locker room. The somewhat unmoored Ballack reminisced about his days at Bayer Leverkusen. The helmeted Czech forgot the fear of death. Deco and Carvalho seemed to catch a glimpse of Mourinho during his Porto days. Words such as effort, passion, struggle, and ambition intertwined, leaving no room for the notion of salary. The stars of Chelsea vaguely recalled their childhood selves, running through the streets in a pure pursuit of victory. Perhaps, for a fleeting moment, they forgot about money and beauty, immersing themselves entirely in football. Yet, even within the confines of a single half or an even shorter span of time, these moments were destined to become the most treasured memories. Long live Kevin. Long live Kevin. Long live Kevin. Villa's Boas joined in the fervent cheers. Upon regaining composure, he realized that yet another responsibility had been stripped from him as the interim head coach. In the realm of tactical formations, it is Mourinho who holds the reins, rendering the halftime pep talk unnecessary for him. Boas chuckled and shook his head, relieved that he would soon master the art of magic. Even Kevin pales in comparison to him. As the halftime break concluded, The Chelsea team strode out of the locker room with an air of confidence. Upon exiting, Ramos forcefully slapped his thigh in frustration. Damn it! Such a pivotal moment when uncaptured. This would have been invaluable footage for the future, showcasing true talent and leadership. Neither Raul nor Maldini can hold a candle to Kevin. Gerrard followed his teammates out of the away team's locker room, and upon witnessing Chelsea's buoyant spirit, he felt a surge of irritation. He had overheard the raucous atmosphere emanating from the home team's quarters. This is utterly perplexing. The trailing team is infused with fervor. Yet you are ahead by 2 goals. What more do you want? Blue, our dreams. Football, our passion. United we stand, and victory is our aim. Whether basking in sunshine or drenched by rain, please continue to support us. For we are Chelsea. As both teams re-entered the pitch, Liverpool commenced the second half with a kickoff, and Chelsea immediately unleashed a fierce press. Gerrard, upon receiving the ball, quickly passed it back. His instincts were not mistaken. Chelsea's midfield was electrified, reminiscent of a team trailing in the final minutes of a Champions League final. Damn, this is uncanny. Carragher received the ball in defense and swiftly passed it sideways. Being a traditional center-back, his passing ability was modest. Under pressure, Arbeloa launched the ball forward. Finding Gerrard with precision, Gerrard nudged it forward, and the ball rolled past Ballack. Quit surged past Huang Kaiwen to receive the pass. Taking a step before delivering a through ball, Terry burst forth, intercepting the ball and sending it to Aurelio. Terry collided with Aurelio, causing the ball to roll towards Quit. Anticipating Quit's move, Terry positioned himself to regain possession and return the ball to Carvalho. Remarkably, Terry was particularly active today. Ramos transmitted the ball forward. Huang Kaiwen distributed it wide for Joe Cole's cross, and Carragher, yet again, sent the ball into his own net. A stunning lob that sailed over Reina's head, 41. Stamford Bridge resonated with the name Jamie Carragher, as Chelsea fans expressed their gratitude for Carragher's 2 contributions to their scoring against Liverpool. With the odds at 12 against 10, Gerrard was left bewildered, chuckling at how his teammates relentlessly aimed for their own goal. Old Kevin fan exclaimed, "Wow, Carragher is phenomenal. Carragher scores twice, my father scores twice." Gerrard nets 1, and today Liverpool's offensive was overwhelming. Huang's father, could hardly match their prowess. Ha ha ha, could it be that the score is mistaken? With Carragher scoring twice, shouldn't it be Chelsea 23, Liverpool? Benitez had me in stitches, no longer concerned with his frog-like demeanor. As he pointed at the pitch and shouted, "Isn't it clear that Carragher should be aiming for Chelsea's goal?" Today, Carragher has truly captured the spotlight, showcasing an astonishingly high success rate in seizing opportunities. He reclines just outside the penalty area, reluctant to rise. The memory of his own unfortunate own goals weighs heavily on his mind, yet today he finds himself reliving a similar scene. Carragher recalls that he has now equaled Thierry Henry's record of goals scored against Liverpool. He begins to ponder whether he should retire, for if he continues in this manner, he may surpass Henry and become the player with the most goals against Liverpool in the Premier League era. Gerrard stands in the midfield, utterly unsure of how to console Carragher, or perhaps he is unable to even comfort himself. With 2 own goals from teammates in a single match, the situation seems untenable. Even he, as the captain, wishes for the game to conclude swiftly, let alone the other players. After the Chelsea players finished their celebrations, the Liverpool players sluggishly returned to the midfield. Benitez, observing the players' demeanor, cannot help but shake his head. His peripheral vision catches a glimpse of Chelsea's coaching staff. He is astonished to discover that Mourinho's assistant possesses a rather uncanny knack for the supernatural. Were it not for some form of curse, Carragher would not have scored 2 own goals. It is indeed not Carragher's fault. After the match, he candidly addresses the players, urging them not to take it to heart. Such occurrences are beyond human control. It appears that the magical influence of the duo, Tom and Jerry, still lacks the potency to support his craft. The elusive, sentient toad remains a challenging find. Later, he plans to procure some foreign varieties through friends for cultivation. Perhaps he should also alter the music accompanying the toad's growth. As Spanish tunes may not be conducive to enhancing spiritual energy, Brazilian music might be a more fitting choice. As Liverpool resumes play, Keane passes the ball laterally once more. Albert Riera nudges the ball forward, accelerating ahead. Joe Cole steps up to defend, yet this time Riera simply returns the pass without any intention of dribbling. Carragher's own goal has irrevocably shifted the momentum of the match. The Liverpool players seem eager to clock out. Mascherano receives the ball and delivers it directly to Gerrard. who sends a precise pass forward. Keane receives the ball and attempts a deft touch, but fails to deceive Ballack. As Ballack moves laterally with Keane, he unexpectedly extends his leg. Keane, trying to pivot quickly, is caught off guard as Ballack retracts his foot and strikes again, completely outmaneuvering him. The ball ricochets behind Keane. Gerrard rushes forward, but Deco is closer. Deco advances, immediately turning to pass, only for Gerrard to inadvertently strike Deco's shoelaces. Ashley Cole notices that Kevin Huang is finally unmarked and decisively delivers a direct pass forward. Seizing the moment, Huang lifts his foot, sending the ball ahead of him. De Jong stands in his path. Huang deftly uses the inside of his right foot to redirect the ball to his left. Disaster looms. The recovering Quit senses that De Jong is about to be surpassed and rushes to provide backup. Indeed, at the moment De Jong stretches out his leg, Huang swiftly sends the ball forward with his left foot. De Jong, already committed, finds it impossible to shift his weight in time, forcing him to bend over and turn. While Huang accelerates past him with ease, Quit pressed against Huang Kaiwen on the left side, while the flustered De Jong followed closely in pursuit. Quit persistently used his body to obstruct Huang, preventing him from sprinting at full capacity. The atmosphere at Stamford Bridge was charged with boos and curses. After the fear of Huang potentially facing a 6-month injury layoff, Chelsea fans were understandably anxious about him sustaining another injury. Now, whoever dared to challenge Huang would become the public enemy of West London. The two players, one leading and the other trailing, surged toward Liverpool's penalty area. The Liverpool players at the edge of the box hurriedly prepared for Huang's advance. Drogba stood at the arc's edge, requiring defensive coverage. Reina adjusted his position within the small box, his mind racing with calculations. If the situation turned dire, he might opt to rush out. With one player dribbling the ball and two defenders in pursuit, alongside an entire defensive line poised for action, the contrasting emotions among the fans were palpable. In just 2 seconds, Huang had reached the front of the penalty area. De Jong seized the opportunity to extend his foot, yet Huang, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, deftly nudged the ball forward. He accelerated past Abeloa, successfully breaking through the encirclement of 3 defenders and entering the box. Adger dashed into the penalty area, while Carragher could only rely on Drogba. Simultaneously, Reina reacted, charging towards Huang. 2 defenders approached from different angles, and Adger, unable to execute a sliding tackle, found himself impeded by Reina, who had arrived at the forefront. In that fleeting moment, Huang seized the opportunity to slightly shift his body. With the inside of his right foot, he deftly pushed the ball, which rolled past Reina's grasp and into the far corner of the net. 5-1. Hail St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! Stamford Bridge bore witness to Huang Kaiwen's magnificent solo run. Liverpool's defense, once formidable, had been rendered porous by a singular talent. With no alternative, the crowd erupted in fervent chants of their number 10's name, eager for their new idol to feel their exuberance. Kevin! 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 Goal! 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 Kevin once again altered the scoreline, achieving a hat-trick. According to my records, this marked Chelsea's largest margin against Liverpool. However, the goal difference matched that of the 0-1-0-2 seasons Chelsea 4, Liverpool 0. Yet with Kevin on the field, the records set by Hasselbank and Gudjohnsen would soon fade into history. Kevin seems destined to shatter records. He has transcended the sport itself. The English may claim to be the birthplace of modern football, but has history ever seen a player greater than Kevin? Or perhaps the sport was conceived for his brilliance. The sun has long set on the British Empire, and it is high time for England to relinquish their unfounded pride. Perhaps next summer, they might invite Kevin to star in a James Bond film. I've heard that all 007 actors are British. It is time to break that tradition. If Kevin were to take on a role, it would not solely be his glory, but rather the honor of the 007 series. Although Kevin has yet to star in a film, my past experiences lead me to believe that if he desires it, he can certainly achieve it. Should Kevin choose to participate in 007, he would become the first man to sweep all 3 major European awards and Hollywood for his performance in an action film, claiming every Best Actor title. In the VIP box, Abramovich clapped incessantly. He has always been a regular at Stamford Bridge, and since Kevin Huang's transfer to Chelsea, he has not missed a single home match. Those British tabloids consider his demands extravagant, mocking his understanding of football. To that, he can only assert that those old Englishmen know nothing of politics or football. Now, the two nations have begun to unite once more. Beyond his economic and athletic value, Kevin Huang embodies a significant symbolic importance. The Emperor has inquired several times about Kevin's situation at Chelsea. The British truly comprehend nothing. As long as he avoids mistakes, there is virtually no security concern. Is the life of a billionaire not worth that much? Abramovich even believes this transfer to be exceedingly cost-effective. Previously, when Lampard was around, he had lent his yacht to Lampard for leisure. However, regarding Kevin, Abramovich feels that lending a yacht would be somewhat petty. If Chelsea secures the Champions League this season, he might as well order a new small yacht from Germany, as a few £1,000,000 in bonuses would be fitting for all that Kevin Huang brings. Come over. Hurry up. Ramos beckoned from the backfield. Bollock jogged over and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you not celebrating because Kevin saved your penalty?" Ramos fixed his gaze on Bollock, ready to slap him if he displayed any inappropriate expression. "No, I'm just not used to it," Bollock explained. Back in Germany, his relationships with teammates were rather lukewarm, given that he was an East German player. Over time, that became the norm. You could change that when Kevin creates a goal. Make an effort to celebrate with him, Ramos suggested, patting Bollock on the shoulder. Bollock remarked, "He's in his 30s, yet he's being schooled by a younger player." He glanced at Kevin Huang and thought to himself, "Never mind, I'll endure it." Mourinho had never favored him, and the number 10 was evidently more popular with the coach. "I'll do my best," Bollock nodded. Robbie Keane, like a zombie, took the kickoff once more. He seemed completely disengaged. Today, he had been the one to initiate play repeatedly. After passing the ball back, he immediately surged forward, charging directly towards Chelsea's penalty area. It was not his fault that his teammates could not pass. He could not be blamed for that. Gerrard received a return pass from a teammate and had to carry the ball forward himself. Now his teammates treated the ball as if it were scalding hot, passing it to him whenever he received it. If he didn't take possession, they wouldn't be able to play. Coutinho was still somewhat effective, but he needed to closely mark the opposing player. In such a situation, Gerrard had no choice but to rely on himself. He pressed on, dragging his weary body forward. Today he endured both physical and psychological torment. In a moment of distraction, Gerrard, having just crossed the halfway line, collided with Bollock, who swiftly extended his foot to reclaim possession. With a decisive pass, he sent the ball across to Deco. As Deco seized the ball, the Liverpool players instinctively shifted towards the side of Kevin Huang, their intent clear. They wished to avoid becoming mere background for an exquisite goal. Observing 4 players on the left flank, Deco deftly flicked the ball towards the right. Joe Cole surged towards the Liverpool penalty area, igniting yet another Chelsea counterattack. The temperature within Stamford Bridge soared dramatically. Chelsea's previously robust style had fused with increasingly intricate play, thereby elevating Joe Cole's value. The delightful combinations, once the hallmark of London's neighbours, Arsenal, had now become a regular feature of Chelsea's offensive strategies. They could scarcely anticipate the nature of the team's next goal. Kevin Huang and Drogba surged forward at pace. Although Joe Cole skillfully evaded Mascherano's flying tackle, he found himself cornered by Aurelio near the touchline. "Pass!" came the shout, prompting Joe Cole to instinctively backheel the ball. Ramos, receiving the pass, surged forward. As he prepared to deliver a cross to the left, he altered his course upon observing Huang's movement. With a swift motion, Ramos executed a less-than-stellar through ball. Yet, Liverpool's defensive focus remained on the left, allowing Drogba, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, to receive the ball effortlessly. Adger, committed to a sliding tackle, found himself isolated. Should he be bypassed, it would lead to a clear shot on goal. The opposing player fell swiftly, and Drogba, unable to react in time, watched as the ball was sent flying several meters away by Adger's forceful intervention. Liverpool players, sprinting back alongside Huang, were quick to respond. Huang seized the moment to decelerate, sensing that Deco would likely retrieve the ball first. Deco, anticipating the play, surged ahead and delivered a precise through pass in front of De Jong. Huang pivoted and launched himself in pursuit of the ball. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Andy Gray shook his head in disbelief, remarking that Liverpool appeared to be akin to bees drawn to honey, completely led by Chelsea's momentum. It seemed inevitable that Liverpool would succumb today. Mascherano charged towards Kevin, tripping over his foot and tumbling down. "A long shot," Martin Tyler exclaimed. The ball found the net. With this 4th goal from Huang, Liverpool's resolve shattered completely. Keane gestured for a substitution from the sidelines, evidently unwilling to remain on the pitch any longer. Chelsea players joyfully surged forward to celebrate with Huang, a scene that had repeated itself multiple times throughout the match. Benitez might as well kiss his toad. hoping that it might transform into Alan Hansen and Dalglish to salvage Liverpool's plight. Even the most resilient Liverpool fans could not contain their despair. The away supporters began to exit the stands in droves, having come not to witness their team being thoroughly vanquished. The vacant seats bore witness to a few steadfast fans, determined to remain until the end, much like their team's solitary goal today, standing alone like a solitary numeral. On the home side, Mourinho stood with hands in pockets, a broad smile illuminating his face. The power of the Ganges water is indeed formidable. Benitez's attempt at cunning has finally backfired. From this day forth, he wields both tactical acumen and divination skills, complemented by the prowess of Chelsea's number 10, who in Europe can challenge the likes of Jose Mourinho. Upon his return home, he plans to watch films and study the movements of Marlon Brando, for a master strategist must embody the essence of a true master. Even in the face of explosions or avalanches, one must not display excessive emotion, but rather exude a calm demeanor that asserts his uniqueness to the world. On the pitch, Ramos once again surged down the right flank, delivering a cross from the edge of the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen darted in from the left to head the ball, and Carragher, positioned at the goal, seized the opportunity to score, breaking through Liverpool's defenses once more. Yes, Mourinho, with arms flailing in wild celebration, resembled a frenzied toy. Nearby Chelsea fans exchanged worried glances, questioning whether their coach had lost his senses. Yet, moments later, the exuberant coach abruptly halted, tucking his hands back into his pockets, leaving several Chelsea supporters bewildered by this unexpected side of Mourinho. Carragher's own goal hat-trick had utterly shattered Liverpool's confidence. Though the match was not yet concluded, the players lay sprawled on the grass, unwilling to rise. Chelsea players celebrated as if victory was already theirs. Ramos, observing the sidelines, remarked with dissatisfaction, "Kevin, that assistant coach is preparing to substitute you. Only 4 goals in, and he's taking you off? Does he have an issue with you?" "Don't be absurd," Huang Kaiwen retorted, covering Ramos's mouth. "And remember to address Mr. Villas-Boas as coach, not some mere assistant." "All right," Ramos nodded, conceding that there was reason in Kaiwen's words. Huang Kaiwen strode towards the sidelines. Huntelaar quickly reached out, pulling Huang Kaiwen into a tight embrace, and exclaimed, "Your goals are magnificent. If I possessed even half your talent, I wouldn't be sitting on the bench." Huang Kaiwen chuckled, giving Huntelaar a friendly pat on the shoulder and nudging him back onto the field. "Dutch players have an eye for talent and a way with words. Perhaps I should suggest to Mr. Abramovich to recruit more Dutchmen later." Villas-Boas approached, draping an arm over Huang Kaiwen's shoulder, unperturbed by the sweat staining his expensive suit. "I believe victory is assured. It would be prudent to rest now and return to the Bernabeu to show them what we're truly capable of," he stated. "You call the shots, coach," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "But I have no quarrel with Real Madrid." "You call the shots, Kaiwen," Villas-Boas echoed, mimicking Huang Kaiwen's tone. Huang Kaiwen took a towel and settled back onto the bench. As the match neared its conclusion, Joe Cole delivered a corner kick to Drogba, who headed the ball, sealing the score at 81. The final whistle blew, and Stamford Bridge erupted into a joyous sea of celebration. Despite the previous encounter with Manchester City, where they managed to score in double digits, it is the battles among the Big Four that represent the pinnacle of the Premier League. Today, the annihilation of Liverpool not only made history, but also affirmed Chelsea's formidable strength. The fans in the stands jumped up and down shoulder to shoulder, chanting Huang Kaiwen's name. Huang Kaiwen took a bow with his teammates. "Kaiwen, are you going to the press conference?" asked Boas. "Forget it. I'm a bit tired," replied Huang Kaiwen. "All right, John. Go to the press conference," Boas said, embracing Terry as they walked towards the players' tunnel. Attending the press conference is also one of the captain's responsibilities. At the post-match press conference, Benitez did not attend at all. His assistant spoke a few words before leaving in a dejected manner. This, however, did not prevent Fleet Street from later publishing an article titled "Benitez Fumes, Clashes with Liverpool Dressing Room." "John, could you tell us why you won by such a large margin today?" "Velas, can you share the secret to today's resounding victory?" "Real Madrid seems to be back on track. Do you have confidence for the upcoming match against them?" "Why was Kaiwen substituted early? Why did Bozingwa appear in a defensive midfield position?" "Mr. Boas, your team's performance has surpassed that of Mourinho. Does that indicate you are the more suitable coach for Chelsea?" Boas smiled. Although being a head coach sounded exhilarating, he still felt that Mourinho was somewhat stronger. Having worked closely with Mourinho, he had gained a clear understanding of his methods. Once the reporters had finished their inquiries, Boas spoke. Firstly, Jose is one of the most important figures in the team. The tactics and the starting lineup are all arranged by him, so winning isn't solely my achievement. As for the secret behind our victory, I can only tell you that Kaiwen was pivotal. Regarding the match against Real Madrid, I believe Chelsea will have no issues. We are a team capable of conquering Europe, and we do not fear our opponents on that journey. Terry immediately added, when we entered the dressing room at halftime. Ashley popped the champagne, just as you might expect. I felt uneasy at that moment, but Kaiwen stood up and told us that if we celebrated prematurely and lost, it would become a joke. He delivered an inspiring speech, encouraging us to continue our offensive in the second half, and as you saw, the whole team defended our honor with goals. Does that suggest that Kaiwen is more suited for the captaincy than you? A reporter asked. Terry glanced at the questioning reporter, sensing an attempt to stir discord between him and Kaiwen. He shook his head and replied, who the captain is doesn't matter. If Kaiwen wanted the armband, I would willingly give it to him, but I don't believe he is that kind of person. If you know Kaiwen in life, you would find him very easygoing and generous. Everyone in the team enjoys being his teammate. What about Carragher's unfortunate own goal hat trick? Terry said, I can only say he is an unlucky fellow. Defenders sometimes score own goals, but today he just happened to score a few too many. Terry stood up and said, we are still planning to celebrate our victory, so we won't answer any more of your questions here. Boas smiled as he stood up, nodding to the reporters. The lessons from two fallen aristocrats were always evident in his demeanor. Once back in the dressing room, Boas declined the players' invitation to celebrate. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos departed from the nightclub early, as both had other engagements the following day. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen sank into the sofa, reflecting on how the Chelsea nightlife crowd truly knew how to indulge, feeling weary even after a match followed by a brief sojourn in the club. Ramos brewed a pot of green tea and poured a cup, offering it to Huang Kaiwen. Just what I needed. Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he accepted the cup. Ramos nodded with a smile. Tomorrow, we shall view some properties. If your funds fall short, feel free to use mine. Are you suggesting that a Champions League winning defender would take out a loan to buy a house? Huang Kaiwen teased, sipping his tea. Ramos, somewhat awkward, was reluctant to accept even a loan, yet the exorbitant property prices in West London rendered his finances insufficient for living nearby. No worries, if it comes to that. I shall take out a loan, Ramos replied cheerfully. I will inevitably recoup my investments. Huang Kaiwen retorted, with your business acumen, you would struggle to afford a house even in Somalia, let alone London. Cough, cough. Sergio, perhaps we should embark on this business venture together, Huang Kaiwen hastily advised. All right, let us scout some properties tomorrow, Ramos replied with a grin. Observing Huang Kaiwen's short hair, he resolved to cut his own hair after moving out, wishing to surprise Huang Kaiwen. Ah, Dad, be quiet, Paul. Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but curse as he ascended the stairs, vowing to stew that pesky bird one day. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen had yet to rise, while news of the red and blue clash had swept across Europe. The Times reported, Kevin's 4 goals and 2 assists, alongside Carragher's blunders, decisively ended the match. His speech in midfield piqued considerable curiosity. It is evident that this superstar has become an indispensable member of Chelsea. The Manchester Evening News commented, Carragher's own goal hat trick surpassed Henry as the player with the most goals against Liverpool. We suggest that own goals be included in assist statistics, for fairness to those who create them. Kevin's statistics for the match should stand at 4 goals and 2 assists, despite the latter being assists for Carragher's own goals. The Daily Mail noted, according to our sources, Chelsea fans are gravely concerned about manager Mourinho's mental state, as his unusual behavior in the stands has led them to suspect he is under immense pressure. The Sun reported, Chelsea's interim coach Villas-Boas has been frequently seen at the British Museum, perhaps having discovered the secret to victory therein. Additionally, our lip-reading expert suggests that Ramos appears dissatisfied with Bozingua. Mourinho must address the team's issues. La Gazzetta dello Sport remarked, with a stunning shot from the edge of the penalty area, Kevin once again struck a world-class goal from the right side. While other players lament their top 10 career goals, Kevin is already evaluating his 10 least remarkable goals. After watching the match between Chelsea and Liverpool, Buffon proactively participated in a telephone interview, stating, Kevin appears poised to shatter a series of records in the Premier League. However, before that, there remains Chelsea's all-time scoring record. Although Kevin is indeed magnificent, he has yet to break the scoring record of a single club. This is primarily because his tenure at each team has been relatively brief. Nevertheless, a player of his caliber deserves to inscribe his name among the all-time top scorers of a club, and Chelsea presents a most fitting option. The Pope articulated his thoughts in the Roman Sports Daily, asserting, "The stronger our union with God, the more frequent our prayers," allowing us to focus on the essence of understanding that the establishment of God's kingdom does not stem from our own might, but rather from God's miraculous workings within our frailty. To defend the legitimacy of his apostolic identity, Paul fervently implored God in prayer, experiencing divine visions and revelations, immersing himself in profound intimacy with the divine. It is in our weakest moments that we discover our greatest strength. Kevin serves as a splendid example. The Pope believes that the professor from Charing Cross Hospital did not speak falsely, yet Kevin's recovery period transformed from over 6 months to approximately half a month. This embodies the gospel of God. Those who steadfastly believe in the Lord will receive his response. After rising, Kevin met with Ramos and a real estate agent. Ramos himself possessed limited funds and had already purchased 2 properties in Spain. The exorbitant property prices in West London prompted Ramos to insist on not using Kevin's money. After viewing 2 properties, he finalized a decision to secure a mortgage for one. Kevin could only nod in agreement, reasoning that purchasing property in London would not result in a loss. To his surprise, the housing issue was resolved swiftly. "Let us dine out for lunch," Kevin suggested. "Excellent. I saw a wonderful restaurant featured on a travel show," Ramos enthusiastically replied. "Then let us proceed," Ramos declared, leading them to a location in West London, just a 10-minute drive away. Upon arriving, a journalist suddenly emerged, blocking Kevin's path, and inquired. Pellegrini stated that Real Madrid is the reigning champion of the Champions League and will defend their honor. "What do you have to say about that, Kevin?" With a smile, Kevin replied, "Real Madrid is indeed the monarch of football's historical continuum. However, history teaches us that new dynasties will inevitably arise." Later, upon returning home, Kevin witnessed Pellegrini's press conference regarding the Madrid derby, where Real Madrid triumphed over Atletico Madrid with a score of 4-1. Pellegrini remarked, "Chelsea is a formidable opponent. During my tenure at Villarreal, I encountered Kevin. Together with Chelsea, they should be considered one of the strongest teams in Europe. However, we are Real Madrid, and we shall not cower before any team. Yet, our preparation time has been somewhat limited, which may result in a disadvantage in terms of fitness and form." Kevin promptly gave a thumbs up, acknowledging Pellegrini's astute commentary, having satisfied Florentino's demands without diminishing the team's momentum. It also highlighted the opponent's strength and the unfavorable conditions for Real Madrid. In the event of a defeat, as long as it is not too humiliating, it can easily be attributed to the lack of preparation time. Real Madrid's league match is a day later than Chelsea's, thus affording them 24 hours less to prepare for the Champions League. At that point, they can direct criticism towards the Spanish Football Federation, conveniently shifting the focus away. Such tactics have been employed by Mourinho, Ferguson, and Wenger alike. In essence, every successful manager utilizes this method to divert the attention of fans and the media. The distinction lies in whether they can perform admirably thereafter. If subsequent results are favorable, the incident will be forgotten. Should they fail to deliver, they risk becoming the target of harsh criticism. "Kevin, I ordered fried chicken," Ramos remarked. "I'm celebrating my impending move. You can come stay over any time." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "I certainly will," Ramos nodded in agreement. After tasting a piece, Huang Kaiwen found it excessively greasy. London is replete with fried chicken shops and numerous fish and chips establishments. Occasionally, he is tempted to indulge when he sees others eating. Yet the experience often falls short of satisfaction. Ramos, chuckling, retrieved oranges from the refrigerator, peeling and dicing them artfully, presenting them with toothpicks. "I learned this from a Korean drama. It seems rather tedious," he said. "Fruits are quite expensive there, so one tends to be cautious while enjoying them." Huang Kaiwen chuckled in response. Likewise for Japan, under similar circumstances. In the past, with limited transportation and scarce resources, one had to be more discerning with their meals. Dietary habits are intricately linked to the geographical environment and climate. Those in poverty often face starvation, lacking any pursuit of flavor. When hunger strikes, even dirt could suffice. This meticulous approach to eating stems from material scarcity. My parents' generation experienced this firsthand. In those times, indulging in fried foods was a luxury. Even cooking oil was reused repeatedly. A child who used half a bottle of oil for frying might have faced severe consequences from their parents. Consequently, Huang Kaiwen developed a habit of not wasting food. Even with wealth, He would only buy what he could eat, refraining from excessive purchases that would go to waste. Later, both retired to bed, preparing for the imminent Champions League match. The next day, they arrived at the training facility. Mourinho, clad in training attire, paced back and forth with his hands clasped, stating, "We are about to face one of the strongest teams. I hope you all deliver commendable performances." Subsequently, a meeting was convened in the tactical room. "What does the boss have in mind today?" Ashley Cole whispered. "Probably some targeted strategies," Terry speculated quietly. Mourinho embodies the essence of a comprehensive coach within his team. Players need only focus on their game. The entire squad entered the opulent tactical room, equipped with the latest technological advancements. Boas closed the door, drew the curtains, and activated the projector. Mourinho initiated the PowerPoint presentation, displaying an image of Raul, followed by a montage of his highlights. "You all recognize the captain of Real Madrid. He is certainly not a traditional center forward. As he aged, he gravitated towards a more orchestrative role, embodying the playstyle of a shadow striker or false nine. Thus, my expectations for the defensive midfielder and defenders are clear. Do not allow yourself to be lured by his attention, preventing him from releasing the ball. Xabi Alonso possesses exceptional long-range passing and shooting abilities. Regarding long passes, John, one of you must remain back. I trust you can manage this. As for defending against long shots, exercise caution to deny him any opportunity to strike." Terry nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Understood, boss." Rafael van der Vaart, apart from lacking in physicality, is a player with few deficiencies. Of course, his technical prowess does not reach the elite level, yet he exhibits remarkable agility. The forward line of Real Madrid is notably dynamic. You must maintain your positions and refrain from pressing too high up the pitch. Finally, the most crucial point. You are familiar with the opponent, Cristiano Ronaldo, whose goal-scoring efficiency has increased since his move to La Liga. Mourinho spoke for over an hour before allowing the players to disperse. Villa's Boas, curious, inquired, "Why didn't you address the offensive aspect?" "With Kevin, it is unnecessary. Just provide him ample freedom," Mourinho replied with a smile. "Indeed, Kevin is exceptional," Villa's Boas nodded. "However, Chelsea is not as accommodating." Mourinho shook his head, stating, "Opponents are increasingly tightening their defenses against Kevin. The forward line must possess sufficient passing capability. Neither Drogba nor Huntelaar is ideally suited to partner with Kevin." "Who do you believe would be a better fit?" Villa's Boas asked. "Robin van Persie," Mourinho declared. Villa's Boas chuckled in agreement. "That certainly aligns with Jose's style." In the newspapers, Benzema's name was quite prominent, with rumors suggesting that Wenger and Ferguson were also interested in him. Yet, Mourinho is a man who prefers players proven in mainstream leagues over those he is merely familiar with. As an analyst, he possesses an in-depth understanding of Premier League players. Van Persie, the lad, faced constant injuries after joining Arsenal. Following Henry's departure, he struggled to regain his footing, only to be sidelined again. This season, however, he has improved significantly. Wenger nurtured him for years, and it was a hard-fought development. If Wenger knew of your intentions to poach, he would likely take drastic measures. Villa's Boas pondered further, realizing that Arsenal seemed a more suitable environment for Huang Kaiwen than Chelsea. Among the teams in mainstream leagues with adept passing, Arsenal stands out as one of the finest. Furthermore, Huang Kaiwen rarely retraces his steps to organize play, a characteristic that does not align with Barcelona's style. Arsenal is indeed the most fitting club for him, and Wenger is an exceptional coach. Rather than assembling a squad that suits Huang Kaiwen, would it not be preferable to send him to Arsenal? Villa's Boas couldn't help but smile at this thought, imagining that if he were to voice this to Jose, it might provoke a strong reaction. During the afternoon training session, Huang Kaiwen continued to hold back his full potential. Watching videos of Pelé, one might not perceive the extent of his extraordinary capabilities. Nevertheless, his innate talent and ball sense are remarkably outstanding. With the modern ball, Pelé could easily outshine Neymar in both flair and utility. Physically, the two are not even in the same league. Such talent, when applied diligently in training, can be somewhat overwhelming for teammates. "What am I supposed to do?" Ashley Cole exclaimed after being outmaneuvered by Huang Kaiwen once again, turning to Terry for support. "Perhaps you could reposition Kevin to play on the left flank," Terry remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite anticipating Huang Kaiwen's movements, he remained unable to counter them. The mere alteration in Huang Kaiwen's cadence and stride, devoid of reliance on speed or explosive power, rendered him nearly defenseless. It baffled him how a player could transition from a Brazilian style one moment to that of an Argentine the next. Ashley Cole engaged in defense once more. Huang Kaiwen deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, prompting Cole to shift in response. Only for Huang Kaiwen to deftly redirect the ball with the outside of his foot. Ashley Cole, exasperated, fell to the ground, spreading his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "I'm done, this isn't fun at all. If I follow your movements, you simply change direction. It's not that I can't predict you. Your reactions and acceleration are just too swift." Huang Kaiwen nodded with a smile, continuously maneuvering the ball towards the center. Although he was adept with both feet, there remained a discernible disparity in proficiency between his right and left. During training sessions, and even some matches, he would deliberately utilize his right foot. As he approached the edge of the penalty area, Czech shouted in frustration, "You know you can't shoot over 140 kilometers per hour, right? Hey, Iron Man, that's unfair. Who sets a speed limit for opponents' shots?" Ashley Cole interjected. "Damn it. If you're so capable, why don't you try guarding the goal?" Czech retorted angrily. "Are you ready?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, grinning. Czech nodded with difficulty as Huang Kaiwen expertly flicked the ball beneath him. Czech immediately lunged towards the left side of the goal, yet failed to intercept the shot. This attempt, while not excessively powerful, was executed at a particularly cunning angle. Nestling into the absolute dead zone, such a shot is nearly impossible to save, even in match conditions. "Finally, I can go home," Czech remarked with a smile upon seeing the fitness coach wave him over. "If possible, I'd prefer not to face you in practice either. Unless you're the substitute goalkeeper." Huang Kaiwen chuckled. In training, primary attacking players typically directed their efforts towards the first-choice goalkeeper. Only through high-level competition can one improve. "Perhaps it's best to leave it at that," Czech replied as he followed Huang Kaiwen back to the locker room, shaking his head. Since suffering a concussion from a Reading player, he had become somewhat paranoid, having faced a brush with mortality. Yet, he was not ready to distance himself from football. Each time he stood on the goal line now, it felt like a struggle against himself. Huang Kaiwen patted Czech on the shoulder as he began to undress. Ashley Cole raised an eyebrow at Huang Kaiwen's shorts, saying, "You should really give Rooney a glimpse of this. He might just hide away in a cupboard out of embarrassment." "That fellow was ridiculed by a call girl," Terry explained. "I read that news." Huang Kaiwen chuckled, acknowledging that, whether admitted or not, being mocked in such matters leaves a man with a shadow. As a public figure, Rooney's ability to persevere is a testament to his resolute spirit. "Joe, why do you seem so glum?" Terry inquired. Nothing," Joe Cole hesitated to respond. Huang Kaiwen took note. He needed to cultivate relationships with his teammates in Chelsea as swiftly as possible, and Joe Cole would be an excellent candidate. After everyone had departed, Kevin Huang, accompanied by Ramos, sought out Joe Cole. "What troubles you, mate?" Kevin inquired. Joe glanced at Ramos before Kevin reassured him, "Don't worry, Sergio is quite discreet." "All right then," Joe replied, following them toward the parking lot, gradually admitting, "I think I've come to dislike women." Uffed. Ramos couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter. Kevin, attempting to suppress his amusement, shot Ramos a warning glance to stifle his laughter. "Please, continue," Kevin urged. "I'm not averse to women in a physical sense," Joe clarified. "It's just that I suddenly perceive them as shallow, drawn to me solely because I'm a football star. You've met my ex-girlfriend. She's precisely that way. And others are no different. It's not what I envisioned love to be." "I understand. You've watched too many romantic films, expecting that spark," Ramos remarked. Joe refrained from contesting this observation. Kevin was taken aback. He anticipated encountering someone like Joe in England. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Among English football stars, Joe was relatively scandal-free. Had he not married later on, he might have been labeled otherwise, as the British have a penchant for assigning such tags. Kevin pondered momentarily before stating, "You are a renowned football star, a genius from England. That is an immutable truth. When women approach you, they are engaging with a celebrity. They are drawn in by appearance initially, then gradually come to understand your character, family background, and compatibility of values. You cannot reject the prospect of relationships simply because some may seek to exploit your fame. While this may eliminate opportunistic women, it simultaneously deprives you of the chance to meet genuine ones." Indeed, Kevin is right. Ramos nodded in agreement. "But I don't know how to discern who is sincere," Joe confessed, standing by the car, eager to vent his feelings. The prevailing attitude in England tends to be quite stoic. One cannot show vulnerability on the pitch, nor in matters of the heart. Admitting to teammates that one is troubled by women would surely invite ridicule. Although he had not known Kevin for long, he felt a sense of trust in him. Do you not have a girlfriend at present? Kevin asked. Not exactly. I was dating someone, but I'm uncertain of our compatibility. I've developed feelings for another woman, and it all feels quite complicated. So, I wish to avoid any contact with women for now, Joe candidly responded. Wow, Kevin mused. Having assumed Joe was genuinely hesitant to engage with women. After all this time, it turned out he was simply entangled with one, while being drawn to another. What a predicament. You know Jody Hazel? I found her quite appealing when I saw her in the papers, but I already have a girlfriend, Joe continued. Feeling no need to conceal his thoughts, Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. Joe had good taste. It was no wonder he was tempted to stray despite having a girlfriend. Kevin regarded Jody Hazel as the most striking among the trio of models. So what are your thoughts now? Kevin inquired, pressing his temple contemplatively. I am uncertain whether I should continue to pursue a relationship with Geely, murmured Joe Cole. Have you two already established a relationship? Kevin Huang inquired. Joe Cole nodded in affirmation. Damn, I had thought Joe Cole was rather straightforward, Huang remarked. I cannot say much, as I am not directly involved, he continued. But I must convey one truth. Impulsiveness and reality are worlds apart. Once the fervor diminishes, you may find that the glamorous woman you are enamored with presents numerous complications. As you suggested, due to your status as a star and her affinity for the spotlight, your current girlfriend, having been in your life for a while, might be more suitable if you envision a shared future. After all, the character of Hazel remains an enigma, and it seems your attraction is primarily to her physical allure. With that, Huang and Ramos took their leave. Joe Cole's antics were truly outrageous. The Chelsea squad had arrived in Madrid, initially scheduled to fly in the afternoon. But the timing was altered to the morning due to Huang's situation. This Champions League match had captivated the attention of media worldwide. The Spanish royal family chose this moment to honor Huang, making him the first non-political leader to be inducted as a member of the Order of the Golden Fleece. In the office, Florentino maintained a smile while watching the television. His colleague, Manuel Sierra, well acquainted with him, understood the depths of Florentino's frustration. Following the leak of the recording, Florentino had endured considerable pressure. Just as the team had begun to perform well, the royal family had chosen to contradict him. Bestowing honors upon the opponent just before the Champions League match, broadcast globally, was akin to a direct slap to Florentino's face. It is worth noting that a portion of the fan base remained dissatisfied with Florentino's decision to dismiss Huang. With the royal family's actions, unrest was likely to ensue once more. Sierra asked, "What should we do?" "The wizard is at the hotel, correct?" Florentino queried. "Indeed, and he is unaware that we invited him. He only knows he needs to target Kevin," Sierra confirmed. "That is good. Let us ensure this matter does not implicate us," Florentino replied with a smile. "Call Stefano and have him make a statement." "He may be reluctant," Sierra hesitantly suggested. "Stefano shares a close bond with Kevin. Then employ your intellect to persuade him." Florentino raised his voice. "Is he not troubled by his children? Tell him that if he supports me, I will help him manage those few individuals." "I shall attempt it," Sierra replied, still apprehensive. He did not believe Stefano would be easily swayed. Having interacted with him a few times, he recognized Stefano's cunning nature. Although Florentino currently held the position of Real Madrid president, it did not mean he would always do so. As long as the fans continued to acknowledge Stefano, he remained a club legend, even if stripped of his honorary title by the president. During Calderon's tenure, he had openly criticized him from the fans' perspective. Stefano clearly understood who the club's legends required support from. Sierra, plagued by a headache, stepped outside, realizing that the underlying issue was the fans' incomplete support for Florentino. Upon exiting his office, the sound of smashing echoed behind him, prompting Sierra to quicken his pace, a response he had grown accustomed to. As reported by AS, Stefano believes that Real Madrid can triumph over Chelsea, yet he also noted that a team boasting Kevin possesses boundless potential. Pellegrini must adopt a mindset akin to that of a Champions League final to secure victory. Marca revealed that Kevin has finally received the Golden Fleece Knights medal, marking a historic moment. According to our sources, numerous fans have prepared surprises for Kevin's return. The number of Real Madrid supporters welcoming him at the airport indicates their longing for him. The upcoming Bernabeu clash presents the fans with a dilemma: support Kevin or support Real Madrid. Cruyff expressed his match predictions in a column for Mundo Deportivo, stating that from a rational perspective, Kevin accounted for 87 of the team's crucial goals in previous matches, a staggering figure that underscores his decisiveness. More importantly, Kevin's shot conversion rate hovers around 41, highlighting his proficiency in capitalizing on opportunities. Recently, Real Madrid's performance has seen improvement, yet it pales in comparison to last season's dazzling offense. Pellegrini seems ill-equipped to manage a team of this caliber, and Kevin's absence cannot be compensated for. Soon, the fans will realize that no matter how much Florentino has done, he cannot mend the void left by Kevin's departure, which has shattered the dawn of a new dynasty for Real Madrid. The collapse of the new Galacticos began with the two-legged encounter against Chelsea. Hans Robben, father and agent of Arjen Robben, echoed similar sentiments, asserting that Real Madrid cannot defeat Chelsea due to a lack of respect for individuals. Kevin was forced out, and Al Young inexplicably lost his position. None of this pertains to footballing factors. Someone is suppressing former Real Madrid players, though I cannot disclose their identity. Hans Robben nearly inscribed Florentino's name on his forehead. The entire European football community is watching with bated breath. Real Madrid's overwhelming success is not without its drawbacks. Various legends have emerged to comment on the impending clash of titans. Even Atletico Madrid fans, fresh from their defeat to Real Madrid, await the spectacle. Huang Kaiwen perused the news for a while before opting to draw cards early. Ding! You have obtained the single match experience card for the 1998 to 1999 La Liga season, Real Madrid versus Barcelona, featuring Raul González Blanco, along with Alessandro Rosa Vieira, with his dazzling dribbling skills. To Huang Kaiwen's astonishment, such a combination existed. Raul, the Prince of the Bernabeu, needs no introduction. His dribbling style is characterized by his penchant for intricate feints and direction changes. As for B card, he too is a footballer, albeit one specializing in indoor football. Famously dubbed the Emperor of Indoor Football, Falcao, this individual boasts 5 world indoor football titles. Interestingly, he attempted to play 11A-side football, but was quickly sidelined by a stitch after just a few sprints. It is not to say that Falcao lacks prowess. Yet the physical demands of the two styles of football diverge significantly. Without long-term training, one cannot adapt to the green pitch. This return to the Bernabeu presents a remarkable pairing of a prince and an emperor, one that is undeniably representative. Huang Kaiwen believes that it would be a disservice to the Real Madrid fans not to utilize them, randomly alternating between a fortified version of Raul and a Pele-level Raul. One is assured of encountering top-tier talent. Therefore, let us proceed forthwith. Beep. The 24-hour experience card for Raul González has been successfully activated, granting the trait of exquisite dribbling. Trait: exquisite dribbling allows Falcao to effortlessly outmaneuver any opponent, enhancing ball control, balance, flexibility, and significantly increasing the success rate of flamboyant football techniques. Very well. This is akin to a Raul hailing from Brazil. I wonder if Raul himself would be astonished by Huang's playing style today. At 5 p.m., Chelsea's bus slowly departed from their hotel, to avoid being taken advantage of by the locals. The club's driver had arrived early to familiarize himself with the route to the away city. As the bus pulled away, the previously congested road beside the hotel became even more chaotic, with Chelsea fans, Real Madrid supporters, and even some clad in AC Milan jerseys shouting Huang Kaiwen's name. Terry's jaw dropped in disbelief. He thought the scene at the airport was exaggerated, yet today surpassed all expectations. Ramos chuckled. When we went to Japan, we had police cars and helicopters clearing the way because Kevin is so popular. I wish I could be that well-liked one day. Huntelaar gazed out the window, lost in thought. Come on, don't dream, Carvalho interjected. Kevin is far from an ordinary player. After our last match against Liverpool, I understood why so many former teammates reminisce about Huang Kaiwen's time with the team. When you face humiliation, he can effortlessly create an own goal to help you save face. Playing alongside such a player alleviates any worries. Furthermore, given Huang Kaiwen's generosity, I have pondered long and hard to find a reason to dislike him. Yet even rivals in his position cannot utter a word against him. Is it strange for fans to miss a player like this? The bus progressed slowly through the streets of Madrid. Countless fans donned in the number 10 jersey raised posters of Huang Kaiwen, as though it were a personal concert. Upon arriving at the Bernabeu, Huang Kaiwen had to disembark early to allow the fans to compose themselves. After 10 minutes of persuasion, the Chelsea players finally managed to navigate their way into the stadium. How absurd, Ashley Cole remarked. Indeed, Kevin may be more popular than the King of Spain. Joe Cole nodded in agreement. That's for certain. There aren't many in Spain who hold affection for that king, Ramos added. Terry stood up, perfect timing, as Kevin and the coach are at the press conference. I have a few things to say. Kevin is absolutely right. We are a team, sharing in both glory and misfortune. You all know how Kevin left Real Madrid. Returning to the Bernabeu today is undoubtedly a profoundly significant experience for him. Thus, I believe we should orchestrate a flawless match to convey to the president of Real Madrid that the absence of Kevin will not render the team as formidable as last season. What a splendid idea. I'm quite familiar with that lad. Leave it to me, Ashley Cole remarked with a smile. Having often been tasked with marking Cristiano Ronaldo in the past. Excellent. Let's strive to maintain a clean sheet today, Terry said, glancing at Ramos and Carvalho. Carvalho nodded in agreement, while Ramos vigorously affirmed. The Chelsea dressing room reached a consensus, ready to showcase their sincerity towards their new teammate through a resounding victory. In the Bernabeu press room, a flurry of questions arose. Jose, today marks the last match of your European ban. Given that it is an away game, will this pose any challenges? Mr. Mourinho, will Kevin be starting today? Kevin, if you score, will you celebrate? Kevin, do you agree with what Robin's father said? Kevin, what are your thoughts on the discord within the Real Madrid locker room? The presence of Mourinho and Huang Kaiwen together ignited a palpable excitement, as it had been quite some time since they appeared jointly at a press conference. If possible, reporters would have liked to affix listening devices to both Mourinho and Huang Kaiwen. Amidst a multitude of journalists, none dared to direct a question towards Pellegrini, leaving him in an awkward position despite his composed demeanor. Mourinho chuckled. This is the Bernabeu. The Real Madrid coach should be interviewed first. Pellegrini took a deep breath, asserting, I stand by my statement. Real Madrid is the reigning champion of the Champions League, and we will strive to defend the Bernabeu. Observing Pellegrini's reluctance to elaborate, Mourinho interjected. Competing away without the ability to direct from the sidelines will indeed have an impact. However, Chelsea is a united team, and the players will come together on the pitch to triumph over any opponent. But if winning is possible without a head coach, does that imply your insignificance? Mourinho's fierce gaze momentarily softened. He, Jose Mourinho, must uphold his composure. Damn those British journalists for asking such questions, he remarked, forcing a smile. I have meticulously arranged the tactics. The players just need to execute them. Huang Kaiwen turned to Raul, who gestured for him to speak first. Huang Kaiwen pulled the microphone closer, smiling as he said, returning to the Bernabeu evokes a complex array of emotions within me. Should I score, I likely will not celebrate, as it would hurt the sentiments of the Real Madrid fans. Will you go easy on them? A reporter inquired. Absolutely not, Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head. I will give my utmost until the final second. This is my code of conduct as a professional athlete. Regardless of whether the opponent is Real Madrid or Milan, I will show no mercy as long as I wear the Chelsea jersey. After the match, I will console my friends should we lose, but during the game, I will have no reservations. This is out of respect for myself, my fans, my coach, and my opponents. So, does that mean Chelsea is guaranteed to win? Huang Kaiwen responded, I did not say that. You may interpret it as you wish. Huang Kaiwen finished speaking and directly pushed away the microphone. Nearby journalists glared at the one who had asked the final question. What on earth? Can't everyone ask questions properly? Raul chuckled and shook his head. Indeed. Kevin remains the focal point of the world even after leaving Real Madrid. Ah, Real Madrid. Raul remarked. This will be a challenging match. It is difficult to face Kevin as an opponent. Nevertheless, my team and I shall exert our utmost efforts to secure victory. The distinction between first and second in the group stage is not of paramount importance, yet for Real Madrid, securing the top position is essential. During this period, both the media and fans have deliberately overlooked the fact that we are currently in the group stage. In reality, it is highly probable that both Real Madrid and Chelsea will advance together. As they departed, both coaches walked ahead. Raul stated, if possible, I truly wish to avoid facing you. Then perhaps you should retire, old man. Huang Kaiwen jested. I am not yet of that age, Raul replied with a sorrowful expression. Jorge and Hugo have come to Bernabeu, yet they wear Chelsea jerseys. Can you comprehend my feelings? Then wait until I retire before having more kids, Huang Kaiwen laughed. Based on my experience, children are quite fond of me. Well, it's not wrong to like you. Had I watched you play during my youth, I would have been your fan as well, Raul waved his hand. We have arrived at the locker room. Next comes the opponent. All right. Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. I shall show no mercy. Raul turned back and said, neither will I. Huang Kaiwen pushed the door open without looking back. Watching Huang Kaiwen enter the visiting team's locker room, Raul took a deep breath and similarly pushed open the locker room door. The battle at Bernabeu was about to commence. Playing against Real Madrid in 2 legs back-to-back requires a display of brilliance to avoid fatigue. Yesterday was a bit disorienting. Old Ye, do take care next time. Old Ye continued to organize the outline, this time without posting it below, haha. In the end, it was still a plea for monthly votes and recommendations. The chapter concludes here. 0319 Bernabeu, your emperor has returned. Chelsea players stood to the side, waiting for Huang Kaiwen to finish changing before heading out together. After adjusting his shoelaces with a snap, Huang Kaiwen tugged at his shorts, ensuring they fit just right. Let us go, he said with a smile. Wait, Kevin, you forgot something, Terry interjected. He approached Huang Kaiwen with a grin, tying the armband he held in his hand onto Huang Kaiwen's left arm, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Let us go, Captain. Thanks, John, Huang Kaiwen nodded. Terry replied with a smile. This is what everyone thinks. With a creak, Huang Kaiwen pushed open the door, and the home locker room door swung open as well. Real Madrid players were preparing to warm up. Huang Kaiwen let his teammates go ahead and took a moment to greet his old friends. Good to see you again, Raul said seriously. Next comes the opponent. Good luck, old man. Huang Kaiwen nodded with a smile. Hey, Kevin, Sneijder acknowledged with a nod. Let us go, Wesley. Huang Kaiwen patted Sneijder on the shoulder. Welcome back, Pepe grinned. Huang Kaiwen gently patted Pepe on the shoulder, encouraging him. Come on, Harvey. He took the initiative to greet Alonso, believing that even if they were not former teammates, there was no need for differential treatment. It was imperative that the entire football world felt the warmth of the King of Yellow. Alonso paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile at Huang Kaiwen. Upon seeing him, memories of that night, when 2 penalty shots were saved, flooded back. Long time no see, Casillas remarked. It has indeed been a while, Yinger. How is Puyol? Huang Kaiwen inquired, raising an eyebrow. Casillas looked at Huang Kaiwen in disbelief, wondering why he always posed such questions. We spoke on the phone earlier. He mentioned that Barcelona is in good shape now, he eventually responded. Well, if I score, don't be upset, Huang Kaiwen said with a smile, retracting his outstretched hand. I'll do my utmost to prevent you from scoring, Casillas replied. Cristiano Ronaldo emerged from the dressing room, his demeanor slightly awkward. The media had drawn too many comparisons between him and Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen approached and draped his arm around Ronaldo's shoulder, saying, keep going. All right. Ronaldo nodded in response. As Huang Kaiwen walked alongside Ronaldo, he continued, you need not concern yourself with such matters. You are neither me nor the Brazilian Ronaldo. You are a remarkable player in your own right. There's no need to impose pressure on yourself due to football politics. Mr. Franco's approach is unfair to you, and your ability to withstand the pressure already demonstrates that you surpass many others. We are rivals, Ronaldo interjected, halting his steps. As reported by AS, they claim I could replace you. Shouldn't you be hoping for my performance to falter? There is no animosity between us, Huang Kaiwen replied, continuing to walk forward without turning back, casually raising his left arm in farewell. I have never cared about how well others play, no matter how well they perform. It cannot compare to my own prowess. Ronaldo stood still, watching Huang Kaiwen gradually exit the players' tunnel, astonished. That was truly audacious. Yet it sounds remarkably impressive, he thought. Kaiwen, Ronaldo called out. As Huang Kaiwen was about to step out of the players' tunnel, he paused and turned to Ronaldo, asking, what is it? Do you often watch highlights of my games? Ronaldo queried. Otherwise, how could you always see through my dribbling? Huang Kaiwen chuckled. You may take it that way. He felt somewhat helpless, unable to explain that he learned from Peak. Receiving the answer he sought, Ronaldo nodded, confirming his suspicions. With Huang Kaiwen taking his final step, the long-awaited Bernabeu Stadium erupted in cheers. St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen. The noise from the crowd instantly exceeded 140 decibels, rivaling the sound of an aircraft taking off, and continued to escalate. Though the official match had yet to commence, the atmosphere had already reached a fever pitch. After entering the field, Huang Kaiwen applauded the surrounding stands, acknowledging the support of the home fans, even in an away match in the Champions League. Kaiwen, Rachel Harwood exclaimed in excitement. Her father was a Chelsea supporter, and she had never been particularly interested in football until Huang Kaiwen's transfer to Chelsea, at which point she embraced her family's tradition and began to support the team. She is not a superficial person. It is primarily Kevin's passion for philanthropy and his devout faith that captivates her. Thus far, she has only starred in Peter Pan and Perfume. Yet both have received favorable acclaim. Rachel believes that once she achieves greater fame, she will have the opportunity to visit Chelsea Football Club, where she could capture a photograph with Kevin. Raul gazed melancholically at the raucous away fans in the stands. A mother accompanied her 2 children, bouncing and cheering in a manner that overshadowed even the most fervent supporters from London. One might mistakenly assume they hailed from the sun never sets empire. With over 100 servants at their beck and call, even family members supported the opposing team. How could one triumph in such a match? The Prince of Bernabeu remains merely a prince. Raul began to empathize with King Juan Carlos I. With numerous children, surely one could be found to support him. Nadal sat alongside Inzaghi in the box. Nadal, speaking with a fluent Milanese accent, inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be playing during the season? Why invite me to Bernabeu to watch the match?" "I wish to grant the youth a chance," Inzaghi retorted stubbornly. Recently, Ancelotti often employed a lone striker, leaving even Torres and YMB competing for the position, leaving scant opportunities for the seasoned players. "Well, that's not too bad. Today is destined to be a grand match." Nadal replied cheerfully. "By the way, who are you supporting today, Chelsea or Real Madrid?" Inzaghi countered. I support Kevin and Real Madrid. Ideally, Kevin would score 6 goals. And Real would score 8, Nadal said. Shouldn't it be Kevin scoring 1 and Real scoring 6? Inzaghi remarked. Nadal sighed. Do you think that is possible? Kevin scores 5 goals each time he plays against Barcelona. If Florentino drives Kevin away, upon his return today, he should at least score 6. However, whether Real can score 8 remains uncertain. That makes sense, Inzaghi nodded. Little Kevin can be quite petty. Whoever offends him. He remains silent, but takes it out on the field, severely tarnishing the image of the Milan trio. After the match, we must advise him to be a bit more magnanimous. Look at Filippo Inzaghi. Even against Juventus, he seldom performs hat tricks, preserving the legacy. Manuel Sierra accompanied Florentino. Both having removed their suits, they sat discreetly in a Café Tapas, across from the Bernabeu, donning flat caps. This establishment offered a perfect view of the grand screen, displaying the history of Bernabeu in black and white, recounting the triumphs of Stefano and Ginto, leading to the modern reconstruction of the stadium. Florentino nodded in satisfaction, stating, Chelsea ought to be made aware of what it means to be the foremost footballing institution in history. This documentary is quite commendable. Indeed, as we have paid a handsome price for it. Manuel Sierra chuckled. He had been working with the construction company and Real Madrid for some time. Although still somewhat unfamiliar with the inner workings of the football club, his operational prowess is remarkable. Whenever Florentino has a request, he invariably finds a way to resolve it. This is the secret to his status as Florentino's most trusted confidant. Redondo, Hierro, Figo, Zidane. Florentino remarked, Look, the history of Real Madrid is replete with countless superstars. They are merely a part of Real Madrid, and no one can claim to be a part of its legacy. Indeed, Sierra nodded emphatically. At that moment, an unwelcome figure appeared on the screen, a montage of spectacular goals, evidently longer and more frequent than those of the other players. The scene of him lifting the trophy alongside Raul faded into calm, but the fans entering the stadium were exuberantly chanting that name. Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. Florentino hurled his coffee cup to the floor and turned to inquire, What is happening? Why is Kevin appearing in the footage? Sierra wiped his brow with the back of his hand and replied, I had seen it before. There was no Kevin. Damn it. The person who made this film is fired, Florentino stated. We hired an external company, Sierra quietly reminded him. Then they can forget about the final payment. Florentino exclaimed in anger. Sweat continued to bead on Sierra's forehead, yet he pressed on. Due to their busy schedule, they only accepted full payment. Hence there is no final payment. Damn it. Who was responsible for screening the footage at the Bernabeu? Tell him he is fired. Florentino cursed as he watched the documentary loop again. All right, I will call immediately, Sierra nodded. Florentino rose, preparing to enter the venue. Initially, he intended for this film to convey to the fans that Real Madrid's greatness is not contingent upon any single individual. Now, it had transformed into a personal promotional piece for Huang Kaiwen. He believed Sierra must have previewed the footage beforehand. Thus, today's situation was not simple. Even if the external company created 2 versions, it would require the complicity of an insider at the Bernabeu to release this version on match day. Damn it. Those traitorous bastards. Upon meeting Abramovich and entering the box together, Florentino had already donned a smile. Even in anger, he could not show it in front of the Chelsea owner. The 2 men shook hands and sat down, both smiling. The players were in the final phase of warm-up. Suddenly, the stadium's sound system resonated with Robin's voice. Robin announced over the broadcast, We cannot play football forever, but we can be friends for a lifetime. There was once someone who, on every teammate's anniversary, would extend his best wishes. His talent is unparalleled, and his character is amiable, making him dependable both on and off the pitch. He is the player who has scored the most goals against Barcelona, even though we now serve two different teams. I hope our friendship endures. The prelude to the famous song Auld Lang Syne began to play. Robin is an astute individual, achieving commendable success in various realms, though not in singing. In his resonant voice, the grand chorus of Bernabeu resonated throughout the stadium. Auld Lang Syne, our friendship everlasting. Friends, let us raise our glasses and sing in unison, for our friendship shall endure. The intertwining of Spanish and English filled the skies of Madrid as the sun began to dip below the horizon. Florentino, forcing a smile, glanced at Abu and said, "I apologize, I have some matters to attend to." "By all means," Abu replied with a grin, gesturing dismissively. As Florentino stepped out of the box, he eagerly retrieved his phone and dialed Sierra. The call connected, and he exclaimed, "Damn it, tell that DJ to get lost." And as for Robin, find a place this summer to ensure he's out too. They are all fired. I don't want to see those bastards again. Get them out of here quickly. Florentino cursed vehemently while standing by the window. As the players returned to the tunnel, he noticed a large banner unfurling in the stands, which somewhat lifted his spirits. So many Champions League trophies displayed. Real Madrid truly is a unique club. However, in the next moment, he spotted another banner rising slowly from the southern stand, featuring an image of Kevin Huang embracing the numbers 7 and 14. Damn it, didn't T security check the banners? He fumed. How could Bernabeu allow opponents to display such banners? They are being paid by Real Madrid. Tell security to get lost. And that mascot, how dare he greet the opponents? He has fired too. Raul was even joking with the opposition upon entering. He also needs to be let go. Quickly find him a team. Preferably one without Champions League aspirations. Send him to the U.S. or the Middle East to retire. Sierra took the phone away from his ear, contemplating the gravity of Florentino's words. According to him, there were far too many individuals at Real Madrid who deserved dismissal. Many of these employees had dedicated over a decade, even two, to the club. When Florentino graduated from university, some of these individuals were already part of the Bernabeu staff. Dismissing any one of them would make headlines. Letting all of them go might incite not just the fan organizations, but potentially the unions to raise issues with Real Madrid. Sierra shook his head repeatedly, realizing he would have to wait for Florentino to regain his composure before attempting to persuade him otherwise. Despite the demanding nature of working at Real Madrid, being part of the club's upper management carried far more prestige than being a manager at a construction company. He certainly did not wish to forfeit this enviable position. Fortune smiled upon them as Kevin Huang exchanged a playful slap with Raul, who had fortuitously won another coin toss. Raul nodded to the referee, declaring, "We choose the field." With the sun still hovering above the horizon, the selection of the field was of utmost importance. Kevin returned to the sidelines, handing the Real Madrid flag to his teammates on the bench before making his way back to the center circle. With mere seconds remaining, the referee kept glancing at his watch. Indeed, today's match, featuring Kevin Huang against his former club, had captured the attention of the entire world. Let us first review the starting lineups of both teams. Real Madrid's 4-3-3 formation features goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Marcelo, Hines, Pepe, Ivanovic, midfielders, Xabi Alonso, Lampard, Gago. Forwards, Van der Vaart, Raul, Cristiano Ronaldo. Chelsea employs a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder, goalkeeper, Cech, defenders, Ashley Cole, Carvalho, Terry, Ramos, midfielders, Deco, Mikel, Ballack. Forwards, Kevin Huang, Drogba, Joe Cole. Ivanovic transferred to Chelsea in the 2007-2008 season and was swiftly acquired by Real Madrid before participating in a formal match. Currently, Ramos is playing for Chelsea, marking a positional exchange between the two clubs. Ivanovic is renowned for his formidable heading ability, while Ramos excels in offensive play. The duo of Ramos and Ashley Cole forms one of the top 3 attacking fullback partnerships in modern football. Indeed, other teams also boast Brazilian fullbacks. For instance, young Marcelo of Real Madrid has recently been impressive, along with Maicon from Inter Milan and Alves from Barcelona. Brazilian fullbacks remain dominant in offensive prowess, a quality that is relatively scarce in Chelsea's lineup. In the stadium, Fans held up light boards proclaiming Kevin, God of Bernabeu, a sight more commonly associated with concerts. However, handwritten signs and banners dedicated to Huang Kaiwen were notably present at the Bernabeu today. The young coach, Villa's Boas, and Mourinho are both considered quite handsome. It is said that he hails from an aristocratic family, a notion supported by his dignified demeanor, which left Jean with unfinished thoughts. Villa's Boas held a conductor's baton in his right hand and a gray soft pouch in his left. Anyone who has watched even a few minutes of Harry Potter would likely draw connections to magic. He cast a glance at the Real Madrid bench. Even if Pellegrini remained motionless, it could not negate the possibility of him having summoned a wizard. Real Madrid has a tradition of employing sorcery. Villa's Boas continued his task, utilizing a spell he acquired at a high price from the internet, aptly named the Forgiveness of the Goddess of Dawn. It is said to invoke the protection of the goddess Aurora, serving as a safeguard for Chelsea's number 10 during this match. The incantation was somewhat convoluted, but he, like Mourinho, possessed linguistic prowess. Accompanied by an enchanting melody, Villa's Boas began to recite Mysterious Arctic Circle atop the peaks of Alaska, while preparations commenced in the center circle. Drogba observed with curiosity as Huang Kaiwen approached the center circle, noting that the latter seldom ventured there. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as the direction of the kickoff would be inconsequential. At 7:45 p.m., the Greek referee, Kylos Vassilaras, blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Drogba immediately passed the ball laterally to the right. Huang Kaiwen remained still, and as the ball approached, he lifted his toes slightly off the ground, gently nudging the ball with the tip of his foot, akin to a side shot in billiards. The ball rolled forward, and as Huang Kaiwen stepped forward with his left foot, Raul's eyes widened with an ominous premonition. As Huang Kaiwen swung his right foot, a strong premonition surged within him. Raul glanced back to see Casillas positioned near the small box of the penalty area. Raul exhaled in relief. With a resounding thud, Huang Kaiwen struck the ball with great force, sending it soaring above the 10 players clad in white, a comet racing towards the Real Madrid goal. The startled bird flinched, and the matron turned her face away. Casillas stumbled towards the small box, leaping sideways and extending his right arm. Yet he could only helplessly watch as the ball slipped past him and into the net. The Britannia Stadium fell into a profound silence. Chelsea fans rubbed their eyes, unable to believe such a dreamlike start. Mourinho, dressed in a suit, wildly waved his right arm, and as the camera zoomed in, he began to stretch his arms in a theatrical manner. It is no wonder that the British media jested that he should seek medical attention for his shoulder ailment. Goal. Kevin. Kevin scores. Goal, goal, goal. Kevin, always Kevin. During his tenure at Real Madrid, Kevin had shattered the record for the fastest Champions League goal at 102 seconds. But today he surpassed his own record with a stunning goal in just 44 seconds. The essence of competitive sports lies in relentless striving. However, when Kevin realized he could only continue to surpass himself, it became rather monotonous for him. Fortunately, he had Carragher by his side, as Kevin had only scored one own goal with a Marseille turn throughout his career, even though he had broken numerous records. Carragher's 9 own goals remained an enticing target for Kevin to chase. The evidence has shown that Kevin remains magnificent even after leaving Real Madrid, while the illustrious team finds itself in a slump due to his departure. Holding the record for the most Champions League titles is merely a result of Kevin's later birth. Even Di Stefano and his teammates could not defeat a team with Kevin, regardless of whether that team was Northampton or Avellino. The history of a great club requires countless exceptional players to pen its saga. However, some transcend greatness, leaving even the most distinguished clubs feeling honored to have once possessed them. On the eve of the match, the Spanish royal family conferred upon Kevin the Golden Fleece Medal, making him the only non-political leader to be a member of the Order of the Golden Fleece. In fact, they might consider appointing Kevin as the Grand Master of the Order to elevate its prominence. Villa's Boas, alongside his coaching staff, dashed to the sidelines in wild celebration. Izawa Emi watched in excitement as her teammates enveloped the figure on the field. Her career was flourishing, and she had finally realized her dream of watching Huang Kaiwen play live. Frequently, she was paid to accompany others for drinks and conversation. She wondered how much it would cost to have Kevin join her for a drink. Gathering the entire entourage for a meal with Kevin seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, she was determined. As long as she participated in every photo release event, she would inevitably succeed in one of them. In the private box, Florentino wore a grim expression. "Sorry, I have some matters to attend to. Please go ahead," Abramovich said, suppressing a laugh. This is truly exhilarating. In the past, while seated alongside Calderon at the Bernabeu, he envisioned a day when the iconic number 10 of Real Madrid would don the blue jersey of Chelsea. Over half a year has elapsed, and while the number remains unchanged, the jersey has transitioned from white to blue. Finally, he is at ease watching the match, while the president of Real Madrid finds himself in a state of agitation. Abramovich even contemplated purchasing a small yacht for Florentino. But had it not been for Florentino's remarkable stature, he would have found it impossible to pry Kevin Huang away from the Bernabeu. Upon leaving, Florentino promptly messaged Sierra, instructing him to coordinate with a third party to relay information to the wizard. This method is cumbersome yet essential. The incident involving Rijkaard and the wizard became widely known, ultimately leading to Rijkaard's dismissal. Thus, this less-than-favored president of Real Madrid must exercise caution. Raul and several attacking players stood with their hands on their hips in midfield, ready to score without needing to retreat, merely awaiting the kickoff. One wonders if they should thank their former teammate for sparing their energy. Casillas, feeling somewhat vexed, retrieved the ball from the goal and launched a powerful kick towards midfield. He had been cautious, positioning himself away from the goal. Yet Kevin Huang managed to seize even that slim opportunity. In the past, the goalkeepers facing Real Madrid often faced criticism for their positioning and delayed reactions. Who would dare to stand too far out against a player capable of shooting from 50 meters? He sensed that the outcome of today's match would be dire. Casillas reminisced about that smile, the scent of those curly locks. Raul initiated the play from the center circle. Cristiano Ronaldo, upon receiving the ball, advanced down the right flank. Noticing Kevin Huang approaching, with a deft touch of his right foot, he evaded Huang. Knowing that Kevin had scrutinized his playing videos, he opted not to engage him in a one-on-one confrontation. With explosive agility, Cristiano surged past the halfway line, while Deco sprinted forward. A swift flick of Cristiano's left foot sent the ball towards the wing, with Deco trailing closely behind. Cristiano's long legs propelled him at a rapid pace, while Deco awaited the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Cristiano executed a bicycle kick, using his left heel to flick the ball behind him. The advancing Frank Lampard received the pass and unleashed a powerful long-range shot from the right flank. What a statement that was! Lampard's attempt soared just above the crossbar, leaving Chelsea fans in a state of conflicted anticipation. They had previously relished his long-range efforts. This match featured two former players from each team, alongside Deco, who once graced the ranks of Barcelona, rendering it a reunion of sorts. Since Lampard's departure, Chelsea's long-range shots had noticeably diminished. Although Deco and Ballack possessed the capability for long-range strikes, Kevin Huang favored ground combinations. Indeed, Kevin could score from nearly every angle in the attacking third. Yet he preferred to operate near or inside the penalty area, necessitating cooperation from his teammates to advance the offense. As the battle of attrition commenced, Huang Kaiwen's agile positioning necessitated the support of his teammates for effective passing. His movements harmonized splendidly with Gudi's exquisite through ball. However, once Huang departed the scene, Gudi's influence was swiftly diminished. In truth, modern midfielders are expected to possess substantial defensive prowess, and Gudi, with his pronounced strengths and weaknesses, indeed compromises the midfield's robustness. Cech refrained from immediately seeking the ball from the sidelines. Instead, he vociferously implored his teammates, "For goodness sake, do not allow him such an easy shot." Carvalho shrugged in response. "Apologies, I'll keep an eye along with Cole." Only after Cech nodded did he approach the ball boy for the ball. It is customary for goalkeepers to express their frustrations, as any defensive mishap can expose the goal. Having played behind defenders for so long, they are accustomed to this dynamic. From their vantage point, goalkeepers possess a superior field of vision, which is invaluable for directing defensive positioning. The ability to vocally admonish is merely one of the many attributes of a proficient goalkeeper. Only those who perform commendably have the right to critique their defenders. Playing alongside a silent goalkeeper who neither scolds nor directs the defense can be quite disheartening. As Chelsea initiated play from the back, Ashley Cole advanced the ball down the left flank. Huang Kaiwen was flanked by Gago and Lampard, with the eager Jovanovic trailing behind. Lampard was undoubtedly one of the players most eager to showcase his talents today. He harbored ambitions of his own. Transfers in football require the player's consent, not merely the club's desire to sell. The prospect of Real Madrid proposing a swap involving Ramos thrilled Lampard. At 30, the opportunity to play for one of the world's elite clubs with a lucrative salary was a validation of his abilities. even without the Champions League. Accumulating additional La Liga titles would be a worthy achievement alongside his numerous Premier League victories. However, the fans' attitude troubled him. Despite having been the one to first kiss the Real Madrid crest, today, he was determined to thwart Chelsea's new fan favorite, proving a point to the supporters. Ashley Cole reached the vicinity of the center line and promptly passed to Deco, charging forward to execute a wall pass. Deco, twisting his body, indeed directed the ball to the left flank, but it was evidently intended for Huang Kaiwen. The pass was slightly overhit, rendering it impossible for Ashley Cole to chase after it. In an instant, as Huang Kaiwen pivoted, Lampard launched himself into action, akin to a sprinter at the starting gun. However, the next moment brought frustrated exclamations from him. Damn it! Despite his early start, he found himself outpaced by Huang Kaiwen. Lampard extended his left hand, attempting to tug on Huang Kaiwen's jersey, but grasped nothing but air. Within a mere 2 seconds, the disparity in explosive speed, along with his other movements, left him entirely behind. Gago sprinted back, casting a sidelong glance at the fool. In La Liga, amidst countless players, why were there so few who could tug at Kaiwen's jersey? It was not due to a lack of desire. Rather, it was because they could not catch him. Instead of lamenting, it would be wiser to accelerate and keep pace. Jovanovic proactively approached Huang Kaiwen, who deftly flicked the ball with his left heel towards the center, regained possession with a deft touch of his right foot, and then shifted towards the left flank. Jovanovic, attempting to intercept, was deftly evaded by Huang Kaiwen's change of pace, while Pepe adjusted his position laterally, allowing Ashley Cole to make a timely advance. Pepe seized the opportune moment to lunge forward, extending his leg, while Huang Kaiwen deftly paused the ball, executing a rhythmic alteration that caused Pepe to miss the pass. Ashley Cole reached out, but a gap had already emerged before him. Huang Kaiwen swiftly pivoted and unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot, striking the ball with remarkable force. Though Raul was not renowned for his shooting power, under Huang Kaiwen's prodigious talent, the shot soared at over 140 kilometers per hour. The ball sailed past Pepe and Ivanovic, heading straight for the left side of the Real Madrid goal. Positioned centrally, Casillas anticipated the trajectory and leapt, executing a perilous dive to deflect the ball out of bounds. A corner kick, Chelsea's corner kick. Casillas rose to shake out his wrists, clearly having exerted considerable effort to thwart that shot. Huang Kaiwen approached the corner flag, preparing to take the corner. The Real Madrid players must have felt a complex mix of emotions, as a former teammate, now clad in the opponent's jersey, stood at the corner flag, prompting them to be wary of his tactical corner kick. Indeed, Casillas appeared somewhat anxious, as he seemed to be arguing with Pepe while directing his teammates' positioning. This was not an ideal situation, but given the heightened emotions on the pitch, it was understandable. Huang Kaiwen's cunning tactical corner was particularly sly, leaving even former teammates unable to counter it effectively. Logically speaking, while Huang Kaiwen may not be the most amiable player, he had done nothing to betray Real Madrid. I concur. Today, I support him in outshining Real Madrid. Primarily, Florentino's lack of insight was evident. Did he truly believe that any player could effortlessly replace Huang Kaiwen? One must be cautious. We are discussing Florentino here. Surely, there cannot be genuine fans of Florentino. I have known since the days of Zidane and Pavon that he lacks football acumen. Just consider why Mourinho succeeded. Why did Greece triumph? Defense can secure your position, while high-profile attacking players often revert to self-indulgence. This sentiment holds merit. However, apart from Marcelo, the rest of Real Madrid's defense is quite formidable. As long as Pepe remains composed, he is undoubtedly on par with Ferdinand and Terry. Why not mention Nesta? Though Nesta is strong, his frequent injuries have plagued him, and after just one match this season, he has once again entered an indefinite period of rest. Huang Kaiwen slowly retreated from the corner flag, raising his right arm with an extended index finger. The Bernabeu showed its respect, as no debris was hurled onto the pitch. The referee's whistle sounded, and Huang Kaiwen began his run-up. Players from both sides within the penalty area started to position themselves, creating a chaotic yet intricate scene, each vying for a favorable position, reluctant to yield even slightly. However, after just 2 steps, Huang Kaiwen tapped the ball to the approaching Joe Cole. Casillas felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Tactical corner kick. Marcelo rushed forward to block, while Joe Cole executed a reverse pass. Mikel allowed the ball to slip through his legs, and Ballack, unmarked 30 meters from goal, received the ball. The referee positioned at the arc swiftly cleared the path for a long-range shot. Bollock's strike was indeed formidable. He had no desire to be struck himself. With a resounding thud, Bollock took a step forward and unleashed his right foot, sending the ball skimming just above the grass. Van der Vaart instinctively leapt. He had felt Bollock's kick upon arriving in Hamburg, and it had taken him days to recover. The ball zipped past him, and Pepe, positioned in front of the goal, was a fraction too slow to close his legs. With his view obstructed, Casillas dove to the side, but his hand merely grazed the ball, which then nestled into the left corner of the net. Another goal. Bollock. A remarkable long-range shot. Kevin Huang's corner strategy had proven to be exceptionally effective. At times it appeared deceptively simple, yet the intricate movements and positioning involved were quite complex. Within 5 minutes of the match, Chelsea had already established a 2-0 lead over the home team, Real Madrid, achieving a dream start at the Bernabeu. The Real Madrid fans could never have anticipated such a day. Yet, in truth, AC Milan supporters had experienced similar woes. However, Huang's departure from AC Milan had been far less tumultuous, and this time, his exit from Real Madrid was fraught with complications. Zhang's remarks trailed off. As everyone was already aware, Florentino resembled certain entrepreneurs he had observed, making impulsive decisions, believing that wealth could procure better talent. Convinced that anyone could be replaced, except for those at the helm, who would never allow anyone to outshine them. Ultimately, this led to the dismissal of key technical staff and the downfall of the enterprise. Tears welled in the eyes of the Real Madrid fans, not merely due to the scoreline, but because it was common knowledge that Huang's scoring efficiency in crucial matches was terrifying. These 2 goals were not an end. Rather, they marked the beginning. Following his goal, Bollock was ecstatic, sprinting towards the right corner flag. The veteran core of the German national team sought to unite with his teammates. Huang, who had yet to exit the right flank, was embraced by Bollock as they rushed towards the camera. Joe Cole and Ramos lagged behind, followed by other Chelsea players. Upon reaching the sidelines, Bollock wrapped his left arm around Huang's neck, positioning Huang's face perfectly for the camera. Bollock clenched his right fist, shouting passionately, "Bernabeu, your emperor has returned." The slender arms were taut with veins, and the youthful visage was flushed from the fervent shout. The Prince of Bernabeu gazed up at the stands, witnessing his 2 sons celebrating with exuberance. Perhaps influenced by their enthusiasm, his wife joined in the cheers. For him, the rival fans in the stands represented a different kind of torment. He believed that if Huang were to ascend at the Bernabeu, the most enthusiastic would be his 2 sons, as this might be their only chance to inherit Huang's jersey. The 2 wayward sons seemed oblivious to how the Prince of Bernabeu might feel about gaining another father. If one could adjust their mindset and view it as a mere exhibition match, perhaps it would be more bearable. Yet, Raul found this impossible. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled. As Raul reopened his eyes, the cacophony of the stadium faded from his memory. He immersed himself fully in the verdant pitch. Stop getting distracted. He raised his left arm to capture the attention of his teammates, exclaiming, "This is the Bernabeu. We are Real Madrid. Regardless of the adversaries we face, we must deliver our utmost performance. Beyond the pursuit of glory, we owe it to ourselves to justify our wages. Indeed, today Chelsea must learn that we are not to be trifled with." Lampard chimed in. His girlfriend hailed from a Spanish family that had immigrated to England. Yet he had scarcely learned the language. His girlfriend, temporarily unable to return to Spain due to her career, prompted Lampard to engage a charming Spanish tutor for intensive lessons, which had borne fruit, and he now spoke the language quite proficiently. Raul nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, even if not for the sake of Real Madrid. We must do it for ourselves. This is our commitment as players. We are not the kind who can be easily overwhelmed. Otherwise, how can we justify earning millions? Let's go, Madrid." Pepe shouted, his expression fierce as he raised his arms. The atmosphere surged with intensity. He felt that merely rallying the troops was futile. Ronaldinho was a prime example. Many anticipated his moves, yet he remained elusive. The same principle applied to Huang Kaiwen. Even if Huang did not alter his style of play or rely on explosive power to dominate, could he truly be easier to defend against than Ronaldinho? In critical matches, every detail is scrutinized under a magnifying glass. The transfer window had yet to open, and even if he wished to leave, he could not. Thus, he must deliver a commendable performance. Even if he did not receive praise from the press, he could not afford to be regarded as a negative example. Damn it. The editors of AS thrived on scrutinizing the players brought in by Calderon. On the sidelines, Guti nodded in agreement. That Atletico lad, Raul, indeed, deserved the captain's armband. Although their relationship had recently soured, fundamentally, they harbored no significant disagreements. Raul and Salgado believed they should accept Florentino to ensure a smoother transition for the team, given that it was an established fact. In contrast, Guti considered Florentino to be lacking in acumen, asserting that he was merely a businessman with no football pedigree and should be replaced with someone like Sans. Aside from that, Guti wholeheartedly acknowledged Raul's performance on the field today. As Real Madrid resumed play, Raul executed a direct back pass. Lampard received the ball and noticed Huang Kaiwen maneuvering alongside Cristiano on the right flank. He opted to pass to the left. Van der Vaart deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, and as Joe Cole moved in tandem, he skillfully dragged the ball from behind his left foot to bring it in front of him. This was a street football technique he had honed during his childhood at the trailer park, where his father, a work-averse Dutch gypsy, raised him. His childhood consisted of running through the park with discarded footballs. Fortunately, Ajax had recognized his talent, and at a tender age, he joined their prestigious youth academy. Sneijder and Heitinga, who joined Ajax the same year, witnessed his evolution into a captain, leading him from Hamburg to his current tenure at Real Madrid. As a player of remarkable technical prowess, Van der Vaart's speed has notably diminished due to injuries. He advanced the ball along the touchline, unable to shake off Joe Cole's persistent challenge. With a sudden stop, he extended his left foot to the ball and swiftly turned, executing a quick back pass to the advancing Lampard. Upon receiving the ball, Lampard nudged it with his right foot, feigning a long-range shot, prompting Ballack to leap and position himself for a block. As Lampard's right foot lifted and gently descended, the ball was deflected to the left flank, reaching Marcelo. Oh, Ballack has been deceived. This young talent, Marcelo, exudes an offensive flair, often appearing more like a winger than a full-back, displaying exquisite skill in his dribbling. However, he was unable to progress further, as Ramos, clearly familiar with his former teammate, swiftly cornered Marcelo to the sideline. Marcelo attempted to execute a back heel to initiate a throw-in, but Ramos anticipated the move. Turning to chase back, Ramos used his body to pin Marcelo behind him and executed a lateral pass to Terry. Terry then sent a precise through ball to Deco, who carried the ball forward. During his time at Barcelona, Deco favored roaming the left flank, often combining with Ronaldinho for incisive plays. Thus, he was a well-known adversary to Real Madrid. Before Deco could reach the halfway line, Lampard charged forward, applying pressure. Deco deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, pivoting to pass to the left. In a flash, Huang Kaiwen advanced, nudging the ball forward and using his speed to bypass Gago, which sent the Real Madrid players into a state of disarray. Xabi Alonso sprinted straight towards the left, shifting the defensive focus in that direction. Ivanovic was indecisive, uncertain whether to press or hold back. In a swift movement, Huang Kaiwen executed a back pass while turning, then sprinted towards the center. Deco, just before the halfway line, delivered a diagonal pass to the left, and Ashley Cole, noticing Huang Kaiwen's positioning, immediately lofted a delicate over-the-top pass. The ball landed precisely within the penalty area. As Huang Kaiwen and Pepe surged into the box, Huang Kaiwen anticipated the ball's descent, leaped slightly, and executed a deft header, sending the ball on a parabolic trajectory towards Real Madrid's goal. Casillas leapt and extended his arm, yet once again failed to make contact. A goal. 30. Kaiwen. Once more, Kaiwen executed a lob with his head. He can leap for a header or simply stand still and direct the ball. His technical prowess is undeniably the finest in football history, and his heading ability is equally astonishing. The ball's trajectory seemed preordained, landing accurately between Casillas' hand and the crossbar before finding the net. I have witnessed such scenes time and again. It is hard to believe that Kaiwen cannot exert control over the ball. This level of precise control is unparalleled in the footballing world. This goal epitomizes Kaiwen's benevolent nature. He possesses the capability to score from midfield or defense. And just moments ago, as Xabi Alonso surged to the left, Kaiwen could have easily embarked on a solo run. However, out of respect for his former teammates, Kaiwen opted to reposition, continuously drawing Real Madrid's defense out of shape, ensuring that their defenders and holding midfielders did not appear ineffective. Subsequently, he surged into the left side of the penalty area and executed a deft header lob to score, epitomizing Kaiwen's pursuit of artistry. Though he was reluctant to unduly embarrass his former teammates, he could not permit himself to score a mundane goal. Had it been Youngblood, perhaps he would have turned on the left flank, controlling the ball with his chest before executing a volley. However, such an effortless method of scoring was not to Kevin's liking, leading him to opt for the header lob instead. A solitary header would not significantly dampen the morale of the Real Madrid players, yet upon closer examination, one would discover that Kevin's mastery over football had reached an extraordinary level. Whether it was Casillas or Buffon, they always felt that they were just a heartbeat away from thwarting Kevin's shot, instilling in them the belief that with greater effort, they could prevent his next goal. This, indeed, is the tenderness that lies behind Kevin's prolific scoring. As the match reached the 10-minute mark, applause resonated from the south stand of the Bernabeu, soon cascading throughout the stadium. The players stood on the field, observing Huang Kaiwen as he acknowledged the crowd with applause. In the VIP box, Florentino had grown numb, his face betraying no emotion, while a slow-burning fury began to spread within him. Look at this. Even with the crowd gone, the merengues still perform like this. He could scarcely fathom what the scene would have been had the people remained. Whose team is it truly? Kevin's Real Madrid or Real Madrid's Kevin? And what role must he, Florentino Perez, assume? Is he to play the fool like Calderon, acting as a devoted caretaker to a single player? This is the disgrace of Real Madrid's century-long history. Calderon is destined to become a laughingstock. After tomorrow's match, let the AS newspaper dedicate a column to Calderon, chronicling his obsequious tales before Huang Kaiwen. To slightly divert the fans' attention, the merits of a membership-based club are evident. Ousting the club president requires a labyrinth of procedures. He is adept at generating buzz and weaving enticing narratives for the fans, easily dividing those who wish for his dismissal. Thus, after enduring the trials of summer, his position has temporarily solidified, as long as this match does not end in a catastrophic defeat. Florentino has devised several strategies, such as proposing a project akin to the Real Madrid Sports City, while casually announcing acquisitions of Kaká, Messi, and Rooney, which would effortlessly lead the brainless fans to forget everything. A smile gradually appeared on Florentino's face. After all, his construction company could also reap some profit from it. He would not allow himself to be embroiled in the farcical mess that Calderon had created. As president of Real Madrid, profiting off the club could indeed yield a win-win scenario. Abramovich cast a glance at Florentino's ever-shifting expression, feeling indifferent. Regardless of what you contemplate, my Chelsea is assured victory today. The 10th minute elapsed, and the Real Madrid players resumed play. Raul once again passed laterally to the left. Kevin's defensive prowess remained commendable. Once the attack was organized, they would redirect to the right. This time, Van der Vaart refrained from dribbling himself, turning to deliver a back pass. After receiving the ball, Xabi Alonso did not hasten to pass forward. Instead, he began to control the tempo of the game. Only when Didier Drogba pressed him did Alonso deftly nudge the ball with his right foot, squeezing past Drogba. Such a maneuver was perilous. Yet Alonso understood that he needed to draw the opposing players forward to create opportunities for his teammates to sprint into the attack, to seize a chance for a goal. He had no choice but to take risks in his own half. Drogba possessed formidable physical strength, but fortunately, Alonso was also quite robust. After a brief tussle, Joe Cole hastily made his way towards the center. This was the moment. Alonso swiftly prodded the ball forward, sending it to the left flank. Marcelo, anticipating the play, surged forward, skillfully dribbling past the midfield. The supporters in the stands gradually regained their energy, once again chanting for Hala Madrid. As Marcelo advanced with the ball, his gaze frequently darted towards the right flank. Suddenly spotting Cristiano Ronaldo making a burst of speed, he immediately pivoted and delivered a left-footed cross. The ball soared diagonally across half the pitch, landing on the right side where Ronaldo, in full sprint, managed to control it. Faced with the approaching Bollock, Ronaldo flicked the ball past him and accelerated, yet Ashley Cole swiftly closed in, forcing Ronaldo to redirect his run towards the center. After evading Mikel, Ashley Cole seized the opportunity, positioning himself to intercept the ball. Ronaldo's forward surge was impressive, yet Lampard's positioning was too advanced, making it challenging to adjust for a pass during his run. Indeed, with speed gained, adjusting the defensive line for a pass proved difficult. Chelsea's counterattack veered once again to the left flank. There was no attempt to conceal their intentions, as they immediately sought Kevin De Bruyne. In the attacking left flank, Kevin received the ball, leaving the defenders bewildered. He charged towards the left side, but before he could reach it, he had to pivot and retreat. Witnessing such a scene, the supporters felt a profound sense of empathy. Perhaps Atletico and Barcelona fans once felt the same pang of anxiety. The noble Real Madrid supporters began to empathize. The sight of the blue-clad number 10 racing forward instilled a fear that he might burst through to score at any moment. Kevin's pace was astonishingly swift. Ivanovic retreated while fending off Kevin, eventually backing up to the edge of the penalty area. As Kevin made a deft touch with his right foot, Ivanovic, heavily focused on maintaining his balance, was unable to adjust in time when Kevin pulled the ball back with the inside of his foot, allowing Kevin to slice into the penalty area behind him. A subtle flick of the ball left Ivanovic in a precarious position. Pepe swiftly advanced to defend near the left side of the penalty area. He opted to lean forward, stretching out his foot while raising his hands for balance. Resembling a martial artist in a pose, Kevin slowed down, curling the ball with his left foot, altering his direction as he surged horizontally into the penalty area, prompting Pepe to quickly turn and retreat. Alonso, racing from Drogba's vicinity, attempted to intercept Kevin, yet he dared not make any drastic moves within the penalty area. Kevin once again deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, skillfully maneuvering to evade Alonso's foot, before sweeping with his right foot towards the goal. As Heinz rushed back, he barely had time to position himself before Huang Kaiwen. In the fleeting moment when Huang lifted his right foot, Heinz could only symbolically extend his leg beside him. Casillas, stationed at the near post, lunged toward the right side, yet his reaction speed could not match that of the ball. He could only stretch out his arm, watching helplessly as the ball rolled in from the inner side of the right post into the goal line. Chelsea players surged into Real Madrid's penalty area in jubilant celebration, while the supposed masters of the area, Real Madrid players, hung their heads in despair. Huang Kaiwen, with a heart of steel, performed consistently well in front of over 80,000 Madrid fans. Indeed, as Huang had stated, his relentless effort on the pitch is the professional standard he upholds as an athlete. It is only when the final whistle blows that he will offer comfort to his defeated companions. It seems that today, the Real Madrid players truly require some solace. Heinz and Casillas found themselves in a heated argument, illustrating that Real Madrid remains as disunited as ever, albeit in the past 2 seasons. Certain individuals had managed to unify the team. Damn it, do you really think he would shoot for the far corner if I'm not at the near post? Casillas glared at Heinz, questioning, surely you don't believe that Kevin only aims for the far corner. If I stand in the middle, he will opt for the near post, which is also a challenging position to save. Forget it, Pepe interjected to mediate. He's not a goalkeeper. He doesn't understand. Don't let him get to you. Heinz remained silent, still feeling the sting of conceding the goal, and had spoken in haste. As an outsider, such behavior was unwise. However, he would never admit to regret. Even Ferguson couldn't pry it from him. Had it not been for Real Madrid's sudden interest in signing him, he would have preferred to wait out his contract at Old Trafford and transfer to Liverpool as a free agent. Watching the defenders quarrel within the penalty area, the American fans, unable to hear Zhang's commentary, shared a similar sentiment. Over the past 2 seasons, Real Madrid had united to win every conceivable championship. That team had allowed them to forget the notorious internal strife that often made headlines. The frequency of arguments in today's match had already surpassed the total number of disagreements from the previous season. Even Raul's presence on the pitch could not foster complete unity among the players. Observing the number 10 drowned in blue, the fans began to reminisce deeply. If time could be reversed, they would surely find a way to prevent Florentino from reclaiming power. Calderon could keep his kickbacks, it was not their money. Although Calderon had even had toilet paper reimbursed by the club, sponsors back then would fight over the opportunity to support Real Madrid. The fans walked the streets with their noses held high, complaining about Audi's insufficient funding while dismissing Mercedes as unattractive. As for BMW, even the dogs of Madrid wouldn't consider it. Huang Kaiwen's commercial value had truly showcased what it meant to be part of the world's most prestigious club. Those were indeed splendid times. Damn, my Huang father truly shows no respect for Real Madrid. That's right, from now on. Whenever Real Madrid players see him on the field, they will surely be rattled. Before Huang Kaiwen's transfer to Real Madrid, Casillas had once been schooled by him. Having grown too comfortable over the past 2 years, forgetting the matches ruled by Huang Kaiwen. In the past, my esteemed Huang rarely faced Real Madrid during his time in Serie A. Fear not, for such encounters will undoubtedly increase. Based on my years of watching football, the draws will coincidentally place Chelsea against Real Madrid frequently. How cruel that would be. Cruel? You have yet to witness true cruelty. Mark my words. Real Madrid will likely emerge as the second in their group, and due to the avoidance of same nation and same group matchups, they may find themselves drawn against AC Milan, who will have already secured 3 consecutive victories and effectively locked in first place. Inbu even claimed that Real Madrid does not deserve Huang Kaiwen and that they ought to receive a lesson. Inbu is truly an ardent admirer of Huang Kaiwen. Hilariously, Inbu boasts that he is superior to others, having once proclaimed that apart from Huang Kaiwen and Ronaldo, no one surpasses him. His prowess is indeed formidable. Especially when paired with Torres and Kaká, this trident seems far more luxurious than Chelsea's. Naturally, Milan boasts players of Ballon d'Or caliber, while Drogba has at least ranked among the top 5 for the award. Joe Cole has significantly dragged down Chelsea's trident's average level, relying entirely on my esteemed Huang to elevate the collective strength. Raul walked back with his head bowed, fatigue crashing upon him like a tidal wave. It turned out that total immersion could not erase everything from memory, although he could not see the away fans in the stands. Those 2 children must be celebrating Kevin's goal with exuberance. His wife might exhibit some restraint, yet Raul wished to avoid seeing that sympathetic gaze she reserved for stray dogs. The Prince of Bernabeu, the golden boy of Spain, these were the elements of Raul's pride. Yet when confronted by Huang Kaiwen, he realized that hollow fame pales in comparison to absolute strength. Even as the captain of the best club of the 21st century, he could not prevent Real Madrid from being overwhelmed. Last year, the goalkeeper of Real Madrid could execute a solo run against Chelsea. This year, that very goalkeeper was swept away by Chelsea's onslaught against Real Madrid. It was never that Real Madrid was superior, it was Huang who stood above all. Turning to his despondent teammates, Raul found himself at a loss for words to lift their spirits. Sigh. With a clap, Raul opted for a back pass at the kickoff. While Lampard surged forward with the ball, determination etched across his face. Raul quickly shook his head, reminding himself to muster his resolve and follow Lampard's lead. A stir arose in the stands. Though curious, Raul maintained his focus on the field. In the stands, a 300-pound diehard Real Madrid fan named Hugo clutched a gaunt man in a row with both hands. Hugo's friend, Carlos Pires, whose limbs bore little flesh, crossed his arms with a sardonic smile, addressing the robed figure. "Speak, who sent you here?" I don't know," replied the man in the robe. "It seems you are prepared to endure to the end, while I would rather not resort to any particular methods." "Well," Carlos Pires chuckled, holding a firework in his right hand, tapping it against his left palm. The aquiline nose and that scar rendered him somewhat neurotic, as if he could seamlessly portray a lunatic without the need for makeup. "I truly do not know," the robed man explained with a quavering voice. "It was money from an account I have never encountered." The caller divulged scant information, and the tickets were slipped under the hotel door. "My God, I swear I am speaking the truth." That Pillars claimed he would ignite fireworks and insert them into his rear. Was he a demon? A collective sigh resonated from the nearby stands. Hugo took the initiative to clarify. "Our new number 9 nearly scored from a long-range shot, thwarted by the Chelsea goalkeeper." "Well, the ball didn't go in," which infuriated me further. Carlos Pillars inquired, "Aren't you a wizard? Why then do you call upon God?" "A wizard is a profession, God is a belief. And these are not mutually exclusive," the robed man hastily elucidated. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Pillars continued to tap the fireworks against his palm, causing the robed man's heart to tremble incessantly, fearing that in the next moment, the terrifying man would ignite the fireworks. After a few moments of silence, Pillars spoke. "Did Florentino give you money to curse Kevin?" "No, truly not." The robed man began to protest, but Pillars shot him a piercing glance. He fished out a rusty, cross-shaped key from his pocket and licked it with his tongue. "Let me rephrase that," Pillars said, twirling the keychain with his fingers. "Florentino gave you money to curse Kevin, but then failed to pay the remainder, so you intended to leak this to the press, correct?" "No, yes. The robed man exclaimed, nodding fervently. "Damn Florentino, he shortchanged me by 2,000 euros. No, 20,000 euros for the balance. Because this curse requires the expenditure of my life force. That scoundrel will pay for this." "Excellent," Pillars nodded. "I detest those who do not honor their commitments. You, being an outsider, would struggle to find the newspaper office, so I shall escort you myself. But first, we need to verify a few details. Come on. Tell me how you came to know Florentino and the nature of your dealings." On the field, Mikel intercepted Lampard, and Deco launched another long pass to initiate a counterattack. Goodness, another opportunity for the front line. Chelsea's counterattack was relentless. Huang Kaiwen, keenly observing the ball's trajectory, deftly flicked it with his heel to set it before him. Suddenly, he appeared at the right flank, where the defense was weak. With a header, he sent the ball into the penalty area. What a pass! Pepe headed the ball out, resulting in yet another corner kick. Huang Kaiwen's play exuded the fluidity of Brazilian footballers. No wonder Pelé dubbed him the finest representative of samba soccer. His exquisite skill in flicking the ball with finesse is unmatched in today's football arena. Only a few years ago, Ronaldinho could have contended with Huang Kaiwen on such a level. Huang Kaiwen took the corner, and Joe Cole carried the ball out of the penalty area, returning it to Ramos, who, astonishingly positioned outside the box, unleashed a long-range shot. A world-class strike. Ramos scored 50. After scoring, Ramos charged towards Huang Kaiwen, raising 5 fingers towards the stands, or rather, he directed his gesture towards the box. With approximately 10 minutes remaining in the first half, including stoppage time, Chelsea had astonishingly established a 5-goal lead at the Bernabeu. The core issue lies here. Every time Huang Kaiwen makes a run, he attracts a multitude of defenders. All are elite football stars in Europe. When more players are assigned to defend Huang Kaiwen, the other Chelsea players find themselves with ample space. As other players advance, the Real Madrid defenders can only hastily retreat. Indeed, to defend Huang Kaiwen means allowing others to orchestrate the attack. If you press the other Chelsea players, you inadvertently free Huang Kaiwen. 1 or 2 defenders simply cannot contain Huang Kaiwen's sudden bursts of speed, rendering the situation unsolvable. It is his repeated injuries and recoveries that are truly disheartening for opponents. Injuries do not seem to deter him. Lampard is indeed spirited. He and Cristiano Ronaldo are the 2 most dynamic players for Real Madrid today, eager to perform against their former club. Chelsea fans, witnessing Lampard's lively display, could no longer restrain themselves and began to jeer. Observing how Kaiwen performs against his former club, he scores but remains remarkably understated. This former Chelsea stalwart, while kissing the Real Madrid crest, seems eager to have his teammates on steroids in this matchup. The Chelsea supporters find it unbearable. Terry displayed a smile. He had once envied Lampard for Mourinho's favor and craved the coach's recognition himself. Unfortunately, despite Mourinho's appreciation, the proud manager's favorite would always be Frank Lampard. Now, Terry no longer needs to feel envy towards Lampard. He glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who was also running back, unable to suppress a smile, and shake his head. Let it go. The gap is so vast that even a comparison feels futile. He would simply remain the second favorite of his esteemed mentor. Real Madrid resumed play. Reverting the ball to Lampard. Lampard took the initiative to carry the ball wide, while Cristiano Ronaldo dashed forward, raising his hand for a pass behind Huang Kaiwen. Lampard showed no intention of passing. As Lampard nudged the ball with his right foot, Huang Kaiwen sensed he intended to slip past him and promptly lowered his center of gravity, preparing to defend. Raul's defensive efforts were commendable, yet his capabilities were not particularly robust. Often, Huang, the king of yellow, relied on his excellent positional awareness and understanding of opponents' playing habits. With a swift motion, Lampard directed the ball behind Huang Kaiwen and immediately attempted to squeeze through the gap between Huang and the sideline. Huang swiftly shifted to the left, blocking Lampard's path. Meanwhile, Ronaldo, who had sprinted ahead, and Deco, who was nearby, also rushed over. Deco, seizing the moment, retrieved the ball but lost control during his rapid turn, resulting in a subpar delivery. Huang Kaiwen reached the sideline to collect the ball, but Lampard quickly positioned himself behind him. Despite Lampard's repeated attempts to intercept the ball, he found it far from easy to reclaim possession from Huang Kaiwen. Frustrated, Lampard kicked Huang's left heel, causing Huang to stumble but not fall. He quickly regained his footing and responded with another kick. Unsteady at the center, Huang Kaiwen collapsed onto the pitch. Team doctor. Boas momentarily forgot his noble demeanor, hopping anxiously along the sidelines. The Chelsea medical team was nervously preparing to enter the field. Huang Kaiwen lay on the ground, seemingly a dividing line in this world. The Real Madrid fans, who had been fervently cheering for Lampard, instinctively erupted in curses. Damn it, how dare you? You bastard, are you playing football or committing murder? Is this how you play? Go back to your country. The players on both sides acted with swifter urgency than the referee. Ramos surged ahead, notable for his speed. While the entire Real Madrid squad advanced towards the location of the foul, a white torrent more turbulent than the blue waves. The Real Madrid medical team, rushing onto the field alongside the players, quickly realized that Huang Kaiwen was not a Real Madrid player, and retreated with a hint of embarrassment. Lampard sensed he had made a mistake and prepared to retreat behind his teammates. However, as he turned, he discovered someone had blocked his path. In the midst of his half-turn, he received a kick to his rear, causing him to flail his arms in a comical attempt to maintain balance as he tumbled out of bounds. When Lampard turned to look back, he saw that it was Gago and Van der Vaart who had impeded him, while Pepe playfully tapped him on the head from behind. Lampard was utterly bewildered. What the hell? We're on the same team. Were they being intentional or merely careless? Van der Vaart had never even been teammates with Chelsea's number 10. What was going on? And how could the fans berate their own player? Why wasn't he anyone stepping in to help him? As he lay on the ground like a dog in the mud, Frank Lampard suddenly felt as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. 0-3-2-1 Real Madrid was creating history. Lampard struggled to glance towards the other side. Damn, those medical staff were actually carrying a stretcher back. He felt unwell. Although the kick landed on his backside, the lack of preparation as he careened out of bounds had strained his muscles. His rear ached too. He wondered if the studs had grazed his delicate skin. Raul, from a distance, recalled his responsibility as captain and hurried to kneel before Lampard, asking, "How do you feel?" "Substitute me," Lampard replied. "All right, I'll call the doctor over," Raul said, signaling to the medical team on the sideline to prepare. "Actually, everyone is here to help you." Raul sighed. Lampard's eyes widened. If he could rise, he would surely have punched Raul. "You bastards can hit me, but then say you're helping? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Raul shook his head in resignation. He knew this would happen and explained to Lampard. Real Madrid players tend to be proactive in situations like this, hence their quick response. Proactive? Lampard looked at Raul, his eyes filled with inquiry. "You're practically standing in the players' tunnel and still telling me about being proactive?" Coughing, Raul shrugged and remarked, "This is yet another issue. He tends to inadvertently injure his teammates when he gets agitated, so I prefer to keep my distance. If you don't believe me, I can show you a compilation of the times I've been mistakenly injured." Damn. Frank Lampard thought, his mind swirling in confusion, unsure of how to respond. As he turned over, the movement aggravated his injuries to his backside and thigh, eliciting another grimace of pain. Lampard gazed up at the Madrid sky, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He was weary. He had long known that donning the white jersey was no easy feat, yet he never expected the challenges posed by Real Madrid to be so outrageous. Raul, this captain, was lying to his face. He truly regarded him as a fool. Lampard, despite his intelligence, after the fleeting moment of anger, chose to feign belief in Raul's words. After all, the locker room was filled with Raul's supporters, and Guti had already been defeated. This power struggle's victor was not someone an outsider like him could challenge. Furthermore, the players who had transferred from the Premier League during the summer had already formed a close alliance with Raul, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Having come to this conclusion, Lampard, being lifted onto a stretcher by the medical team, turned his head and forced a smile, saying, "I understand now. Thank you for today, Captain." Raul, sensing that this fellow might have misunderstood him, swore to the heavens that he had spoken nothing but the truth. At the very least, it was true that he stood on the sidelines to observe. A captain could not always be the one taking the hits, could he? As for his teammates' actions, he was not a mind reader, merely relying on his experience to make educated guesses. Previously, every time Pepe engaged in a scuffle, he would inadvertently strike him. So it was conceivable that Lampard could also be caught in the crossfire. The well-trained Real Madrid medical staff hastily transported Lampard towards the sidelines. Just as the stretcher was about to cross the boundary, the specially customized stretcher from the Real Madrid medical room unexpectedly split down the middle. Accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, Lampard let out a howl reminiscent of a wolf, causing the nearby fans in the stands to tense up. As he lay there, one part of his body slightly protruded. Falling unexpectedly was indeed painful. Poor Lampard. A red card. 2 red cards. In fact, the injured Lampard was shown a red card. And Ramos, who had initiated the flying kick, also could not escape the referee's scrutiny. Ramos truly needed to learn to control his emotions, as he had accumulated the longest suspension time over the past 2 seasons. In this clash, both sides were reduced to 10 men. As Ramos made his way off the pitch, interim coach Villas-Boas approached to offer comfort, but Ramos continued to shout at the field. Even as Villas-Boas tried to pull him away, Ramos defiantly raised 2 fingers, exclaiming, "Double digits! I want double digits today. Come on, let's go," Villas-Boas urged, shielding Ramos as they hurried along. If they didn't get him down the tunnel soon, the Real Madrid fans would surely swarm. He showed no respect for his former club. This young man had managed to offend both Barcelona and Real Madrid simultaneously, which was no small feat. Boas questioned if he possessed such audacity. After finally ushering Ramos into the players' tunnel, Boas returned to the sidelines. Andre, I overheard the home crowd murmuring about having caught a sorcerer, allegedly summoned by Real Madrid from Brazil specifically to counter Kevin. Faria remarked. When Mourinho departed from Barcelona to embark on his solo career, he first sought out Faria. He now serves as one of the team's fitness coaches and assistant coaches. I anticipated this development. Boas crossed his arms and scoffed, stating, "Do not fret, I am well prepared." As long as you are aware, Faria nodded in agreement. I hadn't expected that Boas would prove to be quite reliable. Once Faria returned to the coaching bench, a restless Boas began to recite his incantation once more. In harmony with the enchanting melody, Boas involuntarily swayed his body. The fourth official raised the stoppage time board, indicating there were merely 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Indeed, the prolonged delay was primarily due to the conflict on the left flank. Currently, all of Real Madrid's players were retreating to their half. They were unwilling to concede another goal before halftime. The foremost challenge they faced was their numerical disadvantage. Neither side had made immediate substitutions, seemingly saving them for the second half. However, with the defensively proactive Lampard exiting the field, Real Madrid's midfield depth had diminished. Would they be able to withstand Chelsea's assaults? The game resumed. The industrious Huang Kaiwen began to retreat into the backfield to orchestrate the play and regain some stamina, allowing Deco and Ashley Cole to surge forward from the left flank to challenge Real Madrid's defense. Both players possessed considerable attacking prowess. Although they lacked the capacity to single-handedly resolve the match, they were among the more competent midfielders and fullbacks in contemporary football. With a resounding thump, Huang Kaiwen executed a lofted pass from the backfield, impeccably locating Ashley Cole just beyond the midfield line. Ashley Cole deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, evading the advancing Gago and moving towards the center. Noticing the defensive weakness beside Drogba, he took a couple of steps before launching a delicate pass. The ball soared directly towards Real Madrid's penalty area, and Drogba burst forth, eluding Hines to meet the ball in a one-on-one situation. At that moment, Casillas opted to charge out, reasoning that the ball was not in Huang Kaiwen's possession. He swiftly leapt from the penalty area, heading the ball away with great force, sending it soaring far from the box, landing near the center circle. Just as the Real Madrid players exhaled in relief, they suddenly beheld a figure positioned at the edge of the center circle, poised to strike with his right foot, meeting the ball with a powerful swing. Thud! Casillas hastily scrambled to regain his footing. The ball once again altered its trajectory, arcing gracefully towards the goal, and after bypassing both teams' players, it descended accurately into the net. Boo! 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 The Britannia Stadium erupted in unrest. The Mellinger could no longer tolerate the performance of the Real Madrid players. The cacophony of boos gradually intensified, as white handkerchiefs fluttered in the night breeze. Every Real Madrid supporter was vocalizing their discontent. Some fans abruptly stood up, unwilling to remain in the Bernabeu any longer. Casillas found himself in a disheveled heap within the penalty area, epitomizing the dismal state of Real Madrid's first-half performance. The noble supporters of Real Madrid had never endured such indignity. Kevin, goal. Goal, goal, goal. Once again, a stunning strike from midfield. Kevin has achieved a remarkable quadruple. Facing his former club, Real Madrid, Kevin, without unleashing his full potential, continues to score relentlessly and remains unstoppable. By halftime, he had led Chelsea to inflict upon Real Madrid the most significant defeat in European competition history. The previous record for Real Madrid's largest loss was a 0-5 defeat to Milan on April 19, 1989. The new scoreline of 0-6 shatters this disgraceful record, creating an entirely new chapter in history. As Kevin himself stated, as a professional athlete, he shows no mercy on the field when the ball comes directly to him. Not to shoot would be a disservice to Chelsea's wages and the support of its fans. A ball arriving at such speed requires no pause. He can effortlessly execute a stunning volley, a feat of extraordinary finesse that represents the pinnacle of human capability. Unlike other technically gifted players who may indulge in flashy displays, Kevin demonstrates absolute control over the ball with every touch and movement. At times, I wonder if he possesses some divine power, for he seems able to score artistic goals from any angle and in any manner. Football is the most beloved sport in the world. and Kevin's performances elevate the game into a grand and creative spectacle. In Italy, every fan supports their hometown team. Yet only one team garners viewership that surpasses all others, Kevin's team. Italians may not favor Real Madrid or Chelsea, but they adore Kevin. There is no one who does not appreciate him. When a Milanese and a Sicilian sit together to watch a match, it is surely a game featuring Kevin, who transcends all boundaries with his feet. Even if aliens were to invade Earth one day, it would undoubtedly be Kevin's game that would momentarily halt their advance. Mourinho stands with his hands in his pockets, gradually acclimating to this spectacle of goals. Chelsea has maintained their lead, yet he finds little to celebrate. He is destined to become one of the greatest coaches in football history. It is merely Real Madrid. Refusing their overtures last summer was a wise decision. Coaching a top-tier team pales in comparison to building one. Soon, he will be the first coach in Chelsea's history to secure the Champions League title. He is Jose Mourinho, a great man adept at challenging himself. Pellegrini slumps back into his coaching seat. Previously, while leading Villarreal against Kevin, he felt the opposition was excessively formidable. With hat-tricks becoming the norm, this had escalated to a personal vendetta. Yet now, he ought to feel gratitude. He had not anticipated that such a significant scoreline would conceal a reserve of power. If someone were to tell him that Kevin was a robot, he would not doubt it. How else could he continuously score goal after goal? During his time at Villarreal, he even resorted to employing sorcery against Kevin. However, upon joining Real Madrid, he believed he could win honorably. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow. In today's match, not only victory seemed unattainable, but even a draw was beyond imagination. During the halftime break, there was a pressing need to contemplate how to lose the game with some semblance of dignity. Pellegrini could not help but chuckle bitterly. Surely, he wouldn't be dismissed after just one game, becoming the coach with the shortest tenure in Real Madrid's history. Damn it. As the referee's whistle signaled the halftime intermission, Pellegrini mustered his spirits and approached each Real Madrid player, offering words of comfort. Boas seized a towel from the equipment manager and approached Kevin Huang with a water bottle in hand. He smiled as he handed over the towel, waiting for Huang to wipe his sweat before retrieving it again and offering the water bottle. After Huang rinsed his mouth and spat it out by the sidelines, Boas inquired, "Are you tired? It seems unlikely for Real Madrid to stage a comeback. Should we consider substitutions for the second half?" "Never mind, coach, I can still play," Huang declined. "All right, then," Boas replied, wrapping an arm around Huang's shoulder. "We'll wait until the match is nearing its conclusion before I take you off. You call the shots, coach." Huang smiled in agreement. Together, they returned to the locker room, where Ramos, freshly showered, sat on the bench. Terry approached and remarked, "You might be facing a suspension today." "That's fine. I'm used to it," Ramos replied nonchalantly. Huang felt a slight headache at the thought of how long his good friend Ramos could be sidelined this time. After the match, he would join Mourinho at the press conference. Boas chatted briefly with the players, showcasing a style distinct from Mourinho's. Due to his relative youth, he easily connected with the players. Occasionally, when Mourinho lost his temper, Boas played the role of the peacemaker, maintaining a good rapport with the team. Once the players settled in and began to eat, Boas cheerfully remarked, "You've played a magnificent half at the Bernabeu." I did a little research. Real Madrid's largest defeat in history was an 18-0 loss to Espanyol in 1930, and their biggest victory was 11-1 against Barcelona. Moreover, their most significant European victory occurred in 1961, when they defeated Auxerre 9-0. "So, are you aiming to help them set a new record?" Ashley Cole shouted in excitement. "I didn't say that, but you can interpret it that way," Boas chuckled. "Such an opportunity is rare. Just think about it. To humiliate the greatest team of the 21st century in a single match, ensuring that every future rival of Real Madrid will mention you in their jeers. It's a chance to etch your name in the annals of football history. Sounds great. It feels cool," Joe Cole responded with a grin. Ramos rose, addressing his teammates. "As I mentioned earlier, double digits. If we score in double figures, we can utterly crush Real Madrid today." "Well, since we all agree, let's go for it," Terry declared, surveying the locker room before raising his arms and shouting, "Continue. Let's go, let's go, let's go." In the best box at the Bernabeu, Mourinho was surprised when Abramovich summoned him. His phone was with the UEFA staff. To express oneself freely is indeed a delightful experience, yet it comes at a considerable cost. Both the FA and UEFA seem to target him specifically. Typically, coaches who face suspension do not receive such treatment. However, Mourinho is no ordinary coach. Where is that individual from Real Madrid? Mourinho curiously inquired upon entering the box. He had to leave for a moment due to other obligations. With a smile, Abramovich remarked, "Stay here and enjoy the second half. Once your suspension ends, you will return to the coaching seat. Make the most of this time." Mourinho poured himself a glass of wine, straightened his suit jacket, and settled into a comfortable sofa. "The team is currently in good shape, but do you have some concerns regarding Kevin's positioning?" Abramovich asked with a raised glass. Mourinho's expression stiffened. The crux of his conflict with Abramovich lay in the latter's interference in team affairs. Could this billionaire not contain himself once again? "I often hear you say that Chelsea does not excessively rely on any single player, yet in crucial matches or when we are trailing, we always need Kevin on the pitch," Abramovich stated. "Indeed, Kevin is vital and scores numerous goals. However, Chelsea does not overly depend on him. My tactics distribute responsibilities reasonably among all players, and Kevin's goals are merely him fulfilling his role," Mourinho clarified, setting down his glass as he gestured emphatically. "I understand." Abramovich acknowledged, "I promised not to interfere with the team, and I shall uphold that promise. However, I wish to inquire if the team faces any difficulties, such as the need for better equipment or enhancements in certain areas." Mourinho promptly produced a notebook, prepared to jot down notes. "Certainly," Mourinho affirmed. "There remains a gap between Chelsea and Real Madrid. When Kevin went down earlier, the Real Madrid medical team entered the field 1 minute and 20 seconds faster than ours." Mourinho raised 2 fingers, emphasizing that 1 minute and 20 seconds may not significantly impact optimal treatment time, but it starkly highlights the disparity between us and Real Madrid. "I desire every detail of my team to be world-class." "Indeed," Abramovich nodded, acknowledging the validity of Mourinho's concerns. "But how do we address this?" Mourinho quickly interjected. "I have heard that AC Milan's medical team has their entrance time evaluated and linked to their salaries. We could certainly learn from AC Milan's practices." "Very well. Let us proceed with that," Abramovich agreed with a nod. Furthermore, Mourinho continued, "For our team to secure more championships, we require better players. We must part ways with those unwilling to accept substitute roles and bring in players of exceptional quality who are also willing to be reserves. We need sufficient depth to tackle more matches. With Chelsea's capabilities, we are fully capable of claiming every title. We could achieve the UEFA Super Cup, Champions League, League Cup, FA Cup, Premier League, Club World Cup, and the Community Shield within a single season, becoming the first ever 7-time champions in football history." Abramovich clenched his left fist with his right hand, nodding vigorously. He was captivated by the vision that Mourinho painted. The first 7-time champions in football history. Chelsea, the 7-time champions. In due time, the name of this boss shall resonate across the globe. After a brief silence, Abramovich gestured and stated, "Whoever you wish to acquire or which player you desire to offload, simply inform Kenyon, and I shall ensure he fully supports your endeavors. I have but one request. I yearn for championships, many championships. Fear not, with Kevin aboard, we shall seize every title." Mourinho exclaimed with palpable excitement. Finally, the opportunity to indulge in acquisitions has arrived. Engaging in the real game is far more exhilarating than the virtual counterpart. Abramovich teasingly glanced at Mourinho. "Didn't you mention not to overly rely on Kevin? When it comes to titles, Kevin becomes the assurance of victory." Realizing the contradiction, Mourinho's face flushed as he clarified. "Kevin indeed holds great significance, yet so do the others. We are a united team. Our success does not hinge on any single player." Abramovich suppressed a chuckle and nodded, finding Mourinho occasionally quite amusing. "Are there any further requests?" Abramovich inquired. "Could the expenses for divination be reimbursed?" Mourinho asked. Although the cost was minimal, it was a necessity for work. Abramovich, taken aback, replied, "I assumed you only believed in yourself. I am not wholly convinced, yet it is a popular trend in football. I think it merits a try," Mourinho awkwardly explained. "Very well, consult with Kenyon." Abramovich continued, "I have one more request. When the team travels to St. Petersburg, Kevin must accompany us." "Why?" Mourinho exclaimed, turning with agitation. "Playing away in St. Petersburg may result in Kevin's injury. Even if he does not play, he must be present in St. Petersburg. Consider it my request," Abramovich asserted. This was the first time Mourinho had heard the word request from Abramovich's lips. He ceased his objections, nodding softly. "Understood, it is best if he does not play. Indeed, we shall strive to keep him off the field. Now, let us unwind after work and relish the match," Abramovich said with a smile. "Agreed." Mourinho cheerfully raised his glass. The players returned to the pitch. The Bernabeu, with a capacity of over 81,000, had several vacant seats. The singing of the Real Madrid anthem lacked its usual fervor. Both teams had made personnel adjustments. Real Madrid substituted Xabi Garcia for Van der Vaart, while Chelsea replaced Joe Cole with Julian Belady, both changes aimed at bolstering defense. Chelsea sought to secure victory, while Real Madrid aimed to avoid conceding further goals. The referee's whistle signaled the resumption of play. After receiving the ball, Gago promptly passed it back. Xabi Alonso noted the looseness in Chelsea's formation and delivered a deft right-footed pass to the right flank. Upon receiving the ball, Cristiano Ronaldo accelerated immediately. Ashley Cole pressed forward without delay. Ronaldo deftly maneuvered to the center, encountering pressure from Mikel and Ballack. With a clever heel flick, he directed the ball to the advancing Ivanovic. As Ivanovic prepared to feint for a dribble, Ashley Cole decisively tackled, sending the ball out of bounds. Cole displayed remarkable decisiveness, executing his challenge with pinpoint accuracy. Indeed, Chelsea's defensive line possesses formidable strength, exerting considerable pressure on Real Madrid today. Ivanovic launched a throw-in down the left flank. Cristiano Ronaldo dribbled towards the left, coordinating with his teammates, while Marcelo delivered a cross, leaving the goal unguarded. It was Ashley Cole once again, who cleared the ball off the goal line, preventing what seemed a certain goal. The Real Madrid players approached the referee to lodge a complaint, suggesting the ball had crossed the line. From this angle, it appeared to have barely crossed, though not entirely. A corner kick remained a promising opportunity, and they needed to maintain their composure. Xabi Alonso took the corner. A flurry of players leapt inside Chelsea's penalty area, both teams boasting players with exceptional heading abilities. Ivanovic aimed a header, thwarted by Cech, who swiftly raised his hands to block. Ashley Cole seized the ball in front of the goal, turning to clear it, only to have it intercepted by Xabi Garcia's outstretched foot. Carvalho was quick to claim the ball, carrying it out of the penalty area and delivering a deft diagonal pass to Kevin Huang. With explosive speed, Huang surged forward through the center. Carvalho, rather than retreating to defend, darted into the unguarded left flank to provide an option. Gago turned and sprinted back, preparing to assist his teammates in defending against Huang. In the blink of an eye, Huang had crossed the halfway line. With few defenders in Real Madrid's half due to their participation in the corner attack, Huang, unmarked, accelerated towards the edge of the penalty area. Gago, just ready to press, saw Huang deftly push the ball with his left foot to the advancing Ballack. Hines and Marcelo rushed to block Ballack, determined not to allow him a shooting opportunity. Ballack executed a feint, turning, and sent a precise through ball with his right foot. The ball arced past the two Real Madrid defenders and into the penalty area. Unchallenged, Carvalho received the ball and advanced, taking 2 steps before unleashing a powerful shot without waiting for a block. Casillas, anticipating the shot, leapt but misjudged it, allowing the ball to sail past him into the net. Oh, what jubilation! Carvalho sprinted in delight towards the goal, quickly turning to Huang. Huang caught the exuberant Carvalho, eliciting a somewhat stiff reaction from Villa's Boas on the sidelines. He resolved to remind his players post-match to temper their celebrations, lest they inadvertently injure Kevin. Embracing Huang, Carvalho exclaimed, "This goal is for you, Kevin." "Thank you, Ricardo." Huang chuckled, "No need for thanks. I should be the one thanking you for teaching that rogue character a lesson in our match against Liverpool." Carvalho shouted excitedly. "We are teammates, are we not?" Huang smiled, patting Carvalho's back. "Indeed, we are teammates." Carvalho nodded vigorously. Perhaps Carragher's own goal hat trick was a trivial matter for Huang, yet it held significant importance for him. Thus, today he aimed not only to score, but also to ensure a clean sheet against Real Madrid. Let those proud Real Madrid fans and their club president take notice. Without Kevin, Real Madrid is utterly devoid of worth. The Chelsea players saunter back, sharing laughter. Casillas, in a state of numbness, retrieves the ball and hurls it forward. The Real Madrid players exhibit a similarly blank expression. Even Raul could not have anticipated that one day he would be relegated to the role of a mere kickoff machine. After seizing the ball, Cristiano Ronaldo relentlessly charges toward Chelsea's half. When Deco presses him, he deftly nudges the ball to his left, surging into Chelsea's penalty area. On the left flank, Ashley Cole races toward Ronaldo, executing a swift sliding tackle. Ronaldo halts abruptly, evades the challenge, and lays the ball back for the approaching Gago, who promptly sends it to Marcelo on the left. Marcelo, upon receiving the ball, launches a cross into Chelsea's box. Terry sprints toward the 6-yard box. Realizing that the advancing Czech can reach the ball, he quickly halts to avoid colliding with his teammate. With a resounding thump, Czech uses both hands to push the ball, which has yet to escape Chelsea's penalty area. Terry flicks it with his head, and Carvalho, upon receiving the ball, turns and breaks out of the box. Regardless of what happens next, the immediate priority is to clear the ball from the danger zone. Raul pursues Carvalho relentlessly from behind, who senses the pressure and quickly makes a decision after glancing up. With a deft touch of his right foot, he sends a precise through ball that threads through several Real Madrid midfielders, finding the wide-open Drogba on the right flank. Hines reacts swiftly, closing in on Drogba with intent to impede his advance. Drogba, receiving the ball, nudges it forward, using his physical prowess to overpower Hines. The proactive Hines, who had attempted to initiate contact, finds himself suddenly at a disadvantage. This brute's physique is simply overwhelming. He is forced to decelerate. Otherwise, he risks tumbling to the ground. The two players race toward the edge of the penalty area, with Drogba sprinting to the right side of the box, suddenly unencumbered by defensive pressure. As Hines charges toward the byline, the advancing Huang Kaiwen and Deco both penetrate the box, closely pursued by defenders. The defensive pressure on Deco is slightly less intense. Yet Drogba still pivots and taps the ball toward the center. Realizing it is intended for him, Huang Kaiwen accelerates with his right foot, instantly creating a gap between himself and Pepe. Casillas senses impending danger and hastily adjusts his positioning. In that fleeting moment, Huang Kaiwen seizes the opportunity, collapsing to the ground and delicately chipping the ball with his left foot. With Czech directly on the ground to defend, he is caught off guard by a half-high ball. By the time he reacts, his weight cannot be shifted in time, leaving him to futilely extend his arms in a last-ditch effort. As the ball sails past him into the net, Huang Kaiwen, 80, with a deft touch inside the box, he alters the score once more. Chelsea has achieved a resounding victory, unexpectedly so. This day shall be marked as one of the most humiliating in the century-long history of Real Madrid. To concede 8 goals in the Champions League is beyond intolerable for any prestigious club. Even more alarming, a mere 7 minutes into the second half, one can hardly fathom what the final score might resemble. Chelsea's players surged once more towards Kaiwen, a scene we frequently witnessed last season with Real Madrid. Supporters of Real Madrid have begun to depart the stands, unable to endure such a disheartening display. Chelsea is playing with reckless abandon. Carvalho has excelled in 2 consecutive attacking plays, and the overall form of Chelsea's squad today is remarkable. Indeed, I believe Pellegrini should consider substitutions to bolster the defense. Even if scoring is unattainable, conceding further goals to Chelsea is unacceptable. Cruyff remarked, "It's all the Spanish Football Association's fault." While I found myself anticipating that our forum might face closure yet again, no need for concern. I had already prepared for such an eventuality. If that occurs, we shall migrate to Lampard's forum. The administrator is astute, having preemptively arranged for our relocation. However, to suggest migration seems rather absurd. It's as if one has been watching too many nature documentaries. To be honest, I find it difficult to criticize Kaiwen. Yet my fondness for my fellow forum members compels me to join in the banter. Running around with everyone feels particularly exhilarating. Perhaps we ought to establish a wandering forum instead. Kaiwen has already netted 5 goals. Surely that is sufficient, or is he truly on course for a double-digit tally? The crux of the matter is Chelsea is playing like a whirlwind today. Did you not witness Carvalho's recent play? Charging from one penalty area to the other to receive the ball and shoot? His dribbling and offensive initiation nearly had me believing I was watching Beckenbauer. So, does Kaiwen truly elevate the performance of his teammates? Let us not exaggerate. He is merely a stimulant for the team. And the strength of Chelsea's players is what truly shines. I recall you stating last season that Real Madrid was strong enough to allow their goalkeeper to take liberties. Does that strength not also transfer? Cough, cough. While watching the match, it is evident that Real Madrid must strive for improvement. At the very least to score a goal and restore some dignity. Raul and Cristiano Ronaldo have indeed put forth commendable efforts today. Alas, Carvalho, how could he block that? With an 8-goal lead, he still leaps to thwart a shot. What personal vendetta could he possibly have against Real Madrid? Must he exert himself so? Czech has positioned himself rather advanced. Raul, from 30 meters out on the left, unleashed a left-footed strike that whizzed past Czech towards the right side of the Chelsea goal. Carvalho dashed forward, performing a heroic dive to intercept, colliding painfully with the post as he deflected the ball away from the net. Ashley Cole swiftly turned and cleared the ball to midfield, sending it out of play. The unexpected turn of events left both teams in shock. Carvalho lay curled up in the small box, faint groans betraying the agony he endured. Why? Terry crouched beside Carvalho, inquiring. There is no reason. Carvalho managed a pained smile and slowly replied. If we are to maintain a clean sheet against Real Madrid, we must indeed do so. A man should honor his word and deliver. Terry exhaled deeply, his hands restlessly raking through his hair. He reached out to grasp Carvalho, assuring him, do not worry. Today I guarantee that Real Madrid shall not score even a single goal. The Chelsea team physician arrived tardily, flustered as they lifted Carvalho onto a stretcher. Carvalho clung tightly to Terry's hand, casting a smile towards Kevin Yellow. Kevin raised his thumb, reassuring him, rest assured, leave it to us. It was said that the spirit of King Yellow inspired them all. Yet, how was King Yellow not influenced by his teammates as well? The football field is a magical realm, perpetually giving birth to a myriad of stories, with teammates pouring their all into the game. He had no reason to halt his pursuit. Paulo Ferreira was set to enter the fray, as Chelsea's defense had encountered numerous injuries that day. Meanwhile, Real Madrid players warmed up. Sneijder and Higuain stood on the sidelines. Were they intent on bolstering their attack? Scoring a goal would indeed be advantageous. But Chelsea was playing with fervor today. Reducing defenders could easily grant Chelsea the opportunity to net further goals. Ferreira, having barely warmed up, stepped onto the pitch. Since transferring to Chelsea, he had become a substitute, yet rather than succumb to defeat, he had honed his skills as both a center-back and left-back. Not every player possesses the capacity to be a starter in a prestigious club, but when opportunities are scarce, each individual's choices diverge. Ferreira was evidently always preparing for his moment on the field. Terry clapped his hands and proclaimed, today's match holds special significance. I have but one demand. We must score. And score more. Additionally, we must defend resolutely. We must keep a clean sheet against Real Madrid. John, those are two demands. Ashley Cole reminded him. Though merely a group stage match, we aim to announce our arrival to all of Europe through this game. Terry shot a glance at Ashley Cole and raised his arm, exclaiming, I came, I saw, I conquered. The Chelsea players raised their arms in unison. The Real Madrid players, heads bowed, retreated. On the pitch, it was destined that only one side would find joy. Fortunately, Chelsea was that side. As both teams returned to the center circle, the expressions of the Real Madrid players evoked a sense of pity. Raul felt an urge to keep the ball beneath his feet, refraining from kicking it away. He instinctively glanced towards the sidelines. This Iron Man, for the first time, contemplated stepping aside, allowing the opportunity for younger players. Accustomed to playing alongside Kevin Yellow, it was now disheartening to face him as an opponent. Upon seeing the substitution board raised, Raul prepared to exit the field. However, Higuain was pulled back to the bench by the coach, leaving Raul's expression frozen. Sneijder entered the fray, replacing Gago, while Raul remained on the pitch. Raul sighed, tapping his foot in frustration. Sneijder received the ball and promptly passed it back. Xabi Alonso took possession, continuing to survey the field, choosing to dictate the rhythm of the game. Sneijder brought with him a directive from the coach, no more losses of possession. With 30 minutes remaining, this demand felt somewhat burdensome. As Drogba charged forward to press, Alonso swiftly turned and made a back pass. Pepe received the ball and quickly distributed it wide, while Ivanovic propelled himself forward with the ball. Today he suffered a devastating blow on his side, and now he hopes to showcase some prowess during the offensive. As he dribbled towards the midfield, Huang Kaiwen proactively surged forward to apply pressure. Before Huang could extend his foot, Ivanovic had already executed a deft diagonal pass to the advancing Sneijder. Upon receiving the ball, Sneijder promptly turned and delivered a precise through ball with his right foot, sending the ball rolling diagonally over 20 meters to find Cristiano Ronaldo in the attacking zone. Ronaldo, on the right flank, forcefully cut inside, squeezing past Ashley Cole as he charged into the penalty area. Noticing Ferreira closing in for support, he swiftly crossed the ball. Cole managed to deflect it out for a corner kick. Another corner for Real Madrid. They must seize this opportunity. Indeed, if they can score just one goal, they can momentarily catch their breath. Pellegrini stood on the sidelines, vocally instructing the players, don't all rush forward, be cautious of a counterattack. His substitutions clearly aimed to bolster the attack. However, each time too many Real Madrid players surged forward, they were left vulnerable to Chelsea's counterattacks. Whether he would remain in charge after a 0-8 defeat was uncertain, but conceding 2 more goals to Chelsea would undoubtedly seal his fate. Terry stood resolutely in the penalty area, coordinating the defense alongside Cech. He would fulfill his commitment to Carvalho. Huang Kaiwen assessed the numbers in the box. There were sufficient players, so he opted to stay forward, awaiting a counterattacking opportunity. Both teams' players were on edge within the penalty area. The Real Madrid players cherished this chance, while Chelsea aimed for a clean sheet, hoping to deliver a spectacular performance at the Bernabeu. The referee's whistle sounded, and Xabi Alonso took a run-up before delicately striking the ball beneath him. The ball swiftly reached the near post, where Ronaldo leapt to head it towards goal. But Terry stood firm, blocking the effort. The ball fell into the midst of a chaotic scramble in the box. Raul seized the moment, extending his foot to hook the ball towards him. As he prepared to unleash a left-footed shot, Bellotti intervened to thwart the attempt. The ball rebounded off Bellotti's foot, soaring high and exiting the penalty area. Deco, who had been stationed just outside the box, swiftly seized the ball. Xabi Garcia reacted promptly, charging towards Deco, intent on committing a foul. A foul in the attacking third might not even warrant a yellow card, yet it could effectively interrupt Chelsea's counterattack. Deco quickly passed laterally to Ferreira, who had ventured outside the box, evading Xabi Garcia's grasp. Ferreira subsequently returned the ball to the advancing Deco. Deco took possession on the left side of the backline, advancing a couple of steps before expertly striking the ball with his right foot. The ball soared past the midfield, heading straight for Real Madrid's penalty area. Huang Kaiwen, having judged the ball's trajectory, adjusted his speed accordingly. As the ball descended near the left side of the penalty area, he extended his left foot, deftly nudging it into the box. Positioned outside the penalty area, Casillas seized the opportunity, charging towards the ball with unyielding determination. Huang Kaiwen dashed into the box, lifting the ball over Casillas' head with a deft flick of his right foot. Quickly adjusting his footing past Casillas, he steadied himself and executed a left-footed strike at the ball. An open goal awaited him. Only Pepe sprinted back to the left post. However, he was unable to use his hands, allowing the ball to effortlessly slip through the center of the goal. The Chelsea players erupted in jubilant celebration once more, reveling in this epic clash. In the box, Mourinho stood with his hands in his pockets, fully aware that losing to Real Madrid was not his fault. Look at this. Without Kevin, Real Madrid has lost all its magic. The Master of the Dragon had predicted correctly that someone would receive a red card in this match. Such divination truly is remarkable. Mourinho contemplated taking the time to delve deeper into this. He couldn't always rely on others to predict. He needed to learn for himself. He preferred to be the master of his own fate. As the team continued to improve, a smile broke across Mourinho's face. After decisively vanquishing Real Madrid today, Chelsea would undergo a complete transformation, mentally prepared to face any opponent without fear. In other words, Chelsea had evolved from a nouveau riche to a prestigious club under the guidance of Jose Mourinho. Erecting a statue at Stamford Bridge would certainly be fitting, and yes, let us have one for Kevin as well. Higuain, after a second warm-up, finally replaced Raul, utilizing all 3 substitution slots. Villa's Boas observed the field and felt it was time to substitute Huang Kaiwen. He approached and cheerfully informed Huntelaar to warm up. Huntelaar removed his training attire and made his way to the sidelines. During this period, he had received a fair share of opportunities. This is the nature of major clubs in mainstream leagues like Chelsea. He had discerned a crucial fact. Mourinho preferred the combative prowess of Drogba. Recently, he had engaged a nutritionist to enhance his physical resilience. Improving his combat ability also bore the advantage of reducing vulnerability within the national team. Van Nistelrooy had suffered terribly. After a mere glance, he returned home to endure several nights of nightmares. It is certainly more prudent to possess self-defense capabilities. After Higuain entered the field and greeted Huang Kaiwen, he returned to his half, awaiting the kickoff. Meanwhile, Florentino, already at home watching the match on television, nodded grimly. Damn it, you're fired too. This summer, we must clear out the dead weight unworthy of Real Madrid. Now, he faced a headache regarding the impending issues. The loss today was devastating. Those Real Madrid members would not easily forgive him. As Higuain resumed play, the broadcast camera panned to the Bernabeu stands. With a capacity exceeding 81,000, the Bernabeu was nearly full, save for the away fans, leaving a scene of desolation. Scattered fans could hardly be recognized as supporters of Real Madrid. The litter strewn across the ground symbolized the fury of the Madrid faithful. On a brighter note, selling the refuse could yield some income. though the dilemma remained that the proceeds from the trash would not cover labor costs. Xabi Alonso continued to pass back. He never anticipated that his arrival at Real Madrid would lead to such an ordeal. The defenders in the back line were quick with their passes, each unwilling to hold onto the ball for long. Marcelo delivered a diagonal pass, which found its way back to Xabi Alonso's feet. With a swift motion, Alonso turned and sent a precise long ball with his right foot. Mikel surged ahead on the right flank, outmuscling Cristiano Ronaldo to direct the ball forward. Ronaldo, clearly fatigued from the relentless running throughout the match, could be said to be one of Real Madrid's most industrious players today, alongside Raul. Nevertheless, the team faced challenges not only in defense, but also in their offensive strategies. Lampard, lacking the role of a central orchestrator, found himself in a system where Robben and Duff flanked the attack, while Drogba contested in the center to create opportunities for Lampard. However, Raul and Drogba are entirely different types of players. In the tussle for midfield dominance, Real Madrid appeared to lack the physicality and organizational prowess that Chelsea exhibited. The ball reached Deco, who made a cross into the middle. Huang Kaiwen flicked the ball over his shoulder with his right foot, executing a stunning lob between two defenders. And the ball found the net. Astonishingly, Huang Kaiwen unleashed his full potential against his former club, sending them to the nadir of humiliation. Kaiwen goal. Goal. Another exquisite shot from outside the box left Casillas utterly helpless, unable to thwart Kaiwen's strike. As I have previously stated, Kaiwen does not indulge in flamboyance. Instead, he employs the most practical methods to find the back of the net. If he wished, he could effortlessly showcase a myriad of dribbling techniques, weaving past all of Real Madrid's defenders before executing a backheel to score midway through a Marseille turn. Yet, he refrains from doing so. Even his signature moves, such as the flick, the nutmeg, and the rainbow flick, have become seldom used. My understanding of this is that Kaiwen does not wish to make his opponents appear foolish. Even after countless affirmations, I must reiterate, Kaiwen's skills are unparalleled, and his golden-hearted spirit is a treasure in the realm of football, one that transcends humanity. Should extraterrestrials ever invade Earth, it would surely be because they could not receive signals of Kaiwen's matches in space. The young coach Boas chose to substitute Kaiwen, allowing him to bask in the applause of the fans. Huntelaar, a promising player, consistently expresses his admiration for Kaiwen whenever he replaces him, surely gaining invaluable experience while observing from the bench. Mata approached Huang Kaiwen, saying, "It feels like you can score effortlessly. It's simply remarkable." "It's not that simple," Kaiwen replied with a smile from the bench. "It's primarily because they cannot keep up. Explosive speed is crucial on the pitch." Indeed, Mata nodded in agreement, somewhat envious. Huang Kaiwen's speed and explosiveness are truly unparalleled in football. Most importantly, he possesses the ability to change direction at high speed, a skill that often proves detrimental to the ankles and knees of many players, leading to their untimely downfall. Witnessing Huang Kaiwen sustain 86 injuries, yet continue to perform at such a level, is nothing short of admirable to Mata. In high spirits, Huang Kaiwen engaged in light conversation with Mata as Chelsea continued to press forward in the final moments of the match. Regrettably, Huntelaar was a touch unfortunate today, striking the crossbar on 2 occasions. "Come on, let us go and thank the crowd," Huang Kaiwen suggested, pulling Mata to his feet. "Substitutes are also part of the team." "All right," Mata nodded in agreement. The Real Madrid players trudged dejectedly into the tunnel. The illustrious Bernabeu, once a bastion of triumph, had transformed into a playground for Chelsea supporters. Those few lingering fans in the stands remained reluctant to rise, merely watching the joy that the number 10 brought forth. Chelsea fans began to sing the song that welcomed Huang Kaiwen upon his debut at Stamford Bridge. "We are the champions, my friends. And we will keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. This world does not belong to the defeated, for we are the champions." The remaining fans could only feel a pang of sorrow, watching Huang Kaiwen being tossed into the air by his teammates. The excessively youthful coach screamed incessantly. Suddenly, there was a nostalgic longing for the coach who once commanded from the sidelines in a robe. Florentino, seated before his television, took out his phone and called Sierra, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Why hasn't the sprinkler system been activated? How dare we allow our adversaries to celebrate in the great Bernabeu?" Informed the stadium administrator that he has also been dismissed. At the post-match press conference, Mourinho and Huang Kaiwen appeared together, instantly becoming the center of attention. "Jose, will Ramos' suspension affect his status within the team?" Today, Kaiwen scored numerous stunning goals, Does this imply that Chelsea's offense is heavily reliant on him? What thoughts do you have on this victory, Mr. Mourinho? Kaiwen, please share your feelings with us. Mourinho, elegantly seated and wearing a smile, waited for the reporters to finish before responding. Firstly, Sergio was somewhat impulsive. I will counsel him, but he will not lose his position because of this. As for the notion of reliance on Kaiwen, that is absolute nonsense. Chelsea has never overly depended on any single player. Victory is a collective effort. Kaiwen was our standout performer today, alongside Carvalho, Terry, and Drogba. My players exhibited exceptional performances, even during my suspension. Could you comment on the behavior of Mr. Villa's Boas, who appeared on the sidelines with a wand, causing some discomfort? A reporter inquired. Luis Andre has the right to do anything. You must learn to respect others. Firstly, he is today's victor, just like me. A victor is permitted to do anything. That is football, Mourinho said with a smile. Indeed, the victor claims all, Pellegrini nodded. I will take responsibility for today's match. However, I must point out that we just played the Madrid derby and had 24 hours less preparation time than Chelsea. This score does not truly represent the disparity between the two teams. That is all I wish to convey. Pellegrini stood and directly exited the press conference, leaving the reporters somewhat disappointed. They had hoped to witness Pellegrini confront Mourinho, but with such limited capabilities, it was no wonder the team faced a heavy defeat. Jose, could you share your goals for this season? Goals. Mourinho smiled as he stated, I have always pursued championships. My ambition is simply to strive for every title. However, when a reporter inquired if Chelsea could maintain such performance should Kevin sustain an injury, the smile on Mourinho's face gradually faded. He rose abruptly, pointing at the reporter and exclaimed, I can interpret your words as a curse upon Kevin. This press conference concludes here. I have fulfilled my responsibilities. Damn it. Anyone can be a journalist nowadays. Huang Kaiwen stood up alongside him, addressing the reporters. If the coach leaves, I cannot remain. I have but one thing to say. Sergio is not a bad person, and during his suspension, leniency should be considered. Huang Kaiwen followed Mourinho out, who continued to express his indignation. The mastery of language is indeed impressive, allowing for a diverse array of insults. Yet, Huang Kaiwen, also a linguistic prodigy, found himself unable to fully comprehend Mourinho's words. Upon reaching the locker room, Mourinho ceased his complaints, composed himself, and opened the door. Young men, you performed exceptionally well, Mourinho declared with a smile. Winners ought to receive accolades and admiration. Hence, enjoy your time in Madrid today. All expenses will be graciously covered by our esteemed Mr. Abramovich. Cheers erupted. Oh, huzzah! We love you, boss. Finally, we can revel in Madrid. I am quite weary of London, shouted Ashley Cole. The Chelsea players excitedly packed their belongings to depart, only to discover that their celebratory plans were thwarted. The streets were teeming with enraged Real Madrid fans, marking one of the most humiliating days in the club's century-long history, venting their frustrations amidst pursuing Madrid police. Under such circumstances, the Chelsea players found it impossible to celebrate, promptly returning to their hotel to await their flight back to London the following day. Despite the late hour, Cruyff remained invigorated in his study, his thoughts flowing effortlessly as he prepared to craft a new column. The Barcelona maestro strained to devise a defense for Florentino. The blame lay squarely on Chelsea for their merciless performance, inflicting a double-digit score while shutting out Real Madrid. Initially, he intended to mock Real Madrid, but as the score inflated, he was compelled to adapt his stance. At such a moment, he not only refrained from disparaging Florentino, but also sought to divert the fans' attention. Otherwise, if Calderon, that fool, returned, he might offer a staggering 100 million salary to entice Kevin back to La Liga, a scenario Cruyff dreaded. The Chelsea players celebrated in the hotel bar until the early hours. While they slumbered during the day, news of the Bernabeu massacre swept across the globe. The headlines of Real Madrid's humbling transcended the realm of sports. The Marca reported, on a day the Real Madrid fans would rather forget, another outrage occurred at the Bernabeu. According to insights provided by ardent fans, we have unearthed a scandalous revelation. Florentino has allegedly invited a sorcerer to cast a curse upon Kevin. While this claim seems sensational, our meticulous investigation has uncovered compelling evidence that aligns perfectly with these allegations. The account used for remitting funds to the sorcerer is reportedly a personal account belonging to an employee of Florentino's construction company, compelling us to scrutinize whether this gentleman is indeed fit to lead Real Madrid into the future. As reported by AS, The scheduling by the Spanish Football Federation is exceedingly unreasonable. Real Madrid's players have just endured the rigors of the Madrid derby, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted, with insufficient preparation time, making their defeat to their adversaries unsurprising, as they were far from their peak condition. In a column for Mundo Deportivo, Cruyff expressed his thoughts. The manner of Real Madrid's defeat was quite disheartening. While I feel a degree of satisfaction, I am also saddened, as the unprofessionalism of the Spanish Football Federation is a principal factor contributing to Real Madrid's dismal performance. Their scheduling arrangements reveal a lack of support for teams competing in the Champions League. Is the triumph of Spanish teams in the Champions League not a source of pride for Spain? Furthermore, the royal honors bestowed upon Kevin prior to the match affected the mindset of Real Madrid's players. It has been reported that the Bernabeu recently underwent a pitch renovation, which may also be a contributing factor to Real Madrid's loss. Lampard's injury impacted the midfield organization, and the accumulation of these various factors culminated in this defeat. Thus, attributing the loss solely to one individual, whether a coach or the club president, would be unjust. As noted by Tuttosport, Inbu commented on the recent Champions League match, stating that Kevin's consistency is unparalleled among players. Some might argue that Kevin can effortlessly outpace his opponents due to his explosiveness, but in reality, his shooting success rate is remarkably high. Were I to possess such a conversion rate, I would undoubtedly be the foremost striker in the world. Considering Kevin plays as a winger, this match has stripped away the facade of Real Madrid, and I eagerly anticipate the prospect of facing them in the knockout stages. Following the Champions League match, Buffon was queried by reporters and promptly shared his insights on Real Madrid's performance. He remarked, "I do not wish to imply that Real Madrid is weak. Their strength is commendable. However, when the opponent is Kevin, the challenge becomes formidable. Casillas was breached 10 times in a single match. I certainly did not endure such a fate. Therefore, it seems I am a superior goalkeeper to Casillas." Laughs. Frankly, I am not surprised by such a scoreline. Kevin possesses an indomitable spirit. After being compelled to leave Real Madrid, this outcome was inevitable. It is merely a minor episode in his journey to conquer the top 4 leagues. Should he join Bayern, he could surpass Beckenbauer's historical significance at the club in a few seasons, and I believe Mr. Beckenbauer would concur with this sentiment. In basketball news, the Chelsea squad departed from Barajas Airport en route to London. Meanwhile, the discourse surrounding the Bernabeu clash remains fervent. Former Real Madrid president Lorenzo Sanz remarked to reporters, "Florentino has turned Real Madrid into a laughingstock. I fail to comprehend how he has managed to reclaim the presidency after having faced failure once before. He triumphed over me in 2004 by leveraging the names of several players, yet now he finds himself failing again." Fernando Sanz, the son of Lorenzo Sanz, currently presides over Malaga. He is also a notable member of Real Madrid's triumphant squad in the 1997-98 UEFA Champions League season. Sanz's son-in-law is Salgado, and he enjoys a respected status among Real Madrid fans, as his family is deeply rooted in the club. Former President Calderón also granted an interview to reporters, expressing his views on Florentino Perez, whom he described as arrogant, claiming he fails to grasp the essence of football that Kevin embodies. "During my 2-year tenure as president of Real Madrid, the club's commercial revenue doubled, and for the first time, our visibility in Asia surpassed that of Premier League teams. Our merchandise sales exceeded the combined totals of Manchester United and Arsenal." However, Perez has seemingly dismantled it all, viewing football through a merchant's lens, assigning a market value to everything. From a commercial perspective, Mr. Perez is, in fact, a liability. Meanwhile, Messi was spotted queuing for mate tea in the streets of Barcelona. Compelled to engage with reporters, rubbing his medium-length hair, he stated, "Yes, I watched the match, but as a Barca player, I should not comment on other teams. Real Madrid is great, yet the manner of their defeat raises concerns." After celebrating with his teammates, Kevin Huang retired early to bed. The following morning, European news was dominated not only by Real Madrid's humiliating loss, but also by attempts to mitigate the fallout for Barcelona. Cruyff mobilized everyone within the Barca camp to initiate his plan to rescue Florentino. The first team of Barcelona was also placed under a ban, forbidding comments on Real Madrid's match. A series of Barca legends, including Laporta, Luis Enrique, Guardiola, Koeman, Van Gaal, and Rijkaard, directed their grievances towards the Spanish Football Federation, igniting fervor within Spanish football. Florentino, adept at seizing opportunities, found allies in AS and various Real Madrid legends, who concurred that the Spanish Football Federation bore the brunt of the blame for Real Madrid's dismal defeat. The prospect of witnessing Real Madrid and Barcelona unite was unexpected. Although the reasoning seemed tenuous, the emergence of so many legends effectively diverted the fans' attention. Pellegrini also bore his share of the blame, though the timing was unfavorable for a managerial change. Capello declined Florentino's invitation, allowing him to continue coaching Real Madrid for the time being. Walking a tightrope, Florentino refrained from dismissing any staff at this juncture. As a businessman, patience is his virtue. He planned to wait for an opportune moment, such as after clinching a title, to settle scores with those involved. Upon returning to the team's training facility, Kevin Huang was treated like a hero. Chelsea fans arrived early at Cobham training ground, unfurling blue banners. Winning against Real Madrid is a significant triumph worth celebrating for any team. He signed dozens of autographs amidst the chorus of "We are the champions." As Huang parked his Mercedes, he noticed that some teammates were absent. He glanced at Villa's Boas on the sidelines, who shook his head, saying, "They had too much fun and caught the flu." Huang Kaiwen. Influenza is quite prevalent within football clubs. Many assume that players possess superior health. In reality, due to excessive physical exertion, athletes are more susceptible to immune suppression. Consequently, players are more vulnerable to certain viral infections than the average person. During training, nearly half the team was absent. On October 26th, while competing away against Middlesbrough, Huang Kaiwen was left behind in London by Mourinho, who was concerned for his health. Despite the shortage of players, Chelsea triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory against their opponents. Post-match, Mourinho emphasized that the encounter against Real Madrid was pivotal for Chelsea's season, continuing to press the issue with the Spanish giants. After the game, teammates gathered at Huang Kaiwen's residence. He had previously arranged to shoot a music video inspired by Slam Dunk. Upon learning that Sakuragi was the protagonist, Ramos eagerly insisted on portraying Rukawa, having recently styled his hair into a trendy cut. The hairstylist and assistant, specially hired, were busy attending to the Chelsea player's hair color. Huang Kaiwen suddenly realized a critical oversight. He had forgotten about Haruko, an essential character. He inquired, "Do any of you know any international students? It would be better to cast an Asian for Haruko. I know a guy who can gather a whole bunch of international students with just a phone call. Especially Korean students. Those girls are incredibly attractive," Ashley Cole quipped. Huang Kaiwen replied, "I fear that the international student you mentioned may not be appropriate. We're aiming for Slam Dunk, not Memoirs of a Geisha." Rubbing his temples, Huang Kaiwen added, "If we can't find a suitable leading lady, let's just rehearse today, and once we secure the actress, we can shoot officially. No problem. After all, it's just a gathering at your home." Ashley Cole nodded with a smile, pleased with Huang Kaiwen's wine cellar. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, lamenting that Pulisic was born too late. "If only we could have an American player join us, it would surely elevate the experience." After lunch, following 2 hours of practice, the Chelsea players began to feel somewhat fatigued. "How about a scrimmage?" Drogba, dribbling the ball with a grin, remarked. "I want to lose to you in basketball, Kaiwen." "Really? I find that hard to believe." Huang Kaiwen tilted his head in curiosity. He had yet to play since drawing the basketball proficiency card. "True enough," he mused, acknowledging that the new team was still unfamiliar with his prowess. "Oh, the king of Huang is truly gifted in sports. Let's go for it." Terry laughed, eager to team up with Didier. "Great, today they will witness my skills." Ashley Cole chuckled. Despite being footballers, they had all dabbled in basketball during their youth. "Let us do it," Ramos nodded. Observing the eager defensive line, he decisively aligned himself with Huang Kaiwen. The teams were formed. Terry, Drogba, Ashley Cole, Cudicini, and Mikel comprised one team, with substitutes Eschen, Ferreira, and Belletti. Huang Kaiwen, Ramos, Huntelaar, Joe Cole, and Ballack made up the other team, with substitutes Deco, Kalu, and Maluda. Originally hired to shoot a music video, the cameraman unexpectedly took on the role of broadcasting the competition. Czech, not inclined to engage in such a fiercely competitive sport, assumed the position of commentator. Shortly after the match commenced, Huang Kaiwen developed a general understanding of his teammates' capabilities. All were football players, with physical prowess evident, however, lacking training. Their movements and footwork resembled those of amateurs, and their shooting accuracy was inadequate. Huang Kaiwen lingered on the perimeter, passing the ball to Ramos and refraining from penetrating the interior. Czech, finding his rhythm on the sidelines, delivered a spirited commentary. Terry once again charged into the yellow team's paint. Ramos intervened with impeccable timing, yet Terry executed a surprise behind-the-back pass to Drogba. His mid-range shot, unfortunately, matched the quality of his striking, disappointing. The yellow team launched a counterattack, with Kaiwen's dribbling exceptionally fluid. His speed was remarkable. Ashley Cole attempted to defend, but was deceived by Kaiwen's feint, leading to a beautiful three-step layup. The number 10 player switched courts. Continuing to be the standout performer of the day, his movements reminiscent of Michael Jordan. After receiving the ball, Terry leaped, but Ramos executed a splendid block. The yellow team countered again. Kaiwen, faced with two defenders, suddenly passed the ball to Huntelaar, who shot from beyond the arc. Oh, that shot nearly struck me. At halftime, Terry's team held a slight lead. It was evident they were no strangers to basketball, especially Drogba, who likely played often at home. On Huang Kaiwen's side, Bollock performed admirably. Terry remarked with a grin, "It seems we have the upper hand on the basketball court." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. In a sport that encourages collective participation, having one player far superior could detract from the enjoyment. Thus, he intended not to overly distinguish himself, planning instead to make a decisive move when the time was right. As the game resumed, Huang Kaiwen remained active on the perimeter. The blue team noticed his reluctance to enter the paint or shoot, diverting their attention to others. With no defender in sight, Huang Kaiwen dribbled twice, then leaped with the ball held high, and upon reaching a certain height, propelled it forward with his left wrist. The basketball swished cleanly through the net, the only sound being the pleasing friction between the ball and the net. Terry's blue team continued to lead. Czech excitedly exclaimed, "What a splendid three-pointer. Our number 10 is finally ready to shoot. Is it mere coincidence or true skill? Let us wait and see." But Kaiwen's shooting form is indeed beautiful. During the offense, Terry passed to Ashley Cole, who quickly executed a behind-the-back pass to find the baseline. Ramos suddenly emerged, knocking the ball towards midfield. The speed exhibited by Huang Kaiwen left Ashley Cole unable to keep up. After a couple of steps, Cole stood still, watching as Huang Kaiwen raced to the three-point line for a layup. With Huang Kaiwen's effort, the yellow team gradually closed the gap. Czech, the cameraman, and the hairstylist were all engrossed. Such is the allure of competitive sports. Without frequent interruptions, and at a level that was not particularly high, the Chelsea players were deeply engaged. This could hardly be referred to as mere play. It resembled an amateur match. "They must not score again," Terry exclaimed. "It's not my fault," Ashley Cole complained. "Didier, you should have been more precise with your shot. It's John's inability to secure rebounds that has left us so passive," Drogba remarked with a shrug. Czech chuckled. "It seems our blue team is experiencing some discord, which is not an auspicious sign." However, with the score at 70-71, they are still momentarily in the lead. And with little time remaining, it appears the blue team has secured their advantage. As the timeout concluded, Drogba dribbled near the three-point line while Ramos advanced to defend. Drogba attempted to deceive Ramos with a behind-the-back dribble, but he clearly overestimated the effectiveness of his feint. "Pass," Mikel called out, moving to receive the ball. Drogba turned to look at Mikel, but ended up throwing the ball out of bounds. Oh, a splendid no-look pass. Let us observe the final opportunity. Huang Kaiwen also rushed inside to bolster the defense. Kudasini tried to shake off Huang Kaiwen with a spin move, but Huang Kaiwen's footwork was unexpectedly agile, making it impossible for him to escape. Seeing Terry approach, Kudasini instinctively threw the ball towards him. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwen reached out and intercepted the pass. Huntelaar quickly seized the ball and pushed it to Joe Cole. Upon receiving the ball, Joe Cole was immediately met with Michael's tight defense, who spread his arms wide, leaving Joe Cole with no chance to pass forward. With mere seconds left on the clock, if they remained stifled like this, they would suffer a narrow defeat. After receiving the ball, Ramos noticed Huang Kaiwen's finger signals. Though it seemed somewhat absurd, he complied and tossed the ball towards the opposing basket. Most players remained stationary. Observing the offensive play, Huang Kaiwen sprinted forward, with Drogba already positioned under the basket. This was the final opportunity. Huang Kaiwen dashed to the free-throw line, propelling himself into the air with the momentum of his run. The pass from Ramos was not high enough. Drogba seized the moment and leaped, firmly grasping the ball. Ramos, rooted in place, felt a twinge of disappointment. "It's over," he thought. On the sidelines, Czech and the others shook their heads. The match had been splendid, yet it appeared to be concluding in this manner. However, at that instant, Huang Kaiwen also grasped the basketball in midair. The contest between Huang Kaiwen and Drogba captured everyone's attention, and they were astonished to see Drogba at a disadvantage. Clutching the ball tightly, Drogba was lifted significantly higher by Huang Kaiwen. With a resounding slam, Huang Kaiwen successfully dunked the ball, sending Drogba crashing to the ground. They had turned the tables. What a last-minute triumph. Cech rushed onto the field in a frenzy of celebration. Ashley Cole vigorously rubbed his short hair. Utterly bewildered by how the dunk had been executed, Huang Kaiwen spread his arms wide, embracing his on-rushing teammates. Well done, Kaiwen. That play was simply magnificent. How is your strength so remarkable? Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he embraced Barak's neck, saying, You performed admirably today. Your continuous scoring is vital for our victory. You truly excelled. Ramos remarked, gazing at Barak, who responded with a silly grin and a nod. Today's match was filled with more passion than merely playing football. He felt as though he had become one with the team. Ashley Cole approached and inquired, Kevin, did you develop your arm strength while single? That's quite unscientific. Huang Kaiwen promptly raised his middle finger. Were it not for his high moral standards, he would have let Cole experience what it feels like to indulge excessively in mangoes during a partner's pregnancy. On second thought, Ashley Cole had actually gained from it. The offspring of the Huang King are exceptionally gifted, which might be considered a reward for Cole. After seizing the characteristics of Maldini, the Huang King completely severed any possibility of becoming a Minotaur. Otherwise, when people see the child's skin tone and skill level, they would immediately think of the Huang King. At times, possessing overwhelmingly strong genetic traits can be a burden. The match evidently bridged the gap between the players, especially for the new recruit who had transferred to Chelsea during the summer, apart from Huang Kaiwen. During dinner that evening, Ashley Cole continued to grumble about his teammates. Huang Kaiwen intervened, persuading them not to drink, for otherwise, these fellows might not make it home. Sending drunken teammates home may be a Tokyo trope, but it is rather inconvenient in London. Later, UEFA finally announced their sanctions. Sergio Ramos and Frank Lampard had exhibited dangerously reckless actions during the Champions League group stage, and after deliberation, it was decided to suspend both players for 3 matches. Good buddy Ramos faced yet another suspension. However, UEFA dealt a blow to both, and Lampard could not escape punishment either. Upon waking the next morning, Huang Kaiwen stumbled upon a sensational piece of news. Real Madrid members were preparing to convene a general assembly to discuss Florentino's future. It appeared that the patience of Madrid fans with Florentino had reached its limit. This matter had nothing to do with the Huang King. After joining the team, Mourinho sought out Huang Kaiwen. Coach, Huang Kaiwen inquired, how do you feel about playing defense in the match against Real Madrid, Kevin? Mourinho said, draping his arm over Huang Kaiwen's shoulder, Ricardo needs to rest for a while, and Ferreira has come down with the flu. We currently lack available defenders. Sure thing, coach. Huang Kaiwen nodded. Having previously declined Mourinho's request once, it would be unwise to refuse again. Otherwise, Mourinho might harbor doubts. Under Capello and Ancelotti, even goalkeepers could play. And now under Mourinho, he was only playing as a winger. Anyone would find that problematic. Thus, Huang Kaiwen felt it prudent to acquiesce to Mourinho's request. Although the Huang King's position on match days depended on his condition, if he were not at his best, he could allow his good friend Ramos to take the central role, as Ramos could still contribute effectively as a wing-back. If the defense faltered, it could be easily justified. After all, a lack of experience combined with a long absence from the position could hinder one's rhythm as a wing-back. It is understandable not to know when to push forward for an attack or when to fall back for defense. Very well, I shall rely on you then. Once the winter break arrives, acquiring a few defenders will alleviate these issues, Mourinho remarked with a smile. I'm all in, coach, Huang Kaiwen responded cheerfully. Since you've made a promise, it's best to embrace it with joy. Your efforts deserve appreciation. There's no need for reluctance. On October 29th, during the away match against Hull City, Huang Kaiwen remained in London. In November, he encountered another system refresh. The special template featured Blacksha formation with 1,000,000 fate points. Templates: Ravel Morrison 4,000 points. Jack Wilshere 500 points. Stephen Ireland 4,000 points. Skills: Tackling Mastery 1,000 points. Cupping Mastery 100 points. Items: 24-hour injury immunity card 20 points, and special item Sword in the Stone 10,000 points. This special template was indeed reminiscent of the notorious gin from the distillery. Surrounded by traitors. In the realm of Detective Conan, The black organization falls far short compared to the red organization, had normal criminals been involved. Shinichi Kudo would hardly survive beyond 3 episodes. If the Jin template were employed, would Ramos and Kaka abandon King Huang? The subsequent ordinary templates featured divine players. These 3 individuals possessed remarkable talent. The Prince of Manchester United, Morrison, exhibited a greater promise than his contemporaries Pogba and lingered during their youth. Yet he proved to be a troublesome figure. Having adopted many vices from street thugs, Ferguson endeavored to salvage his career, ultimately surrendering in despair. Later, Morrison transferred to Mexico, where glimpses of his innate brilliance could still be seen in his occasional touches. Arsenal's Prince, Wilshere, was similarly a prodigious youth, yet his frail constitution, coupled with a penchant for smoking and drinking during holidays, led to his premature retirement. As for the Irish Prince, Ireland, he sacrificed both his grandmother and great-grandmother to meet his girlfriend, earning him the title of the most dutiful child in football. Huang Kaiwen pondered that adopting the templates of these individuals might diminish one's intelligence. The sword in the stone stood as the most expensive special item he had encountered. Yet he was left with merely 730 points. Otherwise, he would have wished to explore the effects of such a costly special item. Considering he would soon play as a defender and that many forwards, like Rooney, excelled at tackles, Huang Kaiwen resolved to exchange 20 points for tackling mastery and the immunity card. The skill of tackling mastery elevates one's tackling abilities, enhancing success rates while reducing the likelihood of injury during tackles. It proved to be a commendable choice, given that even defenders vary in their preferences for standing defense over tackling. Upon returning to his home ground for the match against Sunderland, Michael's makeshift defensive performance was disastrous. Joe Cole contributed with a goal and an assist as Chelsea triumphed 5-2 over the team formerly captained by Roy Keane. This match failed to even make the news. As the Champions League reignited its fervor, the eyes of the world converged upon Stamford Bridge, with all of humanity eager to witness the performance of Real Madrid in an away match. Zinedine Zidane could not evade the persistent inquiries of the press. He had no intention of granting an interview at such a moment. Zidane remarked to a reporter from Marca, "That match is now behind us, regardless of the score. It was merely a group stage game. All I can express is a desire for the Real Madrid players to exert themselves and strive for an outstanding performance." He hesitated to openly declare a hope for a victory, primarily out of fear of being ridiculed should they falter again. In contemporary football, such a substantial scoreline is exceedingly rare. Even if there are objective factors at play, they do not typically result in such a disparity. Zidane believes the sole reason lies in the significant gap between Real Madrid and Chelsea. According to Mundo Deportivo, Real Madrid is in a phase of recovery. Even if they cannot overcome Chelsea, it does not imply inherent issues within the team. A crushing defeat brings forth numerous concerns, and the players must rally their spirits and swiftly adjust their mindset. Gazzetta dello Sport quoted Cardinal Asselrati, who stated that too many individuals in football lack reverence for the game, thereby rendering the world a more dismal place. The Sun reported that Joe Hart has been discharged from the hospital. However, according to clues provided by his neighbors, the young prospective national goalkeeper has been heard screaming in the night, indicating that his psychological issues have not fully resolved. Fortunately, Kevin has recently refrained from executing powerful shots. Otherwise, Premier League goalkeepers would genuinely need to worry for their safety. Bild asserts that the forthcoming match at Stamford Bridge will undoubtedly be a spectacle of goals, with Chelsea poised to score against Real Madrid, who find themselves in a dire situation. Lequipe confidently states that Kevin remains a leading contender for this year's Ballon d'Or. The upcoming announcement of the nominees will not prioritize rankings. The list includes Huang Kaiwen, Messi, Henry, Iniesta, Xavi, Yaya Touré, Ibrahimovic, Eto'o, Casillas, Kaká, Benzema, Ronaldo, Ramos, Rooney, Vidic, Drogba, Lampard, Terry, Torres, Gerrard, Arshavin, Fabregas, Caesar, Maicon, Diego, Ribery, Zeko, Forlan, Villa, and Guti. On November 4th, during the 4th round of the UEFA Champions League group stage, although drawing lots in the locker room would have been more exhilarating, Huang Kaiwen felt compelled to prepare in advance, having promised Mourinho to play as a defender. After breakfast, he chose to draw his lot. Ding! You have obtained the 31st round of La Liga from the 2001 to 2002 season, Real Madrid versus Real Zaragoza. A 24-hour experience card for Fernando Hierro, and acquired Osrides Menendez, precision guidance. To his delight, Huang Kaiwen finally smiled. This was a way to justify his decision to Mourinho. Hierro, as captain of Real Madrid, scored 105 goals throughout his illustrious career, which is remarkable considering he was a defender. A player of Hierro's caliber excels in both offensive and defensive aspects, possessing exceptional technical awareness and positional sense. His long passes and free kicks are also notably proficient, showcasing ample playmaking ability. Defensively, he exhibits no weaknesses. For Huang Kaiwen's inaugural experience as a defender, Hierro is undoubtedly the most fitting choice. Not only for his defensive prowess, but also for his capacity to initiate attacks, a crucial element indeed. Advantageous Menendez Huang Kaiwen has been identified as the world javelin champion. Her attributes must indeed be remarkable. The notification confirmed the successful use of the Fernando Hierro experience card, granting the precision guidance attribute, Advantageous Menendez. This attribute significantly enhances upper body strength and throwing accuracy. Upon realizing this, Huang Kaiwen began to contemplate strategies for the day's match. By around 5 p.m., the entire team arrived at Stamford Bridge. A slightly anxious Mourinho sought out Huang Kaiwen once more, inquiring, "Kaiwen, can you truly play as a defender? If not, we can have Mikel take that position, and you can play in midfield." "It's all right. I will give it a try, coach," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Michael's previous stint as a defender had been somewhat lackluster. Transitioning from an African Zidane to a defensive role was indeed a considerable leap. "Very well. If you find it challenging, I shall make adjustments," Mourinho nodded. "Rest assured, coach. I would never treat the match lightly," Huang Kaiwen assured him. Mourinho patted Huang Kaiwen on the shoulder before heading to the press conference. Ramos, a bit disheartened, remarked, "Kaiwen, if I weren't suspended, we could have partnered on the right flank today." "Indeed," Huang Kaiwen responded. Terry approached, saying, "I will cover for you, but the coach's arrangement is quite puzzling. Perhaps he believes Kaiwen can do anything." Ashley Cole added, "After that long run from the goalkeeper, the boss has mentioned that play numerous times. That may be true. But Kaiwen, can you genuinely play as a defender?" Terry questioned, puzzled. "I'm not entirely sure. I have played in a defensive midfield role, so it should be somewhat similar." Huang Kaiwen replied. "Well then, I will look out for you," Terry said. In the Stamford Bridge press room, Mourinho remained impeccably dressed in a black suit. Pellegrini, equally well attired, appeared somewhat worn, likely due to the pressures he had faced recently. The reporters finally remembered Pellegrini, but their inquiries were far from complimentary. "Mr. Pellegrini, will Real Madrid lose by 10 goals today? Manuel, tell us about your tactical adjustments. How will you prevent a rout? How many goals is Real Madrid prepared to concede today? If you lose again, will you resign? Has there been a rift within the team? And why has Robin been relegated to the B team? Jose, Kaiwen has not featured in recent matches. Is he injured? Mr. Mourinho, please share your thoughts on the end of your suspension." Mourinho, smiling and shrugging, replied, "This is Stamford Bridge. Let our guests answer the questions first." Pellegrini leaned slightly forward, addressing the microphone. "The previous heavy defeat to Chelsea was an anomaly. We are well prepared. Chelsea is a formidable opponent, but I have devised alternative strategies." He recognized the challenge posed by Huang Kaiwen and decided to take a risk by pressing the formation forward to defend against the players passing to Huang Kaiwen. This conclusion stemmed from his analysis of Huang Kaiwen's past performances. In the preceding 2 seasons, when Guti was subdued, Huang Kaiwen's performance experienced a noticeable decline. Today, he is determined to neutralize Deco's influence. A disdainful smile graced Mourinho's lips. He had heard numerous coaches claim to have devised strategies to counter Huang Kaiwen. Yet he had not witnessed any team triumph over Huang Kaiwen's squad. Except for him, Jose Mourinho, every major club facing Huang Kaiwen has suffered significant defeats. As for Robin, what led to his relegation to the B team? And why has Higuain been consistently denied playing opportunities? Pellegrini remarked, "This is an internal matter concerning the team. There is no need for me to elaborate. Players will earn their chances as long as they maintain exceptional form. Until they meet the required standards, they must first train." Once Pellegrini finished speaking, Mourinho interjected, "It is a pleasure to return to the coaching seat, and I trust you all wish to see me on the sidelines." Laughter erupted from the audience. Indeed, reporters have a fondness for Mourinho. This coach is a source of intrigue both on and off the pitch. This time upon his return, "I have no desire to occupy the stands. As for Kaiwen, he is well, he is not injured, merely in need of a brief respite. Today, he will return to the starting lineup to surprise everyone." Chelsea had prepared a documentary early on, displayed on the stadium's facade as a rebuttal to Real Madrid. The film chronicled a century of transformation at Stamford Bridge, devoid of ancient players, focusing solely on the history of the grounds. It concluded with an image of Mourinho embracing Terry and Huang Kaiwen. The visuals transitioned from vibrant colors to darkness, with white text against a black background proclaiming, "God, Coach, Captain." Each fan preparing to enter the stadium would pause to witness it. A century of light and shadow unfolded. The imagery shifted from monochrome to color. Yet unwavering was the loyalty to the team. The appearance of the three together ignited boundless hope among the supporters. Thus, with joyous hearts, they stepped into Stamford Bridge, the hallowed ground their ancestors had fervently supported. In the home dressing room, Terry intended to pass the captain's armband to Huang Kaiwen, but was met with refusal. Such occurrences may be acceptable on rare occasions, but they cannot become the norm. Otherwise, during festive seasons, birthdays, or the anniversaries of injuries, should Terry relinquish the armband or not? If he consistently hands over the captain's armband, he might as well vacate the captaincy altogether. That is not how it should be. Moreover, Huang, the King of Yellow, requires no fabric on his arm to validate his stature. In online forums, detractors refer to him as the invisible captain, a true leader indeed. This also indirectly underscores Huang's standing within the team, wherever the King of Yellow plays. He unites the vast majority and adeptly transforms various factions within the locker room into a cohesive unit. This aspect is of utmost significance. After securing his shoelaces, Huang Kaiwen positioned himself by the doorway, awaiting his teammates to step out. "Let us go," Huang Kaiwen encouraged. As each teammate exited, he offered words of motivation. Having already secured victory in the away game, they must also perform admirably at home. Primarily, it is a gesture of respect towards my former employer. Allowing the world to witness that Chelsea's victory at the Bernabeu was no mere coincidence. Huang Kaiwen, upon exiting the dressing room, fortuitously encountered Raul. Raul, covering his mouth, whispered, "The team has imposed a ban. Whoever greets you will be relegated to the B team until the winter break." Huang Kaiwen inquired, "What do you mean?" The players remained silent, exchanging glances. Mr. Franco has strayed further down the path of dictatorship. Raul's discreet demeanor in the players' tunnel revealed the gravity of the situation. It is possible that someone among the coaching staff or players has become a mole. Care to wager, is it Sans or Calderon? Huang Kaiwen asked quietly. He sensed that Florentino's dismissal was imminent. "Sans," Raul replied, covering his mouth. €1,000. You earn so much yet remain so stingy. If you believe it is Sans, why not place a larger bet? "I think it will be Calderon," Huang Kaiwen remarked disdainfully. Learn from Filippo Inzaghi. He often engages in charitable endeavors at the Huang royal family. "Very well," Raul gritted his teeth. €1,800. This shall be my final grand gamble. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head, for this indeed aligned with Raul's character. One's upbringing shapes their perspective on expenditure. Inzaghi, having never lacked for money, is indifferent to such matters, while Raul, raised in a modest working-class family with a strong sense of prudence instilled by his parents, seldom partakes in gambling. "By the way, your idol is at Stamford Bridge today," Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. "Roberto Baggio." Raul turned in surprise. "I must get a photo with him." "Let us hope you still feel that way after the match." Huang Kaiwen waved and proceeded to the tunnel's exit. At the end of the tunnel lay another world. Stamford Bridge, with a capacity of just over 41,000, displayed the utmost fervor from approximately 40,000 Chelsea supporters, after allocating over 1,000 tickets to Real Madrid. The 100th victory for Real Madrid can be regarded as one of the most glorious moments in Chelsea's history, even surpassing their Champions League triumph. The prospect of modern football achieving a decisive victory in the Champions League is almost non-existent, even less likely than winning the title. Yet, Chelsea accomplished it. Stamford Bridge transformed into a sea of blue. Apart from the corner flag area occupied by the Real Madrid players, every vantage point of the four stands was adorned with banners. The most prominent display on the south stand was an image of Huang Kaiwen raising his arm in the corner flag area, accompanied by a Latin inscription, Veni, Vidi, Vici. Additionally, fans conveyed their sentiments for Terry and expressed gratitude towards Mourinho, as affluent supporters from West London joined in the fervent chants without regard for their status. Roy Keane would surely be astonished to witness this, for the former Manchester United captain had lamented the declining atmosphere at Old Trafford. As Manchester United's fame grew, more attendees donned suits and sipped wine, treating the stadium as a venue for business meetings. In contrast, Chelsea's local fanbase is even wealthier than that of Manchester United. Over 40,000 spectators exhibited a fervor that rivaled the grandeur of the Dream Theater's 67,000. Huang Kaiwen, alongside his teammates, commenced his expressions of gratitude towards the fans even before the warm-up began. This scene rendered the warming-up Real Madrid players somewhat uncomfortable. Everything Chelsea achieved was derived from their triumph over the opposing team. When a team celebrates a victory over you, it signifies your significance and weight in the game. However, the banners displayed in the stands dampened the spirits of the Real Madrid players. Stamford Bridge buzzed with excitement today, as England's newly appointed national coach, Capello, was present to assess the condition of international players such as Terry and Ashley Cole. Indeed, the cameras shifted to the royal figures, Queen, Prince Charles, and Prince William, yet it is said that none of them are Chelsea supporters. The Queen supports Arsenal and holds a fondness for Manchester United, while Prince Charles is a fan of Aston Villa, and Prince William shares the same allegiance. Nonetheless, Chelsea's significant victory over Real Madrid stands as a point of pride for England, making the royal presence here quite natural, as they deliberately chose to engage closely with the fans in the stands. The camera panned to the box, where Chelsea owner Abramovich waved to the crowd, earning applause from fans who appreciated the generosity of this affluent benefactor, who transformed a team that occasionally participated in European competitions into one of the Premier League's elite clubs. We have received the starting lineup, and I must say, it is indeed astonishing. According to the lineup, Huang Kaiwen is positioned in a role he has never played before. Chelsea's 4-4-2 formation includes goalkeeper, Czech, defenders, Ashley Cole, Terry, Huang Kaiwen, Belletti, midfielders, Deco Mikel, Eschen, Joe Cole, forwards, Drogba, Maluda. Real Madrid's 4-5-1 formation features goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Marcelo, Hines, Pepe, Ivanovic, midfielders, Ronaldo, Gago, Alonso, Diarra, Miguel Torres, forward, Raul. From today's starting lineups, it is evident that both sides prioritize defense, with Real Madrid opting to deploy fullback Torres as a wide midfielder to bolster their defense. However, amidst this lineup, Gago, Ronaldo, and Alonso possess ample creativity, and Ronaldo's impact is formidable. Young Torres also excels in wide crossing, making their offensive capabilities formidable. Indeed, the most surprising aspect today is Huang Kaiwen's debut as a center-back, marking his first appearance in this position. While his defensive skills are commendable, switching to a different role presents its challenges. The attacking prowess of Ronaldo and Marcelo on one side does raise concerns as they match up against Huang Kaiwen. Now, the players are returning to their positions as the match is about to commence. Lampard, exclaimed a voice. Wow, Huang Kaiwen is playing defense today? Wasn't Carvalho injured? Ramos is suspended, but Ferreira should still be available, though he might also be injured. To be frank, I harbor little expectation for today's match, particularly in the absence of Lampard, whose organizational prowess remains formidable. One might question the efficacy of relying on Gil, for Lampard is not merely a box-to-box midfielder. He is not the linchpin of midfield orchestration. In truth, I believe Guti should take the field, especially since we are deploying a 4-5-1 formation, where Guti's defensive shortcomings could easily be compensated for by the additional midfield presence. However, Guti's inconsistency raises concerns. One cannot predict whether he will be a boon or a bane today. Ultimately, Pellegrini seems rather inept, having been thoroughly intimidated by Chelsea in a single match, as evidenced by the plethora of defensive players on the bench. As the players took to the pitch, the ethereal Champions League anthem resonated throughout the arena. The teams formed a line flanking the officiating crew. This anthem, a reimagining of the coronation hymn for the English monarch, filled the air with a sense of gravitas. The English supporters in the stands honored the moment with solemnity, eschewing any raucous behavior. Members of the royal family stood, hands clasped before them, expressions grave, gazing into the distance. Without a doubt, they were reminiscing about the glory days of the sun never setting on the British Empire, a time when it stirred the pot of Europe with a stench of turmoil. As the anthem concluded, Terry approached Raul for a coin toss. The players dispersed back to their positions. Even before the match commenced, Real Madrid found themselves on the receiving end of a brutal awakening. Witnessing Huang Kaiwen stride confidently towards the penalty area, several midfielders could not help but glance towards the coach's bench. What in the world? The coach's directive today was to suppress the players delivering passes to Huang Kaiwen. Yet, Huang was positioned as a defender, receiving passes from none other than Cech. Were they to press Cech deep within the box? Pellegrini's situation was hardly any better, despite his meticulous planning. He had not anticipated Mourinho's cunning strategy of deploying Huang as a defender, a player capable of scoring 7 goals in a match relegated to defensive duties. Such absurdity. Mourinho cast a disdainful glance towards the Real Madrid bench, his expression betraying his contempt. With such limited skill, did they truly believe they could match wits with him? Jose Mourinho? Following a streak of 3 consecutive victories, Chelsea had effectively secured the top position in their group, affording them the luxury to play freely today. Nonetheless, Mourinho harbored the desire to achieve a double victory over Real Madrid, not merely in terms of scoreline, but also in dominating the match. Having meticulously analyzed countless recordings of Huang playing as a defensive midfielder, Mourinho was convinced that, given Huang's positional awareness and defensive capabilities, often seen retreating to the box for clearances, deploying him as a defender would pose no issue. He mused that Huang might even surpass his beloved pupil, Terry, in performance. Recognizing the opponent's intention to contest midfield, he surveyed his own strategies, a sense of intellectual superiority swelling within him. He, Jose Mourinho, was indeed a man of exceptional caliber. No laughter could be afforded, absolutely no mirth. With hands tucked in pockets, he maintained an air of poise. Raul triumphed in the coin toss. In November, London is cloaked in darkness by 4 or 5 p.m., and Raul opted to kick off first. At 7:45 p.m., the Dutch referee, Peter Vink, blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. Raul initiated the play with a quick return pass, as Real Madrid began their formation from the back. Pellegrini returned to the coach's bench, this time inviting sorcerers from South America, North America, and Australia to join forces, all in a bid to secure a resounding victory at Stamford Bridge and safeguard his position. The indigenous people of Patagonia are responsible for hanging a photograph of the entire Chelsea team upon the sinister solitary tree, while the Australian sorcerer employs bone-pointing techniques specifically aimed at Cech. In addition, there are the malevolent spells of a North American wizard, reputed to have lived for centuries and to have continuously changed his form. Today's match is meticulously prepared. As for the reason behind the focus on Cech, Pellegrini believes that Kevin De Bruyne may indeed possess divine favor. Thus, he seeks a different target. If the goalkeeper falters, Chelsea is destined to lose. Although it is now impossible to tactically suppress those passing to De Bruyne, having spent a considerable sum on wizards, surely one must prove effective. Observing the Real Madrid players swiftly exchanging passes in the midfield, Pellegrini finally reveals a hint of a smile. Following a humiliating defeat in the previous match, today the Real Madrid players are playing with utmost caution. Xabi Alonso persistently orchestrates from the back, embodying the role of the team's metronome. Malouda and Drogba surge forward. Yet Alonso, unhurried, pivots to return the ball to Pepe. As Pepe receives the ball, he promptly distributes it wide, allowing Ivanovic to advance. And only when Drogba approaches does he again pass back to Alonso. Alonso, noticing the overall forward pressing of the Real Madrid formation, deftly caresses the ball with his right foot. The ball accurately finds its way to the Chelsea left flank. Unable to return in time, De Bruyne hastens towards the ball. Cristiano Ronaldo, ever swift, races behind De Bruyne as he retrieves the ball along the sideline. De Bruyne deftly nudges the ball from his left foot to his right, and, providing a solid pivot, transfers the ball back to his left. After a series of deft movements, De Bruyne finally eludes Ronaldo's close marking, delivering a pass to the awaiting Terry. Terry unleashes a powerful clearance towards the forward line. Splendid. De Bruyne remains composed amidst the defense, earning applause from the Chelsea fans for his handling of the ball. Witnessing De Bruyne's performance on the defensive line, my anticipation for today's match has increased. Oh, De Bruyne's greatest asset is his intellect. His observations of the on-field dynamics are exceptional. Yet again, he finds himself dispossessed. Marcelo delivers a cross into the penalty area aimed at De Bruyne. De Bruyne accurately predicts the ball's trajectory, intercepting it just before Diarra can make a play. Assessing his teammates' positions, he skillfully evades Diarra's pressing, deftly controlling the rhythm from the back, not perceiving himself as merely a defender. As Ronaldo and Raul charge towards De Bruyne, attempting to coordinate with Diarra for a steal, De Bruyne swiftly nudges the ball back to Terry with his left foot, darting past Raul and Diarra. Terry, seeing De Bruyne's gesture, comprehends his intent. After receiving the ball and settling it, he promptly sends a pass, engaging in a 1-2 with De Bruyne. Diarra relentlessly pursues De Bruyne from behind, but he is skillfully blocked off. De Bruyne advances the ball down the left flank, and after Ashley Cole makes an overlapping run, he delivers the pass. The forward pressing of the Real Madrid formation has left the half empty. Cole lifts his head and immediately sends in a cross. The ball finds Maluda on the right, yet Maluda's touch falters, causing it to roll toward Real Madrid's defense. Drogba swiftly charged towards Hines, pivoting mid-run. His formidable physique collided forcefully with Hines, using the impact to stabilize himself while shielding the ball. Hines was sent sprawling onto his back. The referee glanced at the scene but chose not to blow the whistle. Enraged, Hines pursued Drogba all the way to the left flank of the pitch, ultimately executing a sliding tackle from behind that brought Drogba down. The first boos of the day echoed through Stamford Bridge. Chelsea was awarded a free kick, and jovially, Joe Cole began gesturing towards Kevin Huang. "I have noticed an interesting pattern, Coach Zhang. Ever since Kevin joined Chelsea, Joe immediately seeks him out during every set piece." Indeed, Deco had previously insisted on taking free kicks during his time at Barcelona. Yet, observe how he now refrains from stepping up alongside Kevin. While Kevin may not take every free kick, his conversion rate is unparalleled across European football. Even if he misses, his teammates seldom hold it against him. Furthermore, Kevin possesses the temperament of a clutch player, thriving under pressure, particularly when the team is trailing, which has fostered a growing trust among his peers. Even those who were once rivals, like Deco, can attest to having been bested by Kevin in critical moments. Kevin sprinted toward the attacking zone, today reluctant to take the free kick himself, as the distance from the back line was considerable. However, unable to decline his teammates' earnest requests, the king of the ball could not let them down. "Do you need me to assist, Kevin?" Joe Cole inquired, casting a glance at Pepe, who was edging closer. "All right. You stand off to the side. I'll pass it to you, and you control it," Kevin whispered. Joe nodded in understanding, quickly grasping Kevin's intent. Casillas turned to observe the substitute's bench, having wrestled with his thoughts for days, ultimately deciding against faking an injury. Dudek was indeed a formidable opponent. His own rise to prominence was quite legendary, stepping in as the first-choice keeper after injuries to both the club and national team goalkeepers. In such moments, he feared that Dudek or a junior player might usurp his position. It sounded almost fantastical. Yet he never anticipated becoming the youngest goalkeeper to participate in a Champions League final. Only through such experiences did Casillas fully comprehend the terrifying randomness of history. Just one opportunity could transform him from the guardian of the Bernabeu to a backup. Thus, he dared not relax, even if Kevin were to score multiple goals against him. He was loath to relinquish his starting spot. To the left, the wall shifts left. Casillas shouted, fervently waving his arms. He was willing to do whatever it took to enhance the chances of blocking the free kick. Real Madrid players adjusted their positions, creating a three-man wall on the left side of the penalty area, with Raul positioning himself at the edge of the wall. He had a good rapport with Kevin and was somewhat familiar with his style, preparing to directly obstruct Kevin's shot. Stamford Bridge grew quiet, with Chelsea fans curious about how Kevin would execute the free kick, while Real Madrid supporters clasped their fists to their chests in fervent prayer. Mourinho stood with his hands in his pockets. A careful observer could detect the tension in his arms. The coach is far from as composed as he appears. As the referee's whistle sounded, Huang Kaiwen sprang into action. Positioned to the left of the ball, he deftly pushed it with his right foot, allowing Joe Cole to seize control immediately. Raul, stationed at the edge of the wall, surged forward, while Huang Kaiwen took a step and unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. Raul, intending to block Huang's shot, leapt sideways in an attempt to intercept it. Even the Chelsea supporters were moved by his valiant effort. Unfortunately, the ball zipped past Raul and rolled swiftly towards the left side of the goal. Positioned to the left, Casillas leaped to the ground, having anticipated the direction correctly. Yet, amidst a gust of wind, the sound of the ball grazing the net reached his ears. Casillas knew he was a moment too late. The ball had found its way into the net. The Stamford Bridge erupted once more with fervor. Chelsea fans waved their arms in frenzy. In a city like London, home to over 10 professional teams, Stamford Bridge in the Fulham district is becoming the happiest of all stadiums. Each weekend and midweek fills Chelsea supporters with anticipation. In the 7th minute of the first half, Huang Kaiwen helped Chelsea take the lead. Another free kick, and Huang's execution was remarkably versatile. I recall this being his first collaborative effort with teammates, adopting a different approach to the set piece, yet he still delivered the ball with precision into the most challenging bottom left corner. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen provided an assist to Joe Cole, who was visibly exhilarated. If Chelsea secures victory today, they will have won all 4 group stage matches, firmly locking in first place, while Real Madrid would find themselves in dire straits after suffering consecutive defeats to Chelsea. Zenit has performed admirably, already amassing 4 points. Should they overcome Panathinaikos today, they will achieve a total of 7 points. Meanwhile, Real Madrid, with 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses, would only have 4 points, placing them in a precarious position. However, there is still ample time left in the match, and Real Madrid must strive to counterattack. Their qualification prospects are not favorable. Even if they cannot defeat Chelsea, they must aim to secure at least a point at Stamford Bridge. Raul stood with his hands on his hips, observing Huang Kaiwen, who was surrounded by Chelsea players, shaking his head repeatedly. In that same year, his life underwent a monumental transformation. Although Lampard is undoubtedly talented, he pales in comparison to his predecessor, the previous number 10. The coaches maintained a greater composure than the players. Mourinho continued to strike poses on the sidelines, and numerous luxury brands had begun to focus their attention on this highly visible coach. Pellegrini remained seated on the bench, having endured a crushing defeat. His mental fortitude had strengthened considerably. Villa's Boas discreetly observed Pellegrini, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of unrest or abnormality on the field. Until he mastered the meditative techniques capable of harnessing magic, he resolved to minimize its use. Casillas tossed the ball to a teammate as Raul prepared for the kickoff once more, passing it directly to Cristiano Ronaldo on the left flank. Cristiano Ronaldo deftly nudged the ball forward, accelerating forcefully through the defense. Though his physique has not yet reached its formidable peak, the likes of Ashley Cole, with his commendable physical prowess, were easily brushed aside. Eschen swiftly filled the gap, while Belady surged forward, ever ready to press. As seasoned adversaries in the Premier League, they were acutely aware of Ronaldo's formidable capabilities. Rather than attempting a solo breakthrough, Ronaldo opted for a backheel pass. Marcelo received the ball, and Belady charged ahead. Marcelo quickly played a lateral pass, and Gago, with a deft flick of his right foot, sent a penetrating through ball. Eschen, returning to his position, intercepted the ball, which ricocheted perfectly towards Ronaldo. Ronaldo seized the ball and darted diagonally, transitioning from the left flank to the right. "Oh my!" exclaimed Kevin Huang. Terry halted, steadfast in his position, though his gaze was vigilant, calculating the potential breach. Should Huang be outmaneuvered, he needed to reposition swiftly. Ronaldo carried the ball from the left all the way to the right side of the penalty area, where Huang, stationed within the box, swiftly fell to the ground. Extending his right foot, with a thud, the ball was deflected behind Ronaldo. The applause from Stamford Bridge resonated once more. Terry extended a hand to help Huang up, smiling as he remarked, "Not bad at all. Back in my early days with Milan and Real Madrid, I specifically practiced tackling." Huang chuckled, recalling how, at times, his teammates would jest about his defensive lapses, prompting him to occasionally fill in as a defender. Although infrequent, those 2.5 years had indeed been a period of practice. "All right then, if I get beaten, you'd better cover for me," Terry joked. Huang nodded and surged forward. With Terry providing support, he sought to maximize his range of movement. Today, Real Madrid's pressing was relentless. As the ball arrived in the center, Deco was unable to find an opening and passed it back. On the left, Ashley Cole faced the dual pressure of Miguel Torres and Diarra. Even attackers would hesitate against such a formidable pairing. Cole, retreating with the ball, executed a diagonal pass back to Eschen. Mikel reached out for the ball, prompting Raul to charge towards him. Eschen fed the ball to Huang, who gently controlled it with his foot as Ronaldo launched himself towards him. Huang, lifting his right foot, deftly shifted from a kick to a touch, effortlessly evading Ronaldo. While most attackers lack defensive acumen, Huang is an exception. Nonetheless, Ronaldo's enthusiastic participation in defense is commendable. Huang sent a long ball forward, but Diarra anticipated and intercepted it, initiating another counterattack for Real Madrid. Ivanovic and Alonso surged forward together, with Alonso delivering a long pass directly to the center. Huang executed a precise tackle on Raul, emerging with the ball to deliver yet another long pass. Remarkably, he found Maluda on the wing. This pass was no less impressive than that of the midfield maestro Alonso. "You pass one, and I'll respond in kind. He seemed to convey. Maluta's pace was slightly subdued, allowing Pepe to seize an opportunity. Following the interception, Real Madrid temporarily seized control of the rhythm, their successive sprints having drained considerable stamina. The pace of the match was indeed frenetic, with both teams swiftly countering with long passes. Terry glanced at Eschen and Mikel ahead of him, urging, "You two be cautious. How could you both misjudge the ball simultaneously?" He was still shaken by the previous incident. If Raul were to pass the ball, he would have both Cristiano Ronaldo and Marcelo on his side. No defender, no matter how skilled, could withstand a 2-on-1 situation. Fortunately, Huang Kaiwen executed a decisive tackle. "Apologies, I am attentive," Eschen remarked with a bright smile. Since recovering from his injury, his form has not been optimal, requiring additional time for recuperation. His physical style of play renders him particularly vulnerable to injuries. As the pace of the match slowed, more spectators were astonished by Huang Kaiwen's performance. Today, he excelled in positioning, with his tackles being clean and decisive, consistently winning the ball, even outshining Terry, who often lingered at the back to support Huang Kaiwen, thus having fewer opportunities to shine. Mourinho nodded in approval. The divination results were accurate. Indeed, having Kaiwen play as a defender showcased his world-class capabilities. He has a profound appreciation for versatile players, those who can deliver world-class performances in every position. Mourinho felt that this player was tailor-made for him. Their partnership, he believed, could conquer the world. Villa's Boas approached the sidelines, brandishing his wand. Mourinho raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you planning to do?" "That guy," Villa's Boas pointed his chin towards the Real Madrid coaching bench, saying, "I saw him wielding a magical artifact. He surely intends to harm Kaiwen, so I decided to show him a thing or two." Luis Andre Villas Boas. Mourinho infrequently used his full name. He spoke sternly. "A journalist has already posed this question. As a new generation of coaches, we must trust science, our players, and ourselves. We shouldn't expend energy on such matters." "Very well. I shall switch to auxiliary magic," Villas Boas retorted. "Regardless of its efficacy, doing something is better than doing nothing, wouldn't you agree?" "Suit yourself," Mourinho replied. Standing at the sidelines, Villas Boas began to recite an intricate incantation. "O roots of all hearts swaying between the distant and the infinite, O azure flames that exist here, I implore you to summon the dormant power deep within my soul to assist me." Mourinho listened intently, but it felt as though Villas Boas's incantation was in Chinese. Hadn't he recently been studying Merlin and King Arthur? Could it be that he misheard? As Villas Boas uttered the final word, Huang Kaiwen successfully intercepted Cristiano Ronaldo while assisting Balatai in the backfield. After executing a 1-2 with Terry, he surged forward, engaging in another 1-2 with Mikel, advancing the ball past the halfway line. Such fervent speed once again elicited thunderous cheers from Stamford Bridge. "Kaiwen! Kaiwen! Kaiwen!" The Real Madrid players retreated swiftly. Yet their defense comprised only 6 men. With Maluta and Drogba up front, they could not all swarm towards Huang Kaiwen. Nevertheless, the central defense of Real Madrid focused intently on him, as Heinz and Diarra pressed closely alongside him. Pepe positioned himself directly in front of Huang Kaiwen, hoping that Huang's acceleration could create an opportunity for his teammates. Meanwhile, the relentless Xavi Alonso, in pursuit, executed a sliding tackle from behind. In that fleeting moment, Pepe withdrew his foot. Under normal circumstances, he would have aimed to strike the opponent's thigh. However, such an action would undoubtedly result in Huang being brought down by Alonso. A sequence of events could have led to Huang being carried off on a stretcher. Unfortunately, Pepe overthought the situation as Huang, in motion, deftly nudged the ball away. Showing no intent to dribble past defenders, he surged past Heinz with sheer speed, completing a flawless separation of ball and player. With Huang bypassing the defenders, he was the first to seize possession. Iker Casillas, sensing the impending threat, dashed back to the edge of the penalty area, lacking confidence to challenge Huang outside the box. He opted for a position where he could utilize his hands more effectively. As Huang drew closer to the penalty area, Casillas' mind raced, contemplating the various methods Huang might employ to shoot. Would it be a lob? A powerful strike? Would he charge through with the ball, or perhaps employ a trick to outweed him before aiming for an open goal? Yet, before Huang even reached the top of the box, he lifted his right foot, entirely catching Casillas off guard. With a resounding thud, Huang's foot connected with the ball, sending it hurtling forward with precision and speed. Casillas instinctively dove, using both hands and feet, yet failed to intercept the shot, which rolled past him into the net. In the ethereal realm of Chelsea, Jose Mourinho crouched on the sidelines, his gaze following Huang's movements with palpable tension as he embarked on this long run. With Huang's successful goal, Mourinho exuberantly raised his right arm in a fervent wave. After a brief celebration, the coach returned to his usual demeanor, straightening his wrinkled suit and offering a calm applause from the sidelines, his face reflecting a blend of joy and pride. A player capable of orchestrating a solo effort from the goalkeeper position. How remarkable! It is quite ordinary for a defender to accomplish such a feat, hence there was little cause for excessive excitement over this goal. Mourinho, indeed, is a coach brimming with passion. Yes, Mourinho has always been filled with fervor. Speaking of which, I recall that he is the youngest active manager to have won the UEFA Champions League. At 45 years old, Mourinho is still considered a relatively youthful coach, as many in his age group have yet to manage in top-tier leagues. Yet, 5 years ago, he had already clinched the Champions League title. In the annals of Champions League history, it is quite rare for a manager to win the title at 40. Only in the 1956 final did the 36-year-old Real Madrid coach, Llorente, achieve a younger victory. In modern football, surpassing Llorente's record is a formidable challenge, let alone eclipsing Mourinho's. Indeed, most coaches are former players who retire in their 30s. After a brief respite to enjoy life, they often return to their former clubs to coach youth teams. And before they know it, they are already 40. When discussing the records of the UEFA Champions League, Huang Kaiwen has secured the championship 4 times, leaving him just 2 victories shy of the legendary Gento's 6 titles. Given his current momentum, it seems plausible that Huang Kaiwen may indeed surpass Gento's record. He emerged from the throng of teammates, smiling as he applauded the surrounding stands, before joining his comrades in retreat. This particular goal-scoring sequence appeared to be one of his more effortless displays. The Real Madrid players, evidently still reeling from their recent criticisms, found it impossible to remain unaffected. Under such circumstances, managing to perform at 80% capacity on the pitch is indicative of remarkable fortitude. Mourinho's penchant for attracting media attention stems from this very rationale. Diminishing the focus on his players is beneficial for their performance. A contrary example is the plethora of English prodigies, nearly all of whom lose themselves in the adulation of the British press, with few managing to emerge unscathed. As Huang Kaiwen returned to defense, Bellotti chuckled and remarked, "I've been running alongside you this whole time. I hardly needed to assist. My apologies. I'll make it up next time," Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. Kaiwen inherently possessed the capability to orchestrate plays independently. He required no assistance from his teammates. As Terry noted, "Don't be absurd." Huang Kaiwen playfully nudged Terry's shoulder, adding, "That's only possible during counterattacks. Resolving matters in a positional game is far too challenging, even for me. All right, let us rally and aim for a clean sheet against Real Madrid," Terry exclaimed, clapping his hands. Achieving a shutout against Real Madrid not only carries prestige, but also pertains to the clean sheet bonus, a standard clause in the contracts of goalkeepers and defenders. Today, as Huang Kaiwen played in defense, he bore the responsibility of assisting his teammates in securing that bonus. As Real Madrid resumed play, Raul sent the ball directly to the left flank. Upon receiving the ball, Cristiano Ronaldo was met with concentrated attention from Chelsea players. Malouda and Joe Cole surged forward, their defensive capabilities not being particularly strong, thus refraining from direct pressure. Instead, they chose to retreat, waiting for Cristiano to make the first move. Eschen was also lurking nearby, ready to join in the defensive effort. After attempting 2 step-overs, Cristiano realized that Chelsea's defensive focus on that side presented him with little opportunity. He cleverly backheeled the ball to Marcelo. Marcelo extended his right foot to intercept, and the ball rolled toward Gago in the center. Gago, spotting an opportunity on the right flank, swiftly unleashed a direct pass. While his passing ability did not match that of Guti, it was notably steady, rooted in solid fundamentals. As Miguel Torres received the ball on the right and prepared to break through, he noticed Ashley Cole charging toward him. In his prime, Ashley Cole was among the finest left-backs, effortlessly handling an advancing fullback. Torres, wary of over-dribbling, quickly swung his right foot to deliver a 45-degree cross into the penalty area. Terry managed to head the ball away. Alas, was that pass intended for Raul to contest? Not only Terry, but even Huang Kaiwen would likely find Raul at a disadvantage in an aerial duel. Indeed, Raul's height and physicality are inferior to that of Huang Kaiwen. This is primarily because Raul does not embody the traditional center-forward archetype. Long passes and aerial balls are not suited to his tactical strengths. On this occasion, Cristiano Ronaldo surged into the penalty area with remarkable speed. Today, the partnership between Huang Kaiwen and Terry was exceptional. Huang Kaiwen exhibited rapid pace, excellent positional awareness, and an eagerness to press. Even when beaten, he managed to turn and chase back, while Terry, with his wealth of experience, anchored the defense, ensuring that Real Madrid struggled to create significant opportunities in the opening half-hour. Real Madrid mounted another attack, and lo and behold, with a precise tackle, Huang Kaiwen once again dispossessed Raul. This tackle was executed with such swiftness and decisiveness that the nimble-footed Raul was unable to shield the ball in time. Indeed, I had previously harbored concerns about Huang Kaiwen's performance, but it seems my worries were unfounded. Boas advanced down the right flank, initiating another Chelsea counterattack. Drogba and Malouda, one tall and one swift, raced towards the Real Madrid penalty area. Pellegrini, unable to remain passive, shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to regroup quickly and to avoid pressing too high with the defensive line. His tactical approach during his time at Villarreal emphasized cohesive team play. Even with Riquelme as a somewhat unique member of the squad, that team excelled in rapid defensive recovery and maintained a deeper defensive line to minimize vulnerability to counterattacks. This resolute defense combined with quick counterattacks and individual prowess in the attacking third was one of the reasons for their success in both the Champions League and La Liga. However, under Capello, Real Madrid's strategy revolved around the lightning-fast trio led by Huang Kaiwen, with the midfield core choosing the swift and precise cutie for through balls, while the defense frequently pushed forward to support the attack. When unable to advance, there was no need to revert to passing back to the vicinity of their own penalty area. Now, with Pellegrini's tactical plans in place, Real Madrid's defense still instinctively advanced to support the front line, making them susceptible to counterattacks. Boas continuously sought opportunities with the ball at his feet. Upon seeing Drogba break through the defensive line, he decisively delivered a long pass with his right foot. The ball soared from the halfway line directly toward the penalty area. Pepe and Hines confronted Drogba, yet even in a 2-on-1 situation, they found it no easy task. Drogba, pivoting just outside the penalty area, used his body to shield the two defenders before leaping to execute a header, directing the ball towards the right flank. Malouda miscontrolled the ball, inadvertently nudging it forward, and instead of pursuing it, he charged into the penalty area. Danger, retreat, Pepe called out. Marcelo and Hines sprinted towards the ball on the right, but Joe Cole, following closely behind Malouda, was in a better position. Before the Real Madrid defenders could arrive, Joe Cole had already reached the ball and delivered a curling cross with his right foot. The ball sailed over Marcelo's head and headed towards the center of the penalty area, where Casillas rushed out to punch the ball away, colliding with Drogba in the process and landing in the box. That was quite a collision. Drogba seemed relatively unscathed. He crouched down to check on Casillas, who appeared unharmed, though upon rising, he rubbed his chest, indicating the impact had been significant. The camera panned to Joe Cole, inquiring about his condition. It appears that Joe Cole has sustained an injury. Two players collided within the penalty area without incident, yet it is Cole who has suffered. Alonso kicked the ball out of play, and the Chelsea team, Doctor promptly entered the field. Joe Cole is known to be somewhat injury-prone, prompting Chelsea to substitute in Juan Mata. The young talent Mata transferred from AC Milan to Chelsea for €15 million last summer, but has not had ample opportunities to showcase his abilities. A commendable performance against a team of Real Madrid's caliber would undoubtedly benefit his future at Chelsea. As the first half drew to a close, Mata made his entrance as a substitute. Real Madrid initiated play from the back, and under Pellegrini's instructions, they refrained from rushing their attack, opting instead to consume the injury time and regroup in the locker room. Last time they played at home, they were down by 6 goals at halftime. Today, they only trail by 2, leaving the Real Madrid players seemingly unfazed. Gago and Alonso controlled the tempo, gradually developing a harmonious understanding. Mata, newly on the field, pressed vigorously. Gago turned and made a rather slow back pass, which Diarra surprisingly mishandled. Mata seized the opportunity to claim the ball, and Diarra instinctively committed a foul as Mata fell to the ground, managing to pass the ball with his right foot in the process. Drogba, upon receiving the ball, charged towards the Real Madrid penalty area like an enraged elephant. Pepe decisively instructed Hines to press, while he approached from the side. Drogba's attempt to break through was thwarted as he was confronted by two defenders at the edge of the penalty area. Diarra returned to the defense, joining the effort to contain Drogba, who was compelled to veer towards the vacant left flank. Chelsea players moved to offer support, yet the attack failed to materialize. Indeed, Drogba's dribbling lacked finesse. His considerable strength hindered his agility. The ball went out of play, and Huang Kaiwen prepared to perform a throw-in. Curiously, it seemed he had learned this from Delap. However, Coach Zhang recalled that when he first arrived at AC Milan, he employed the powerful throw-in tactic. Indeed, it had been so long since he last witnessed it that he almost forgot. What a sight to behold as he hurled it directly into the penalty area. Pepe managed to head the ball clear. Upon seeing the ball exit the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen spun around and dashed back towards his own half. This display left the nearby Chelsea supporters momentarily stunned. After Pepe cleared the ball, Ivanovic found himself entangled with Eschen, both players engaging in a tussle. Ivanovic finally seized an opportunity, positioning himself to pass the ball to Alonso. At this point, Huang Kaiwen had already retraced his steps back into his own half. Alonso received the ball and immediately pivoted. His long pass was remarkably accurate. Without much observation, he sent the ball soaring towards the right flank of the front line. Chelsea supporters struggled to keep up with the unfolding action, their eyes darting between Huang Kaiwen's sprint towards the penalty area and the ball's trajectory. Huang Kaiwen's speed was impressive, yet it could not outpace the ball, which was already flying toward Real Madrid's right side of the pitch. Huang Kaiwen, undeterred, continued his run into the penalty area. Disregarding the ball, Miguel Torres was acutely aware that his ability to break through defenses was not particularly strong. As he gauged the trajectory of the ball mid-run, he leapt to head it, directing it to the left. Raul surged toward the edge of the penalty area, extending his left foot, while Huang Kaiwen, slightly delayed in his motion, hurried into the box. Influenced by this, Raul made a slight adjustment and delivered a precise through ball with his left foot. The ball rolled swiftly into Chelsea's penalty area. Simultaneously, Cristiano Ronaldo made his move, skirting along the right sideline of the penalty area and darting inside. He had been roaming the attacking front, covering minimal ground, yet managed to accelerate again within the tight confines of the box, leaving Ashley Cole trailing as he pursued the ball. Huang Kaiwen, having just re-entered the area, also spun around to chase after it. Both he and Cristiano were exceptionally quick players, yet the confined space of the penalty area made it difficult to discern a clear victor. Ronaldo charged forward in a straight sprint, while Huang pursued at an angle, inherently requiring him to cover a greater distance. Mere moments passed, and as Cristiano reached the ball, he began to adjust his position, slightly decelerating as his shoulders and muscles prepared for a potent strike. Huang, realizing that he could wait no longer, committed himself to the ground, bending his left leg while extending his right straight. With the momentum, he executed a sliding tackle. Just as Cristiano's right foot was about to lift, Huang managed to arrive first, directing the ball out of the box rather than towards the sideline. The referee promptly blew the whistle for halftime. Huang grasped Raul's hand as he rose. "Thank you, old man," he said with a smile. Raul shook his head in silence, and Huang suddenly recalled that players in the first team were now prohibited from conversing with him. He could only manage a wry smile as he walked back. It was indeed strange. It reminded him of Nesta and Hierro. Raul followed closely behind Huang, communicating without words, producing sounds from his throat that were muted, as if something were lodged there. "I'm not that formidable," Huang chuckled. "Your method of speech resembles that of a cinematic villain, where the antagonist communicates without moving their lips, merely pressing something against their throat to produce sound. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Be wary of returning to the B team after so many years just to accumulate statistics." Observing Huang's retreating figure, Raul felt a deep sense of desolation. Since Huang's departure, Real Madrid had undergone significant changes. In the past, Huang hadn't participated in every match, only playing a mere 10 to 20 games per season. Yet, his presence impacted the team profoundly. The atmosphere in the locker room and the team's on-field demeanor were starkly different from now. Although Calderon had pocketed millions in kickbacks, it seemed that during those 2 years, the team was relatively unaffected. Everyone played joyfully, gathering at Huang's home for occasional get-togethers, and by season's end, they would revel in a frenzy of accolades, followed by a well-deserved holiday with a generous bonus. Such a lifestyle brought anticipation, whether heading to practice or returning home. But now, Raul shook his head with a bitter smile. doubting whether he would have the opportunity to celebrate at the Plaza of the Goddess of Victory before his retirement. Mourinho and Villas-Boas approached Huang Kaiwen, one on the left and the other on the right. Villas-Boas still held a water bottle and towel, with his wand-like accessory prominently displayed at his waist. Mourinho's facial expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, a hint of pride, a measure of concern, and an effort to exude an air of detachment. To convey such intricate feelings on one's face could easily earn one an Oscar in Hollywood. The Chelsea players had grown accustomed to such scenes. Each halftime, the coaching staff seemed eager to carry Huang Kaiwen off the field, though they might envy his treatment. Huang Kaiwen's undeniable talent rendered any jealousy futile. His generosity and humble demeanor endeared him to his teammates, who appreciated his lack of pretentiousness. Mourinho remarked, "Your performance has been exceptional. That tackle was exquisite. But are you feeling all right physically?" The master of transformation had predicted that Huang Kaiwen would remain unscathed today. Yet Mourinho harbored lingering concerns. Huang's track record indicated that sustaining numerous injuries each season was nearly inevitable. "I'm perfectly fine, coach," Huang Kaiwen replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel and shaking his arms. The king of the yellow ball now relied heavily on his immunity card. Otherwise, even if his experience card offered him sufficient speed, the strain on his ankles and knees from his vigorous movements during full sprints would be substantial. Without the immunity card, playing would necessitate a different approach, one that emphasized finesse and minimized explosive dribbling and unconventional maneuvers. "Very well, I'll substitute you shortly," Mourinho said, patting Huang Kaiwen's shoulder. "The group stage is nearly concluded, and we have more matches ahead. We will need you for the cup if we hope to advance." "Understood, coach. I will follow your lead," Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Mourinho nodded, appreciating the agreeable nature of such players. A glance at Villas-Boas, who was passing him the water bottle, prompted Mourinho to shake his head. He had thought only the likes of Ancelotti and Capello could be so sycophantic. To his surprise, Luis Andre displayed the same behavior in front of Huang. Perhaps the world was not as principled as he had envisioned. It seemed that only he retained his integrity in Huang's presence. That was the essence of Jose Mourinho's uniqueness. As the players entered the tunnel, Real Madrid appeared utterly powerless. Even Huang's temporary role as a defender could thwart them. Chelsea, while not the absolute leader of the Premier League, was certainly among the top two teams. Yet they easily managed to defeat Real Madrid twice, an emblem of the strength of English teams. Following today's match, Real Madrid would need to contemplate their chances of advancing. The British commentators from Sky Sports continued to deride Real Madrid, noting that the English Premier League had barely surpassed Serie A in UEFA competition points. However, due to Real Madrid's dominance in the Champions League over the past 2 years, the Premier League had yet to claim the top spot in European competition points. Seizing this opportunity, they would not easily let Real Madrid slip away. In the live broadcast studio of the national television station, Coach Zhang chuckled as he analyzed. Today, Huang Kaiwen executed 7 tackles with 5 successful attempts, and his success rate for direct interceptions was remarkably high. In aerial duels, Terry had a slight edge. Yet this did not overshadow Huang Kaiwen's brilliance. Indeed, today Huang Kaiwen delivered a world-class performance in the defensive position. And it seems his and Terry's contributions in this half surpassed those of Manchester United's Ferdinand and Vidic. Real Madrid's attacking line created several opportunities, yet they were all thwarted by him and Terry. Additionally, Ashley Cole's performance remained outstanding. Coach Zhang's assessment holds true. However, Belloty's display was rather average. Alas, he has been a substitute at Barcelona, and after finally competing successfully at Chelsea, Ramos has taken over the starting position, making it difficult for him to maintain consistency. It is indeed a considerable pressure on Huang Kaiwen today, especially with Ashley Cole providing support on Terry's side. Conversely, on the right flank, Belloty frequently pushed forward but failed to return, leaving Huang Kaiwen to contend with 2 opponents. Under such circumstances, Chelsea's ability to avoid conceding a goal speaks volumes about Huang Kaiwen's performance. As for Lampard, Huang Kaiwen's strength lies in his speed. Though his defensive skills are not as refined, one cannot deny his remarkable tackling today, as well as his positional awareness during 1-on-2 situations that ultimately led to a successful interception. I would say even Maldini would find it challenging to match his level. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen displays exceptional prowess on the field. He has played in numerous positions aside from fullback and has consistently delivered commendable performances. Ultimately, it boils down to his inherent talent, and I must acknowledge Huang Kaiwen's athletic gifts. However, his character leaves much to be desired. Let me remind you that Huang Kaiwen has donated over 100 million euros. Is that not commendable? Furthermore, he and Barbara cashed out before the financial crisis, amassing billions of euros. So what is the issue with donating 100 million? Your language is quite harsh. Huang Kaiwen has not evaded taxes. His reputation is substantial enough that he does not need to resort to such measures for attention, and donating 100 million euros should be seen as praiseworthy. Perhaps you should consider making a donation yourself before criticizing him. Although Huang Kaiwen's character may be questionable, such matters are trivial. He merely enjoys pretending to be female online to deceive others for their equipment. And how does one reconcile his frequent associations with the Japanese? It seems your perception is clouded, lacking both clarity and reason. Huang Kaiwen often praises Japan while profiting from selling photo collections and merchandise there. Yet I have not seen him donate a single penny to Japan. It appears he views the Japanese as mere opportunities, akin to certain celebrities who profess their fondness for us while seeking to profit here. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's actions are far from commendable. He releases 5 photo collections annually in Japan, complete with collection rewards. My cousin studying in Tokyo mentioned that many housewives in Japan have depleted their family savings to collect Huang Kaiwen's merchandise, leading to marital discord, a story not covered domestically. Ha ha ha. After hearing your remarks, I feel tempted to withdraw. Huang Kaiwen seems to be engaging in a roundabout form of resistance against Japan. The renowned Huang Kaiwen possesses little in the way of scandal. His endorsements in the domestic market predominantly feature products that are either affordable or of exceptional quality. It has come to my attention that his endorsement contracts often include stringent clauses stipulating that should any quality issues arise, the manufacturers are obliged to compensate him multiple times his endorsement fee. Indeed, there is a certain shoddiness to it. While he peddles herbal tea, he simultaneously markets photo collections and related merchandise. Previously, when I requested someone to procure a photo collection for me, I was utterly dismayed to discover that the accompanying card had been inexplicably withheld. As the team returned to the locker room, Joe Cole sat despondently on the bench, nursing yet another injury. Huang Kaiwen approached and placed a comforting hand on Cole's shoulder, saying, "Do not dwell on such matters. Lift your spirits. For your birthday is just around the corner." Surprised, Cole looked up and asked, "How did you know?" Huang Kaiwen replied, "Since joining Chelsea, I have made it a point to remember everyone's birthdays. If you're not home to celebrate, feel free to come to my place. I shall host the celebrations." Indeed, last month, Kevin gifted me a birthday present. Boas chimed in with a smile, revealing his wrist. "What fact?" Cole exclaimed. "Kevin even gifted you a Rolex. You are quite generous. After all, it is a birthday," Huang Kaiwen responded with a grin. During the celebration of Real Madrid's sextuple triumph, he not only commissioned a watch commemorating the achievement, but also crafted a selection of gifts for various occasions. Watches, even if not worn, retain a certain value. And with his personal design involvement and signature, they hold significant sentimental worth. Thus, one need not fret over gift-giving in the future. Indeed, Kevin is exceedingly generous, not a Drogba. If a vote were held for captain, this John fellow would certainly not win against Kevin, Ashley Cole remarked with a mischievous smile. Had Kevin arrived in the Premier League sooner, Cheryl would undoubtedly not have chosen you. Terry retorted with a hint of annoyance. Ashley Cole chose not to respond. His friendship with Terry was strong enough to withstand such banter. However, his relationship with Cheryl had recently grown somewhat strained. The mere mention of her name left Cole feeling a touch uneasy. Though Cheryl was undeniably beautiful, he found himself yearning for the thrill of the outside world. It echoed the sentiment of that saying, "The tree-lined path you yearn for, adorned with frost each morning and night." Alas, you possess the most generous teammates and the most magnanimous boss. Truly, you are a fortunate bunch, Mourinho remarked, clapping his hands. Thus, in today's match, showcase your talents. Remember, happiness is a rare commodity in this world. To safeguard your current way of life, muster some vigor in the second half. "All right, boss," Ashley Cole shouted in response, with Terry joining in the raucous cheer. Their feelings toward Mourinho were a mix of affection and apprehension, albeit leaning slightly more toward the former. Mourinho even took showers in the locker room to bond with the players. Terry once noted that Mourinho was a man favored by the divine. After offering a few more words of encouragement to Cole, Huang Kaiwen replenished his energy with a light snack. When Boas signaled for the team to take the field, he donned his socks and tightened his shoelaces. Recently, The music played during halftime at Stamford Bridge had been changed to "We Are the Champions." If Chelsea were to end the season empty-handed, they would undoubtedly face scorn. However, from the player liaison Gary Stark to the longtime training ground steward Billy Jones, and from the medical team to various fan groups, there is not a single soul who believes Chelsea will fail to secure a trophy. In their view, the likelihood of such a scenario is slimmer than that of Chelsea winning every possible championship. As Chelsea resumed play, Mata remained exceptionally lively. From the moment he greeted Huang Kaiwen on the training pitch at Real Madrid, he has kept a watchful eye on him. Despite their contrasting playing styles, he often studies Huang's videos to refine his technique. After a tackle from Gago, Mata swiftly transferred the ball from his right foot to his left, executing a delightful nutmeg that left Gago behind, before racing down the sideline. Splendid. The young Mata is audacious in his movements. He delivered a cross, but Drogba's header went awry. Even though the second half had just commenced and the players were still finding their rhythm, Mata made an audacious attempt. His nutmeg was unmistakably inspired by Huang Kaiwen, whose higher center of gravity lends him a distinctive edge. Mata's execution mirrored Huang's signature shoulder shrug. "Wake up, for heaven's sake," Casillas shouted. "Are you not tired of conceding goals?" Marcelo instinctively recoiled, realizing his lapse in concentration. Casillas refrained from further admonishment as the ball was played out from the back. Alonso received the ball and immediately unleashed a long pass. The ball soared from one penalty area to another. Chelsea's defensive line was slightly advanced, allowing Ronaldo to successfully evade the offside trap and receive the ball. Huang Kaiwen and Belletti raced back in pursuit. Belletti, clearly lagging in speed, was unable to cover the distance on the flank. Huang accelerated. Ronaldo miscontrolled the powerful long pass, causing the ball to bounce into the penalty area. As he approached to regain control, Huang Kaiwen surged past him, executing a high clearance that sent the ball soaring over his head and out of the danger zone. "I think we can let Ricardo go," Terry remarked with a smile. "We have better chemistry." "That's impossible," Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. "Unless you persuade the boss to double my salary, the goal bonuses are significantly less." His bonuses for each goal exceeded the weekly wages of players from relegation-threatened teams. Hat tricks, 5 goals in a single match, the tally of season goals, and contributions to scoring all triggered substantial bonuses. Even accolades outside of football earned him additional rewards from Chelsea. Abramovich was more than pleased to see Huang expanding his influence globally, unfazed by the bonus amounts. Upon returning from the Summer Olympics, Huang Kaiwen had already pocketed $1.2 million in bonuses from Chelsea, nearly equating to his monthly salary. If he were to play as a defender, his earnings would substantially decrease. Notably, Huang's contract lacked a clean sheet bonus. After both sides executed a quick counterattack, the midfield battle commenced. Real Madrid enjoyed a numerical advantage in midfield, yet Chelsea's overall physicality proved slightly superior. Two formidable, dark figures confronted another equally formidable one. The match became intermittent, with the referee frequently blowing the whistle to caution both teams. Observing from the sidelines, Mourinho discerned an intriguing strategy. Positioning Kevin Huang as a defender significantly reduced his risk of injury from opposing players. In merely 2 months, he had surpassed other coaches in effectively utilizing Kevin. Upon learning that Capello was in attendance at Stamford Bridge, he couldn't resist glancing towards the stands. Previously, with Kevin only managing to score 3 goals for Chelsea, it seemed unreasonable that a coach like Capello could have amassed so many titles. In the 70th minute, Real Madrid made the first substitution, bringing on Higuain for Raul. Upon entering the field, Higuain greeted Kevin Huang. "Aren't you worried about being relegated to the B team?" Kevin inquired with concern. "There's little difference for me now, whether I remain in the B team or not. I intend to leave Real Madrid come summer," Higuain replied. "What about Arsenal? They've shown interest in me." Kevin remarked, "Mr. Wenger's team is exceptionally talented. I believe joining Arsenal would be a splendid opportunity." "All right, I'll have Nicola get in touch with them," Higuain said. His agent happened to be his brother. In the football world, many South American and black players prefer to engage family members as agents. The ball arrived, and Kevin waved his hand, saying, "We'll talk later," as he sprinted towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Even in motion, he retained his energy. Ronaldo, noticing Kevin and Bellotti charging towards him, felt a pang of anxiety. While Bellotti posed little threat, Kevin had studied countless tapes of Ronaldo, familiarizing himself with his playing habits. At this moment, he dared not underestimate his opponent. Instinctively, Ronaldo feigned with his right foot, creating space around the ball, then forcefully halted it with muscle strength, directing it towards the center. Just as Kevin surged towards him, he executed a sudden stop and extended his left foot, successfully maintaining possession of the ball. Subsequently, Kevin pulled the ball with his left foot while his right provided support, angling towards the left front before launching a cross with his left foot. The ball soared in a parabolic arc towards the left wing of the field. Even though Ronaldo was aware of Kevin's prowess, he couldn't help but marvel at his skill. He had witnessed several of Kevin's crosses from the front line that day and noted how Kevin never deliberately adjusted for his dominant foot. He utilized whichever foot the ball reached. However, delivering a cross demands both power and precision, and Kevin consistently managed to execute accurate crosses with both feet. Even Ronaldo admitted that Kevin's control over the ball was exceptional. He glanced down at his own feet, feeling the need to further hone his left foot's capabilities. Deco received Kevin's cross in the attacking zone and swiftly maneuvered the ball into the penalty area. Meanwhile, all of Real Madrid's defenders were positioned in their half, and Torres and Diarra surged forward to assist in defense. Unable to find an opening, Deco pivoted and executed a back pass in a triangular motion, allowing Mikel to receive the ball and return it to Deco. However, the defensive players crowded the area, and despite several attempts, Deco couldn't find an opportunity, ultimately being forced near the sideline. He quickly pivoted and flicked the ball, which ricocheted off Alonso's leg and out of bounds. Kevin once again jogged up the field. Once again, the atmosphere within Real Madrid's penalty area was charged with tension. In the first half, Huang Kaiwen's powerful throw-in startled the Real Madrid players. Mourinho, with his eyes gleaming, fixated on the sidelines, had momentarily forgotten that Huang possessed such a skill. The forceful throw-in proved exceedingly advantageous, significantly enhancing the team's tactical repertoire. Typically, players capable of launching the ball several dozen meters with precision lack the requisite strength, which is why elite clubs seldom employ this tactic. Had Delap possessed the prowess of a Chelsea substitute, Mourinho would have long since enlisted him. Nevertheless, Huang Kaiwen's strategy undeniably sparked his imagination. In future encounters against teams that deploy a defensive strategy akin to Chelsea's, they could unleash a barrage of long throw-ins. After meticulously wiping the ball with his jersey, Huang took a couple of paces back and hurled it towards the left side of the small penalty area with great force. Both Drogba and Pepe leaped almost simultaneously, with Pepe heading the ball out of the box. Mata, lurking just outside the penalty area, followed up with a powerful long-range shot that ricocheted off Gago and landed in the left side of the small box. Balatai, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a fierce strike that left Casillas no time to react, as the ball swiftly sailed into the left side of the net. Stamford Bridge erupted in thunderous cheers once more. The fans of other London clubs felt no joy, only the overwhelming noise emanating from that West London stadium. Meanwhile, Mourinho, awaiting the outcome just off the sidelines, took a few exuberant steps and executed a passionate slide on his knees. He envisioned a future where Huang Kaiwen continually delivered throw-ins, leading Chelsea to breach the defenses of one opponent after another. After joining the Premier League, Kevin had mastered the art of the long throw-in. Inspired by a previous match against Southampton, even the world's finest players can continuously learn and improve in the Premier League, which has solidified its status as the top league, destined to surpass La Liga in European competition points. In the Sky Sports broadcast studio, Andy Gray exclaimed with fervor. Martin Tyler contemplated reminding him that Huang Kaiwen had always possessed the long throw-in skill, but decided against undermining his partner's enthusiasm. Real Madrid suffers another defeat, Andy noted. Today, Kevin's defensive performance was nothing short of exquisite. He resembled a fusion of Lucio and Nesta. Chelsea has struck gold. Andy chuckled. They've essentially acquired two players for the price of one. In the stands, Ramos had already mingled with the fans, embodying the spirit of a passionate young man. He appeared more anxious watching the game than when playing. This demeanor did not go unnoticed by the nearby spectators, who preferred Ramos's willingness to strive for the team over those players idly chatting on the bench. Ramos rallied the fans to cheer and support, albeit his chants centered around Kevin rather than Chelsea, a detail the Chelsea supporters overlooked. Upon noticing that Premier League fans particularly enjoyed singing simple tunes, repeating a few lines, Ramos quickly had a flash of inspiration and crafted a couple of lines based on a song he had heard before. Sing aloud together with the fans. Long live Kevin. Long live Kevin. Regardless of the adversary, we shall triumph and claim every trophy. The European King, he will bring us every accolade. With a first-team player leading the charge, The stands instantly erupted with fervor. The infectious spirit compelled William to join in the rousing chorus. Although a Villa supporter, witnessing the English team triumph over Real Madrid was undeniably exhilarating, an innate pride surging within. His performance garnered recognition from numerous fans, fulfilling their desire for visibility. There are frequent calls for football to distance itself from politics. In reality, due to its exaggerated influence, it is a battleground for many. Initially, the media was subtly encouraged by certain figures to tarnish Liverpool's reputation, a maneuver aimed at undermining rivals who relied on football fans for support. Due to unique circumstances, English football was distanced from European competitions for 5 years, resulting in a catastrophic blow to the entire English football community. It was only because of the vast resources of the once unstoppable empire, with its numerous colonies, that English football managed a robust resurgence. Had it been any other league, it would have long since declined. Sir Alex Ferguson, the father of Manchester United, was honored for leading an English team back to Europe following a ban. This was a reflection of the distinct historical context of the time, with Manchester United's treble-winning team holding significant representation. As Real Madrid continued to substitute players, Guti replacing Gago and Van der Vaart coming on for Ronaldo, it appeared that Pellegrini was conceding this match. Indeed, with such numerous substitutions of key players, it seemed he intended to preserve strength for the upcoming league fixtures. Huntelaar was warming up on the sidelines, and Chelsea also prepared to make changes. Both coaches sensed that the outcome was determined and aimed to conserve their resources. However, the future for Real Madrid appeared shrouded in uncertainty. They needed to secure victory in their next 2 matches to have any chance of progressing. After the substitutions, Real Madrid's attack became increasingly liberated, free from psychological burdens. Yet, the departure of Ronaldo and Raul significantly diminished the threat on the left flank. The pressure on Huang Kaiwen lessened considerably. By the time Van der Vaart left the Netherlands, he had already endured a serious injury and extensive rehabilitation. His speed and physicality were insufficient, lacking the impact that Ronaldo had. Often, Huang Kaiwen was not even needed. Belletti could return to intercept the opponent's advance. Stamford Bridge transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration, with fans engaging in a wave of excitement. In the 75th minute, Huang Kaiwen, in conjunction with Belletti, executed another interception to clear the ball. Ashley Cole remarked with a smile, "John, today your appearance fee should go to Kaiwen. He hardly needs you in the back." "Fool. When I'm cleaning up your mess, how come you don't share half of my appearance fee?" Terry retorted with a huff. Ashley Cole laughed. "I am the world's #1 fullback. The Daily Mail once proclaimed England as the world's best, yet we couldn't even reach the semi-finals." Terry unabashedly commented, "The England national team is filled with stars, yet many of the players' performances do not reflect their market value. It is, rather, the performance of the defenders that stands out. Each major tournament leads to their elimination, and Terry still harbors resentment. Yet, that is of no concern to us. You may inquire with the captain, who consistently misses penalty shots." Ashley Cole remarked with a sly grin. Beckham was not particularly esteemed within the England national team. On one hand, his celebrity persona irked some teammates, while on the other, Victoria often drew undue criticism upon him. "I feel there is little hope for me in the national team. Perhaps I should focus on winning the Champions League instead." Terry glanced towards the forward line, saying, "I will move up front. Kaiwen, you stay back to prevent this fellow from rambling further." "All right, leave it to me," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Real Madrid's tactics today leaned towards a defensive strategy. The substitutes posed a diminished threat, and Huang Kaiwen felt comfortable holding back. Chelsea's midfield was sufficiently robust, applying considerable pressure on Real Madrid. It was not until the 82nd minute that Guti found an opportunity to initiate an attack. Deco's long-range shot was blocked, and Guti, retrieving the ball from the back, swiftly diagonal passed to Mikel Torres. This was perilous. Chelsea's formation was too advanced, with Terry having crossed half the field. Huang Kaiwen remained in the back. While Miguel Torres sought opportunities with the ball, we anticipate a curved shot. Splendid. Torres spotted Higuain making a forward run, attempting to find him with a curved pass, only to be intercepted by Huang Kaiwen, whose judgment of the ball's trajectory was indeed remarkable. Huang Kaiwen extended his foot to intercept the ball, slightly adjusting his stance before launching into action. He surged forward, effortlessly evading the approaching Torres. Huang Kaiwen raced towards Real Madrid's half, instantly reversing the flow of the game. Kaiwen. Having stolen the ball, he orchestrated a counterattack. Such scenes ignited the passion of Chelsea supporters. In the broadcast, Prince William could be seen fervently cheering, his enthusiasm suggesting he was a lifelong fan of Chelsea. Following that previous counterattack, Real Madrid's players had pushed forward and had yet to return, resulting in a significant disconnection in their midfield. Huang Kaiwen traversed the halfway line, still unchallenged, as Real Madrid focused their defensive efforts just outside the penalty area, waiting for Huang Kaiwen to advance before attempting to close in. As Huang Kaiwen approached the edge of the penalty arc, he discerned the intentions of the Real Madrid players. The two fullbacks and the holding midfielder formed a parallel line, while the two center-backs lagged behind. Hines positioned himself the furthest back, almost at the penalty box. This formation would undoubtedly warrant additional training under Mourinho, clearly inviting an offside trap opportunity. Without hesitation, Huang Kaiwen struck the ball with his right foot. The speed of the through ball was astonishing, skimming just above the grass and swiftly passing between Diarra and Alonso, rendering Real Madrid's first line of defense ineffective. Huntelaar quickly surged towards the penalty area. Hines hastily sprinted from the left to the right side. Both players matched in speed, yet Huntelaar, freshly substituted in, possessed ample stamina. As he drew closer, he deftly nudged the ball into the penalty area, accelerating and successfully evading Hines. With the ball at his feet, he charged towards the right side of the small box. Huntelaar, realizing he could advance no further due to the lack of angle, slightly slowed down to adjust himself before pivoting and unleashing a powerful shot. The strike echoed with force, and Casillas, who had moved in anticipation of a half-height ball, realized too late that the sphere swiftly rolled between his legs. In that moment, he understood his misjudgment. By the time he attempted to tighten his legs and lower his center of gravity, it was already too late. The ball had slipped through and crossed the goal line. Goal! What a magnificent goal! Chelsea took the lead at home, with Huntelaar, the astute marksman, successfully breaching Real Madrid's defenses. The aggregate stood at 140. And if Pellegrini could retain his position, he must have shielded Florentino from the bullets. The dominance exhibited by Chelsea was truly remarkable, and the combination of Kaiwen and Mourinho sparked great anticipation. Today, Kaiwen contributed a goal and 2 assists, even orchestrating another goal with a throw-in. Although the match was not yet concluded, there was little doubt that Kaiwen would be awarded the man of the match. Just last month, he played only 2 matches but secured the Premier League's monthly accolade. I suspect that by the end of the season, he could use his monthly awards as bowling trophies. The 2 commentators from Sky TV had completely forgotten their earlier skepticism regarding Huang Kaiwen. As Huntelaar shot, he began to turn, and upon seeing the ball hit the net, he quickened his pace to reach Huang Kaiwen's side for the best celebration spot. That pass was exquisite. All I had to do was carry the ball forward and shoot. It was that effortless, exclaimed Huntelaar. His current style epitomized that of a poacher. Such deliveries that allowed him to exploit the offside trap and strike were the most gratifying. All right, not that exaggerated, Huang Kaiwen chuckled, patting Huntelaar on the back. Your passing is far superior to that of Sneijder and the others. Huntelaar continued. Huang Kaiwen shook his head with a smile, genuinely believing in his character. If Sneijder ever caught wind of this, he would never pass to Huntelaar again. Kaiwen, the coach wants you off, Ashley Cole reminded him as he approached. Nodding, Huang Kaiwen maneuvered through the crowd and headed toward the sidelines. Mourinho had previously mentioned the substitution. St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen. The entire Stamford Bridge rose in unison, including the away fans. Prince William glanced proudly at Prince Charles. See, even the Puritans chant for St. Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen acknowledged the stands with applause, unhurried by any urging. He waited until he reached the sideline to high-five Bollock before exiting. Boas approached with water and a towel, but Mourinho was quicker. How are you feeling today? Mourinho inquired. Not bad. Playing defense doesn't require as much running. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. That is good. Take a moment to rest. Mourinho said, wrapping his arm around Huang Kaiwen's shoulder. Tonight, the boss invites you to dinner. Do refrain from celebrating with those rascals. All right, I understand, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, returning to the bench. Abramovich is indeed a commendable boss. Let us waive the business appearance fee for the Huang King this time. Even if Huang Kaiwen were to leave the field, the Chelsea players did not disappoint. They managed yet another clean sheet against Real Madrid. As the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match, the substitutes and coaching staff surged onto the pitch, celebrating wildly as though they had heard a starting gun. The fans in the stands chanted Chelsea's name. With a remarkable double victory over the greatest team of the 21st century, Chelsea has etched a new chapter in history. The DJ at Stamford Bridge played "We Are the Champions" once more, as the players sang in unison with the supporters. Although it was merely a group stage match, the excitement was palpable. The players' families joined in the jubilation. Terry's 2-year-old son, George Terry, was handed over to the field by his mother. The little one broke free from his father's grasp and, stumbling, ran towards Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen steadied George and playfully dribbled the ball around him. Ha! Terry watched from the side, clapping and laughing as he encouraged. Come on, George. Come on, George. If you can steal the ball from him, you'll earn a salary of €6 million. With a swift movement, Huang Kaiwen adjusted his ankle and steadied himself on the ball, allowing George Terry to successfully intercept it. He looked at Terry and asked, "So, is George's salary coming from you?" Terry couldn't help but chuckle. "My post-tax salary doesn't even reach €6 million. His weekly wage is $130,000, from which 40 goes to taxes. Over a year of 52 weeks, after multiplying 130 by 52 and deducting the tax. Converting the pounds to euros results in less than 5 million. It is only if the team secures 1 or 2 significant championships, along with the bonus for winning, that his earnings might surpass €6 million. This is already considered a relatively high income in the football realm, when compared solely to defensive players. This is indeed a top-tier salary. Such is the nature of football today. Players in forward positions typically earn higher wages. Aside from Huang Kaiwen and Cannavaro, who struggled to adapt after being signed for a high salary by Real Madrid, all players earning over €6 million are attacking players. Even the world-class defenders at Milan, during their peak performance, secured contracts around €4 million. Kevin, are you heading to the press conference? Villa's Boas approached with a smile. No, I have an appointment with the boss later, Huang Kaiwen replied. Very well then, you should at least head to the mixed zone. If the reporters don't see you, they will surely go mad, Villa's Boas advised. Huang Kaiwen handed little George to Terry and made his way to the mixed zone. Kevin, why did you play as a defender today? A reporter inquired. It was the coach's arrangement. I simply do as the coach instructs, Huang Kaiwen responded. Could you share your feelings about playing as a defender? The reporter pressed on. It feels quite novel. Playing as a defender offers a completely different perspective. This aids my understanding of my teammates' thoughts and enables a more fluid transition in our offensive strategies. Viewing challenges from various perspectives enhances my performance on the field, Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. How would you evaluate Belletti's performance? He has often left you exposed to the opposing team's offensive line today. It's nothing significant. This is merely a matter of differing roles on the field. Real Madrid's left flank is strong in attack, but weak in defense. And the coach has instructed him to participate more in the offense, which has consequently increased my defensive responsibilities. Fortunately, I have the world-class defender John partnering with me. His experience has greatly assisted me, Huang Kaiwen stated. Although Belletti's defensive performance was somewhat lacking, there is no need to criticize a teammate in front of the cameras. Is there anything you would like to say to the Real Madrid fans? Huang Kaiwen chuckled and shook his head, saying, at this moment, any statement would be ill-timed and might appear as gloating, hence I have nothing to convey. Besides, Real Madrid fans do not require anyone's pity. They are victors in their own right. Such is football. Every team can temporarily face a downturn. They merely need to exercise patience. After concluding, Huang Kaiwen departed from the interview area. At the post-match press conference, Pellegrini did not attend. The journalists were indifferent to this occurrence. In any case, should such minor figures be absent, they would simply write, Pellegrini loses both the match and his dignity. They would fabricate a story of a Chelsea staff member witnessing Pellegrini venting his frustrations in the away dressing room, thus fulfilling Pellegrini's worth. If possible, they hoped Chelsea would send a bill of compensation to Real Madrid, providing them with several days' worth of reporting material. Jose, could you comment on Kevin's performance today? What was it like partnering with Kevin, John? Who was the most pivotal contributor to the victory? Was the handball tactic devised by you, Mr. Mourinho? Why did Kevin not attend the press conference? With Chelsea's frequent injuries, could it be attributed to the departure of Dr. Melserman? Mourinho smiled and responded. Every player's performance today was exceptional, with Kevin standing out as the best. This is Chelsea's strategy. We never overly rely on a single individual. Kevin scored today, alongside Huntelaar and Belletti. Since the start of the season, 17 players from Chelsea have found the net. That is the secret to our success. However, Kevin has created over 20 goals in just 4 matches. Doesn't that signify something? A reporter interjected. And even if he is not providing direct assists, his penultimate passes are laden with threat, directing the ball straight into dangerous zones for the opposition. And you are? Mourinho straightened his posture and inquired. Matt Lauren from the Times. Very well, Mr. Lauren from the Times. Your question is quite typical. Mourinho gestured with his hand. You must understand that before Kevin delivers a threatening pass or shot, he also requires someone to pass to him. The ball does not simply fly to Kevin on its own. Do you grasp my meaning? While Kevin has indeed controlled a significant portion of the ball, this is also a result of the collaboration among Chelsea players. Matt Lauren rolled his eyes and relinquished the microphone. The press officer at Stamford Bridge clearly wished to prevent him from asking further questions. According to Mourinho's assertion, there are fundamentally no players capable of altering the course of a match single-handedly, as every player is accompanied by 10 teammates. He even harbored a slight anticipation for Huang Kaiwen to sustain an injury, curious to see what Mourinho would articulate next. Terry, once again stepping in to assist his mentor, seized the microphone and proclaimed, Kaiwen's performance is truly exceptional. You cannot fathom the extent of my astonishment. Unlike forwards, defenders cannot afford to make mistakes, as a single error could lead to conceding a goal. Much of the judgment in defense is derived from experiences learned through failure. Yet Kaiwen appears to possess an innate talent for defending. His positioning renders prior failures unnecessary. He not only finds himself in optimal locations, but also employs feints to coax attacking players into passing the ball in directions he wishes to intercept. In fact, his tackling prowess exceeds even mine, leading me to question the validity of the notion that defenders require experience. Would you be willing to continue partnering with Kaiwen? Absolutely. Terry replied with a smile. I believe Ferdinand and the others would also relish the opportunity to see Kaiwen and I collaborate. As Mourinho rose, Terry promptly followed suit. Upon returning to the locker room, they discovered that Huang Kaiwen had already bid farewell to his teammates and departed early. That evening, Huang Kaiwen dined with Abramovich, accompanied by Marina. Their conversation primarily revolved around the prospect of him traveling to Russia for an away match, to which Huang Kaiwen readily acquiesced, resulting in a delightful evening for all. The following day, after the match, the Chelsea players expressed their desire to gather at Huang Kaiwen's residence. However, as they had ventured out to celebrate, several failed to answer their phones, leaving uncertainty as to when they might rouse from their revelry. Huang Kaiwen sat before his computer, engaging with an online forum, only to discover the usual detractors were conspicuously absent. After a thorough search, he finally located their latest stronghold. Observing the disparaging comments directed at him, he joined in the self-deprecating humor, even composing a technical analysis of Lampard's skills. It was not until Huang Kaiwen perused the newspapers that he realized a significant issue had arisen. The Sun reported, Chelsea's head coach, Mourinho, received suggestions regarding his starting lineup from his personal soothsayer, who subsequently placed bets targeting Chelsea's starting 11. This time, Kaiwen played as a defender, and his substantial wager caught the attention of William Hill, who promptly reported it to the FA. According to our sources, Mourinho was not involved in this matter. Astonished, Huang Kaiwen found himself both amused and bewildered. In truth, betting companies are vehemently opposed to match manipulation, which is typically perpetrated by clubs, players, or organized crime. Such injustices can easily extinguish fans' enthusiasm, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Furthermore, manipulation can lead to significant repercussions for the betting companies. In the event of an unexpected upset, they are left with no opportunity to adjust the odds. They are already poised to profit, having meticulously calculated the risks. When a match is manipulated, they can swiftly become victims, incurring losses that should never have been theirs to bear. Thus, these incidents are most frequently reported by betting companies. Any unusual wagers raise their alarms. I hope Mourinho is unscathed, Huang Kaiwen mused as he continued to read the news. The media from various nations continues to besiege Real Madrid, reveling in their disarray. Additionally, there is news regarding the royal family's appearance at Stamford Bridge. Huang Kaiwen perused the gossip surrounding the British monarchy, yet found none as captivating as the third edition. Sir, the international student you requested has arrived, the old butler Albert announced. Very well, let her in, Huang Kaiwen nodded in response. He had previously entrusted this matter to the butler, who had unfortunately forgotten it. As the door opened, Huang Kaiwen was taken aback. Wasn't this Jiang Shuai? Darling, she exclaimed, attempting to stifle a laugh. Don't be upset. I'm Jiang Shuai. It's a pleasure to meet you. Huang Kaiwen rose to shake her hand, curiosity piqued. Have you acted in a television series? Have you seen it? She asked, her surprise evident. Huang Kaiwen glanced down at their clasped hands, prompting her to playfully stick out her tongue and release her grip. I starred in flying flowers like butterflies, she said. Excitement evident in her voice. Not that. I recall a series featuring Ultraman battling monsters. What was it called? Ah, yes. 5 Dragon Sword Warriors. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Jiang Shuaing appeared somewhat embarrassed, as such a juvenile series represented a blemish on her otherwise illustrious career. How did a star like you end up as an international student? Huang Kaiwen inquired. I felt I had some personal issues to address, so I decided to study abroad. Jiang Shuaing continued, her enthusiasm undiminished. I saw a post in the international student group about auditions for actors, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to practice. Previously, I worked in a restaurant to improve my English, and I never expected to meet you here. All right, let's discuss your remuneration. For a day or two. It will be a total of £200, Huang Kaiwen stated. Sounds good, Jiang Shuaing replied, nodding vigorously while occasionally stealing glances at Huang Kaiwen. In the UK, she often saw his name splashed across newspapers and television screens, and she was astounded to encounter him in person. Huang Kaiwen's influence in Britain and Europe eclipsed that in his home country. She had never imagined a footballer could wield such clout. Even the garbage bin outside his home was a target for paparazzi eager to dissect his daily life. While working at the restaurant, she frequently heard news about Huang Kaiwen. It was surprising to discover that someone so famous could be so approachable. After exchanging a few words with her, he handed her the script and stepped outside to make a phone call. After much effort, he finally reached Cole and the others, who said they would come over shortly. Upon returning inside, he found Ramos engaging Jiang Shuaing in a somewhat disjointed conversation about cooking in Mandarin. I've recently been trying to learn how to make twice-cooked pork, but I can't find that sauce, Ramos struggled to articulate. It's twice-cooked pork, Sergio, Huang Kaiwen laughed, adding, it appears you two have already met. This is my good friend and teammate, Sergio Ramos, and this is Jiang Shuaing, a Chinese actress studying in London. I'm just a small actress, Jiang Shuaing demurred softly. A small actress is still an actress. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. They'll be here shortly, and then we can head to the gym for the shoot. Sounds perfect, she responded. Ramos, speaking in Spanish, remarked. Kevin, it seems she harbors an interest in you. Don't be ridiculous. We have only just met, Huang Kaiwen replied. Is it not quite natural for a woman to like you? The females I encounter either wish to marry you or have no affection for men at all, Ramos said with a chuckle. Huang Kaiwen mused that Ramos indeed had considerable confidence in him, a sentiment he himself dared not entertain. In the afternoon, once the teammates arrived, they set off for the gymnasium to commence filming, which was expected to last a couple of days, though in reality, a single day would suffice. This endeavor was merely for amusement, underscored by the fervor of animated sports. The Chelsea players essentially portrayed themselves. Meanwhile, Villa's Boas, enjoying a day off, was preoccupied in his apartment. Various notes were affixed to the whiteboard, and a tangle of colorful strings connected these clues. These snippets were derived from his findings in the British Library's collection, alongside his physical reactions and insights garnered through the use of several incantations. During the two-legged encounter against Real Madrid, Huang Kaiwen excelled, and the Chelsea squad performed admirably, with the sole exception of Joe Cole suffering an injury. This further solidified Villas Boas's commitment to the pursuit of magic. Through meticulous analysis of the current evidence, he discovered the legendary sword in the stone, purportedly housed within an Italian church. According to local lore, this sword was left embedded in the stone by a knight upon his retirement. Many had attempted to steal it, but to no avail. The church also harbored a pair of desiccated hands, said to belong to a thief who, while trying to seize the sword, was attacked and devoured by a sudden wild wolf, leaving only the hands behind. Villas Boas stroked his chin with his left arm resting pensively. He speculated that this Italian sword in the stone was not the one associated with King Arthur, yet it must possess formidable magic. Should he manage to procure that sword, it might elucidate the means to communicate with magical elements. However, retrieving it from beneath the glass case proved to be a formidable challenge. For the moment, Villas Boas was uncertain whether to emulate Hollywood films in a quest for treasure or to continue his search for other magical artifacts. The ravages of war had obliterated too many records. Perhaps magical items had been lost in the turmoil of conflict. He picked up the book titled Red Dragon from his desk. He regarded such dark magic merely as a reference to broaden his horizons. In modern society, one cannot sacrifice individuals merely to cast spells, can they? Nonetheless, Huang Kaiwen's frequent injuries bore a striking resemblance to some of the phenomena he had read about. The world of magic remained shrouded in mystery, and Villa's Boas often felt he was grasping at straws. The following day at work, Villa's Boas learned of the news. Mourinho had been exonerated, yet still faced a 3-match suspension. Those tyrants seek to silence everyone. They target me whenever they have the chance. Mourinho fumed in his office. Villa's Boas suggested, "Let it go, Jose. That sorcerer indeed manipulated the match." Alas, I never anticipated that the master of the Bone Dragon would be such a person, Mourinho sighed. It appeared that learning to read omens should be prioritized. Come, let us check on the team. The upcoming matches will not be easy, Villa's Boas said with a smile. In the upcoming matches, Chelsea faces only Arsenal as their formidable opponent. Yet the frequent occurrence of multiple matches within a week poses a challenge for everyone involved. On the training ground, Ramos approached Huang Kaiwen and inquired, "Did anything happen when you took her home yesterday?" Huang Kaiwen, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "You are overthinking it. We have only just met." It seemed as though Ramos was rather eager for such developments. "With that energy, you should find a girlfriend for yourself. I believe she has feelings for you," Ramos remarked. "There are many who are fond of me. Am I to fulfill the wishes of them all?" Huang Kaiwen retorted, "If Cassano can revel every night, surely I cannot be inferior to him. I simply do not lead that kind of lifestyle." "The boss is here," Terry announced, prompting the training ground to fall into a notable hush. Mourinho arrived at the edge of the field and stated, "You have all likely heard the news. I have been suspended by the FA once again. For the next 3 matches, it will be Luis Andre who guides you from the sidelines. However, do not think of slacking off. Our owner has permitted me to recruit during the winter break, allowing me to acquire several players of my choosing. If you wish to retain your positions, it is in your best interest to perform admirably." "Once again, the boss is trying to intimidate us," Ashley Cole muttered softly, and Terry nodded in agreement. In truth, Mourinho is generally quite agreeable, provided one demonstrates commendable performance, something that is merely an expectation for players, not an unreasonable demand. Once Mourinho departed, discussions erupted on the training ground. The boss was fooled by a sorcerer. "I didn't realize he would fall for such nonsense. Do not speak carelessly. Divination can be quite accurate." "I agree. My grandmother told me tales of such sorcerers when I was young, and I believe they hold some truth. In any case, that sorcerer is not a good person. I feel that after this incident, the coach will no longer place faith in such charlatans." Chelsea's players found the situation rather amusing. This season, Mourinho had already been suspended for the 3rd time. They held a fondness for him, but having Villa's Boas on the sidelines certainly eased their burden. On November 9th, Huang Kaiwen remained in London to rest while Chelsea secured a decisive 2-0 victory against Blackburn away. 3 days later, during the League Cup match against Burnley, Huang Kaiwen came off the bench to assist Kalu, leading the team to a dramatic victory that advanced them to the next round. The Premier League fixtures were abundant, and the fatigue of the main players from the top clubs would become apparent by December. The frequent matches within a week provided ample opportunity for smaller teams to capitalize. The League Cup, often regarded as the least prestigious, was rife with upsets. Recently, a girl studying in the UK frequently messaged Huang Kaiwen, and he would engage in brief conversations when time permitted, concerned about potential setbacks. Mourinho did not allow Huang Kaiwen to remain in London for the away match against West Brom on November 15th. Nevertheless, Chelsea won decisively, 3-0, in just over a week. Mourinho's 3-match suspension had come to an end. Immediately thereafter, Mourinho and Huang Kaiwen embarked on a journey to Switzerland to attend the Ballon d'Or ceremony. "I extend my gratitude to Boromir for their generous contribution. I am uncertain whether you all favor this female character, hence I decided to pen down a trial piece. Should it not resonate, she shall not reappear. It is quite a coincidence that she was studying in London at that time. I humbly seek your support in votes. 0327 Avengers assemble. Let us proceed for signatures. Otherwise, we shall be unable to depart," Mourinho exclaimed in astonishment. Upon disembarking the plane, the duo was swiftly recognized by fellow travelers. The throng in the airport terminal was drawn to them, encircling Mourinho and Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen deftly retrieved a signature pen from his pocket, signing autographs with ease, and handed one to Mourinho as well. Among coaches, Mourinho undoubtedly boasts the largest fan base. His striking personality compels his admirers to go to great lengths for him, while those who harbor disdain wish for his prompt disappearance. After a 20-minute delay at the airport, Huang Kaiwen apologized to the fans for their time constraints. Once the two settled into a taxi, Mourinho inquired curiously, "Did you dye your hair red specifically for the Ballon d'Or?" "Certainly not," Huang Kaiwen replied with a hint of sarcasm. "I dyed it for a short film I shot with them previously. If you pay attention online, you should be able to see the coach. He is not Pogba. After all, but I recall you once had blue hair," Mourinho remarked. Huang Kaiwen acknowledged, "That chapter of my past is undeniable. My blue hair is clearly visible in the early recordings from Milan. Thus, one must always contemplate the consequences of their actions." Online detractors have labeled Huang Kaiwen as the leader of the Chamate family, a claim that is utterly unfathomable. After dining, they lingered at a cafe for a while before making their way to the venue. The combination of Mourinho and Huang Kaiwen attracted considerable attention even before they reached the entrance. Both donned impeccably tailored suits, yet their demeanors were distinctly different. Huang Kaiwen exuded no aggression, whereas Mourinho walked with a defiant stride. Reporters stationed at the entrance promptly abandoned other football figures to converge upon the pair. "Jose, do you believe Kevin can secure his third Ballon d'Or trophy? Kevin, should you win your third Ballon d'Or, you would equal Cruyff, Platini, and Van Basten. Do you consider yourself the greatest player in history? In light of the rumors surrounding the dismissal of the Real Madrid head coach, do you have any comments? Mr. Villa's Boas has vandalized property and is facing prosecution. Will this affect his position on the coaching staff? Are you considering a change in assistant coaches?" Mourinho could not restrain himself from asking, "Villa's Boas? My assistant coach, correct?" "Indeed. While you were en route to Switzerland, Mr. Villa's Boas infiltrated Big Ben, damaging its internal structure. He should still be at the London police station," the reporter responded. Mourinho rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He had not anticipated Villa's Boas to be so unreliable. "I am not yet fully informed about the situation, hence I cannot comment. I apologize, but I must make a phone call." Mourinho glanced at Huang Kaiwen, signaling him to handle the situation independently. Huang Kaiwen nodded slightly. Once Mourinho departed, Huang Kaiwen remarked, "I shall answer but a single question. Regardless of how many Ballon d'Or awards I may receive, I shall never evaluate my historical standing, for one cannot objectively assess oneself." With that, Huang Kaiwen strode directly onto the field. Guided by the staff, he made his way to the dressing room. "Long time no see," and Huang Kaiwen smiled upon seeing Messi emerge from the dressing room. "Good evening, Kevin," Messi greeted him warmly. "See you later," Huang Kaiwen said, giving Messi a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The national broadcaster commenced its live transmission. Prior to Huang Kaiwen's Olympic gold medal achievement, the viewership for the Ballon d'Or broadcast was already remarkably high. Now, it had escalated to extraordinary levels. Even though the awards ceremony was set to commence around 3 in the morning, numerous domestic fans remained glued to their television screens. Before the ceremony began, Xiao Xingyi conversed with the guests regarding the current year's circumstances. Last year featured the European Championship, yet this year's situation appears rather unclear, Xiao Xingyi noted. Indeed, however, it is challenging to assess the Spanish championship team. Each player has performed commendably, yet it is difficult to pinpoint an individual who stands out significantly. They embody a consistently stable collective. Precisely, Xiao Xingyi continued, the Real Madrid players participating in the European Championship, Casillas, Ramos, and Guti, did not even make it into the top 10 of the Ballon d'Or. True, and Huang Kaiwen's performance at the Olympics was exceptional. While it may not pertain directly to football, it will undoubtedly influence the journalists' considerations. Perhaps it is Lampard, they mused, acknowledging Huang Kaiwen's potential to secure another accolade. After all, Huang Kaiwen's rapid pace is undeniable. Winning 1 gold and 1 silver at the Olympics garners more attention than triumphing in the European Championship. Isn't that rather unfair? He didn't even participate in the qualifiers and went straight to the Olympics, yet it could still sway the Ballon d'Or voting. Is it not absurd? Winning an Olympic gold medal shouldn't come at such a cost. If he is so remarkable, let other players shine as well. Messi indeed secured an Olympic gold medal, yet it garnered little coverage. Team events differ significantly from individual pursuits. Previously, Huang Kaiwen had lost to Nadal multiple times at the Laureus Awards. As comparisons in team sports inherently present disadvantages. Upon entering, Huang Kaiwen had not yet spotted anyone when he first heard Sir Ferguson's distinctive Scottish accent. "Kevin, come over here." Sir Ferguson beckoned. "Sir, coach," Huang Kaiwen acknowledged with a nod. "I was just discussing your situation with Fabio," Sir Ferguson said with a hearty laugh. "That fellow, Jose, certainly has a hardened tongue. Last time we shared a drink after a match at Old Trafford, He insisted that Chelsea functions as a cohesive unit. Capello nodded in agreement, stating, "I have observed some of Chelsea's tactics. It seems there are not many intricacies in the front line, yet the defensive strategies are rich in detail. Indeed, Mr. Mourinho affords greater freedom to the forwards," Huang Kaiwen explained. "What is it like playing at Chelsea?" Capello inquired. Huang Kaiwen paused thoughtfully and remarked, "The weather in England is truly dreadful, often plagued by rain. The capacity of Stamford Bridge is somewhat limited, and the journalists from Fleet Street can be quite persistent. My butler has been followed on several occasions. However, aside from that, things are rather pleasant. The coach and my teammates are all amicable. When one possesses sufficient skill, it becomes apparent that everyone is quite agreeable." Ferguson chuckled, patting Huang Kaiwen on the shoulder, and said, "When Cantona was at Manchester United, everyone catered to him, myself included." "Kevin is quite different from Cantona," Capello interjected. "Kevin is a gentle soul, not at all a troublemaker like Cantona. Moreover, I sense that several of Chelsea's English players are not so easy to get along with. One might say Kevin demonstrates a certain maturity in interpersonal relations." "Oh, look who it is." Mourinho approached Ferguson briskly and embraced him. Capello's expression turned slightly disdainful, primarily because Mourinho had previously claimed that Real Madrid had never defeated a Chelsea side with 11 players, which irked him. Mourinho greeted, "Good evening, Mr. Capello." "Hello," Capello replied. "I believe we can reach a better understanding regarding the utilization of Chelsea players," Mourinho suggested. "I'm afraid the national team is under my jurisdiction," Capello declined, nodding at Huang Kaiwen and Ferguson before departing. "Don't take it to heart. Fabio is simply that kind of person," Ferguson remarked. Mourinho scoffed. "His need for control is excessive. With so many Premier League matches, must my players also participate in inconsequential friendlies? What if they get injured? Is he going to step in for Chelsea?" Ferguson chuckled and patted Mourinho's shoulder, choosing not to respond. In this regard, club coaches and national team coaches are often at odds. If given the choice, club coaches would prefer their players not to participate in any national team matches at all. National team fixtures have always been a breeding ground for injuries. Although the national team lacks the tactical cohesion and technical level of club matches due to insufficient preparation time, players tend to exert themselves more fiercely in national team competitions. There are also those peculiar instances of players taking injections to participate in friendly matches, which club coaches naturally oppose. "It's about to begin. Let us take our seats," Ferguson said. "Let us go." Mourinho draped his arm around Huang Kaiwen's shoulder. "Kevin, when we face Arsenal at the end of the month, be sure to score a few." Sir Ferguson proclaimed loudly. "Hey, that's unethical." Wenger suddenly interjected, "You cannot dictate to other players." Ferguson was clearly addressing him. Huang Kaiwen found their quarrel quite amusing. These two old men always seemed to bicker upon meeting, yet their camaraderie behind the scenes was quite solid. Once seated, Huang Kaiwen found Kaka to his left and Messi to his right. Guti waved at him from 2 seats away. Curiously, Huang Kaiwen asked, "You didn't make the top 10, what brings you here?" "Isn't at the King's request?" Guti scoffed. "He summoned us all to demonstrate that Real Madrid remains great." Truly, it was a style befitting Senor Franco. "Indeed, he is a dictator," Kaka interjected. Messi, who had been listening intently, nodded in agreement. Presently, media outlets across Spain, including those in Catalonia, perceive that Florentino's resignation is imminent. Only the esteemed veterans of Barcelona continue to ardently advocate for him. At precisely 10 o'clock in the evening, the awards ceremony commenced. Given that the Ballon d'Or encompasses but a single category, efforts were made to extend the proceedings. It would be rather unseemly to summon individuals merely to play a 30-second highlight reel before presenting the award. The opening act featured a musical performance. Though Huang Kaiwen was unfamiliar with the artist and held little fondness for the song, upon the conclusion of the performance, applause erupted in the venue. However, the fervor was markedly less enthusiastic than during the previous awards ceremony on the Champs-Élysées, where an encore had been fervently requested. Subsequently, the top 10 nominees were revealed. Except for Drogba, who remained in London due to injury, all other players were present. Imbu had yet to speak with Kaka, prompting Huang Kaiwen to inquire, "Is there some discord between you two?" Kaka replied softly, "Zlatan wanted to switch positions with me, but I declined. He is rather irate at the moment." "Why didn't Torres attend?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "He, too, is injured," Kaka replied with a chuckle. "The team doctor advised him to rest thoroughly. He is nearly recovered, but remains overly cautious." "It's wise to be careful," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "Were it not for Huang's own injuries, Kaká would have been a formidable force. Dominating the Serie A. The cameras were rolling, Messi reminded them. Huang Kaiwen looked up as the highlights of the top 3 players were being showcased. Although he had participated in fewer matches, the brilliance of his highlights was unparalleled. Had the evaluation been solely based on highlights, Huang would undoubtedly be regarded as the greatest of all time. Each season, his long runs, spectacular long-range shots, free kicks, and bicycle kicks were plentiful. Messi couldn't help but exclaim, "Even having seen the matches, I still find it utterly astonishing." "You should give it your all," Huang Kaiwen encouraged quietly. Platini ascended the stage and addressed the audience, stating, "In the past year, European football has witnessed the emergence of remarkable young talent. And the best-performing players are indeed these young athletes. Such vibrancy in the sport is something we cherish. We shall now present the 2009 Ballon d'Or." As he concluded, Zico made his way onto the stage. Zico retrieved a card from the envelope and announced, "Kevin, congratulations." Huang Kaiwen was not at all surprised by the outcome. As a reporter from L'Equipe had previously taken his photograph, Zico displayed the card, and Huang was immediately enveloped in Kaká's embrace. "Congratulations, Kevin," Kaká exclaimed excitedly. "I knew that when you were well, you would surely claim the Ballon d'Or." All right, Huang Kaiwen said, patting Kaká's back. "Everyone is waiting." Once Kaká released him, Huang shook hands with Messi and others as he made his way to the stage. Zico handed the trophy to Huang Kaiwen, holding his arm and stating, "When Pelé learned I was to present you with this award, he told me that I was unworthy of such a task, and I must admit, I share that sentiment." "You flatter me," Huang replied humbly. Huang Kaiwen smiled and remarked, "Aside from my time as a player, your experiences coaching in Asia are also worthy of my emulation. Should you wish to pursue coaching, feel free to inquire if anything remains unclear." Zico nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you," Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking hands with Platini before stepping onto the stage. He placed the trophy upon the podium and adjusted the microphone, yet he hesitated to speak immediately. After surveying the audience, he finally addressed them. "There was a time when I thought I might express my weariness of receiving awards, having garnered numerous accolades. However, as I stand here today, my heart races with excitement for this trophy." Huang Kaiwen lifted the trophy, showcasing it as he continued, "It may not be particularly heavy, yet it carries profound significance. Countless exceptional players, numerous remarkable teams, and many astute coaches have contributed to the splendor of football. In a sport as beloved as football, to be among those who receive such a trophy is the highest affirmation for me. Looking into your eyes, I sense that many of you would rather see me replaced and take the stage yourselves," he concluded, eliciting laughter from the audience. The players joined in applause, appreciating Huang Kaiwen's witty and self-deprecating style, which resonated well with them. Once the room quieted, Huang Kaiwen continued, "I do not intend to suggest that you should refrain from striving. That would contradict the very essence of sports. Nor will I utter phrases about guarding a throne while awaiting challengers. For me, each season represents a new beginning, and I shall persist as a challenger, seeking both team and individual honors. Thank you. That is all I wish to convey." Amidst the applause, Huang Kaiwen stepped down from the stage. After a brief conversation with Kaká and others, he and Mourinho departed directly. The awards ceremony concluded today, yet the league awaited them tomorrow. Such is the relentless schedule of the Premier League. The two flew back to London overnight, and Huang Kaiwen arrived home shortly after 3 in the morning. Fortunately, Mourinho had granted a day off. Otherwise, he would have struggled to rise the next morning. The following afternoon, upon arriving at the team, Huang Kaiwen was surprised to find Mourinho absent. "Where's the coach?" he inquired, setting down his tray. "The boss is ill. Today, it's Andre in charge," Terry informed him. Huang Kaiwen reflected. He now harbors some doubts about whether Mourinho is indeed the rightful successor to Carlos Caesar. Ever since his transfer to Chelsea, Mourinho has yet to manage more matches than those overseen by Villa's Boas. "Good afternoon, Kevin," Joe Cole greeted, placing his tray down. "Did you bring the trophy?" "Of course. The club specifically emphasized the importance of this matter. There are performances and a welcoming ceremony today," Huang Kaiwen responded. "That sounds splendid," Ashley Cole remarked. "I heard Shakira is performing. The newspapers suggest you two share a unique connection. Is that true?" "Don't ask such nonsense. Your wife is a superstar too," Terry scolded. The cafeteria was bustling with chatter. If such matters were to leak, it could lead to complications. Unlike Ashley Cole, Huang Kaiwen was not particularly interested in the tabloids surrounding Cole's affairs, as the British media had grown disinterested in them. The embellishments surrounding Cole are excessive, often preventing him from ascending even to the second tier. Only if he were to amend his ways could it potentially be newsworthy. It matters not, Huang Kaiwen remarked to Ashley Cole, who gazed at him with anticipation, but I shan't tell you. After some idle chatter, the team set off for Stamford Bridge before noon. Having finished lunch, the match was scheduled to commence at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, coupled with a Ballon d'Or celebration, necessitating an earlier arrival. Boas intentionally swapped seats with Ramos to sit beside Huang Kaiwen. You are on the roster today, but I doubt you will take the field. You returned too late yesterday. An insufficient rest may lead to injury during the match, Boas advised. I understand, coach, Huang Kaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. As long as you comprehend, I knew you would, Boas said with a smile. Coach, Huang Kaiwen hesitated to voice his thoughts. Yes? Feel free to ask any questions. What were you doing at Big Ben? Huang Kaiwen inquired, genuinely intrigued. Boas glanced around to ensure the players were oblivious to their conversation before leaning closer to Huang Kaiwen's ear. According to my investigation, clues regarding the Book of Merlin's magic may reside within Big Ben, hence my visit. Huang Kaiwen had presumed that the two disciples of Sir Robson would exhibit a degree of normalcy. To his surprise, both Mourinho and Boas were specialists in the arcane. Perhaps that is the norm in the realm of football. Noticing Huang Kaiwen's expression, Boas hastily clarified, magic truly exists. I can even perceive the elemental currents in the air, fire, wind, water, earth. If I can discover a means to communicate with these elements, I could conjure magic without the Book of Merlin. Well, perhaps you are right. I may lack the aptitude for such matters, Huang Kaiwen replied, somewhat exasperated. Do not be disheartened. When God closes one door, he opens a window, Boas consoled. Huang Kaiwen nodded perfunctorily. Perhaps one day, I should gift him the Emperor of the Harp, to illustrate that magic is not the pinnacle of possibility. In a fantastical realm, magic ultimately proves to be a lesser force. Even the most formidable boss cannot escape the fate of being vanquished. Upon arriving at Stamford Bridge, a throng of fans awaited alongside the pitch. Boas urged, Kaiwen, you may disembark first. All right, Huang Kaiwen acknowledged, stepping off the bus with the trophy in hand. As his feet touched the ground, the nearby fans erupted into thunderous cheers. St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen, for Chelsea's first Ballon d'Or winner. The fans had long anticipated this moment. Tears welled in the eyes of the silver-haired Chelsea supporters. Football constituted a vital part of their lives, and while marriages may falter, their unwavering support for the team remained steadfast. Huang Kaiwen raised the trophy and waved to the fans, inciting another round of cheers. Ashley Cole gazed out the window, lost in thought, and unconsciously mused, I once dreamed of such a day in my youth. You know it's merely a dream, Terry remarked. Such a thing is impossible for you in this lifetime. With a mischievous smile, Ashley Cole remarked, though Kevin may win the Ballon d'Or, my utilization rate surpasses his. Joe Cole, seated in the front row, slightly curled his lip. The Sun had already reported on Kevin's nocturnal escapades. Your utilization may be high, but time is scarce. A mere 365 instances of 47 seconds amount to less than 5 hours. It may not even match the duration described in the Sun's article on Kevin's luxurious ward life. Once Kevin concluded his interaction with the fans, the other players gradually disembarked from the vehicle. Ken Young jogged over to Kevin, accepting the trophy from his hands, stating, you need not head to the locker room. Allow me to brief you on today's itinerary. But I haven't returned my jersey, Kevin replied. No matter. Your jersey is with the performing guests. Simply change there. Ken raised an eyebrow, having accepted the nature of Kevin's relationship with Shakira. Kevin offered no rebuttal. He followed Ken to the lounge, where Shakira was making her final preparations. Ken, holding the trophy, took his leave, ensuring to close the door behind him. Before Kevin could utter a word, Shakira pushed him onto the sofa. We still have a match to consider, Kevin said. I've inquired. You won't be playing today? Shakira licked her lips, a teasing glint in her eyes. But there isn't enough time. Fear not. We shall indulge in something special. You did say so, Shakira replied. Observing the decorative embellishments on Shakira's thigh, Kevin reached out his hand. The two exchanged roles in a playful manner. This is your fault. The clothes are ruined, Shakira said, exasperated. Indeed, it is my fault. Kevin chuckled. At this moment, he would not disclose that it was Shakira who had initiated the playful banter. The garments have stretched beyond repair. That is due to the poor quality of the clothing. What attire could possibly accommodate two individuals? Shakira shot a glance at Kevin and picked up the spare shoelaces beside his shoes. She tied the two laces together, fashioning a bow around her waist, exuding a carefree and casual demeanor. When the staff arrived to deliver a notification, Shakira followed them out, while Kevin proceeded to the players' tunnel to await his cue. Upon Shakira's entrance, a fervent cheer erupted from Stamford Bridge. Kevin, 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 Kevin acknowledged, "All right. It is true that I have a connection with Shakira." There was little need for further explanation. Today, Shakira would perform We Are the Champions. Abramovich had specifically invited her to sing this anthem, likely due to Kevin's stature. This classic by Queen was gradually becoming synonymous with Chelsea. The staff near the tunnel hummed along, most of whom were Chelsea supporters, and given Abramovich's generous compensation, they were among those most eager for the team to triumph. "Kevin, it's time to make your entrance." "Very well." Kevin jogged out of the tunnel, and once more, Stamford Bridge resounded with thunderous applause. "Kevin, Kevin, Kevin." Kevin sprinted onto the stage, embraced Abramovich, and took his position behind the table. 3 Ballon d'Or trophies adorned the table. Abramovich took the microphone from Ken and prepared to hand it to Kevin. Huang Kaiwen pushed the microphone back and said, "As the club president, I should say a few words as well." Abu nodded, took the microphone, and stated, "From the very day I arrived in London, I resolved to make Chelsea the finest team. Indeed, I never vocalized this intention at the time, yet my actions have consistently reflected it. Today, I can declare such sentiments because we have indeed become the best team. This season, we shall undoubtedly harvest numerous championships, bringing us immense joy." The crowd erupted into fervent applause, resonating with his sentiments. Huang Kaiwen took the microphone again and remarked, "Our owner has spoken, and thus I must act, after all. He is the one who pays my salary. I shall strive alongside my teammates." As the players concluded their warm-up, Huang Kaiwen returned to the bench to converse with Mata. The broadcast frequently shifted its focus to the substitutes bench. Huang Kaiwen was not starting today due to his late return from Switzerland yesterday. Indeed, Mourinho was absent from the sidelines, reportedly suffering from fatigue-induced gastroenteritis. The demands of a football coach's role are inherently strenuous, so a brief respite is warranted. Many coaches, like Lampard, often face health challenges. Mourinho has certainly taken his fair share of breaks this season. He remains intensely focused from the stands, orchestrating tactics and strategies. Speaking of which, did you observe Newcastle's starting lineup today? It appears even more formidable than Chelsea's. In terms of reputation, perhaps, yet they have all surpassed their peak. The names, Owen, Martins, Duff, Barton, Colaccini, Enrique, are strikingly familiar, aren't they? Astonishingly, it seems these individuals have all tasted defeat at the hands of Huang Kaiwen. Indeed, it feels rather like a gathering of Avengers. Colaccini was once Huang Kaiwen's teammate, yet he had limited opportunities before transferring to Deportivo La Coruña, where Huang Kaiwen decisively triumphed over him. Huang Kaiwen, it seems, spares no one, not even former allies. Upon reflection, Newcastle's roster holds considerable renown. Yet, despite their fame, Newcastle currently languishes near the relegation zone. Even if Huang Kaiwen does not take to the field, they are destined for defeat. In truth, this match unfolded quite differently than anticipated. Newcastle delivered their finest performance of the season, as Chelsea squandered numerous opportunities in the first half. During halftime, although Villa's Boas did not instruct Huang Kaiwen to enter the game, he opted to draw a card. Ding. Acquired a card from the 1990 to 1991 English First Division match, Tottenham Hotspur vs Hartlepool, featuring Paul Gascoigne, with a 24-hour experience card, resulting in the acquisition of James Harden ball handling core. Quite commendable. The synergy of this AB card is remarkably high. Both Gaza and Harden share a fondness for libations and are ball handling players, albeit in different arenas. Today, Chelsea's midfield lacks creativity, so the King of England shall invigorate Chelsea's offense with the most talented midfielder in English history. Upon utilizing the experience card, he obtained a notable trait. Ball handling core. When in possession, your vision becomes clearer, enabling your passes to always find the optimal route. This trait is rather impressive, reminiscent of Gudi's passing prowess. During his time at Real Madrid, Huang Kaiwen meticulously studied Gudi's passing techniques. When in peak form, his through balls are undoubtedly on par with any player. However, his numerous inherent weaknesses have curtailed his potential. As the match reached the 67th minute, Villa's Boas could no longer contain his impatience. Approaching the substitutes bench, he leaned in and inquired, "Kaiwen, is your physical condition fit for you to play?" "No problem, coach." Huang Kaiwen nodded in affirmation. With such a brief appearance time, there was no need for an immunity card. A league match against Arsenal loomed at the end of the month, and he might also feature in the game in Russia. With only 2 immunity cards saved for the summer, it would be wise to use them sparingly. All right then, get up and warm up, Villa's Boas instructed. Huang Kaiwen rose, discarding his training jacket, which Villa's Boas neatly folded and placed on the chair. He commenced his warm-up on the sidelines as the Stamford Bridge echoed with jubilant cheers, as if the match had already been won. Indeed, look at Huang Kaiwen with his newly dyed red hair. He appears exuberantly spirited, remarked Coach Zhang with a smile. Huang Kaiwen had attended the Ballon d'Or ceremony alongside Mourinho and had not received ample rest. Thus, his participation today carried certain risks. This posed a concern. As Huang Kaiwen was prone to injuries, was it truly wise to field him today? Moments later, Newcastle kicked the ball out of play. After a high-five with Maluda, Huang Kaiwen entered the pitch. Welcome back, Kaiwen. Today's opponent is formidable, Huntelaar commented. I'll be cautious, Huang Kaiwen replied, turning to Joe Cole. You take the wing. Joe, I'll handle the midfield. Is that really all right? Joe Cole hesitated. Did the coach say so? Have no worries, Huntelaar encouraged. There's surely a reason Kaiwen is playing centrally. Fine, Joe Cole acquiesced with a nod. Newcastle's manager, Joe Kinneal, cast a fierce glare toward Chelsea's bench. Damn it. He prepared extensively for this match, and now it's all ruined. Knowing the game followed the Ballon d'Or ceremony, he had anticipated that Huang Kaiwen would be unable to play, and had therefore devised a strategy to secure a point against Chelsea. To his dismay, that scoundrel Villa's Boas allowed Huang Kaiwen to take the field. Joe Kinneal resolved to vocally criticize Villa's Boas in the post-match press conference for disregarding player welfare by forcing him to play. Such a person was unworthy of being a coach. With Huang Kaiwen's entry, an unmistakable transformation swept through Stamford Bridge. In the box, Abramovich set down his glass of red wine, resting his chin on his hands as he intently observed the game. The previously tense expressions of the fans began to ease, and they erupted into song, chanting their team anthem. Villa's Boas, wand in hand, endeavored to conjure his own magic. Meanwhile, Newcastle's manager Joe Kinneal had already turned his gaze back to the substitutes bench. This Newcastle attack was indeed renowned, featuring the starting forward duo of Michael Owen and Martins, with the likes of Andy Carroll, the future record-breaking striker for Liverpool, seated on the bench. Currently on the field, a combination of speedsters is at play. The introduction of Carroll will shift the dynamics to a blend of height and pace. However, there are few substitutes available for defensive players. Regarding the arrangement of the 7 substitutes, Kinneal has specifically brought along 2 substitute forwards, 2 substitute wingers, 2 defenders, and 1 substitute goalkeeper, mistakenly believing that Huang Kaiwen would not even make the squad list. This personnel configuration reveals Kinneal's intent not only to secure a point at Stamford Bridge, but also to make a late substitution to achieve a dramatic victory against Chelsea. Due to a lack of information, he failed to prepare a player to defend against Huang Kaiwen. Nevertheless, even if he wished to defend, Newcastle's players would find it challenging to contain him. After some contemplation, Kinneal resolved to substitute a defender to bolster the defense. Unable to apply direct pressure, he opted to strengthen the defensive fortifications within the penalty area. As long as the defensive efforts are sufficiently robust, they would stand a chance of preventing any goals. With this realization, Kinneal summoned David Edgar to warm up on the sidelines. Kinneal embraced Edgar and advised, ensure that the formation is thoroughly compact. There is no need to press forward. Instead, create a numerical advantage in localized areas before the penalty area, making it difficult for Chelsea to exploit passing combinations. Understood, coach. Edgar nodded in agreement. Kinneal patted his shoulder and encouraged him to begin his warm-up. Newcastle was preparing to make a substitution. Nicky Butt, a product of Manchester United's class of '92, had been orchestrating his teammates to defend against Huang Kaiwen, employing a strategy of collective pressure that effectively curtailed the player's performance. Indeed, their defense was astute, focusing on marking Deco as he moved to receive the ball. You may attempt to mark Huang Kaiwen, but while it may not guarantee success, you can certainly contain those who come to support him. This tactical approach was indeed clever, promising to yield favorable results. By isolating Huang Kaiwen and maintaining a resolute stance in the penalty area, although it may not entirely stifle Chelsea's offensive maneuvers, it would sever the connection between Huang Kaiwen and his teammates, thereby significantly impacting Chelsea's attack. Huang Kaiwen received the ball in the center, but Daniel Guthrie surged towards him. Deco made a rapid advance on the left flank, while the swift Duff approached to disrupt. Huang Kaiwen remained composed, refraining from an immediate pass. The Newcastle defense had effectively withdrawn, making it challenging to find opportunities. With a decisive motion, he bypassed attempts to dribble and instead returned the ball to Mikel. Observing Huang Kaiwen retreating, Mikel promptly played the ball back across, but continued his pursuit of Huang Kaiwen as they returned to their own half. From the sidelines, Kinneal shouted towards the field, "Retreat. Do not press forward. Return to defend in our half." But turned to confirm that the coach was addressing him, reluctantly retracing his steps. Maintaining a defensive stance in one's own half felt stifling. With the ball in his own half, Huang Kaiwen lifted his gaze to survey Newcastle's half, noting that the opposition was not pressing forward at all. Among the 11 players on the field, only Owen and Martins occupied slightly advanced positions. Spotting Huntelaar maneuvering along the edge of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen swiftly struck the ball with finesse. The ball soared swiftly toward the Newcastle penalty area, and Huntelaar made a sharp sprint. Unfortunately, his speed fell slightly short, and he was nudged by Colaccini. By the time he reached the penalty area, the ball had already rolled out of play. Alas, what a missed opportunity. Huang Kaiwen's long pass was indeed unexpected. Yes, indeed. Huang Kaiwen possesses an extraordinary talent for seizing opportunities, even from the backfield, posing a significant threat. Newcastle made a substitution, with David Edgar replacing Martins. A defensive switch intended to bolster their backline. The combination of Martins and Owen generated considerable anticipation among fans. However, regrettably, the duo has only netted a mere 5 goals this season, which is fewer than Huang Kaiwen's tally against Manchester City in a single match. Huang Kaiwen shook his head as he observed the forward line. Although Gazzaniga showcased commendable skills, his long passing was not as proficient as his short passing. His style was distinctly Brazilian, a sentiment echoed in England at the time. Such finesse was hardly characteristic of English football. Following the substitution, Newcastle resumed play from the back. Given made a short pass to Colaccini, who leisurely controlled the ball at the back. The coach instructed them to waste time. Hence they could not afford to rush their offensive maneuvers. As Newcastle continued to pass amongst themselves in the backfield, the Stamford Bridge crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos. Once upon a time, Chelsea's defensive strategy was renowned, yet the tides have turned. Chelsea now boasts the most flamboyant attacking style in Europe, and their fans vehemently oppose any team employing a defensive bus strategy. Huntelaar and Kalou pressed forward. Colaccini delivered a precise pass upfield. Deco suddenly surged towards Danny Guthrie, who, in a moment of panic, attempted to lay the ball off to Bart. However, Huang Kaiwen appeared out of nowhere, intercepting the pass. Bart quickly extended his left hand to grasp Huang Kaiwen's jersey. Feeling fatigued, Huang Kaiwen lifted his left foot and struck the ball forward. Huntelaar and Kalou charged into the penalty area, colliding momentarily before Kalou yielded his position. Huntelaar adjusted and turned to shoot, but his effort was thwarted by Bayer's foot, deflecting the ball out of the box. Frustrated, Given shouted, "Damn it! Can you all not contribute something? A simple through ball can penetrate the defense. You might as well place a few drink bottles there. If you think you're so capable, why don't you try?" Colaccini retorted, visibly irritated. During his time at AC Milan, neither Nesta nor Maldini could halt Huang Kaiwen's incisive passes. Damn, if he could stop them, would he be playing alongside a second-rate goalkeeper like you? Jose Enrique interjected. Enough of the bickering. Get lost. This is none of your business. Given snapped back. Colaccini, undeterred, shot a glance at Given. If you have the ability, then stop a goal instead of barking at others like a dog. You bastard. Given stormed toward Colaccini, who stood his ground, though slightly shorter than Given. He was far from lacking in physicality. As Huang Kaiwen discussed free kick tactics with his teammates, he quickly noticed the commotion within the penalty area. All Chelsea players were focused on Newcastle's box. Newcastle is at odds with itself once again. In April 2005, during the 31st round of the Premier League, a match between Newcastle and Aston Villa witnessed a notorious brawl on the field between Newcastle's Kieran Dyer and his teammate Lee Bowyer, prompting intervention from their opponents. Today, a similar scene unfolded. It is, after all, quite commonplace. At that time, Newcastle found themselves 2 goals down, and the mounting pressure led both players to seek redemption through their own prowess, resulting in a conflict over possession. Today, with Kevin Huang entering the fray, the Newcastle players once again felt the weight of expectation, culminating in a clash among the defenders under duress. Huang's actions were nothing short of villainous. instigating strife within the ranks. Newcastle has long been known for such traditions. I never anticipated their swift decline following Shearer's retirement. Reflecting on last year, Arsenal experienced internal discord after a loss at White Hart Lane, where Adebayor infamously injured Bendtner with a headbutt. I have always found Adebayor to be less than virtuous. During the summer, he was busy leveraging his connections with Barcelona and AC Milan, ultimately coercing Arsenal into granting him an 80,000 contract. In comparison to Huang's 400,000 weekly wage, even the mere thousands per week now seem insignificant. Indeed, it appears that Premier League teams frequently grapple with internal disputes. I recall Shearer's former club, Blackburn, where the infamous incident involving Rovers player, who faced his own misfortune while attempting to confront Batty, occurred. As for the latter, he has indeed graced Blackburn's roster, though it was the Englishman Jack Batty, not the Argentine Batistuta. Amusingly, your assertion implies that all Englishmen named Kevin ought to change their names, as Huang Kaiwen undoubtedly holds the most renown. It seems that Shearer's old club has a penchant for such internal strife, while Huang remains largely absent from such controversies. With the referee's intervention, Given and Colaccini returned to their respective positions. Judging by their expressions, this matter is far from resolved. On the pitch, anxiety can easily lead to conflicts among teammates, though generally, they manage to restrain themselves, keeping disputes within reasonable bounds, and once the match concludes, it is often forgotten. Everyone has their grievances. When restraint falters, it culminates in internal discord. In England, such disputes often unleash a media frenzy. As Newcastle, precariously positioned near the relegation zone, braces for yet another crisis, Joe Cole approaches the left corner flag. Huang stands at the edge of the penalty area, leaving the interior to his teammates. Today, the opposition's defense has been particularly stringent against him, hindering his performance within the box. After a brief observation, Cole abandons the idea of seeking Huang's involvement. Nicky Butt, it seems, is eager to tackle Huang directly, his arms nearly encircling Huang's waist. With a powerful run-up, he delivers a corner kick, the ball arcing swiftly towards the near post. Ramos and Colaccini leaped simultaneously, their heights nearly identical, yet Ramos's jump was evidently half a head higher. With a swift flick of his head, Ramos directed the ball towards the goal. Given instinctively raised his hand to block this attempt. Nearby, Deco lunged to shoot, and the grounded Given deflected the ball with his calf, sending it rolling towards the center. Huntelaar seized the moment to shoot, but was thwarted by Sebastian Bassong's diving block, causing the ball to ricochet to the right flank, where Enrique cleared it out of bounds. Remarkably, 3 consecutive shots on goal were all thwarted. Newcastle's defensive resolve today was exceptionally formidable. Ramos, playing as a center-back, also delivered a commendable performance, a pleasant surprise indeed. Who knows? Perhaps one day Ramos might transition to left-back, much like Paolo Maldini, who, despite being right-footed, excelled on the left during his time at Milan. Surely, he must have learned a trick or two from Maldini. Chelsea was awarded a series of set-piece opportunities, and the players turned their gaze towards Huang Kaiwen, intending for him to launch a powerful throw-in. Such a tactic is notoriously difficult to defend against. Huang Kaiwen felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although his upper body strength was considerable, lacking similar experience and attributes made it challenging to execute a swift and accurate throw-in. He raised his arm, calling out, "I had a slight strain from my last throw-in. You guys take it." Belletti hurriedly dashed off the pitch to retrieve the ball. Bart remained closely positioned beside Huang Kaiwen, forcing Belletti to return the ball. "Give it to me." Ramos, back in his half, called for the ball, and Mikel delivered a precise pass to him. Upon receiving the ball, Ramos immediately turned and surged forward. Noticing Huang Kaiwen's position, he refrained from hastily passing. It was only after Ramos charged past the arc that the Newcastle players sensed something amiss. Gasly sprinted towards Ramos, who executed a simple yet effective maneuver, deftly nudging the ball with his right foot to evade him, slipping past Gasly with ease. Stumbling, Gasly barely managed to regain his balance, cursing as he rubbed his shoulder. "Damn it, I didn't expect Ramos to be this resilient." Ramos's straightforward yet forceful dribbling left Newcastle thoroughly rattled. Bart had only taken a couple of steps away from Huang Kaiwen when Ramos promptly delivered a cross. Brilliant. Huang Kaiwen, nearly in sync, couldn't help but commend his good friend in his mind. Ramos had begun to think strategically while playing. Before this pass, there were no overt indications of his intent, catching the Newcastle players completely off guard. As Huang Kaiwen continued his run, he signaled Ramos to push forward. However, with only Huntelaar as a supporting option, it was insufficient to disrupt Newcastle's defense. Habib Bey dared not relax, charging towards Huang Kaiwen with a sliding tackle. With a deft touch, Huang Kaiwen nudged the ball into the center with his right foot and effortlessly stepped over Bey's legs without even jumping, relying solely on his judgment of the opponent's rhythm to evade the tackle without losing speed. Bart, in pursuit, nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. To evade such a close-range slide tackle so effortlessly was utterly absurd. Bart attempted to accelerate, but his speed was already lacking, compounded by the duration of his exertion on the field. Even when danger is discerned, one may feel powerless, able only to caution teammates. Don't let him receive the ball. Boas, positioned forward, lunged to intercept. Ramos decisively turned and extended his leg, propelling the ball towards the left flank. Unfortunately, the precision of his kick was lacking, and the ball reached Huang Kaiwen, who was already within the penalty area. In such a situation, Huang Kaiwen could only receive the ball with his back turned. Colaccini, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, refrained from wiping it away. Fearing that a moment's lapse could result in conceding a goal, Huang Kaiwen, with his back to the play, turned once more, his right foot forming an inward curve, causing Colaccini to lose his balance. The ball was now at Huang Kaiwen's left foot. In that instant, the angle was sufficient for him to unleash his prowess. He swiftly pivoted, shifting his weight to the right, and powerfully struck the ball with his left foot. The shot, though hasty, lacked brute force. Yet from such a close range, it bore a clear curve. Givens, in a desperate dive, misjudged the distance, and the ball slipped past his fingertips, finding its way into the net behind him. Ramos rushed towards Huang Kaiwen, slightly crouching to lift his legs and carry him towards the sidelines. Meanwhile, Chelsea players stood bewildered. What the hell? He.S. hogging all the glory. Villa's Boas was jumping on the sidelines. Initially, he was on the verge of screaming in joy over Huang Kaiwen's goal. But upon seeing Ramos awkwardly carrying him, he felt an urge to kick Ramos away. If Huang Kaiwen were to get injured, he would hold Ramos accountable. After more than 80 minutes of tension, Stamford Bridge erupted in jubilant cheers. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. As November drew to a close, Huang Kaiwen had completely enchanted Stamford Bridge. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, goal, goal, goal. When Chelsea's squad, valued at over 200 million, found themselves at a loss against their opponents, Huang Kaiwen, valued at over 200 million euros, stepped onto the pitch, demonstrating to the world that his worth eclipsed that of the entire Chelsea starting lineup. In the realm of football, a high price tag often equates to exceptional talent. Huang Kaiwen, the most valuable player, certainly lived up to the title of the best. If I were the owner of a football club, I would gladly exchange 200 million tons of gold for Huang Kaiwen's services. In this world, there exists an abundance of gold, yet only one Huang Kaiwen. Often, formidable teams struggle against relegation candidates, who can summon astonishing willpower. However, whether a relegation-threatened team or a perennial powerhouse with numerous Champions League titles, none can find a solution against Huang Kaiwen. Even injuries cannot hinder him. I can scarcely fathom how they could defend against him. In the last century, the measure of Europe's mightiest club was the number of trophies won, but in this century, the strength of elite teams can be gauged by the number of goals conceded against Huang Kaiwen. Michael Owen gazed at Huang Kaiwen, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Rooney, that lad, held Huang Kaiwen in high esteem during their time with the national team. When he faced Huang Kaiwen at Real Madrid, he did not perceive him to be as formidable as Rooney had claimed. However, today in Newcastle, he felt the disparity. Although Huang Kaiwen did not display an abundance of dribbling skills, his ability to handle the ball just outside the penalty area was truly astonishing. Moreover, during several rapid bursts of speed and direction changes, Huang Kaiwen, despite his considerable height advantage, exhibited a gracefulness that surpassed even his peak form. The effortless way he maneuvered past his opponent was a sight to behold. In the past, Owen believed he was one of the most talented players. Among the many stars at Real Madrid, he never felt inferior to anyone. However, Owen has now come to understand a profound truth. Even geniuses are stratified by their levels of talent. Even in his area of expertise, Huang Kaiwen far exceeds him. As Newcastle resumed play, the earlier composure had dissipated. The feeling of losing a point that was almost secured in the final moments drove them to madness. The Newcastle players surged forward, their formation pushing high up the pitch. Duff, with the ball on the right flank. Used his speed to forcefully break past Joe Cole and Deco. After leaving Chelsea, he still harbored some discontent. The arrivals of Ballack and Shevchenko had marginalized him, ultimately leading to his departure. Duff believed this was entirely at the behest of the owner, especially since Mourinho was not particularly fond of those two players. Today, he aimed to prove his worth at Stamford Bridge. Having evaded two defenders, Duff still showed no intention of passing, accelerating along the touchline. As he noticed Ashley Cole advancing, Duff deftly nudged the ball behind Cole and surged forward again. Ashley Cole turned to chase him down, effectively keeping Duff at bay. Terry, having ventured out of the penalty area to retrieve the ball, encountered Owen's pressing and with a deft touch, immediately relinquished possession. Deco received the ball and quickly passed it to Huang Kaiwen. Spotting the gaping void in Newcastle's defense, Huang Kaiwen wasted no time, propelling himself swiftly into enemy territory. Almost instantaneously, he left Nicky but trailing by over a meter. Following closely, he also outpaced the more defensively positioned Gascoigne. All Newcastle players were frantically retreating, yet they were met with the relentless fate of being outmaneuvered. This exhilarating scene reignited the fervor at Stamford Bridge. Colaccini attempted to tackle, but Huang Kaiwen skillfully evaded him with a precise touch. As Bayer arrived to cover, Huang Kaiwen executed a deft flick with his left foot, then spun and maneuvered past Bayer to reclaim the ball within the penalty area. Given the circumstances, Given chose to advance decisively, yet Huang Kaiwen stumbled. Alas, there was a divot in the pitch. Unsteady, Huang Kaiwen knew he could not delay any longer and unleashed a strike with his left foot. Once again, he failed to find his mark. Though the ball rolled towards the far corner, it lacked the necessary power. In motion, Given pivoted sharply and successfully smothered the ball beneath him. Chelsea supporters behind the goal, anticipating a celebration, were left in dismay, clutching their heads in disappointment. On the ground, Huang Kaiwen rubbed his ankle, feeling a twinge of pain, but he was still able to persevere. Kevin's remarkable long-distance run did not culminate in a goal. Yet this is not a reflection of his abilities. The camera lens captured a conspicuous pothole, perhaps the sixth defender for Newcastle, who proved more effective than the other five combined. I propose that Newcastle should consider offering a weekly salary of 50,000 to this new defender, for he successfully thwarted what could have been a masterpiece, a world-class goal. This moment stands as one of the most regrettable in my life. Yet we must learn to embrace the imperfections of the world. Kevin was unable to exert his full potential due to the challenging pitch conditions, but I must commend Given for his performance. I once envisioned who might succeed in stopping Kevin's splendid goal, perhaps Buffon, Casillas, or De Gea, or even the young Russian goalkeeper Akinfeev, who is closely associated with Manchester United. Yet, reality revealed that the first individual to successfully thwart Kevin's brilliant run was none other than Shay Given, the Irish goalkeeper. Just as I could not predict the manner in which Kevin would score, I also could not foresee Given's performance today. Newcastle's fate was sealed with Kevin's presence on the field, marking it as yet another dismal day for them, who find themselves in the relegation zone. However, for Given, this day became a milestone in his life. To have prevented Kevin's remarkable run is a source of pride for anyone. This will undoubtedly be the pinnacle of his career, with his name etched in the annals of football history. One day, when he receives the call from the divine, his family can proudly inscribe on his tombstone, in mortal form, he stood alongside the divine. Kevin Huang limped back, and his teammates quickly surrounded him. Villa's Boas called from the sidelines. "Do you need to come off, Kevin?" Kevin waved his hand dismissively towards the bench, indicating it was merely a slight twist. Today, Newcastle was evidently fired up. Even if he were to leave the pitch, it must be after the team secured a 2-goal lead. Otherwise, if the opponent scores, Kevin's appearance would have been in vain. Joe Cole, concerned, advised, "Perhaps you should not push it, Kevin. It could be serious." As a fellow fragile player, Cole felt both admiration and fear, dreading the day Kevin might bid farewell to the sport due to a grave injury. "Rest assured, I'm fine," Kevin assured, as he walked back with his teammates. On the sidelines, Newcastle prepared to make another substitution, with young Andy Carroll waiting to enter. Michael Owen departed, making way for the tall Carroll, signaling a tactical shift for Newcastle. Indeed, Carroll possesses formidable physicality, reminiscent of Drogba. With their ground game faltering, Newcastle could pivot to a long ball strategy. As Premier League teams gradually abandon such tactics, the defensive experience against it is limited, which might yield favorable results. Terry glanced at Ramos, cautioning, That lad has significant impact. Keep an eye on him. No worries, Ramos nodded. If Kevin remains on the pitch despite his injury, I certainly won't lag behind. Terry shook his head with a smile. In Ramos's eyes, he suspected that Kevin was more influential than Mourinho. Given initiated another goal kick from the back. Colaccini advanced the ball, and Gascoigne immediately distributed it to the flanks. Gutierrez, with a deft left-footed touch, surged forward with alacrity. Although this Argentine international's skills may not be particularly outstanding among South American players, he is remarkably versatile, akin to a Pampas version of Quit, capable of playing anywhere from the front line to the defensive midfield. The robust Gutierrez maneuvered past Joe Cole with ease, causing Cole to stumble unsteadily. The assault on the left flank by Newcastle garnered Chelsea's defensive attention, prompting Ramos to retreat. Gutierrez, taking the ball into the penalty area, suddenly pivoted and executed a backward pass. The positioned Carroll turned to receive the ball, while Mikel opted to remain stationary, not pressing forward. Carroll, having adjusted himself, deftly nudged the ball forward and unleashed a fierce shot from 30 meters out. His powerful, low strike successfully pierced through Cech's grasp. What a world-class goal. Young Andy Carroll, on his first shot after coming on, leveled the score for Newcastle, bringing both teams back to a level playing field. With little time remaining in the match, it appeared both sides were destined for a stalemate. Huang Kaiwen lamented the missed opportunity from his earlier solo run. It was truly regrettable. The rain in London that morning had rendered the pitch rather soft, transforming that muddy patch into a pivotal moment in the game. Indeed, had that shot gone in, this equalizer might never have materialized. One could only say that Huang Kaiwen and Chelsea were somewhat unfortunate. Carroll celebrated exuberantly, his jubilation enduring for quite some time. Huang Kaiwen directly approached referee Phil Dowd, urging, "Ref, let them wrap it up quickly so we can restart." Dowd glanced at Huang Kaiwen in surprise. The star player's intention was to see Newcastle suffer a defeat in the final 2 minutes. Though skeptical, he nonetheless reminded the Newcastle players to conclude their celebration. "Let us increase our movement and passing to disrupt their formation," Huang Kaiwen suggested while awaiting the restart. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Huntelaar nodded in agreement. "That works." Huang Kaiwen then addressed Kalu, saying, "Make sure to make inward runs to draw some defensive attention." "Understood," Kalu replied. As for Joe Cole, no instructions were necessary. He was one of the players in Chelsea's squad with the greatest synergy with Huang Kaiwen. With a decisive pass from Huntelaar to initiate the play, Huang Kaiwen advanced the ball forward. Carroll immediately charged towards Huang Kaiwen. With a flick of his ankle, Huang Kaiwen sent the ball to the approaching Deco, who continued to dribble forward. The two pressed forward together, completely capturing Newcastle's defensive focus. Genier, on the sidelines, shouted, "Idiots, get back. Do you really think you can disrupt the wall pass of two elite players?" During the attack, their wall pass combined with off-the-ball movement could yield excellent results, allowing them to toy with 4 or 5 defenders, as the initiative lay with the attacking side. Huang Kaiwen aimed to disrupt Newcastle's overall formation through this tactic. But little did he know that the opposing coach had seen through it. Given this, they had no choice but to play forcefully. Receiving another pass from Deco, Huang Kaiwen propelled himself forward towards the midfield line. In a closely contested match, Bart attempted to apply pressure on Huang Kaiwen, only to lose his own balance in the process. Frustrated, Bart lunged at Huang, who deftly sidestepped with his right foot, maintaining possession as he surged forward. However, a twinge of pain in Huang's right ankle hampered his speed, causing the ball to slightly escape his control. Seizing the opportunity, Gasly advanced. But Huang swiftly extended his right foot, reclaiming the ball and initiating a diagonal run towards the Newcastle penalty area. With the ball at his feet, Huang attracted the full attention of Newcastle's defense. 5 defenders positioned themselves at the edge of the penalty box, ready to thwart his advance. The 2 fullbacks began to retreat, while Bazong, Edgar, and Colaccini awaited in the center. As Huang approached the edge of the arc, Edgar, unable to contain his impatience, opted to press forward. With 2 defenders behind him, Huang resolved not to attempt another dribble. At the moment Edgar closed in, Huang lowered his center of gravity. Using his uninjured left foot for balance while leaning against Edgar, he deftly flicked the ball behind Edgar, who was caught off guard. The ball rolled swiftly into the penalty area, slicing through Newcastle's defensive line. Huntelaar, poised to receive the pass, surged into the box, closely pursued by Colaccini. Yet, in such a confined space, Huntelaar's slight positional advantage proved decisive. Colaccini lunged from behind, but failed to make contact with Huntelaar. With a few strides into the center of the penalty area, Huntelaar opted for a direct shot. Given his anticipation, given Dove in the correct direction, but could not prevent the ball from slipping through his fingers and into the net. The referee's whistle echoed, signaling the end of the match. Huntelaar, having scored the decisive goal, rushed towards Huang, only to be inadvertently knocked aside by Ramos. "Damn, Kevin is injured," someone muttered. "Apologies. I overlooked that detail. It's nothing serious, just a slight sprain," Huang replied with a smile as he approached Huntelaar, embracing him with one arm while pulling Ramos along with the other as they headed towards the south stand. The last-minute goal sent Stamford Bridge into a frenzy, with chants of "We are the champions" resonating throughout West London. At the post-match press conference, both coaches sat alongside Carroll, who had scored, and Chelsea's captain, Terry. The journalists, unable to contain their excitement, bombarded them with questions. "Mr. Villa's Boas, is it true that Mr. Mourinho is unwell?" Today's match was entirely dictated by Kevin's performance. Does this indicate Chelsea's dependency on him? Andy, how does it feel to score such a splendid goal today? John, share with us Kevin's impact on Chelsea. Despite the presence of 4 individuals at the table, Newcastle's manager, Kinnear, received no inquiries, as the Irish coach held little interest for Fleet Street. Today's stunning goal was netted by an English player, a true rising star. The anticipation lingered. Who would grace tomorrow's headlines, Carroll or Huang Kaiwen? Boas remarked that after Jose attended the Ballon d'Or ceremony, he returned home, consumed some food, and subsequently fell ill with a stomach virus. You did not capture photographs of him heading to the hospital, so refrain from posing such trivial inquiries. As for Kevin's reliance, feel free to articulate it as you wish. I must visit Jose shortly, and I hope you can conclude this swiftly, Boas said impatiently. He had plans that evening to procure a treasure map, leaving little time for idle chatter with journalists. Visiting Mourinho was merely a pretext. Kinnear abruptly seized the microphone and declared that today's match was intolerable due to an additional stoppage time of 1 minute and 20 seconds, which he deemed unfair. "Coach, your celebrations consumed too much time. The referee's decision to extend stoppage time is justified," a reporter reminded. "However, we did not celebrate for 1 minute and 20 seconds. Kinnear retorted with dissatisfaction. Boas, frowning, interjected. "If you are unfamiliar with the rules of football, I recommend you educate yourself further. Although your celebrations did not last that long, the final attack was not a dead ball, and the referee's decision to continue was correct. Regardless, victory was stolen from us." Kinnear scoffed. Boas, disinterested in further discourse, remained silent. Terry, accustomed to rescuing the coach, spoke up. "Kevin is immensely important to us. We all cherish him. Was Kevin the primary reason for our victory? Indeed. Kevin has brought us triumph, but if you ask him, he will certainly tell you it was a collective effort." Terry smiled, passing the ball back into play. Eager for more, reporters were interrupted by Andy Carroll, who directly grabbed the microphone. "I am thrilled to have scored, particularly against Kevin, as I often watch his footage and feel I play like him." In an instant, the press room fell into an eerie silence. The journalists concluded that tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly belong to Carroll. Later, the long-running football program Match of the Day, which has been on air for over 40 years, showcased its enthusiasm for trending topics. They had specially invited Alan Shearer, assistant coach at Newcastle, as a guest for the live broadcast. Host Gary Lineker appeared shirtless, donning shorts emblazoned with Carroll's likeness. It is noteworthy that only 3 hours had elapsed since Chelsea's match, and they had everything prepared. Such promptness was remarkable. As the program commenced, the legendary striker Lineker exaggeratedly addressed the camera, saying, "Hey, do you know? England has a super talent emerging. And I specifically donned shorts emblazoned with his visage to pay my respects." Such a sardonic opening certainly captures attention. Alan Shearer, seated behind, appeared visibly uncomfortable and awkwardly interjected. "Gary, you needn't go to such lengths. That lad doesn't mean it in that way. Am I mistaken?" Andy Carroll claims his playing style resembles that of Kevin. Lineker, with a playful blink, responded, "It seems his talent is tenfold mine. Only then could he approach Kevin's level." Lineker has always been a devoted admirer of the great Kevin. The Arsenal legend Ian Wright, clad in a purple shirt, nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "It appears England's golden era is upon us. A player of Kevin's caliber will bring championships to England. Indeed, our time has arrived." Lineker, beaming, added, "Unless the Germans concoct a potion for eternal youth, bringing back young Beckenbauer, Brahim, and Matthias, there stands little chance of halting our Andy." Hey, cut it out, mate. He is still a child. Shearer could no longer contain himself and quickly stood to clarify. What Andy means is that his long-range shooting power resembles Kevin's, not his playing style. No one can change their style like Kevin, nor can anyone emulate him. Andy merely misspoke in his excitement. Very well, let us examine the long-range shooting of that 19-year-old. Lineker chuckled, placing emphasis on the word child. Clearly, he was teasing Shearer about Carroll being a child, despite Carroll being legally an adult, approaching his 20th birthday. The large screen behind them displayed Carroll's long-range shot, demonstrating remarkable power, clocking in at an impressive 132 kilometers per hour. I'll have my son ask Hart what he thinks of that long-range effort, Wright remarked, referring to Wright Phillips. That lad is his stepson, and Wright treats all his children equally, thus they share a good rapport. Hart would likely inform Carroll that his shot speed is akin to someone who hasn't eaten for 3 days. The difference between 132 kilometers per hour and 200 kilometers per hour is as vast as that between England and India. Lineker gestured animatedly. Hey, my record is only 137 kilometers. Shearer lamented. I believe that lad Andy plays more like me. Our physical attributes are quite similar. Perhaps he could be the new Shearer. But he is certainly not the new Kevin. Shearer nodded, affirming, indeed, that's why I say he resembles me more. Kevin is not an ordinary player. A player with such power, coupled with remarkable speed and agility, possesses a physique more nimble than Garrincha's. I find it difficult to describe Kevin. Perhaps his body has reached the limits of human capability. Yes, I have always felt he has undergone some serum akin to Steve Rogers. Wright vigorously nodded in agreement. I regret to inform you that the speculation is unfounded. Numerous nations and clubs have scrutinized Kevin's physique. During the Olympics, he underwent multiple urine tests. In truth, Kevin is merely a remarkably fit individual who has never resorted to any substances, as stated by Lineker with a chuckle. That is indeed an exaggeration, Wright remarked. Now, let us return to our topic concerning Andy, Lineker continued. The large screen illuminated with highlights of Carroll's performance. Within just 3 hours post-match, such preparations have been made, which is truly astonishing. After a 2-minute montage, Lineker commented, he does bear a resemblance to Allen, yet he still has a long way to go. Indeed, it is essential for him to grow in an environment free from controversy, Shearer added. That is his own dilemma. Perhaps this incident will serve as a lesson for him. Lineker stated. Yes, perhaps, Shearer conceded, raising his hands in surrender, admitting defeat against Lineker's arguments. Further inquiry could potentially place Andy Carroll back in the spotlight. Following Shearer's plea for mercy, Lineker did not press the matter further. Instead, the program proceeded to showcase highlights from other teams' matches over the past 2 days. The brief 10-minute segment on Carroll generated considerable buzz. Lineker's hosting has consistently garnered popularity, with his salary exceeding that of the television station's CEO by more than double. Some uninformed news outlets became aware of a player named Andy Carroll, who was said to play like Kevin, merely based on a single statement. Carroll swiftly surpassed young talents such as Wilshere, Walcott, Welbeck, and Hart, becoming the most discussed young player among British fans that evening. The online discourse surrounding him was quite robust. Carroll doesn't seem to play particularly well. He's all right. His long-range shot against Chelsea was impressive. Perhaps he possesses talent. But his style bears no resemblance to Kevin's. We might have a new Drogba on our hands. Yes, he would perform better as a forward alongside Rooney. I recall several teams expressing interest in loaning Carroll last year. Indeed, yet Newcastle opted to retain him on the bench. This season, he has made more appearances, netting 3 goals, equal to that of Owen. That's decent. However, I fear his future development may be bleak. A player lacking intellect will undoubtedly struggle to succeed. Clearly, this fan believes that Carroll's claim of playing like Kevin is devoid of intelligence. Santos Neymar is the player closest to Kevin's caliber. You mean that young lad who hasn't even played in the Brazilian league? Yes, he appears promising. His rainbow flick resembles Kevin's. But relying solely on one trick will not suffice to become the new Kevin. Nowadays, many players are utilizing the fried ball technique. That technique is indeed practical. However, when I practiced in the yard, my father remarked that my fried ball looked akin to a recently circumcised appendage. Rooney and Cassano exited the nightclub through the back door, having previously informed Colleen that he would be staying at Cassano's residence. 2 individuals reveled in their escapades at the nightclub today. Even upon returning home, Rooney, still brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Mate, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated such service. We were practically super VIPs. Indeed, Cassano replied with a sense of pride. If we don't keep a low profile, the old man will certainly catch on, and we'll be in deep trouble. You're absolutely right, Rooney nodded vigorously. On one occasion, I was spotted after merely 15 minutes at a bar. It was utterly maddening. This incident lingered as a shadow in his mind. He had even felt at times that Ferguson possessed a sixth sense, considering that bar was not even located in Manchester. Oh, the nights in Manchester lacked the vibrancy of Madrid, he mused, suddenly nostalgic for his days in the Spanish capital. During that period, I hardly needed to play. I could simply go out on dates after work. Cassano reclined on the sofa, reflecting on how different things were since joining Manchester United. Ferguson had a unique way of dealing with him, instilling both respect and fear. Cassano not only shed his belly, but also found his outings reduced in frequency. The city of Manchester was rather uncanny, with Sir Ferguson's spies lurking everywhere. A lack of discretion could lead to a summons to the office the following day. It was said that Giggs and his contemporaries had it even worse. Back then, the old man would receive tips and directly raid nightclubs to catch players in the act. A thought that sent shivers down one's spine. Rooney, lounging on the sofa, suddenly slapped his forehead and inquired, "Oh, by the way, why didn't you let me take that girl home? Be clever, little Wayne." Cassano rose, gesturing towards himself. "Look at me, and then look at you. I am far more handsome, yet she paid me no mind. Is that normal? Do you think you're Bruce Wayne?" Rooney felt an impulse to punch Cassano. Yet he had to admit that his companion spoke a truth. That fellow had a knack for charming women and was not shy about spending money. His looks were quite acceptable too. "So what? What the hell do you mean?" Rooney asked, his annoyance palpable. "So I began to suspect her," Cassano continued. "When she went to the restroom, I spotted a hidden camera in her bag. I suspect she intended to record a video and sell it. A tape of a celebrity like you could fetch tens of thousands, if not millions. Damn it." Rooney leapt from the sofa, a cold sweat enveloping him. The alcohol had worn off. Should such a recording exist, he would be in serious trouble. Neither Ferguson nor Colleen would let him off the hook, and with a video, he would become a laughingstock, not just nationally, but globally. His physique was not as deplorable as those escorts claimed, yet the mockery had indeed left him with psychological scars. If captured on film, would he not be subject to ridicule with a stopwatch? "Thanks, mate. Next time, it's on me." Rooney expressed his gratitude. "Wow. That's quite rare," Cassano jested. Rooney was a man adept at enjoying life, a rarity among football stars. The last time they dined together, he had no change and even requested the return of his tip. Rooney raised his middle finger, shedding his clothes in preparation for a shower. He had stayed at Cassano's home on several occasions. Beyond their escapades, they also indulged in gaming together. Initially, he intended to purchase a PS2 console, yet the shopkeeper's refusal to part with 10 game discs thwarted his plans. Cassano's residence boasted a PS3, allowing Rooney to indulge in some much-desired gaming. Typically, it was Cassano who bore the expenses during their outings, providing a delightful dining experience while also saving some costs for his family. Cassano retrieved a DV from the shelf and settled at the computer desk to power it on. The videos they had filmed previously with the team remained unuploaded. His concept about the mafia had been dismissed by Huang Kaiwen. However, after joining Manchester United, Cassano still managed to rally his teammates to film a mafia story. Such scenarios were familiar to them in their formative years, requiring no script. Regarding the conclusion, Cassano heeded Huang Kaiwen's counsel, ensuring that all who had erred would face their consequences. Yet, they had only completed the second episode, with the finale still far off. This narrative garnered considerable attention online. As it was quite rare for football stars to venture into television, Cassano felt compelled to perform exceptionally well. If he excelled, perhaps he could persuade Sir Ferguson to portray the mafia boss. That old man certainly had a fierce presence. As he perused the comments from netizens, Cassano felt a surge of motivation. Meanwhile, Rooney, drenched in cold sweat from fright, made his way to the bathroom for a shower, feeling entirely at ease in the space. Typically, other teammates would join them for outings, but today it was just the two of them. Upon entering the bathroom, he turned on the shower, and the water cascaded over him. Rooney was still reeling from the close call, astonished that Cassano had discerned the issue so swiftly. No wonder he had managed to date hundreds of women without a hitch. Alas, a person as naive as Rooney was prone to deception. He resolved that in future outings, he must bring Cassano along. As he applied shower gel, Rooney swayed his muscular frame while humming a tune. Britney Spears, a beloved figure in English-speaking countries, had captured his affection even during his youth. During his rise to fame, He had once dreamt of marrying her. Unfortunately, Brittany seemed to favor pretty boys. What was so special about Justin Timberlake or Kevin Federline? They could never compare to his prowess on the pitch. What a pity. Wrapping a towel around his waist, Rooney emerged from the bathroom, only to find Cassano seated at the computer, berating someone. Who is this Andy? Is he a performer from Cirque du Soleil? Damn it. Don't let me catch you. Is this idiot even a player? Cassano fumed. Who has offended you? Rooney inquired, still clad in his bathrobe. This Andy Carroll claims he plays like Kevin. Cassano expressed his discontent. Who? Rooney dashed to the computer desk, his loosely fastened bathrobe slipping away. Cassano instinctively turned his head, immediately tilting to the other side, and as he fell to the ground, he cursed, "You scoundrel! Put on your clothes properly, and for heaven's sake, don't point that little toothpick at my face. What if you pierce it?" Rooney raised his middle finger, turned around, and donned his bathrobe, inquiring, "What is going on?" "This chap, named Andy Carroll, claims he plays like Kevin." Cassano retorted. "Andy who?" Rooney asked, having never heard of the individual. "Andy Carroll, a player from Newcastle." "Has he scored any goals?" "I've never seen him in the national team," Rooney scoffed. "But he says he plays like Kevin. Damn it. Only I can rival Kevin in the Premier League." Cassano exclaimed in exasperation. Rooney raised his middle finger once more. Indeed, Cassano possessed considerable talent. Yet he fell significantly short in comparison to Kevin, with a gap that could be measured in at least 10 Bobby Charltons. Rooney remarked, "Is this lad here to amuse us?" "I don't know. It's truly absurd." Cassano tugged at his hair, saying, "We cannot allow him to revel in this." "Right. I've decided to speak to the reporters about this matter during training tomorrow." Rooney nodded in agreement. "What? Every Tom, Dick, and Harry can claim to be like Kevin. He burst onto the scene at 16 and only recently donned the number 10 jersey. What is Carroll, anyway? Don't wait until tomorrow. You get dressed, I'll drive. And we'll go to the Manchester Evening News." Cassano rose, grabbed the keys, and strode out. Rooney, watching Cassano dart out the door, hastily dressed. A few minutes later, he settled into the passenger seat, having not even fastened his seatbelt, as Cassano slammed on the accelerator. The next morning, the name Andy Carroll dominated the front pages of the newspapers. The Times. Andy Carroll claims he plays like Kevin, hoping to become Kevin too. However, based on his performance, he falls significantly short of Kevin's caliber. Stylistically, he is not akin to Kevin, and even in terms of strength, he can only be compared to an injured Kevin. Perhaps this young man hopes to attract attention in this manner, yet as a player, it is best to make headlines through goals. The Daily Mail. The England national team is on the verge of welcoming a new talent, Andy Carroll. Carroll garnered much attention last season, and this season he has been afforded even more opportunities. This rising star is the hope for the England national team in the next decade. The Sun. Sol Campbell and Morgan Thomas celebrate. This Miss Wales has successfully captivated portions of League One and much of the Premier League, with many teams boasting familiar faces. Among her most notable guests are Campbell, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Defoe. This lady seems particularly enamored with footballers, and her next partner is likely to be a Premier League player. The Manchester Evening News. In the early hours of yesterday, two mainstays from Manchester United burst into our editorial office, a tremendous surprise that compelled us to reformat our layout. Both offered their opinions on Carroll. Cassano remarked to us that Campbell, aside from being a person, bears no resemblance to Kevin whatsoever. Among the entirety of the English Premier League, only a select few players, alongside myself, can be compared to Kevin in terms of technical prowess. These players are all affiliated with Arsenal. The disparity between Kevin and me is minimal, whereas the gap between them and Kevin is substantial. As for Carroll, he does not even possess the qualifications to polish Kevin's boots. Rooney remarked, "I had never even heard of such a person before. Perhaps he has graced the newspapers. But I cannot recall every individual. I only remember those who score frequently." When I heard Carroll claim he plays like Kevin, I was utterly astonished. I cannot fathom who bestowed upon him such audacity. Confidence is commendable, yet he stands no chance of even approaching Kevin's caliber. The most significant intersection of their lives may well be within the Premier League. Many will aspire to emulate Kevin, yet no one is even close to his level. After making these statements, Rooney engaged in a heated exchange with Cassano, who believes his ability is on par with Kevin's, while Rooney contends that Cassano falls far short, even beneath himself. We were invited to witness a skill contest between two Manchester United first-team players, and Cassano emerged victorious. However, I am convinced that by the time the reports are published, both will find themselves as losers in Sir Ferguson's eyes. The Manchester United manager would not tolerate two first-team players appearing at a newspaper office in the early hours of the morning. According to the Gazzetta dello Sport, the annual best joke is Andy Carroll, whose mere name has plunged the entire Apennine Peninsula into merriment. He is not the second coming of Kevin. Rather, he is the successor to Charlie Chaplin. The Tuttosport stated, "Certainly. Carroll must be aware of the ridicule directed at him worldwide. I hope he remains true to himself and continues to believe in his thoughts. One day, he will discover that the mockery is indeed grounded in truth." As reported by AS, Real Madrid has set its sights on Andy Carroll. Although his style markedly differs from Kevin's, his goals against Chelsea attest to his caliber. Florentino is prepared to recruit a forward of a different style to enrich Real Madrid's tactics. Bild commented, "British executives possess an inexplicable confidence. Andy Carroll epitomizes this." Le Parisien noted, after Lyons' defeat to Paris Saint-Germain, Benzema, already in a foul mood, reacted vehemently upon hearing Carroll's remarks, exclaiming, "Who is that ex's son? Carroll." We all know Benzema is an ardent admirer of Kevin, and he found this situation even harder to accept than the loss itself. It appears he has etched the name Andy Carroll into his memory, and in the future, on the national team stage, Carroll will face a formidable opponent. Carroll can be seen as a refreshing anomaly. During the heated battles of the league and European competitions, he has graced the front pages of numerous countries in various guises. Several online forums such as Andy Carroll, and Godly Forward Carroll have emerged, primarily for the amusement of Chinese fans. The most fervent reactions have come from Japanese fans, who have even discussed initiating a petition akin to that of the Blue House, demanding the government's execution of that demon Carroll. In the morning, Ainbu publicly expressed his dissatisfaction with Carroll and even invited him for a one-on-one confrontation. When asked by reporters why it wasn't a challenge on the pitch, the discussion continued. Ainbu disdainfully remarked that the fellow might never experience the Champions League in his lifetime. Huang Kaiwen had also received numerous phone calls, and his doorstep was besieged by an unknown number of journalists. Feeling somewhat vexed, Huang Kaiwen, disguised as a gardener, stealthily slipped out of his home. This skill in makeup was self-taught, a talent he had acquired without any formal training. Upon discovering that reporters were also stationed outside Ramos's residence, Huang Kaiwen called Ramos to summon him outside. Once Ramos shook off the reporters, the two finally reunited, only to find themselves staring blankly at each other on the street, uncertain of their next destination. "Let me call and ask them," Ramos suggested, to which Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the two appeared at Villas-Boas's apartment. Unfortunately, everyone had made plans for their day off. The two could only pass the time at Villas-Boas's place, clad in a fitted t-shirt. Villas-Boas warmly poured coffee for them, and then settled onto the sofa, exclaiming, "I never expected you two would come. My apologies for not bringing a gift on such short notice," Huang Kaiwen replied. Villas-Boas waved his wrist dismissively, saying, "The birthday gift from last time was already quite extravagant. By the way, what's going on today?" "It's that Carroll again," Ramos retorted, clearly annoyed. Because of his words, the reporters are clamoring to interview Kaiwen, making it impossible for him to enjoy a proper break. "That is indeed unfortunate," Villas-Boas remarked. "Your timing isn't ideal. I still have some work to attend to." "No worries, you needn't mind us," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Villas-Boas rose to head towards his study, casually inviting, "If you're interested, feel free to come take a look." Bored, Ramos immediately got up to follow him, and Huang Kaiwen had no choice but to accompany them. Upon entering Villas-Boas's study, Huang Kaiwen felt as though he had stepped into a medieval exhibition hall. Ancient tomes were scattered about, various styles of wands adorned the shelves, alongside some battered armor and an array of eclectic decorations. "These are all part of my collection. As you know, I've been researching magic lately," Villas-Boas enthusiastically explained, introducing the origins of his artifacts like a proud curator. Ramos showed particular interest in a longsword, prompting Villas-Boas to say, "I acquired this from a Southeast Asian merchant. It is said to be the sword of Lancelot." "Ah, him," Huang Kaiwen responded. Ramos shook his head in mild disappointment, as he did not hold Lancelot in high regard due to the knight's affair with the queen. Ramos easily drew Huang Kaiwen into the role of King Arthur. Villas-Boas, puzzled by Ramos's sudden disinterest, continued his presentation of the collection. Suddenly, he paused and turned to ask, "Kaiwen, are you quite popular in Italy?" "Of course," Ramos replied with pride. "Kaiwen is undoubtedly the most beloved figure in Italy, without exception. If he ever decided to run for office, there would be no competition. Sergio may be exaggerating a bit, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. That truly is splendid. Boas, filled with excitement, led two individuals to the table, where he opened his notebook and declared, "Recently, I've been yearning for a sword, but it resides within a church in Italy." "Coach, what do you mean?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, uncertainty evident in his voice. "Anything that can be stored within a church carries significant weight. Even someone like Huang cannot simply procure it with ease. Here is my thought. Inspired by a recent Hollywood film, I wish for you to assist me in obtaining a construction blueprint or internal schematic of the church, ideally marked with plumbing details and the maintenance log of the personnel." "It's that simple," Boas asserted. Huang Kaiwen's eyes widened. "Is that really simple?" Realizing the implication of Boas's words, he quickly understood. This fellow was preparing to enact a real-life version of a better tomorrow. "Coach," Huang Kaiwen asked, "what is so special about this sword?" "Indeed, that sword possesses immense magical power. I believe that acquiring it will enable me to discover a method to communicate with magical elements. I have time to inquire, but I must attend to other matters," Huang Kaiwen said, pulling Ramos along as they departed. "What's wrong, Kaiwen?" Ramos queried once outside. "Nothing, just stay out of the coach's affairs," Huang Kaiwen replied with a shake of his head. "If we linger any longer, we might become accomplices of international artifact thieves." To his surprise, after the Big Ben incident, Boas had only grown more eccentric. At this rate, he wouldn't need to act. He could simply star in his own version of Indiana Jones. After dining, Ramos and Huang Kaiwen returned home together. They played video games for a while before retiring early for the night. The following morning, Ramos packed his belongings before the entire team flew to Russia. "Is it possible to switch seats?" Abraham approached with a smile. Ramos glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who gave a slight nod, prompting Ramos to rise. After Abraham took his seat, he remarked, "During the last Champions League final, you left an indelible impression on Lizniki Stadium and all of Russia, so this time the Russian fans are eager to see you." "I see. So we are departing a day early for the away match?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Yes, precisely. Following this, there will be a performance at Zenit's home ground. And if you're interested, you may also take the stage," Abraham replied. "Forget it," Huang Kaiwen shook his head. "He is a player, not a singer. Singing a few lines at home is one thing, but performing as a guest elsewhere is another matter altogether." "Very well," Abraham chuckled. He always spoke to Huang Kaiwen in a collaborative tone, which made Huang feel at ease. Abraham then shared insights about the current situation in Russia, including local customs, before swapping places with Ramos. Upon Ramos's return, the two played games for a while. The flight from London to Moscow took approximately 4 hours, followed by just over an hour from Moscow to St. Petersburg. They had calculated the timings for their departure. When the Chelsea team landed at Pulkovo Airport in St. Petersburg, it was just around dusk. "After sitting on a plane for so long, I feel like I might develop hemorrhoids," Ashley Cole complained. Typically, journeys to away games entail short flights. For him, a duration of over 6 hours feels excessively long. "It seems colder here than in London." Terry tightened the collar of his padded jacket as he spoke. "Indeed, the temperature here is over 50 degrees lower than that of London," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "The United Kingdom measures temperature in Fahrenheit, so 50 degrees equates to approximately 10 degrees Celsius. Currently, London hovers around 14 degrees, while the temperature in St. Petersburg fluctuates near the freezing point. Goodness, can one even play football in such frigid conditions?" Cole continued to lament. "Well, it's merely a single match," Terry counseled. "It's not as if you'll be camping outside. Once aboard the bus, you'll be fine." "No wonder no one desires to come here," Ashley Cole muttered. He even suspected that Mourinho feigned illness to avoid the bitter cold of Russia. After all, a stomach flu lasting several days should have resolved by now. If this persists, perhaps we should consider promoting Villas-Boas to a permanent position. The group hastily boarded the bus, gradually shedding the chill in the bus's warmth. However, the Chelsea players had yet to regain their vitality. Today had been quite taxing, leaving everyone feeling lethargic. Amidst the bus's jostling, nearly all succumbed to slumber. Upon arriving at the hotel shortly after 8 in the evening, the team dined and then retreated to their rooms early to rest. After freshening up, Huang Kaiwen lay in bed and exchanged a few words with Ramos before drifting into sleep. The following morning, rejuvenated, Huang Kaiwen and Ramos completed their morning routines and descended to the lobby, where they encountered Marina, Abramovich's secretary. "Kaiwen, come with me," Marina instructed. Huang Kaiwen waved Ramos off, signaling him to proceed to breakfast. Following Marina to the hotel's meeting room, Huang Kaiwen was taken aback to find an unexpected guest. The encounter with the emperor was initially thought to pertain to the World Cup bidding. Instead, it turned out to be a simple meeting to introduce himself to this young man, who had garnered a modicum of fame in Europe. Given the increasingly cordial relationship between the two parties, having a Chinese individual making a name in Europe piqued his interest. Speaking of Soviet football, the emperor's pride was palpable. There was no need for foreign assistance in the bidding process. The Soviet Union produced 3 Ballon d'Or winners, and apart from Yashin, the other 2 still thrive. Intriguingly, the other Soviet Ballon d'Or winner, Igor Belanov, was nicknamed Lightning, while Oleg Blokin was known as Super Lightning, and Huang, the Yellow King, was dubbed Yellow Lightning. The meanings were quite similar. It was said that Blokin, capable of sprinting under 10.8 seconds, deterred some from competing against him. Huang, however, held no strong opinions on this. Perhaps times had changed, as one could find several players in the Premier League capable of achieving such times. Huang Kaiwen recalled having seen records of Blokin's national team goals, claiming 209 goals in 109 matches, which seemed somewhat exaggerated. Another account stated 42 goals in 112 matches. A more plausible figure. In the 2006 World Cup, it was Blokin, the former Ballon d'Or winner, who led Shevchenko and the team to the quarterfinals. Through the introduction by the emperor, Huang Kaiwen garnered considerable insight into Soviet football, due to various reasons. Much of the information regarding the Soviet Union is rather scarce both in Europe and domestically. By the time Huang Kaiwen arrived at the restaurant, it was already 10 in the morning, and only Ramos remained there. "Kevin, allow me to order for you," Ramos called out, waving his hand. After Huang Kaiwen took a seat, Ramos curiously inquired about his whereabouts. Huang Kaiwen did not conceal anything from Ramos. Ramos nodded with a touch of nostalgia, saying, "I realized back in the palace that you were their equal, while I was not." "Don't say such things," Huang Kaiwen laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "That's not quite accurate. Besides, how can the King of Spain be compared to the Emperor? The disparity in power is substantial. In contrast to the culinary offerings of Italy and Spain, Russian cuisine aligns more closely with Huang Kaiwen's dietary preferences: sour, sweet, salty, and spicy, with distinct flavors. There is a notable abundance of smoked and roasted products." After having a light meal, Huang Kaiwen inquired, "Have they returned?" "No, they went to the venue for a pre-match training session," Ramos replied. "I see," Huang Kaiwen nodded. With 4 matches yielding 12 points, Chelsea had practically secured the top spot in their group. This match may not be trivial, yet it would involve resting key players. Those who take the field cannot be expected to exert themselves in sub-zero conditions against their opponents. A professional career is one's own, and there is no need to risk everything for Real Madrid's advancement at the expense of Zenit. After their meal, Huang Kaiwen accompanied Ramos on a tour. The architectural style of Russia starkly contrasts with that of Western Europe. Huang Kaiwen had hoped to visit the Catherine Palace, which required a train ride to Pushkin City. So they only explored the Winter Palace and Kazan Cathedral. In terms of cultural architecture, Russia certainly holds its own against other nations. Upon returning to the hotel, Huang Kaiwen found that Madrid media were still calling for Chelsea to exhibit fair play. On November 26th, the day of the match, the entire Chelsea team was invited to arrive early at the stadium. Although Huang Kaiwen was not included in the starting lineup, he still attended the press conference alongside Villa's Boas. "Kevin, will you be playing today?" a Russian reporter asked in English. "I'm afraid that's up to the coach," Huang Kaiwen smiled. Although it was highly probable that he would not play, there was no need to disclose that in advance. "If you do play, will you give it your all? Considering Chelsea's favorable qualification situation, if I take the field, I will certainly give my utmost. I have answered similar questions many times. This is a matter of professional integrity. Moreover, Zenit does not require anyone's pity. They are capable of overcoming any team, and pulling punches would be an affront to both sides," Huang Kaiwen stated. "Huang Kaiwen, Bolt has recently issued a challenge to you. Will you accept it?" a domestic reporter asked. "He is the champion, and I am the runner-up. If there is to be a challenge, it should be me challenging him," Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head. "However, I have no time for athletics training, as I am a football player. Will you all give your all today, Mr. Villas-Boas?" "Kevin has already addressed this matter. We take every match seriously," remarked Villas-Boas. When asked by a reporter whether he would recommend the recruitment of Russian players to Mourinho if they performed well, he replied, "Certainly. We are always interested in exceptional talents." Villas-Boas nodded, adding that during the previous European Championship, Andrei Arshavin had performed admirably, and he and Jose had already devised some strategies regarding him. After answering several more inquiries, it was time for Zenit's coach, Dick Advocaat, who hails from the Netherlands. Advocaat merely stated that they would do their utmost. Among the Dutch internationals, many hold Kevin in high regard. He is acutely aware of his team's capabilities. Should Kevin take the field, today's match would hold little chance of victory. Presently, in the group standings, Chelsea has won all 4 matches with 12 points. Real Madrid has 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses with 4 points, while Zenit has 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss with 7 points. Both Real Madrid and Zenit still have opportunities to advance. Theoretically, Zenit could even surpass Chelsea to become the group leaders, provided they triumph over Chelsea today and Chelsea subsequently loses to Panathinaikos. However, this possibility is exceedingly slim, hence, it remains a mere theory. After the press conference, the entire team donned their attire and proceeded to the stands. Zenit had prepared a performance prior to this Champions League clash. Following 2 songs, the prelude suddenly resonated with Katyusha. Kevin was exceedingly familiar with this tune. The well-known melody, passionately reinterpreted, was sung in unison by over 60,000 Russian fans. As the lyrics flourished across the expanse, drifting like gentle veils upon the river, Katyusha stood upon the steep bank, her voice reminiscent of the bright spring sunshine. As Kevin hummed along, he thought of Bollock, who remained in London. What a pity it was. Otherwise, he could witness the reaction of the East German. This song is delightful, commented Ashley Cole, swaying his body. Indeed, it is quite splendid. Embodying a beautiful sentiment, Kevin concurred. Are they attempting to stage a demonstration against us? Terry inquired, pointing toward the stands. I believe it is meant to encourage the Zenit players to muster their courage, especially since they lead Real Madrid and have a fair chance of advancing, Kevin responded. By the end of today's match, their lead will be no more, Ashley Cole remarked. Real Madrid is beset by internal and external strife. It is unfortunate that the Greek leaders are rather weak. They have yet to secure a victory. As the warm-up concluded, Kevin, clad in a long cotton coat, sat on the bench, feeling quite tormented. Sitting here is far less preferable than playing. Moving about would alleviate the chill. Merely 3 minutes into the match, Mata scored his debut goal in the Champions League. However, in the 24th minute, Arshavin assisted Danny in equalizing the score. This player, born in Colombia, relocated to Madrid at a young age, later joining Atletico Madrid, and transferred to Zenit for an impressive fee of €30 million, considered quite substantial in today's football market. A major club would pay no less for a first-team player. The second half of the match proved to be exceedingly tense. In their home ground, Zenit grew increasingly formidable, with the new czar, Arshavin, relentlessly assaulting Chelsea's defense. Andre Villas-Boas even summoned the rested John Terry to bolster the backline. Amidst the frigid weather, Chelsea's players faltered in their performance. Villas-Boas glanced at the substitutes bench several times, but refrained from warming up Kevin Huang. After the previous match against Newcastle, where he had deployed Huang, who had only just returned to London in the early hours, the young player had faced considerable criticism, given the biting cold. The prospect of Huang sustaining an injury if he were to play was particularly daunting. It wasn't until the 82nd minute that Chelsea finally surged ahead. Michael's sudden advance resulted in a long-range shot that ricocheted off Thomas Hubican before finding the back of Zenit's net. The final score settled at 2-1, marking Chelsea's arduous victory away from home and making them the first team to emerge victorious in all 5 group matches. With little sentimentality, the entire Chelsea squad departed St. Petersburg shortly after the match. Although England also experiences cold weather, on this day, snowflakes danced through the air, leaving Chelsea's squad somewhat unaccustomed. If they were to visit Russia in December, temperatures would plummet even lower. This substantial temperature differential led Chelsea to once again fall prey to a flu outbreak. Upon returning to the team, Mourinho discovered that more than half of the players were absent from training. Kevin, why are there so few players on the training ground? Mourinho inquired, his brow furrowed. His lack of anger stemmed from sensing something unusual. They caught colds after returning from Russia, Huang replied. They're all young. How can they fall ill so easily? Mourinho remarked, somewhat incredulously. Nearby, Ashley Cole cast a sidelong glance at Mourinho and muttered, I wonder who missed 2 matches due to a stomach flu. Huang, too, noted Mourinho's condition. The manager's face bore a defiant expression, yet his pallor suggested ill health, and his stride lacked its usual confidence. It seemed he had been unwell for several days. Understanding the reason, Mourinho rubbed his temples and said to Huang, "Come to my office." Huang followed Mourinho into the administrative building. Once in the office, Mourinho handed Huang a bottle of water and asked, "What are your thoughts on the upcoming match against Arsenal?" "I will adhere to any arrangements," Huang replied. "Don't say that. I'm not a journalist from the Times." Mourinho chuckled. "I wish to hear your genuine thoughts, especially since it's uncertain which players will be fit for the match, which poses a challenge for us." Arsenal plays at a swift pace. They favor fluid interplay in the attacking third to dismantle defenses, somewhat reminiscent of Barcelona, Huang articulated. Mourinho nodded, encouraging him to continue. Barcelona excels in constant passing to create opportunities, whereas Arsenal relies on exquisite off-the-ball movements coupled with tight-knit combinations. Even the top defenders can falter against such relentless interplay. "Go on," Mourinho encouraged, giving a thumbs up. He had always believed Huang possessed a keen footballing intelligence and strong observational skills. As a player, being able to articulate such thoughts is commendable. In the face of uncertainty regarding the integrity of our defense, it becomes exceedingly challenging to thwart Arsenal, whose attacking front boasts formidable breakthrough capabilities. Their seamless interplay renders the collective strength of 11 greater than that of 2. "Does this imply our imminent defeat?" Mourinho inquired. "No. We shall emerge victorious," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, lifting his gaze. "As long as we score more goals than Arsenal, victory shall be ours." With the London derby between Chelsea and Arsenal approaching, the managers and legends of both teams have once again engaged in a battle of words. The long-standing rivalry between Mourinho and Wenger is well documented. After all, Mourinho's aggressive demeanor is not universally adored. It is likely that neither Wenger nor Ferguson anticipated that the defiant Portuguese would disrupt the Premier League landscape they had long dominated. In 2005, as Wenger fixated on Chelsea, Mourinho famously referred to him as a peeping Tom. It was only upon Wenger's retirement that the two reconciled. At Old Trafford, Manchester United honored Wenger with a commemorative gift, and the retired Sir Ferguson invited Mourinho to join him for a photograph, with Mourinho choosing to stand at the periphery. He even voiced support for the ousted Wenger. However, in the present, reconciliation seems utterly implausible. Mourinho boldly proclaimed to the media, "As of now, I have yet to lose to Arsenal. I believe this record will remain intact even after the 15th round." Upon hearing Mourinho's remarks, Wenger retorted with sarcasm. "There is one individual who incessantly extols the virtues of team football, yet when Chelsea finds itself trailing, we witness the number 10. In less than optimal physical condition, warming up." The performance of Villa's Boas in the coaching seat further substantiated that it matters little who Kevin's coach is. For Kevin is indeed a unique talent. Wenger's words incensed Mourinho. En route to Stamford Bridge, Mourinho stood before the team bus and declared, "You know, many teams in London aspire to challenge our position, but such aspirations cannot be tolerated." He raised a finger, asserting, "Once you concede ground, you will continue to do so. Everyone yearns to usurp your place. Therefore, today, I will accept nothing less than victory." The players roared in agreement. Each time Huang Kaiwen heard the title King of London, he couldn't help but reminisce about that Bavarian team and the anthem Southern Star. Shaking his head, he glanced at the full 100 on the expectations meter and opted for a lottery draw, in order to avoid uncertainty about his position should Mourinho have any plans for him later. Alas, the King of Yellow plays according to mood and form. It is simply inevitable. Ding. You have received a 24-hour experience card for the match between Arsenal and Southampton from the 7th round of the 1995 to 1996 Premier League season, featuring Dennis Bergkamp, as well as Alexander Trusov, indomitable will. Huang Kaiwen was at a loss for words. Today, he would utilize this experience card as long as he played in the attacking position, primarily as a tribute to the Ice Prince. With Drogba currently plagued by injuries, playing as a forward could also be an option. However, it is quite a challenge for Huntelaar to secure a starting position, as he is undeniably an exceptional player. Let us await the unfolding events on the pitch. As Chelsea's bus gradually came to a halt at Stamford Bridge, the fans lining the sides erupted into thunderous cheers. "Champions! Champions! Champions!" Since Huang Kaiwen's appearance singing "We are the champions," Chelsea supporters have developed a deep fondness for this phrase. Upon disembarking, Terry waved to the fans before making his way directly into the stadium, a gesture mirrored by Huang Kaiwen. Mourinho was greeted with applause as he stepped out, a show of encouragement from the fans for their recently ailing manager. The Chelsea supporters were in high spirits today, having not witnessed such a united team in quite some time. Even as Huang Kaiwen entered the locker room, the distant cheers could still be faintly heard. Standing in the center of the locker room, Mourinho proclaimed, "You see, even for the fans, we must secure victory against Arsenal. Let us decisively show them our prowess." It appeared that his relationship with Wenger was rather strained. Ashley Cole remarked softly, "It seems the rapport with Arsenal is quite poor." Hearing this, Mourinho turned to Ashley Cole and inquired, "Arsenal is your former club. What insights do you have regarding today's match?" "None, none," Ashley Cole replied, retracting into himself. Mourinho was already prepared to unleash his frustration, not foolish enough to provoke confrontation. He continued, "Our squad is not at full strength. So today we will primarily focus on limiting their midfield's effectiveness. It is crucial that we contain Fabregas and deny him ample opportunities. Deco will support Kaiwen on the flanks. And we need not worry about a lack of support for the forward line." "Coach," Huang Kaiwen raised his hand, "I wish to play as a forward today." The locker room fell silent. Ramos looked disdainfully at his overly dramatic teammates. Even in Capello's team, Kaiwen would play where he pleased, firmly believing that Mourinho would be no exception. "Very well then. Would you prefer a lone striker or a dual striker formation?" Mourinho inquired with a smile. "A dual striker setup would be better suited to target Arsenal's defense," Huang Kaiwen responded. "All right, we shall adopt a 4-4-2 formation today. Huntelaar must be proactive in his movements to complement Kaiwen," Mourinho announced. The Chelsea players were at a loss for words, having never encountered this version of Mourinho before. "Coach, was it not agreed that we should not overly rely on a single player?" Mourinho felt a flush of heat to his face and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Change your attire. I will attend the press conference to see what that Frenchman has to say." Once Mourinho departed, Ashley Cole mimicked him, exclaiming, "Very well. Today we shall adopt a 4-4-2 formation, with Huntelaar's movements complementing Kaiwen." Cole's post-match rest was abruptly cancelled as Mourinho suddenly re-entered, only to turn and leave the locker room once more. Moments later, laughter erupted in the locker room. This scenario was truly amusing, as Cole still seemed to be in a daze. Once he had suited up, Terry stood and remarked, "Do not underestimate the boss. He always knows how to make a sudden entrance. If only you had spoken sooner, I would have been grateful," Ashley Cole lamented despondently. Although Mourinho often managed to connect with the players, he adamantly insisted that punishments would not be rescinded. The thought of a holiday lost the following day cast a shadow over his spirit. He had hoped to enjoy the night out. "Come on, ignore that guy." Terry waved dismissively. Huang Kaiwen rose in response, opting for the immunity card and subsequently using the experience card. Ding. Successfully used the Dennis Bergkamp experience card 24. Acquiring the trait of Alexandra Trusova, unyielding will. Trait. Unyielding will, Alexandra Trusova. Trusova possesses formidable willpower and core strength. This trait significantly enhances core stability and renders one less susceptible to external influences. Quite impressive. Thus far, it appears that B cards lack negative traits similar to the Marseille turn-on goal, even if some B cards do not feature top-tier athletes. Those who succeed generally possess commendable traits. Enhanced core strength is beneficial for headers and bicycle kicks, among other striking techniques. Coupled with the enhanced version of Bergkamp and the talents of the illustrious Huang, today could allow Mr. Wenger to stand there, his eyes filled with the shadow of that Dutchman. As the warm-up for both teams nears its conclusion, we have received the official lineup. Chelsea is indeed missing several players today. Yes, it is reported that Chelsea is currently beset by an influenza outbreak that has persisted for some time. The frequent matches in the Premier League take a toll on players' physical conditions, making them susceptible to illness, compounded by various injuries, leading to a sudden lack of available personnel. Indeed, the depth of the squad is of paramount importance. Let us review the starting lineups. Chelsea's 4-4-2 with dual defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, check, defenders, Ashley Cole, Terry, Ramos, Ferreira. Midfielders, Mata, Mikel, Minero, Deco, forwards, Huntelaar, Huang Kaiwen. Arsenal's 4-4-2 with dual central midfielders, goalkeeper, Almunia, defenders, Clichy, Gallas, Koscielny, Sagna, midfielders, Nasri, Fabregas, Alexander Song, Denilson, forwards, Adebayor, Van Persie. From the formations, it is clear that Chelsea is indeed short-staffed today. Minero is making his debut after joining freely, and Ramos has returned to the center-back position. Yes, it is Huang Kaiwen's first appearance as a forward since joining Chelsea. We wonder what surprises he may bring. Standing in the players' tunnel, Huang Kaiwen recalled how long it had been since he had initiated recruitment, turning to Van Persie and asking, "Robin, would you like to come and play for Chelsea?" Both sets of players were taken aback. Huntelaar stared incredulously at Huang Kaiwen. "Should I leave then?" Huang Kaiwen quickly gestured, encouraging, "You three can still rotate playing dual forwards." Van Persie retorted, "Wow, you sound like the head coach. First, you asked me if I want to join Chelsea. Then you arrange for the team to play with dual forwards." Van Persie gained a new understanding of the rumors surrounding Huang Kaiwen's domineering presence on the pitch. "And you claim you're not a ball hog?" He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I won't be joining any other teams in London." "Then you could consider Milan," Huang Kaiwen continued. "Let's discuss it another time," Van Persie shrugged. Wearing the captain's armband, Fabregas cast a glance at Huang Kaiwen. Previously, Huang Kaiwen had even lent him Kaka's jersey, but now he didn't even ask. Was it because his recent performance had been lackluster? Fabregas felt a twinge of self-doubt. Logically speaking, a midfield orchestrator like AC Milan was even scarcer than their forwards, with only Pirlo to rely on. In such a scenario, it would make sense to invite him to play for Milan. As he took the field alongside his teammates, Fabregas continued to ponder this matter. The coaches of both teams made their entrance. Both coaches presented themselves well, and the director's camera deliberately focused on them. Wenger extended his hand, saying, "I hope today will be an exhilarating match." "So do I," Mourinho replied as he shook Wenger's hand. The two managed to temper their competitive fervor during this encounter. Terry won the toss, giving Chelsea the first choice of venue. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, referee Mike Dean promptly blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Huntelaar initiated the kickoff with a lateral pass. Huang Kaiwen seized the ball and surged forward, while Van Persie made a token attempt to intercept, only for Huang Kaiwen to deftly evade him with a subtle touch, changing rhythm to glide past. "Advance, don't hesitate," Wenger shouted from the sidelines. He hadn't anticipated Huang Kaiwen playing as a forward today, which disrupted his tactical plans. Arranging Alexander Song on the right was intended to counter Huang Kaiwen's position as a left winger. However, with Huang Kaiwen advancing ahead of schedule, Wenger's strategy seemed futile. Fearing that Huang Kaiwen might break through into the penalty area, Wenger quickly alerted his players. Fabregas and Song charged forward together, spotting Deco making a forward run. Huang Kaiwen supported himself on his right foot while delicately dragging the ball with his left. After executing a half Marseille turn, he swiftly lifted his left foot, using his heel to pass the ball. The ball rolled rapidly behind Fabregas from his left side. Stamford Bridge erupted in cheers. Deco, on the right, gently nudged the ball, causing it to slow down before unleashing a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball curved past Krychowiak, heading straight for the center of the small penalty area. The quick-footed Huntelaar raced to the front of the small box, but at a crucial moment, Almunia charged out from the goal line and punched the ball away. Monero and Alexander Song leaped together to contest the header, sending the ball towards the right flank. Huang Kaiwen turned and dashed over, but alas, Nasri intercepted it just before he arrived. As Huang Kaiwen reached his side, Nasri passed the ball back to Fabregas before making a forward run. Fabregas instantly returned the ball to Nasri, completing a wall pass. Such quick one-touch play was merely fundamental for Arsenal players. Arsenal launched a counterattack. Ramos, the center-back, had seemingly taken on the role of a full-back, rushing to the wing to make a sliding tackle. Mourinho might want to consider swapping him with Ferreira. Indeed, Deco's initial pass was quite discreet. Strong teams seldom utilize 45-degree crosses, and starting with such a maneuver proved to be surprisingly effective. Almunia's advance was too swift, otherwise that ball would have been a goal. As for Lampard, what is the matter with these two? No one mentions Huang Kaiwen's remarkable pass. His Marseille turn with a back heel was simply exquisite. It seems that Coach Zhang and the others have grown accustomed to Huang Kaiwen. He possesses a relentless drive, demonstrating exceptional skills in nearly every dribbling maneuver on the field. Indeed, his footballing prowess is quite formidable. However, Arsenal's defense appears to be lacking, raising concerns about their ability to withstand the pressure. It seems precarious. Neither Giroud nor Gallas can match the defensive capabilities of Pepe and his counterpart. Observing Real Madrid provides insight into what Arsenal might face, especially considering that Real Madrid had deployed 2 defensive midfielders at that time. That being said, though Huang Kaiwen asserts that he always gives his all, his goal-scoring frequency fluctuates. At times, it feels as though he shows restraint. This could be the case. Otherwise, his reputation would not be so favorable. He possesses an admirable character, as I have not heard anyone speak ill of him, aside from Van Nistelrooy. Speaking of which, where has Van Nistelrooy gone? After Hamburg acquired Van der Vaart, Van Nistelrooy, unable to remain at Inter Milan, found his way to Hamburg. Ultimately, Italy proved to be his domain, where he faced exclusion at Inter. This exclusion seems to follow him. Could it be a personal issue? His style of play is rather unique, and it is likely that teammates may not favor a player who becomes displeased when not receiving passes. On the field, Clichy took a throw-in. Ramos swiftly approached to mark Adebayor closely. Adebayor, struggling to maintain his footing while shielding the ball, found himself entangled with Ramos, who possesses formidable physicality. They wrestled near the edge of the penalty area, and Adebayor fell to the ground. He immediately called for a penalty. "That is not a penalty," Ramos exclaimed, raising his hands in protest. Players from both sides rushed in. "It seems this should not be a penalty." Ramos did not make contact with Adebayor, who lost his balance on his own. Adebayor, however, is quite cunning. With Ramos extending his leg in front, the referee, positioned behind him, could not see the situation clearly, allowing Adebayor to insist that Ramos had fouled him. Additionally, the fact that he barely stepped onto the penalty line makes the question of whether it was a foul within the box crucial. Oh, has a brawl broken out on the sidelines? Wenger just pushed Mourinho. Grateful thanks to Liu EC, Fenkians Wiyu, and Huile Ling Mao for their generous contributions. Yesterday, I mistakenly titled my piece. It should have been 329. The editor is on leave, so we will wait for her return to correct it. Meeting the emperor is merely a formality. Putting it in writing will surely seal the chapter. After a long day of work, I returned in the evening to write without having eaten, so please forgive the brevity of over 7,000 words. I seek your monthly and recommendation votes. On March 31st, the Cosmic Knight Huang Kaiwen received a red card. Referee Mike Dean issued Wenger a red card, forcing him to the stands. Mourinho and Huang Kaiwen approached to plead. Yet it appears that Dean is resolute in his decision. This referee is known for his confidence and often becomes the center of attention due to his officiating. Indeed, Arsenal fans have long held a disdain for this referee, as their victory rate in matches officiated by Dean is notably low. Mike Dean insisted on sending the proactive Wenger to the stands. I claimed it was not a penalty, while he insisted it was, and he became quite agitated. He pushed me, but I did not retaliate. I even jested that one day, should we encounter each other on the street, I would not show him any mercy. Of course, I was merely joking, Mourinho lamented. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. The professor might be under considerable pressure, especially since Arsenal has not secured any notable championships lately, while the other three teams in the Big Four are faring well, leaving Arsenal trailing behind. It is likely that when the professor noticed Mike Dean officiating this match, his composure shattered. He must have thought this was the worst-case scenario. In reality, Mike Dean would officiate long after his retirement. By that time, Arsenal's win rate under Dean's refereeing would only be 7. He also claimed he was not a Tottenham supporter, yet Huang Kaiwen remained skeptical. This win rate is absurd. Not even a mid-table team would experience such a dismal figure. After sending Wenger to the stands, Mike Dean signaled for the match to continue. Cech initiated play from the back, and Ramos immediately surged forward with the ball. Ferreira, recognizing the situation, instinctively moved towards the center. His eagerness for attack not nearly as strong as Ramos's. Nasri charged towards Ramos, preparing for a physical confrontation. He shielded his chest with both hands and collided with Ramos, who maintained his speed and simply knocked Nasri out of bounds. Fabregas and the advancing Krychowiak rushed towards Ramos, who then passed the ball laterally to Minero. After the pass, Ramos continued his forward run, closely pursued by Krychowiak. Minero hesitated before passing to Mikel. After being released from Hertha Berlin, he had not played for some time, and his touch was rather mediocre. Had Chelsea not been in dire need of players, he surely would not have received this opportunity. The signing of Kenyon was merely a means for him to collect a paycheck. Mikel swiftly passed to Mata, but Denilson immediately grabbed hold of Mata's shirt. Mata, nimble on his feet, skillfully evaded Denilson's foot with a deft touch, causing Denilson to lose his balance as he attempted to follow Mata's turn. Just as Mata was about to be brought down, he sent the ball away. Mike Dean lowered his whistle once more. Ashley Cole surged down the left flank at high speed, but after just a few meters, he faced intense pressure from Alexander Song. Attempting to change direction without stopping, he was unfortunately anticipated, and Song intercepted the ball. Fortunately, Ashley Cole reacted quickly, turning to make a backward pass. Arsenal's pressing in the forward area was vigorous. As soon as Mikel received the ball, Denilson closed in from behind. Adebayor seized the opportunity to advance, leaving Mikel utterly flustered. Pass it. Ramos called from the left side of the midfield, positioned behind Mikel. Mikel hastily returned the pass, and upon receiving the ball, Ramos played it laterally to Ashley Cole, who continued to advance. Arsenal's defense was heavily concentrated in the center, leaving the left flank relatively unguarded. Ramos, with the ball, charged forward on the left side. While Cole persistently reached out for the ball, though Ramos feigned ignorance. He has consistently practiced long passes with the sole intention of delivering the ball to the front line. Who, in their right mind, would opt for a sideways pass when a chance arises? Upon returning to the halfway line, Alexander Song exhibited no intention of pressing, while Ramos, a mere 10 meters past the line, swung his right foot and struck the ball with precision. The ball soared beyond the halfway line, swiftly making its way down the right flank, the diagonal pass maintaining remarkable accuracy across the pitch. Suddenly, Kevin Huang surged forward, prompting Zhu Lu to react immediately and dash into the penalty area. Gallas hurriedly positioned himself to guard the center, leaving only the two of them in defense. In the stands, Wenger anxiously attempted to calm his nerves by placing his hands in his pockets, though they stubbornly refused to fit. This moment was faithfully captured by the broadcaster. As Huang and Zhu entered the large penalty area on the right, the ball descended into place. He gauged the position perfectly, leaped, and with his right foot, brought the ball to a halt at his feet. Zhu lunged toward Huang, who deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, sending the airborne sphere crashing into Zhu's small gap like a ping-pong ball. Although Zhu quickly turned, the disparity in their physical attributes was undeniable, with Huang clearly displaying superior agility. Even though Zhu was only slightly delayed, it was more than sufficient for Huang. The ball bounced and leapt again as Huang, having evaded Zhu, executed a delicate touch with his right foot. The shot was met with urgency by Almunia, who instinctively went to ground, only to awkwardly realize that the ball had soared towards the upper left corner of the goal. Kneeling and reaching out, he found himself unable to touch the ball, a poignant testament to his encounter with Huang. Despite wearing gloves, he could only watch as the ball flew into the net. The eager crowd at Stamford Bridge finally erupted with enthusiasm, the entire stadium resonating with cheers of Kevin. Kevin, Kevin. The diversity of London was evident among the fans in the stands, where every hue and shade could be observed. What a goal! Kevin's goal. Once again, Kevin pierced through Arsenal's defenses. Even as their goalkeeper had changed, he remained impervious to Kevin's prowess. I had already conjured an excuse for Wenger. Today's defeat was surely due to his being relegated to the stands. Andy Glenn remarked, ever the satirical commentator. Martin Tyler added, this isn't an absolute chance. But Kevin's control is simply exceptional. Bailey's assertion that he plays like a Brazilian holds much truth. Few in the England squad possess a better touch than Kevin. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Joe Cole, already among the top technicians in the national team, lamented that during training, he could only stand in awe of Kevin's movements, seeking to learn from them. Ramos's passing was commendable as well. Indeed, this long ball reminded me of Gerrard. As a fullback, Ramos's passing ability is truly remarkable. Mourinho stood with his hands in his pockets, exhibiting no celebration. After all this time, he had grown accustomed to such scenarios. Truly, coaching is a straightforward endeavor, to elicit the utmost potential from players, thus securing victory. Moreover, he had foreseen that Arsenal would not triumph today. With an air of composure, Mourinho cast a glance at the exuberantly celebrating Villa's Boas and his coaching staff, slightly shaking his head, pondering the naivety of youth. Van Persie stood in the midfield, gazing distantly at Huang Kaiwen. He believed he could replicate such a goal, yet Arsenal's long passes were scarce, primarily favoring ground play. In terms of technical ability, he felt the disparity between himself and Huang Kaiwen was minimal, with the only significant difference being their conversion rates. Huang's was merely twice as high as his own. As the game resumed, Adebayor kicked off, and Van Persie surged forward with the ball. Having begun his career as a winger, his ball control was exceptional. He deftly evaded Huntelaar's challenge with a slick maneuver. However, as he attempted to advance, Minero and Mikel surged forward. Though Wenger was absent from the sidelines, Van Persie could almost sense his coach's silent disappointment, compelling him to pivot and make a backward pass. Fabregas received the ball, deftly nudging it with his right foot, and immediately sent a through ball to the advancing Van Persie. The ball zipped past Mikel, allowing Van Persie to approach the penalty area. After controlling the ball with his left foot, he found himself under pressure from Terry, who opted to challenge him. Van Persie unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box, which Terry blocked with his right foot, causing the ball to ricochet off Van Persie's leg and into the penalty area. The ball struck Terry's calf and continued its trajectory towards the goal. Czech, after a moment's contemplation, decided against intervening, and the ball soared over the crossbar. Astonishingly, Arsenal's attacking pace was remarkable. A mere pass could usher them into dangerous territory, prompting Chelsea to exercise caution. As Czech initiated the play from the back, Monero aired, and Van Persie capitalized on the opportunity. He scored. Shortly after Huang Kaiwen's goal, Van Persie equalized. Although this attack stemmed from Chelsea's blunder, Arsenal's offensive display was indeed spectacular. Adebayor leaped for a header, Nasri executed a brilliant volley to switch the play to the right, and Denilson deftly controlled the ball, sending it through to Adebayor, whose movement allowed Van Persie to evade the offside trap. With the ball at his feet, Van Persie turned and struck with precision. Indeed, it was a beautiful right-footed shot. Sharing the same birth year, Van Persie joined Arsenal in 2004, while Huang Kaiwen signed with AC Milan that same year. Both have endured their share of injuries, though Huang's career trajectory has been markedly smoother. Van Persie, hindered by injuries and competition, struggled to secure a stable starting position until after Bergkamp's retirement, gradually emerging as a key player this season. In the stands, Wenger clapped with a smile, understanding that without his patience, Van Persie would not have reached such heights. Lampard, he mused. Wow, Van Persie's goal was truly impressive. Van Persie's technical prowess was evident. His style of play reminded one of Van Basten. Yet, no amount of skill could overshadow Huang's recent dominance, as he consistently outperformed his opponents, making one forget that he relished the thrill of clinching last-minute victories. Indeed, it is true that Huang Kaiwen tends to make his entrance when the team is trailing. Arsenal's attacking prowess appears formidable. Their recent interplay was truly exquisite. Even if Huang Kaiwen were to transfer to Chelsea, such fluid coordination is seldom witnessed within that team. Chelsea does not embody that style of play. The addition of Huang Kaiwen would be of little consequence, as he cannot play the game for his teammates. Have you noticed that since Huang Kaiwen joined Chelsea, he has attracted an abundance of tabloid attention? Much of it is fabricated. Those so-called glamour girls would hardly be interested in him. British women often indulge in such antics, seeking notoriety by leaking stories to the press. Chelsea resumes play, and Huntelaar opts for a backward pass. Deco, positioned on the right flank, begins to control the ball from the center. Mikel, converted to a defensive midfielder, has seen a decline in both technical skill and awareness, making the task of orchestrating the attack rather daunting for him. As Arsenal players press forward, Deco finally returns the ball with a pass. Ramos confidently carries the ball down the center. As Adebayor closes in, he deftly passes to Ashley Cole. Ramos exhibits remarkable composure on the ball. Indeed, Ramos has a commendable habit of lifting his head to assess his teammates' positions, a practice that is invaluable. Conversely, some players prefer to keep their heads down. Maintaining an awareness of the pitch is of utmost importance. Ashley Cole advances with the ball, but once he crosses the halfway line, he faces pressure from Alexander Song. This time, Ashley opts for a more direct approach, nudging the ball behind Song and accelerating down the flank. Sagna, arriving to provide support, seizes the moment and executes a well-timed sliding tackle, sending the ball out of play. Kevin, come take the throw in, Ashley Cole calls out. Huang Kaiwen responds, damn, after one powerful throw in, my teammates keep insisting I take them. He muses that he must acquire that skill again. Huang Kaiwen gestures dismissively, saying, you go ahead, my arm isn't feeling quite right. Is it because your girlfriend isn't around? So you must manage on your own? Ashley Cole teasingly inquires. Huang Kaiwen merely raises his middle finger in response. It is no wonder he is often out and about. His thoughts seem rather unrefined. Ashley Cole positions himself outside the touchline, observing intently. Alexander Song promptly positions himself in front of Huang Kaiwen, palms pressed against Huang's thigh, allowing him to sense Huang's movements. Noticing that Huang is inactive, Cole takes a run up and throws the ball into the penalty area. Huntelaar reacts swiftly, but an awkward moment ensues. Ashley Cole's throw lacks power and lands just outside the penalty area, right at the feet of Critch. Critch seizes the ball and delivers a direct pass to Fabregas. The momentum shifts once more as the teams exchange roles. Receiving the ball, Fabregas takes a moment to survey the field before sending a long pass, the ball swiftly cutting across toward Chelsea's penalty area. Positioned forward, Terry, realizing the impending danger, turns just in time to see Ramos, towering over Adebayor, head the ball away. Terry retreats a few steps to receive the ball and promptly sends a direct pass forward. Monero receives it and quickly lays it off. It was discovered that it was Ferreira, not Ramos, who asked, "Why are you here? Has the defender switched positions?" Ferreira, dribbling forward, wore an expression of helplessness. Did they truly believe he desired to change positions? It was Ramos who occasionally ventured to the flanks, leaving Ferreira to fill in out of necessity. Now, he had returned to his rightful position. As Ferreira approached the halfway line, he was met with pressure. With no one to pass to, he quickly played the ball back. Following criticism for his inability to support the attack, his style had grown increasingly conservative. Monero seized the ball and immediately passed it to Mikel, who took a few steps forward before turning and delivering a diagonal pass to the returning Ashley Cole. As Ashley Cole prepared to sprint, he noticed Kevin Huang raising his hand and promptly struck the ball with a deft touch beneath it. The ball soared over the heads of Alexander Song and Krychowiak, landing in the left flank of the attacking zone. As the ball descended, Kevin Huang, closely pursued by Giroud, rushed to the left side near the touchline. In this situation, there was no time for adjustment. Huang lifted his left foot and struck the ball. He then swiftly turned around. The descending ball rebounded again, clearing the heads of Kevin Huang and Giroud. By the time Giroud reacted, Huang had already surged into the penalty area. Gallas hurried to the left to block, aiming to delay Huang for a moment so that he and Giroud could execute a pincer attack. With his left foot, Huang nudged the ball toward the baseline, prompting Gallas to shift his weight accordingly. As Huang hooked the ball back with his left foot, a vigilant Gallas moved again. However, his repeated adjustments had afforded Huang the opportunity he sought. The ball reached Huang's right foot, and he executed a precise back pass. The ball swiftly rolled from the left side of the small box towards the edge of the penalty area. Huntelaar dashed to the penalty line, and with a deft push of his instep, the ball rolled back to the center. As Huang charged forward, Almunia had already abandoned his goal. The force of the kick was excessive, allowing Almunia to intercept the ball first. Huang, unable to leap in time, stumbled over Almunia's arm and fell within the penalty area. Kevin, are you all right?" Huntelaar inquired, rushing over and bending down. Huang grasped Huntelaar's hand to rise, smiling as he replied, "I'm fine. I absorbed the impact when I fell." Just as they prepared to retreat, a sharp whistle pierced the air. The sprinting Mike Dean, whistle in mouth, pointed to the penalty spot and raised a yellow card high for Almunia. Mourinho, hands in pockets, celebrated with a jubilant fist pump. As Stamford Bridge transformed into a sea of joy, on the stands, Wenger spread his arms wide in discontent. From such a distance, it was impossible to see clearly. It had been an instinctive action. Every coach would display similar gestures when their team faced unfavorable decisions. Unfortunately, he could no longer lodge a complaint with the fourth official. "Referee, that was not a penalty." Almunia gestured with his hands, speaking rapidly. "I touched the ball first." "Yes, I saw that too," Gallas concurred. "Indeed." Huang Kaiwen approached and stated, "This time, I was the one who lunged first, and then I collided with his arm before falling. It was not he who brought me down." Huntelaar appeared somewhat anxious, wishing to cover Huang Kaiwen's mouth. Ramos, who had rushed over, stood with crossed arms, looking disdainfully at Huntelaar. "This fellow lacks any sense of dignity. Is Kaiwen the type to deceive for a penalty? How amusing." Upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen's stance, the Chelsea players refrained from further comments, as they were not in proximity to the incident. Although it was regrettable to lose the penalty that was within reach, it was ultimately Huang Kaiwen's choice. Huang Kaiwen's willingness to clarify the situation exemplified a commendable spirit of fair play. The slow-motion replays offered no clarity, yet the players on the field surely understood the circumstances. Indeed, in the face of the temptation of a penalty, Huang Kaiwen once again stepped forward. Previously, during the Champions League final, Real Madrid had led, and he had missed a penalty, but this time the score was level, and he still rejected the non-existent penalty. Such integrity is rare in the realm of football. Referee Mike Dean stood firm in his decision, displaying remarkable resolve despite the protests from both teams. He opted to award the penalty, a moment that would undoubtedly become a focal point of media discussion post-match. Huang Kaiwen voluntarily positioned himself at the 12-yard mark, but he sent the penalty soaring over the bar. I knew Huang Kaiwen would make such a choice." Almunia approached and applauded Huang Kaiwen. expressing gratitude for his commitment to fair play, while players from both sides at Stamford Bridge offered him applause. "That Lampard," someone exclaimed, "he got us again." There was little to be done. With Dean unyielding, Huang Kaiwen was unable to feign any further. I sensed the referee possessed some peculiar knowledge. Did you notice his exaggerated gestures? He appeared to be the jester. Twice he relied on Chelsea players for explanations, yet he continued to penalize Arsenal with heavy-handedness. What grudge could he possibly hold? Mike Dean must be a Spurs supporter. Otherwise, such officiating would be inconceivable today. Alas, even though the score was level now, it seemed inevitable that we would end up losing. This referee was utterly incompetent. Impossible. Arsenal is invincible. Mourinho vigorously ruffled his hair, though he wished to voice something. He ultimately sighed in resignation. After all, it was Huang Kaiwen who had deliberately missed the penalty. To blame the players might adversely affect their morale. He was a coach who prioritized the psychological well-being of his players. If foregoing a goal ensured their mental health, so be it. Villa's Boas excitedly approached the sidelines, saying, "Jose, Kaiwen is truly remarkable, isn't he? He is indeed a noble player." "Yes, indeed," Mourinho replied absent-mindedly. This fallen aristocrat had nurtured a younger brother still infused with romantic notions of the world. Mourinho was curious whether Villa's Boas would still find joy in the misjudged penalties caused by players deliberately missing when he eventually took on a head coaching role himself. The two had known each other for a long time, and Mourinho was well aware of Villa's Boas' aspirations to become a head coach, which was perfectly natural. As long as one possesses sufficient capability, no one aspires to remain a mere member of the coaching staff for a lifetime. Mourinho inquired, "Why have you not displayed your magic today?" "I believe Mr. Wenger is not that kind of person, thus there is no need to direct any criticism towards him," remarked Villa's Boas. Mourinho is convinced that Villa's Boas has perused the latest newspapers. He has been embroiled in a dispute with Wenger for several days. To his astonishment, Luis Andre even came to Wenger's defense. Wenger is not that type of individual. If not him, then who? Is it possible that Jose Mourinho himself would resort to sorcery in pursuit of victory? As Mourinho stroked his chin in contemplation, he pondered whether it was time to change his assistant coach. Although the penalty kick did not result in a goal, it served as a wake-up call for Arsenal. Whenever given an opportunity, Huang Kaiwen would surge into their penalty area. After the restart, Arsenal refrained from launching another quick counterattack, opting instead for a more measured advance. Even in midfield organization, each team's style varies significantly, influenced by the playing habits of their respective organizers. If Fred were in charge, one might frequently witness him passing back to assist the opponents. Some midfielders, when under pressure from the opposition, easily deliver wayward passes. However, such a scenario does not pertain to Arsenal. Even Alexander Song demonstrates remarkable stability in his passing. The relentless pressure from Chelsea players did not disrupt Arsenal's rhythm. Fabregas and his teammates engaged in intricate movement, allowing the ball to circulate fluidly. Following Xavi Alonso's departure, Fabregas remains one of the few midfielders in the Premier League with exceptional organizational abilities, particularly excelling in late attacking runs. Mata's pressing was skillfully evaded by Fabregas, who played the ball through Mata's legs. Mikel quickly covered the left flank, while Fabregas delivered a lateral pass. The advancing Krychowiak received the ball, transitioning from the center to the left wing, as Fabregas shifted to the middle, completing a cross-position exchange with him. Ferreira pressed swiftly, and Krychowiak made another horizontal pass to Fabregas. Just as Fabregas received the ball, he was met with a precise challenge from Ramos, who dispossessed him from behind. Mikel was knocked down by Alexander Song. Beautiful. That tackle from Ramos was indeed clean and decisive. Do you think it's possible he learned that tackle from Huang Kaiwen? When Huang Kaiwen plays as a defender or midfielder, his tackling ability surpasses that of the average defender. Especially his judgment is remarkably accurate, with hardly any fouls, always managing to get the ball, his style reminiscent of Nesta. If Coach Zhang says so, then he must have been trained by AC Milan, haha. Other teams might as well keep an eye on AC Milan's young defenders for future acquisitions, like the perpetually loaned young defender Abate, who could very well be the next Nesta. That is a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Haha. I've seen Abate play. He is a fullback who enjoys making forward runs, but he occasionally loses his position and can be somewhat reckless. Mikel initiated the play from the back again, passing to Ashley Cole, Deco, Joe Cole, and Bollock, all of whom were absent from midfield. Chelsea's capacity for advancing and organizing play has diminished significantly, and today their attack heavily relies on the left flank. Indeed, Ramos plays as a central defender, while Ferreira hesitates to advance with the ball. The right flank in the backfield lacks any notable support capabilities. Shouldn't Mourinho consider swapping the positions of Ramos and Ferreira? Ashley Cole, yet to cross the halfway line, veers diagonally towards the center. It proves challenging to connect directly with the primarily right-sided Kevin Huang. Alexander Song persistently trails behind him, and Fabregas opts to press forward immediately. Ashley Cole, daunted, relinquishes the ball towards the right side. Clichy closely shadows Deco, and as Ashley Cole passes the ball, Clichy charges forward without hesitation. Noticing the opposition's advance, Deco cannot afford to remain stationary. He promptly moves to receive the ball. Just as he secures it, Clichy reaches out from behind, making a quick maneuver. As Deco turns to shield the ball, Clichy applies pressure, and they find themselves in a stalemate on the right flank. The player in possession naturally holds the initiative. While Clichy attempts to pivot him, Deco seizes the moment, using his heel to nudge the ball ahead. The ball swiftly rolls between Clichy's legs and Kevin Huang. Arriving in support, accelerates towards the Arsenal penalty area. Alexander Song and Fabregas have returned to the edge of the box. Although they have yet to reach the right side, Huang opts to decelerate, recognizing the necessity of drawing defenders to create opportunities for his teammates. Giroud, rooted in place and lowering his center of gravity, feels a surge of excitement. Who does not know that Huang excels at rapid directional changes? Yet, seeing Huang decelerate in his presence suggests that his intimidating presence is formidable. Determined to make a significant impression, Giroud resolves to seize the opportunity for a successful tackle. As Huang crosses the penalty area line, Giroud remains poised, awaiting the moment to strike. Suddenly, Huang deftly taps the ball with his right foot, then skillfully redirects it to his left foot. After a brief pause, he nudges the ball forward with his right foot, carrying it out of the penalty area. Giroud launches into action, extending his foot, but Huang expertly evades him with a series of touches, not only avoiding Giroud's challenge, but also eluding the recovering Clichy. The Chelsea fans behind the goal can hardly contain their anticipation for Huang's impending strike, with several eager supporters rising to their feet, eyes wide. As if such an act could provide a clearer view, Giroud follows Huang's movement. Yet he is unprepared for Huang's sudden flick of the ball with the outside of his foot, pulling it back and turning almost entirely away from the goal line. With a subtle flick of his right ankle, Huang curls the ball into the penalty area. Arsenal players, drawn in by Huang's ball control, are caught off guard by this unexpected pass. Huntelaar, springing into action from the defensive line, finds himself one-on-one as the ball bounces perfectly at a comfortable height in front of him. With no need for adjustment, he faces the on-rushing Almunia and lightly lifts the ball over Almunia's head, watching it descend into the net. Kevin Huntelaar, receiving an assist from Kevin, scored a goal that I would rate a modest 4 points, while Kevin's assist merits a perfect 10. During this offensive play, Arsenal's defense was particularly formidable, yet Kevin maneuvered on the right side of the penalty area, captivating a significant portion of the opponent's defensive attention with a series of deft turns. He resembled a maestro of dance within the box, while the Arsenal players became mere spectators, utterly entranced by Kevin's graceful movements. Ultimately, his unexpected backheel assist was a stroke of genius. I dare say even a dog dashing onto the pitch could have converted that clear opportunity. Kneeling before Kevin, Huntelaar placed Kevin's foot upon his leg, polishing his boots. In truth, I believe a kiss upon Kevin's footwear would better express his reverence for such a master. Kevin, who could have easily accelerated past Giroud and raced to the byline to score from an acute angle, or even dribbled past all 6 defenders near the penalty area, instead chose to selflessly draw the defense away to assist Huntelaar. This unselfishness from Kevin is truly moving. Today he even missed a non-existent penalty kick. On the pitch, Kevin adheres to his principles, showing compassion towards his less fortunate teammates while upholding the integrity of the game, even when victory seems assured. He remains humble and praises his opponents. Whenever his team is in need, he bravely steps up to fight, even post-injury. During times of goal drought for his teammates, he willingly sacrifices his own statistics to allow others to take penalties, often relinquishing free kick duties as well. Each time he steps onto the field, he fights until the final whistle. Moreover, Kevin possesses an indomitable spirit. I have never witnessed even a moment of disappointment on his face, no matter the scoreline. Even when trailing by several goals, He continues to run tirelessly, ever in pursuit of victory. If Kevin were indeed a knight, then such a knight would surely embody a nobility that surpasses that of a king. Kevin has single-handedly transformed my perception of the player community. It turns out that their minds are not solely occupied with women and alcohol, but also with the beauty of the world around them. Some may have passed on, yet they are not entirely gone. Taking a day off, I must inform you, my esteemed readers, that I have plans to spend the day with a lady. Mourinho's frustration was palpable as Wenger, with hands raised in exasperation, surveyed the pitch. It was incomprehensible how so many defenders could allow a goal. At the moment Huntelaar initiated his run, 3 defenders surrounded him, yet he still breached the goal. Among many regrettable signings, Kevin Huang remains Wenger's greatest lament. Of course, he never truly came close to signing Huang. After all, Huang's salary during his second year in Milan, when converted to pounds, exceeded 150,000 a week. A figure utterly unacceptable to Arsenal. Though Wenger has always adhered to a philosophy of achieving great things with minimal expenditure, he sometimes reflects that spending substantial sums can yield significant rewards. The funds amassed in the bank may seem considerable, yet when one considers Huang's transfer fee, signing bonuses, and his annual salary, it simply falls short. Among Wenger's circle, a number of Chelsea fans reveled in this misfortune, many brandishing Huang's jersey as a form of protest. Given that this was the home crowd's territory, the Arsenal fans in the away section were not pleased. They waved their arms and began to sing the renowned country song, "Take Me Home, Country Roads." This famous piece had once been rendered by Beckham in his distinct voice at the Theatre of Dreams. The Arsenal supporters cleverly modified the lyrics to reflect their sentiments, replacing country roads with Kevin to express their disdain for Huang Kevin's presence on the pitch. In retaliation, Chelsea fans responded with chants of "We are the champions." Seizing the moment before the game resumed, Mourinho gestured for Mikel to approach the sidelines. "What is it, boss?" Mikel inquired, scratching his head. Mourinho explained, "Today Deco is playing on the flank, demonstrating commendable organizational skills. Compared to him, I have greater faith in your abilities. I hope you can orchestrate our defense more effectively." As Mourinho patted Mikel's shoulder, his tone was earnest. Mikel, though aware of Mourinho's typically amiable disposition, found it hard to suppress a twinge of frustration upon hearing this. He reminisced about the time he was dubbed the African Zidane, having nearly joined Manchester United after playing for Oslo's Len. However, in pursuit of a higher salary, he claimed to have felt pressured by the club, and the contract with United was finalized without an agent present. Ultimately, FIFA intervened, and Chelsea compensated Oslo Lyn with $4 million, alongside $12 million to Manchester United to secure his services at Stamford Bridge. However, this Zidane was transformed into a defensive midfielder. Had he foreseen this path, Mikel would have preferred to join Manchester United as an attacking midfielder. It was Mourinho who had molded him into a defensive player, and now he was being told to facilitate offensive play? Noticing Mikel's silence, Mourinho continued, "I believe you possess the capability. Otherwise, I could easily have Deco return to central midfield." "All right, boss, I'll give it a try," Mikel replied hesitantly, concerned that Mourinho might shift Deco to the center and reassign him to the flank. After all, the team was limited in numbers. If an attacking midfielder could be transformed into a defensive one, it was plausible for a defensive player to become a winger as well. Mourinho relished such tactical adjustments, having deployed Eschen in every defensive position under his command. As both teams resumed play, Arsenal took the ball. They engaged in continuous passing in midfield without advancing towards the goal, reminiscent of Barcelona's style. Although the technical proficiency of Alexander Song and Fabregas differed significantly, Wenger's aggressive tactics required the defensive midfielder to make forward runs. Consequently, Song developed the ability to progress with the ball and distribute it effectively, appearing quite competent within this specific tactical framework. However, due to his average athleticism, Song often found himself unable to retreat in time, leaving the defense exposed. With a wave of his hand, Huang Kaiwen signaled for Huntelaar to press forward, swiftly followed by Mata. This coordinated pressing, both precise and strategic, left Song feeling cornered, prompting him to quickly pass the ball to Fabregas. At this juncture, Deco also sprang into action, racing towards Fabregas. Fabregas delivered a diagonal pass to Nasri, who maneuvered the ball towards Deco. Deco then darted towards the flanks, and Nasri returned the ball to Fabregas. With the ball at his feet, Fabregas surged forward into the attacking third. Kevin Huang paused momentarily, opting against a direct challenge. Fabregas deftly controlled the ball with his left foot, prompting Huang to extend his left foot in response. Unexpectedly, Fabregas executed a delicate nutmeg, gliding past him effortlessly. This maneuver posed no challenge for a technically skilled player. The crux lay in the timing and subtlety of its execution. Clearly, Fabregas demonstrated remarkable finesse. Having evaded Huang, Fabregas advanced to the left side of the penalty arc and, with a deft turn, sent a precise through ball with his right foot. Nasri, having made an unanticipated run to the right flank, received the ball. The pass was imbued with exceptional penetration, rolling between Mikel and Monero, and threading through the narrow gap between Terry and Ramos to find its way to the right side. Several Chelsea supporters in the stands could not contain their excitement, leaping from their seats to focus intently on Nasri, who had entered the penalty area. Terry shadowed him closely. Unable to adjust his angle, and from the edge of the small box, Nasri attempted a delicate chip shot. The ball sailed over Cech's head, descending towards the goal line. But in a crucial moment, Terry stretched out his foot to deflect it onto the crossbar. Mourinho could not suppress a smirk, clearly aware that they had narrowly avoided conceding a goal, crediting Fabregas's inspired pass. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to the exceptional through balls delivered by Guti. However, Guti's overall versatility paled in comparison to Fabregas. The latter had also shown moments of brilliance in defense during his tenure at Arsenal. Wenger's team, known not only for their aesthetic style of play but also for their adeptness in nurturing young talent, had seen a plethora of promising youngsters emerge in recent years, with Fabregas undoubtedly standing out among them. Last season, he donned the captain's armband, a clear indication of Wenger's high expectations for him. He became the second youngest captain in the history of European top leagues at the age of 20, surpassed only by Fernando Torres, who was 19, while even Totti did not assume the captaincy until he was 22. In this Arsenal side, nearly every forward player elicited envy from other elite clubs, a testament to Wenger's skill in player development. Cech, turning to request the ball from the bald boy, broke into a cold sweat and remarked to Terry, "Thank goodness you're back. That lad is quite formidable." Terry nodded, acknowledging Fabregas with caution. "Be careful," Ramos advised, recalling that during last year's European Championship, this young player was the youngest in the national team and still managed to secure a spot in the best 11. Kevin Huang, returning to his half, could not help but shake his head. At that moment, Fabregas truly embodied the essence of an outstanding young attacking midfielder, so much so that one could argue for removing the term young entirely. In comparison to established midfield stars, Fabregas held his own. Regrettably, his trajectory seemed to decline thereafter, underscoring the significance of choice in one's career. Nasri positioned himself at the corner flag. Huang glanced at the situation, noting that he had not entered the penalty area. Chelsea lacked for aerial threats, and he would be better off remaining outside the box to launch a counterattack. With a whistle, Nasri took a run-up and delivered the ball towards the near post in the penalty area. Terry and Gallas leapt into the air almost simultaneously. Terry, possessing a robust physique, and Gallas, with exceptional athleticism, achieved nearly identical heights in their jump. However, Terry's position was slightly more external. He deftly nudged the ball with his head before it reached its apex, altering its trajectory towards the central area of the penalty box. Just as Denilson lifted his foot, Ramos surged from the small box, executing a magnificent leap to connect with the ball. Thwack! The ball was forcefully cleared from the penalty area, eliciting resounding applause from the Stamford Bridge crowd. Besides the thrilling offensive play, the players' fearless defensive efforts were pivotal to the team's success. Denilson's studs nearly grazed Ramos' face, a testament to the audacious spirit that resonated with the fans. Kevin Huang, now in possession, was the focal point on the pitch as Alexander Song and the nearby Sagna rushed towards him, accompanied by determined Arsenal players sprinting back. Despite the impending collision, Kevin showed no signs of slowing down. As they approached each other, he deftly tapped the ball behind Song with his left foot. Just as he prepared to maneuver past, he found himself unable to halt, causing Alexander, off balance, to clutch Kevin's waist. Beep. Referee Mike Dean signaled an attacking foul, much to the discontent of Chelsea supporters. Oh, what a splendid opportunity for a counterattack. With less than half the field crossed, the foul in the attacking half seemed justifiable without a card. Mourinho's complaints drew a warning from the fourth official. He ought to temper his temper, lest he find himself directing fewer matches than his assistant, Villa's Boas. Mikel took the free kick, and Deco was soon brought down by Nasri. This time, Mike Dean issued a yellow card to Nasri for his repeated infractions, allowing both sides to relax a bit. Deco glanced at the referee, and upon receiving a nod from Dean, he swiftly took the free kick. Curling the ball with his right foot, the ball soared over the heads of the players, heading towards the left side of the penalty area. As Kevin Huang initiated his run, Krychowiak followed into the box, closely pursued by Giroud. Amunia, stationed at the goal, shifted his feet in preparation for a close-range save. As the ball descended, Kevin slowed, and Krychowiak, in full flight, collided directly in front of him. With a deft left-footed touch, Kevin lifted the ball before striking it again with his left foot towards his right side. Krychowiak had no time to adjust his balance. With his body angled towards the goal, Kevin controlled the ball with his left foot and effortlessly executed a curling shot with his right. Bang! Amunia reacted instantly, but alas, the brief moment of hesitation rendered his efforts futile. The ball had already slipped past him. Almost in the next heartbeat, the sound of the ball hitting the net echoed from behind. Kevin! Kevin! Goal! 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 Just as the first half was drawing to a close, Kevin once again altered the scoreline. Arsenal interrupted Kevin's counterattack with a foul, yet for Kevin, whether it is a counterattack or a structured offensive play, the number of defenders in or around the penalty area, be it 6, 8, or merely 2, holds no significance. Wenger's Arsenal garnered numerous admirers with their splendid attacking style, whereas Chelsea relies solely on Kevin to weave their offensive magic. I envision a day when Kevin's coach might deploy a goalkeeper alongside 9 defenders, entrusting the entirety of the attack to Kevin alone. After scoring, Huang Kaiwen dashed to the sidelines and imitated Crouch with an impromptu robotic dance. At 202 centimeters, Crouch's towering frame and slender physique resemble that of a stick insect, while Huang Kaiwen's remarkable flexibility lends a certain grace to his movements. This exuberant celebration reignited the fervor at Stamford Bridge. Kevin! 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 The fans in the front row were eager to rush onto the pitch and accompany Huang Kaiwen in his dance. Meanwhile, Villa's Boas swayed along the sidelines, provoking disdain from Mourinho, who noted that, as a young man, his dancing still paled in comparison to Alan Pardew's. Van Persie, hands on hips, ambled back, previously indifferent to the efficiency of scoring, but now acutely aware of the immense pressure Huang Kaiwen exerted on the pitch. No matter how hard he ran, he could only watch as Chelsea celebrated. The fundamental reason behind the disparity in technical prowess, or rather efficiency, became clear to him. Yes, he could replicate the technical maneuvers that Huang Kaiwen executed. Yet it was Huang Kaiwen's ability to consistently handle the ball in the most rational manner that proved pivotal. Throughout Chelsea's attacks today, Huang Kaiwen observed intently, rarely mismanaging the ball. This was something Van Persie felt he could never achieve. He even contemplated unearthing the secret behind Huang Kaiwen's remarkable stability, questioning if he was, indeed, human. Upon the referee's whistle signaling the resumption of play, Van Persie shook his head and returned to his position, casting glances towards Huang Kaiwen. As Huang Kaiwen approached the sidelines, Villa's Boas promptly offered a towel. "We've had quite a few antics today," Mourinho remarked. "Indeed, but it's all fine," Huang Kaiwen replied as he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Just wait. Once we secure a comfortable lead, I'll substitute you," Mourinho stated. Acknowledging that the team was navigating a particularly challenging phase, players would gradually return, yet the grueling Christmas fixture list loomed ahead, bringing uncertainty about potential injuries. At such a time, he desperately needed Huang Kaiwen to remain in good health. "All right, coach," Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. "Hey, we should devise an entertaining celebration," Ashley Cole suggested as they entered the tunnel. "What sort of entertaining celebration?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Something like a collective leap, or perhaps that fishing celebration you used before." "That's up to you," Huang Kaiwen replied, lacking in creativity and still somewhat bound by his idol persona. Celebrations like fishing were certainly not in the repertoire of the King of Yellow. Before stepping into the locker room, Huang Kaiwen glanced at the visiting team's quarters, sensing a quietude that suggested the professor was still grappling with his mid-game speech. The English Football Association has recently tightened its disciplinary measures, with security personnel promptly stationed in the stands. This arrangement is particularly aimed at Jose Mourinho, who has faced consecutive suspensions. It appears that the professor has been an innocent victim in this scenario. Upon returning to the locker room, Mourinho immediately suppressed his smile. "I found myself at a loss for words." Mourinho turned to Terry and remarked, "You two are among the most expensive center-back pairings in the world. Yet a mere 21-year-old managed to penetrate your defenses. Honestly, I might as well take to the pitch myself." It wouldn't make much difference if we can't stop the opposition. Mourinho's playing career pales in comparison to his illustrious coaching tenure. He had limited opportunities while under his father's management, and once his father stepped down, he found scant chances even in the third tier of football, ultimately opting for retirement. Due to the penchant of some coaches to critique his playing days, Mourinho is rather reluctant to revisit that chapter of his life. The current discussion clearly incited his ire. Terry hung his head, too intimidated to speak. Ramos attempted to interject, but was swiftly silenced by a kick from Terry. It seemed there was little to be said. Mourinho casually picked up a ball and kicked it, stating, "It's as simple as this pass." When the ball rebounded, he swung his foot once more, but this time, he exerted too much force. His foot slipped, and he flailed his arms in a futile attempt to regain balance, ultimately landing in an exaggerated split before his players. The locker room fell into an eerie silence. The comedic nature of his physicality was reminiscent of Chaplin. However, due to Mourinho's imposing presence, the Chelsea players dared not laugh, their faces flushed and shoulders shaking in suppressed mirth. "Jose, are you all right?" Boas inquired, bending down. Mourinho, struggling to speak, replied, My ball isn't in great shape." He wondered if the ball had sustained any damage from the impact. Upon hearing this, Ashley Cole could no longer contain his laughter. Mourinho, grimacing in pain, shot a glance at Cole, muttering, "Damn it. We should have signed Clichy during the winter break." The medical staff entered the locker room with a stretcher, ultimately transporting Mourinho to the hospital, as the Chelsea medical team was ill-equipped to handle such injuries. Boas surveyed the mirthful players and remarked, "All right. Deriving amusement from another's misfortune is hardly gentlemanly conduct. Andre, could you please rein in that smile?" Terry bluntly stated. Boas couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. This scene was simply too comical. After about 2 minutes, as the halftime interval drew to a close, the jovial atmosphere in the locker room began to wane. Boas finally spoke up. "I hadn't anticipated becoming the interim head coach again today. One thing I must mention, as Jose pointed out, is that your defense requires bolstering, plain and simple." "Wait," Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, rising. The players turned their attention to him. Huang continued, "I acknowledge that the manner in which our coach was injured is rather amusing, but remember this. We, including the coaching staff, are united. When our coach becomes a source of ridicule for the world, Chelsea will inevitably become the laughingstock of others. Thus, regarding today's incident, it is best not to discuss it with your girlfriend or parents, allowing it to fester quietly in the changing room. Yes, remember to keep it confidential," nodded Villas-Boas. "Coach, please inform the team doctor to maintain discretion as well, and have Mr. Mourinho transferred to a private hospital," Huang Kaiwen suggested. "Indeed, your thoughtfulness is commendable." Villas-Boas promptly retrieved his phone and made the call. "I feel you are more suited to be the captain than I am," Terry remarked in the players' tunnel. "There is no one more suitable. I simply wish to avoid embarrassing the coach and the team," Huang Kaiwen replied. "This situation should not be too grave, after all. Many players have encountered mishaps," he continued, "though one could consider the misfortune of others." The second half was about to commence, and Chelsea's coaching bench had become the center of attention. The absence of their head coach during halftime certainly piqued curiosity. The broadcast frequently shifted focus to Villas-Boas, while Wenger in the stands appeared puzzled. How could that bulldog like Mourinho have vanished after half a match? Wenger inquired, leaning forward to call out, "Pat, has the referee expelled Mourinho from the field?" "I haven't heard anything. I'm unaware of the situation," assistant coach Pat Rice responded. Wenger straightened up, his hands in his pockets, brows furrowed. The absence of Mourinho left an unsettling feeling, as if there was some ulterior motive at play. On the pitch, neither side had fully engaged in the match. Arsenal, trailing behind, had their coach watching from the stands, and halftime had yielded no effective adjustments. Meanwhile, Chelsea players were preoccupied with thoughts of Mourinho. After a brief silence, Arsenal began to sing loudly. This time, they chose Go West. The meaning of this song has evolved over time. It now serves as a World Cup anthem. However, in the 1990s, following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, it was used to encourage people to migrate westward for a peaceful life. The response from Stamford Bridge was still "We are the champions." Regardless of what Arsenal fans sang, Chelsea remained the champions. In the 62nd minute, Fabregas advanced the ball from the back, accelerating past Monero before passing to the left flank. Nasri, with nimble footwork, evaded Ferreira and delivered a long pass. Van Persie suddenly surged forward, leaping to head the ball at goal, but this time he miscalculated, sending the ball soaring towards the right sideline. Fabregas, attempting to retrieve it from the right side of the small box, was unsuccessful. Terry and Ramos instinctively glanced toward the sidelines, relieved by Mourinho's absence. "Hey," Cech shouted, striking his gloves. "Can you stop being ridiculous? That Dutch lad outjumped both of you." "Apologies, I was not paying close attention this time," Terry admitted. Cech raised a finger, signaling for no repeat of such occurrences, before moving to request the ball from the ball boy. Cech took the kick, and Ramos drove forward with the ball. Today, he had taken on a considerable amount of the task of initiating plays from the back. Mikel purposefully cleared the center, falling back to support Ramos. After a brief observation, Ramos swung his right foot, ready to take action. With a resounding thud, the ball soared over 60 meters into the sky before plummeting towards the right flank. As Huang Kaiwen anticipated its descent and began his run, Gallas charged in from the side, colliding forcefully with him. The simplest way to counter an opponent is to eliminate the dribbler. The atmosphere at Stamford Bridge erupted with deafening jeers. Villa's Boas dashed to the sidelines, exclaiming, "Did you see that? It's murder, pure murder. Surely, that warrants a red card." The fourth official furrowed his brow, taken aback by the chaos unfolding in Mourinho's absence, as his assistant coach appeared equally troubled. As tensions flared, Ramos displayed remarkable speed. "Zhang, did you notice? Chelsea lacks the swiftness of Real Madrid as a whole." Indeed, it seemed to be the case. Real Madrid exuded an air of readiness to engage in confrontation, with Huang Kaiwen collapsing prompting an immediate surge of support. Conversely, Chelsea's players exhibited a level of civility far greater than their Madrid counterparts, who would rush in regardless of explanation. A yellow card was inevitable. Huang Kaiwen, rising to mediate, noticed a young fan had dashed onto the pitch, seizing the ball, while Arsenal supporters in the stands shielded him, preventing Chelsea from taking a free kick. Due to the fans' intrusion, the match was forced to pause. Once the ball was retrieved, both teams resumed their positions at the foul spot. "Kaiwen, it's your turn," Deco urged. "Go ahead, for Sergio," Huang Kaiwen replied, covering his mouth. Previously, while playing Pro Evolution Soccer at home with Ramos, he had executed a tactical free kick from this very position, confident that Ramos understood his intent. Deco nodded and took his position at the foul spot. As the Arsenal players formed their wall, Deco took a few steps back before raising his right foot gently. The ball was delivered directly to the advancing Ramos. The Arsenal players stationed at the edge of the penalty area quickly repositioned themselves, aware that clustering in the box could allow the opposition to exploit openings on the flanks. They dispersed just as Ramos pivoted and delivered a cross to the center. Huang Kaiwen suddenly surged forward, his explosive acceleration catching Alexander Song completely off guard, leaving him frozen in place as Huang Kaiwen barreled towards the penalty area. "I'm coming," Clichy shouted as he sprinted towards Huang Kaiwen, displaying swift reflexes. Meanwhile, Giroud and Gallas maintained their stance at the edge of the box, rendering Arsenal's defense seemingly impenetrable. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen struck the ball's lower side with his right foot. The ball, which had been rolling laterally, suddenly leapt into the air, soaring past Clichy on the left as Huang Kaiwen accelerated past him on the right. In a deft maneuver, he separated the ball from Clichy, who appeared utterly bewildered, unsure whether to pursue the ball or the player. Standing before the goal, Almunia continually adjusted his position. Despite having two teammates nearby in the penalty area, they offered him little solace, especially considering Huang Kaiwen's striking range extended the length of the entire half. From such a position, a shot could be taken at any moment. His footwork was reminiscent of a boxer's, oscillating between forward and backward. In truth, Almunia hesitated, torn between whether to advance or to remain on his goal line. Confronted by a player devoid of any distinctive football habits, it becomes a torment for him. Giroud and Gallas surged towards the center, one left and one right, with Gallas even lowering his center of gravity to execute a sliding tackle. However, Huang Kaiwen's speed was unmatched. He darted forward and deftly flicked the ball with his right foot, subsequently leaping to evade Gallas's challenge. With a gentle yet precise touch, the ball arced gracefully into the air, soaring over Almunia's head, and by the time he turned, it had already descended into the net. "Kevin! Kevin! Kevin!" Stamford Bridge erupted in jubilation, fans waving their blue scarves and chanting his name. In the VIP box, Abramovich clapped enthusiastically. Kroenke, feeling a twinge of desire, inquired, "Would you consider selling a portion of Chelsea's shares? It could alleviate your financial pressures." Presently, the chairman of Arsenal is Peter Hill-Wood. while Kroenke has been acquiring Arsenal's shares since 2007, holding approximately 20 individually. As a businessman, he perceives Chelsea as more lucrative than Arsenal. Huang Kaiwen is akin to a veritable gold mine. Possessing him equates to possessing all of Asia, if not the entire world. I'm afraid I have no such intention. Abramovich firmly replied. Unlike Kroenke, he has no need for football to generate profit. Throughout the years of acquiring Chelsea, he has also become a genuine fan. Witnessing Chelsea's transformation from a team struggling for European qualification to one of the Big Four, boasting the world's finest stars, is an achievement that cannot be measured in monetary terms. I believe that through my commercial ventures, we could generate even greater revenue from Kevin's image rights, Kroenke asserted, genuinely interested in acquiring shares of Chelsea. Kevin's image rights belong solely to him. All Premier League players retain full rights to their likeness, and Kevin is no exception. Abramovich scoffed, what are you thinking? Even ordinary Premier League players can claim 100 of their image rights. How could Huang Kaiwen possibly relinquish his? This American businessman only dreams of easy gains. Abramovich resolved that he would not meet with Kroenke again the next time he requested a meeting. After conversing with Pat Rice, Wenger opted to make a substitution. Young Ramsey replaced Adebayor, a tactical change aimed at bolstering the midfield, indicating that Arsenal had resigned to their fate. The most striking impression from today's match was that Huang Kaiwen was indeed on a different level compared to other players. Although this may sound like self-promotion. Consider Chelsea's makeshift squad facing Arsenal, who fielded almost their entire first team. Even with Chelsea's superior record, it is no easy task to outplay Arsenal. Indeed, Coach Zhang was correct. We have reiterated this many times. Now, other teams must commit significant resources to contain Huang Kaiwen, but this leaves his teammates with space to exploit. If they deploy fewer players, they cannot hope to contain Huang Kaiwen. This presents an insurmountable dilemma. Boas also glanced at the substitutes bench. Mourinho had even reminded him to substitute Huang Kaiwen before he was carried off on a stretcher. This was a lesson Boas would not forget. Having observed, it is time for Miroslav Stoch to commence his warm-up. Upon the completion of his preparations, he will be substituted in. Following Vieira's departure, Arsenal has lacked a leader in the dressing room. In a scenario where they are significantly trailing, Arsenal's performance bears little resemblance to their customary style. Their passing has been riddled with errors, and the accuracy of their deliveries has plummeted dramatically. Fabregas attempted to take matters into his own hands, skillfully evading Mikel before surging towards Chelsea's penalty area. Ramos, with remarkable speed, closed in on Fabregas, who fell to the ground after a swift sliding tackle, inadvertently redirecting the ball behind him. Mikel retrieved the ball and promptly passed it to Mata on the left flank. Throughout the second half, Mata had been rather inconspicuous. Yet he showcased his exceptional technique, deftly maneuvering past Alex Song with two quick feints, drawing some defensive attention from Arsenal. Advancing into the attacking third, Mata found himself surrounded by several defenders. With a deft touch of his left foot, he shifted the ball centrally. A pass. Huntelaar, positioned on the flank, reached out for the ball. Mata cast a quick glance at Huntelaar before surveying the entire defense, then delivered the ball towards the edge of the penalty area. Kevin Huang launched himself, swiftly evading the card-holding Gallas. As he entered the box, he turned with his back against Giroud. Without hesitation, Giroud extended his arms in defense of Huang. Observing the trajectory of the ball, a moment of brilliance struck Huang. He extended his left foot, and as the ball rebounded off the ground, he executed a deft flick with the inner part of his foot, allowing the ball to glide past his right side as he completed a counterclockwise spin, deftly maneuvering the ball away from his marker. On the sidelines, Wenger's mouth hung agape in astonishment. He seemed to witness a revival of the legendary Bergkamp. A turn for the ages. Giroud appeared as if he were merely a training dummy before Huang. In his pivot, Huang circumnavigated Giroud, seizing the opportunity to strike the ball without adjustment, executing a right-footed shot. The proximity of the shot left Almunia with little chance, despite his utmost efforts to dive and save. He could only watch as the ball rolled into the bottom right corner of the net. Thanks to the generous support from Zoe. I apologize for my absence yesterday. I will make it up soon. After watching a film and having dinner, I returned home, and indeed, as you all predicted, I found it difficult to sleep. I humbly request your monthly votes and recommendations. This chapter concludes. 0333, let him become a member. Huang has replicated Bergkamp's iconic turn against Arsenal. One could hardly argue it was unintentional. Haha. I believe this matter should be viewed from two perspectives. If unintentional, It was a stroke of genius, merely a coincidence. If deliberate, his ability to score still attests to Huang's remarkable skill, allowing him to effortlessly execute various techniques on the field, a testament to his superior talent. Indeed, as noted, Boas has made substitutions, and Huang once again basks in the applause of Chelsea fans. In just 2 months since his debut, Huang has become a favorite at Stamford Bridge. I remain curious, however, about the whereabouts of Mourinho. Mourinho indeed. Is it merely because Wenger ascended to the stands that he chose to withdraw entirely? Given Mourinho's temperament, such behavior does not astonish me. Youngster Miroslav Stoch replaced Huang Kaiwen. This prodigious talent from Slovakia finally made his debut for the first team in his 3rd year in London. Will this match mark the commencement of his ascent? Huang Kaiwen and Stoch exchanged high-fives as they departed the field. Truth be told, Huang Kaiwen was unaware that Chelsea had such a player. The club's pursuit of promising young talents began long before the likes of De Bruyne, although some of these youngsters have yet to flourish. Stoch, for instance, was entirely unfamiliar to Huang Kaiwen. His name, pronounced similarly to clothes, is quite memorable, yet it leads one to believe that his future may not be particularly bright. Returning to the bench, Huang Kaiwen observed a sea of unfamiliar faces, save for Kudasini, whose father, Fabio Kudasini, is hailed as one of Milan's greatest goalkeepers. A distinction Huang Kaiwen greatly respects. The bench is filled with newcomers, is it not? Carlo Kudasini remarked. Aside from the coaches, Huang Kaiwen is the only one fluent in Italian, and Carlo enjoys conversing with him. They are so unfamiliar, Huang Kaiwen confessed, covering his mouth. The youth gazed at him with admiration, leaving Huang Kaiwen hesitant to engage in casual conversation for fear of tarnishing his illustrious image. In my youth, players of your age could already compete at the first-team level. It is quite a poignant sight, Carlo Kudasini expressed. Huang Kaiwen mused. It feels as though this old chap is taking advantage of me. Perhaps he harbors a grudge from last season when I eliminated him. Yet, he dares to challenge me without even inquiring about my identity. Huang Kaiwen shook his head and sighed. Times have indeed changed. Previously, I conversed with Fabio Kudasini, who remarked that I was fortunate to be in such a prosperous era. He even shared stories of your time at Milan. By the way, I haven't seen Fabio lately. Is he well? Yes, he is doing quite well, Carlo replied with a grin, eager to divert the conversation. What could they discuss if he spoke to Huang Kaiwen as an equal? Would he dare to call him Uncle Kaiwen? Observing Carlo's expression of discomfort, Huang Kaiwen couldn't help but smile. This incident sparked a realization on how to counter Paul Maldini's jibes. Regrettably, he lacks a younger, elder sibling figure to solidify his seniority. Otherwise, Huang Kaiwen might have had to sacrifice himself for the sake of maintaining the elder status. In the final moments of the match, Monero misjudged a header. Mikel failed to contest effectively, and Van Persie received the ball in the penalty area, turning and scoring, thus altering the score once again. The final tally settled at 5-2. The flashbulbs from the press box could scarcely be restrained, eager to capture every nuance of the key figures. Any misstep in expression could lead to a sensational article. Andre Villas-Boas approached the bench, bending down to say, Kaiwen, will you accompany me to the press conference? With Jose's sudden departure, I fear I may not manage well alone. Let us go? Huang Kaiwen nodded and rose to his feet. Should the British media catch wind of this, they might concoct all manner of stories regarding Chelsea. In the press room at Stamford Bridge, Villas-Boas noticed Wenger already seated and greeted him with a nod. Wenger reciprocated the gesture. Apart from Wenger, no Arsenal players attended the press conference, clearly indicating that the professor wished to shield his players from the glaring spotlight. Wenger was the first to speak. I am uncertain how the match unfolded. I witnessed several erroneous decisions during the game. The professional standards of some officials are concerning, and their judgments altered the course of the match. We all know that referees are well protected, much like lions in a zoo, thus we must endure such rulings. After his remarks, Wenger nodded at Huang Kaiwen and Villas-Boas before promptly exiting the press conference. The head coach's post-match interview was merely a matter of protocol. Without such regulations, a losing coach would likely refrain from participating, given the pointed inquiries typically posed on Fleet Street. Mr. Villas-Boas, could you explain why Mr. Mourinho was absent in the second half? What transpired during halftime? Chelsea achieved victory today without Mourinho, considering his numerous absences. Does this imply he is of little significance to the club? Kaiwen, could you elaborate on the century turn? Was it intentional or coincidental? What one fears often comes to pass. Villas-Boas had not considered how to address Mourinho's whereabouts. Gritting his teeth, he responded, Securing a victory in this London derby is beneficial for the team. Presently, Chelsea's situation is less than ideal. Injuries have hampered the team's regular operations. Winning this match has instilled confidence within us, demonstrating that Chelsea is a mature team with a strong core. Injuries cannot dismantle our spirit. Mr. Villa's Boas. We seek to know where Mr. Mourinho has gone, a journalist inquired. Huang Kaiwen seized the microphone and stated, the coach was unwell previously. His health has not fully recovered. He felt weak before halftime. So, Mr. Mourinho is seriously ill? The journalist asked eagerly. The prospect of Mourinho becoming incapacitated would provide sensational material for months. Many reporters had already envisioned whom they would interview. Huang Kaiwen's expression darkened. It seemed they were almost wishing for Mourinho's demise. The Fleet Street journalists were indeed bothersome. He furrowed his brow and said, the coach is merely fatigued and unable to continue managing the match. It is not a grave issue. His return to work before complete recovery led to a relapse. He simply needs some time to rest. Can you provide details about Mr. Mourinho's condition? Another journalist inquired. I am not a doctor. The coach has gone to the hospital. You may interview him upon his return, Huang Kaiwen replied. Villas Boas nodded and continued. Though Jose is temporarily absent from the team, everyone is eagerly awaiting his return. Later, the entire team accompanied Huang Kaiwen home to celebrate. The young players, temporarily summoned to the first team, left little impression on Huang Kaiwen. They are likely to find their futures in lower-tier leagues or outside the mainstream competitions. However, this is of little consequence. The illustrious Huang is not in want of money. When they eventually part ways with Chelsea, even if they find themselves in lesser leagues, the legend of Huang will undoubtedly endure. As the celebrations unfolded, Ashley Cole received a call and excused himself early. Huang Kaiwen, filled with curiosity, wondered how someone so frequently engaged in frivolities could remain unconcerned about potential troubles at home. In her youth, Cheryl enjoyed immense popularity, ranking highly in various polls. Half of the men in Britain desired her, while the other half perhaps had no inclination towards women at all. Observing the young ones reveling nearby, Terry settled beside Huang Kaiwen with a bottle in hand. He remarked, lately, the team has undergone quite a transformation. This world is ever-changing, and sometimes one must actively adapt. Huang Kaiwen smiled and responded, I sense a different atmosphere. Terry, somewhat impatient, gestured animatedly. Previously, it was just the few of us Brits together. And the team didn't engage in many activities, you see? Huang Kaiwen interjected, I've heard you all are quite the domineering figures. Reports had circulated that several British players at Chelsea held sway in the locker room, with rumors suggesting Mourinho's departure was linked to them. Though such claims were likely unfounded slander. Terry, visibly displeased, stated, the others haven't been at Chelsea long, and as captain, I naturally wield a certain authority. I sense you are implying something about me. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, don't misunderstand, Kevin. Terry set down his bottle. What I meant was not conveyed clearly. Forget it, John. Huang Kaiwen patted Terry's shoulder. There's no need for clarification. I grasp your intent. The team should function this way, where many play together, spending more time together than with family, fostering camaraderie akin to friendship. Indeed, I share your sentiments, Terry nodded. Sometimes, a team can easily fall apart. Huang Kaiwen sighed. Under normal circumstances, one should maintain a certain distance from teammates' families. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. Terry nodded in agreement. Huang Kaiwen then stood up, uncertain whether Terry was currently involved with Bridge's girlfriend. Based on his experience and years of following reports, he knew Terry had issues with women, though Bridge's girlfriend was no paragon of virtue either. Conversely, Bridge's subsequent wife seemed quite commendable. It would be best to avert such a scenario if possible. Stars are never lacking for admirers, and there's no need to stir trouble within the team. Later that evening, after bidding farewell to his teammates, Huang Kaiwen watched 2 episodes of Detective Conan before retiring for the night. Ramos had been acting mysteriously lately, insisting on returning home instead of staying over, which led Huang Kaiwen to suspect he might be dating someone. He found himself curious about the identity of the woman involved. He needed to keep an eye out and look out for his good friend. While texting Lily, Huang Kaiwen suddenly realized it was already December. He opened the system to find the store had refreshed. Special template, Takahashi Tetsubu, 1,000,000 fate points. Template, Stuart Pearce, 4, 500 points. Teddy Sheringham, 7, 300 points. Roy Keane, 8,000 points. Skills, Demichelis Grand Spin, 100 points. Bottle Opening Mastery, 100 points, items. 24-hour injury immunity card, 20 points. The special template of Kevin Huang left a profound impression, as it is a work by the author of Saint Seiya. However, Takahashi Tetsubo seems to lack the prowess of a mount. The opening theme is quite melodious, and the anime appears visually striking. Next, this is the Nottingham Forest special. The latter two Manchester United legends hail from Nottingham. Pearce is one of the players with the most appearances for Nottingham Forest and has also served as their head coach. Unfortunately, at the end of the season, Nottingham Forest faced relegation. Among the various player traits and skills, Grand Spin is the least expensive that Kevin Huang has observed. After purchasing it, the ball would circle behind him, assisting the opposing team. Even if it meant losing fate points, Kevin Huang would not consider it. Upon checking, he had 610 points remaining and spent only 20 points on the immunity card. Is bottle opening not something one can do with their hands? Marcelo might find this mastery more beneficial. The next day, Kevin Huang woke up unusually early. He planned to visit Mourinho during the day. After washing up and changing his clothes, he went downstairs and unexpectedly encountered someone. Kevin. Lily dashed into Huang's embrace, her head nestled against his chest. What brings you to London? Kevin inquired, embracing her. The school in Italy doesn't break until around the 25th, he added. There's nothing going on at school, so I came. Lily looked up at Kevin and said, I was afraid if I didn't come, there would be another glamorous woman by your side. Kevin playfully patted her back. She was teasing him after all. Those glamorous women often sought to attract the renowned Golden Boy. The Sun tabloid frequently conducted various polls, such as the most desired overnight companion, the sexiest star, and the most sought-after dinner guest, with the Golden Boy consistently making the list. Lily stuck out her tongue and remarked, I just missed you. All right then, let me check you out later, Kevin replied as he led Lily to the dining table. It seemed that visiting Mourinho would have to wait, as bringing his girlfriend to see an injured coach would be rather inappropriate. The old butler, Albert, had prepared breakfast for two and quietly departed after setting the newspaper. Lily animatedly recounted her university life. Beautiful, affluent, and emotionally intelligent, such a girl is welcomed everywhere. Lily is a thoughtful young woman. Her childhood was marred by familial discord and various stepfamilies, necessitating her to adapt in front of her stepmother. This background has fostered a somewhat accommodating personality, making her attuned to others' feelings. Only in the presence of Kevin Huang and Barbara does she reveal her true self. Akin to a carefree 20-year-old, our professor, a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, is quite concerned with his appearance. However, one day he forgot to don his wig for class, and for the first time, we glimpsed his true visage. Lily giggled, covering her mouth, while Huang Kaiwen chuckled in response, remarking that mocking others' looks is rather impolite. I was merely teasing you, Lily playfully replied. Huang Kaiwen nodded and picked up the newspaper. The Times reported, the intense rivalry in London culminated in another victory for Chelsea, with off-field antics proving more riveting than the match itself. Wenger arrived at the stands early, while Mourinho mysteriously vanished during halftime. Arsenal fans stormed the pitch. But the highlight was undoubtedly Kevin's remarkable replication of Bergkamp's legendary turn. Even against a technically skilled Arsenal side, Kevin remained the standout player. The Daily Mirror stated, Mourinho may be grappling with serious health issues, as he could not endure even a single match. This is uncharacteristic of him. There are grounds for suspicion that Mourinho collapsed during halftime, with fans capturing images of him being stretchered into an ambulance. Given the poor quality of mobile phone cameras, it is difficult to ascertain from the printed photos whether Mourinho was conscious. As the world's first tabloid, the Daily Mirror is eager to stir up sensational news. The Sun claimed, following a second review, we are confident that Mourinho was not involved in the activities of that sorcerer. Initially, we believed he would steer clear of witchcraft. Yet credible sources reveal that he previously purchased tarot cards and crystal balls. We have reason to suspect that Mourinho's absence from the match post-halftime resulted from a backlash of sorcery. After perusing several newspapers, it was evident that the British were eagerly awaiting Mourinho's misfortune. Truly, he is a top-tier coach. In terms of media attention, neither Ferguson nor Wenger could rival Mourinho. The fading hues of twilight began to descend. Huang Kaiwen slightly opened his eyes, noticing Lily clinging to his arm, and gently wiped the corner of her mouth with his right hand. You're not a child anymore. Why are you drooling in your sleep? Sensing his gaze, Lily awoke, rubbed her eyes, and exclaimed, It's so late. Shouldn't you be asking yourself that? Huang Kaiwen retorted. After such a long separation, Lily displayed an exuberant enthusiasm. though she ultimately proved to be rather insipid. In a hurry, she reached out to cover Huang Kaiwen's mouth. He skillfully tilted his head to evade her hand, saying, "Wash your hands first. Are you really that picky about yourself?" Lily frowned, her brows knitted together. With a smile, Huang Kaiwen rose, bent down, and lifted Lily towards the bathroom. Soon, her startled cries echoed from within. Dinner was a solitary affair for Huang Kaiwen, as Lily had already eaten her fill and was now catching up on sleep. Huang Kaiwen booted up his computer to play Dream of the West. Having accumulated a plethora of unranked equipment, he could easily assemble a team to dominate in the arena, with his advantages in gear and training. Defeating mixed teams was a walk in the park. Feeling a twinge of boredom, Huang Kaiwen exited the game, suddenly nostalgic for Jalen, who, despite being rather inept, possessed an indomitable spirit. Having found himself at a loss for activities, Huang Kaiwen opened the Lampard forum. The most popular post featured a user's emotional experiences, recounting how he skipped classes to top up a girl's phone, only to discover she was messaging someone else. Indeed, the couple's phone plan was purchased with the breakfast money he had saved. In this day and age, the online atmosphere is not as extreme, nor is the term simp widely used. Several forum members offered advice, eager to help him secure true love. In light of this situation, Huang Kaiwen naturally extended his blessings, hoping they would become inseparable, thereby preventing that playboy from causing further distress. When it comes to matters of the heart, one should not obsess over who contributes more. She may not have acted, but her feelings for him remain. Otherwise, why would she not seek someone else to top up her phone? After replying to one post, Huang Kaiwen engaged with a few others that criticized him before closing the forum. The quality of the Lampard forum has significantly declined, lacking any form of incisiveness. As he casually browsed through domestic news, Huang Kaiwen suddenly stumbled upon a headline. The FA stated on their official website, Chelsea's manager Jose Mourinho unexpectedly disappeared during the match without explanation and failed to attend the post-match press conference, which is absolutely unacceptable. After deliberation, it was decided to suspend Chelsea's head coach Jose Mourinho for 3 matches and impose a 7,000 fine. Here it comes. Mourinho has been suspended once more. It was only December, and this marked his 3rd suspension in the Premier League. However, given the current hectic schedule, Huang Kaiwen suspected that Mourinho's injury would not have healed by the time his suspension concluded. The next morning, Huang Kaiwen was promptly ushered out the door by Lily. Upon seeing his vehicle, the gatekeeper at Cobham training ground rubbed his eyes vigorously to confirm the arrival of the team's star player before hastily opening the gate. Once inside the training facility, the old gatekeeper promptly retrieved his phone to inform acquaintances of Huang Kaiwen's early arrival. When the teammates arrived at the training ground, they were greeted with expressions of disbelief upon seeing Huang Kaiwen. He felt somewhat helpless. Was he truly the kind of person who arrived at the club precisely on time, every day? "Kevin, I heard you got here at 8 o'clock. Ramos inquired, intrigued. The regular training session commenced at 9:30 a.m., and Huang Kaiwen typically arrived around 9:20. "Yes, I was curious about the coach's injury, so I wanted to come early and check," Huang Kaiwen replied. "I see." Ramos nodded in understanding. Indeed, Kevin maintained good relations with every coach. As the first-team players gradually arrived at the training ground, Villa's Boas stood at the sidelines. "I visited Jose earlier. He is doing well and should be able to reduce the swelling in a few days." Before Villa's Boas could finish, a wave of laughter erupted from the training field. The players had nearly forgotten about Mourinho's antics, but Villa's Boas' reminder brought it back to mind. All right, I'll give you 2 minutes," he chuckled, glancing at the time. After 2 minutes passed, he continued, "However, Jose will be suspended for 3 matches. He has faced further penalties. Let us get the Boas membership. Members receive discounts." Ashley Cole shouted, looking towards Huang Kaiwen. Every member of Chelsea, from the goalkeeper to the first-team players, possesses a membership card generously bestowed by Kevin Huang. They have developed the habit of casually purchasing a cup of Kevin's tea whenever they spot it outside. Kevin's tea frequently graces the pages of newspapers when Chelsea players are featured. Andre Villas-Boas finds himself rubbing his temples in mild frustration. The players, due to their youth, do not harbor much fear of him. While he can easily mingle with the players, it proves challenging to address serious matters at crucial moments. "All right, let us strive together," Villas-Boas declared, promptly distributing the training schedule to the coaching staff before making his way to the office. The head coach rarely monitors training closely. For instance, Sir Alex Ferguson at Manchester United would delegate training responsibilities to Mike Phelan. Villa's Boas is eager to return to strategize against Bolton. The rough style of play exhibited by Reading is the primary reason for Petr Cech donning a helmet, and Bolton is no less formidable. Professor Wenger particularly loathes facing them. And it was during a match against Bolton that Reyes sustained an injury, leading to his departure from the Premier League. Confronted with such teams, Villa's Boas remains vigilant. With Didier Drogba and Michael Ballack recently returning from injuries and others still recuperating, the risk of further injuries could severely impact the upcoming schedule. During training, Kevin Huang continues to be the most exasperating presence on the field for his teammates. Clad in a vest symbolizing a free agent, he participates in the attacks of both sides, causing considerable distress for the defenders. After several unsuccessful attempts to touch the ball, Ashley Cole lunged towards Kevin's feet, grasping his calf and exclaiming, "Damn it, no wonder so many people foul you. I feel like kicking you a few times myself." Sergio Ramos observed from the sidelines as Cole sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere and nervously chuckled, "I was just joking. I'll talk to you about something later." Kevin Huang leaned down and whispered, causing Ashley Cole's eyes to widen in surprise. Could it be that Kevin was upset? Although he is one of the elder statesmen in the Chelsea locker room, it is evident that Kevin is the only indispensable player in Chelsea at present. Even Frank Lampard has been sent to Madrid in exchange for Ramos, and Cole does not consider himself to be of higher standing than Lampard. During lunch, a restless Cole quickly finished his meal and waited by the entrance for over 10 minutes. Upon seeing Kevin emerge, he hurriedly approached him, asking, "Kevin, what do you need to discuss? This would be a delightful surprise." Kevin glanced back and quickly whispered in response. Cole nodded vigorously, clearly pleased with the idea. "Leave it to me. I'll inform them, and I promise to keep it confidential," Cole declared, relishing the prospect of such intriguing matters. As training concluded in the evening and the players changed, John Terry remarked, "Kevin, do you feel like there is something odd about the team atmosphere?" "Not at all. It must be your imagination," Kevin replied with a smile. "Well, perhaps I'm overthinking it," Terry said, shaking his head as he exited the locker room. "Kevin, I've got the phone number," Ramos announced once Terry had departed. "All right, you drive later. Let us go pick up Lily first," Kevin responded. Huang Kaiwen remarked, tossing the keys to Ramos. With a chauffeur at hand, Huang seldom drove himself. At around 6 in the evening, in the Chinese restaurant Hudong on the 33rd floor of the Shard, Huang encountered Tony Poole. Although her name possessed a somewhat masculine flair, its bearer was indeed a woman. After warmly embracing both Huang and Ramos, Poole enthusiastically greeted Lily, stating, "Miss Collins, what a delightful surprise to see you here. I am an admirer of Mr. Collins. When time permits, I shall present you with some memorabilia." Lily added, "I shall visit his home when I find the opportunity to see what treasures await." Following the pleasantries, Huang took the initiative to place their orders. He had discovered this renowned Chinese restaurant through a travel guide. The menu featured dishes from both the north and south, though it was evident from the photographs that modifications had been made to cater to Western palates. After selecting a few dishes, Huang finally spoke. "I apologize for summoning you on such short notice." "No worries. I have long wished to meet you," Poole replied with a radiant smile. "I frequently hear tales of you. My husband often speaks of you, and your exploits are featured prominently in television and newspapers. I thought to myself, Chelsea has indeed acquired a great football star. You flatter me. I am but a player. The realm of stardom belongs solely to the entertainment industry," Huang responded with a chuckle, finding a favorable impression of Tony Poole. Unlike many of the other wives, Poole maintained a rather understated presence, rarely gracing the pages of tabloids. The meal served to bridge the gap between them, and Lily ensured that Poole felt at ease. Upon their departure, Huang handed Poole 2 tickets, which she tucked into her bag before leaving. On December 6th, during the away match against Bolton, Huang was notably absent from the squad list. Even before Andre Villas-Boas could make arrangements, fans had already unfurled banners at Cobham training ground, advocating for Huang, the king of the yellow card, to be excluded from the match roster. If Robin were aware, he would surely feel disheartened. During his tenure at Chelsea, he had not encountered such treatment. Chelsea triumphed over Bolton with a score of 2-0, though the match was fraught with difficulty. The opposition received 7 yellow cards and 1 red card, and Petr Cech even requested to be substituted at halftime. Upon their return to London, the first team appeared somewhat fatigued. Once Terry disembarked from the bus and approached his home, all he yearned for was a refreshing shower and a brief respite. Upon opening the door, he found his wife, Tony Poole, adorned with makeup and clad in an evening gown, and curiously inquired, "What is the occasion?" "There is no time for explanations. You must change quickly," Poole replied. "We have an event to attend together." "Please, I am exhausted," Terry muttered. His head bowed as if his neck could barely support it. "This event is of great importance. I have already sent the children to my parents," Poole insisted, pulling Terry inside and ushering him into the bathroom. "You have 5 minutes. I have prepared your attire." Unable to resist his wife's persistence, Terry turned on the shower, surrendering to the cascade of warm water washing over him. The fatigue of the body was momentarily alleviated. When Paul knocked on the door, Terry emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. "Hurry and change," Paul urged, assisting Terry in drying off as he nudged him toward the bedroom. The two hurried out, clad in elegant black suits, with Terry, adorned with a bow tie, seated in the passenger seat, still bewildered by the unfolding situation. In Fulham, at the Durrell Arms pub, the atmosphere grew lively as midnight approached. This historic establishment, boasting over a century of existence, had hung a closed for business sign, as it was reserved for a private event. The pub had undergone some decorations and even a temporary layout change. Upon entering, Terry noted the transformation and curiously inquired, "Has it changed because I've been away for too long?" "Of course, a business must continually evolve," Paul replied with a smile, linking her arm with Terry's as they navigated through the pub, greeting several acquaintances. Although Terry felt no inclination towards the community gathering Paul spoke of, he mustered the energy to engage in small talk. Listening to Paul and the other housewives gossip about community matters, Terry's head dipped and rose repeatedly. He wasn't truly tired, but the conversation was indeed tedious. Suddenly, the entire pub darkened, and Terry's senses sharpened as he pulled Paul close, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Paul assured him. At that moment, an image flickered on the projection ahead. Terry's eyes widened in astonishment. The figure on screen was none other than himself, his younger self. That youthful visage seemed like it belonged to yesterday, plunging Terry into a deep nostalgia. Back then, he earned a mere 46, while Paul, as a beautician, made 250 and often treated him to fine dining. As the footage transitioned from his youth team days to the first team, culminating in recent moments, Ashley Cole wheeled out a cake. Shadows appeared on stage, and the voice of Kevin Huang resonated. Once, there was a chap who felt so nervous about singing in front of the first team that he could hardly sleep. Now, he is 28 years old. So let us wish this fellow a very happy birthday. As the lights illuminated the space, Terry realized all the first team players were present. Understanding dawned upon him. "Damn it, this light is blinding," he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow with his forearm before standing up to deliver a playful jab to Ashley Cole, somewhat annoyed. "You were waiting to see me humiliated, weren't you?" "It was Kevin's idea," Ashley exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender, unable to withstand Terry's playful punch. Terry glanced back toward the stage, where Mourinho, leaning on a cane to avoid straining his leg, stood beside Kevin. Eventually, Terry lowered his head. "Come on, make a wish and cut the cake," Kevin beckoned from the stage. Tony Paul joined in, ushering Terry to the cake stand. Though his emotions were still tumultuous, Terry's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Standing before the cake, he found himself at a loss for what wish to make. After some contemplation, he mimicked the gesture from a film, placing his hands together in front of his chest to make a wish, taking a deep breath before forcefully blowing it out. The candle extinguished. "Ugh, I think I'll pass on the cake today. John's saliva is all over it," Ashley Cole exclaimed. Terry attempted to intervene, but was stopped by Huang Kaiwen. "Thanks, Kevin," Terry said, looking at him. "Not at all. We are teammates," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The football king, Huang, relished in celebrating others' birthdays. It added a festive atmosphere that uplifted spirits. "Where did all these community neighbors come from?" Terry inquired while slicing the cake. "They are our fans. Some have been watching your matches since your youth team days," Huang Kaiwen explained, adding, "It was through the club's contact that I was able to find them." "I truly appreciate your effort," Terry remarked with a sense of gratitude. While finding club members was simple, locating dedicated fans was a different matter entirely. Just hearing Huang Kaiwen speak of it made Terry feel the weight of the task. As Terry distributed cake among the fans, the first team players enjoyed themselves on stage. The Cole brothers encouraged Huang Kaiwen to join them. Without hesitation, Huang Kaiwen approached the band and made arrangements, then stood before the microphone. "Listen to the rhythm of the falling rain, telling me just what a fool I've been," he sang. This song, "Rhythm of the Rain," enjoys significant popularity in English-speaking countries. Its gentle and soothing melody flowing like a serene stream. Teresa Tung had previously covered this song, while Huang Kaiwen's voice lacked the sweetness and tenderness of Aunt Tung. His rendition resonated more closely with the original's waterfall-like style. Terry danced with his wife to the melody, and everyone cleared the space for the couple. Lily's eyes sparkled, filled solely with admiration for Huang Kaiwen, as though he were the only one in her world. Such is the perspective of love. As the final note lingered, Terry bowed alongside Tony Puel in gratitude. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ashley Cole pushed past Huang Kaiwen, declaring, "This occasion calls for some excitement. Let me take over." Huang Kaiwen, smiling, settled next to Ramos and asked, "Why aren't you going up to sing?" Ramos quickly tucked away his phone, replying, "I'll go later." In the Premier League, many teams have a tradition where newcomers must perform. However, Ramos and Huang Kaiwen were not typical newcomers, thus escaping such unspoken rules. Later, when Ramos took the stage, he surprisingly sang "Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies," and his Cantonese rendition was impressively polished, revealing the effort he had put in. As Ramos's song concluded, the day's busyness came to a close. The match against Bolton had been arduous. Everyone had come out simply to honor Terry and Huang Kaiwen, unwilling to delay for too long. As for Mourinho, he returned home early to rest and recuperate. On December 9th, during the match against Panathinaikos, Huang Kaiwen once again did not make the squad. Chelsea concluded the group stage with yet another victory. Due to Chelsea's refusal to go easy on Zenit, Real Madrid managed to secure a glimmer of hope, emerging as the second-place team in the group after winning the last two matches with considerable difficulty. Among the 8 group leaders, there are no pushovers, aside from Barcelona, who share the same federation as Real Madrid. The remaining teams, Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester United, Juventus, Milan, Porto, and Bayern, are formidable adversaries. Any team advancing as second in the group will inevitably face numerous challenging encounters. In an interview with AS, Florentino Perez stated that Real Madrid is the greatest club. Although we qualified as second to claim the championship, one must confront other giants. Thus, the position in the group is inconsequential. Among these group leaders, Real Madrid possesses the capability to triumph over any opponent. Days later, in a home match against West Ham, Chelsea battled fiercely for 82 minutes, with the score still tied at 1-1, and the cameras frequently focused on the substitutes bench. Following Anelka's breakthrough that earned a free kick, Villa's Boas substituted Kevin De Bruyne for Mata. After Kevin, who was fortunate to draw Mihajlovic, scored from the free kick, he was substituted once again. This marked Kevin's second successful free kick that resulted in his immediate substitution. Concerned that Kevin might overthink, Villa's Boas explained, "You will be starting against Everton next. That team is not easy to handle. The gap between us and Manchester United is minimal. And that rascal Moyes enjoys a good rapport with Sir Ferguson, so he will undoubtedly put forth considerable effort in our match." "I understand, coach," Kevin replied. "In football, factions do exist. Moyes and Ferguson, both Scotsmen, have a strong camaraderie, and Moyes has indeed received significant support from Ferguson. Additionally, Moyes harbors aspirations of succeeding Ferguson as Manchester United's manager upon his retirement, making it imperative for him to perform well during this period. However, the reality is not as exaggerated as some fans may think. Moyes primarily prioritizes his own interests. When Ferguson was nearing retirement, even the pursuit of Everton's Banes did not yield success. This lieutenant of Sir Ferguson has not shown unwavering loyalty to him. Nevertheless, during this pivotal moment in the title race between Manchester United and Chelsea, it is certainly expected that this compatriot, who has benefited from Ferguson's guidance, will give his all for the team. In this match, Chelsea narrowly triumphed over West Ham thanks to Kevin's free kick. Following the game, numerous media outlets shared their insights. The Times noted that Chelsea relies on Kevin more than Mourinho had anticipated, especially given the numerous injuries affecting the team as they compete on 4 fronts. Kevin's contributions on the pitch have proven crucial. When Chelsea struggles to overcome their opponents, Villas-Boas merely needs to grant Kevin a minute, and he resolves the contest. It is no wonder that Zola remarked that the match was ultimately a victory for Kevin, as West Ham performed admirably. Unfortunately for them, Chelsea had Kevin. The Daily Mirror suggested that for Chelsea to make a significant impact, they must engage in reinforcements during the winter transfer window, with reports indicating their interest in Arsenal's Bendtner. The Manchester Evening News quoted Ferguson stating that Chelsea has reached their limits. They are stretched too thin, and if they aspire to secure the championship by the season's end. Sacrifices will be necessary, as the injury list is extensive, making it impossible to win numerous titles. Undoubtedly, this is Sir Ferguson's psychological warfare. The most classic instance occurred 13 years ago when Newcastle held a 12-point lead at the winter break. Kevin Keegan was utterly undermined by Ferguson's mind games. Although Keegan denied any influence from Ferguson, his hysterical demeanor evidently affected the mentality of the Newcastle players. Ultimately, Manchester United staged a comeback to clinch the title. With Mourinho absent, Arsène Wenger stands as Ferguson's only true rival in the Premier League. Andre Villas-Boas wisely chose to evade confrontation, refraining from responding to Ferguson's provocations. As the match against Everton draws nearer, neither coach has commented on the impending encounter. However, various media photographs suggest that Everton has been conducting targeted training sessions against Chelsea. This Everton team possesses a certain enigmatic energy, often playing with an intensity reminiscent of being invigorated. In their 6 encounters over the past 3 seasons, Chelsea has triumphed 3 times and drawn 3 times, maintaining a clear advantage, yet each victory has been by a mere single goal, nearly resulting in draws. It is no wonder that Villas-Boas regards Everton with considerable respect. On December 21st, the day before the match, in the tactical room, uncertainty loomed over why Andre had summoned them. Ashley Cole squirmed on his seat, remarking, "There must be some tactics to discuss," Baldur said, having recently returned from injury to the first team. "Who knows?" So mysteriously, Terry interjected, "Don't complain like a housewife who couldn't snag a sale on Sainsbury products." Villas-Boas entered the tactical room, connecting his laptop to the projector. Soon, Mourinho's visage dominated the screen. "Boys, it's been a while since you've seen me. How have you been?" Mourinho inquired from his prone position, propped up by pillows. "Boss, how's your egg?" came a teasing remark, eliciting laughter throughout the room. Mourinho felt it would have been preferable to perish in the dressing room that day. He was a man of immense pride. Why should he endure the ridicule regarding his injury? He cast a fierce glance at Ashley Cole, vowing that if a fullback were not acquired during the winter break, he would henceforth be known as Jose Cole. "All right, Cole is relegated to the reserves," Mourinho declared. Mourinho continued, "The upcoming match against Everton will certainly not be straightforward. That cunning little man Moyes enjoys currying favor with that old fellow. I anticipate he will set up defensively at home. Therefore, I must outline our tactics against Everton. Phil Neville will be our central outlet, and you two, Ballack and Deco, as central midfielders, need to alternate your forward runs to pressure him, preventing him from distributing the ball effectively." "Understood, coach," they replied in unison. "Excellent. We have already succeeded halfway. Now, addressing the defensive line, Ricardo is still sidelined. So you must be extra vigilant. They possess several aerial threats, and we must be wary of set pieces," Mourinho instructed. "And what of the offense?" Ashley Cole inquired, immediately covering his mouth. "In terms of attack, we must create numerous opportunities and then pass the ball to Kevin, allowing him to assess the situation and determine who should initiate the offensive play. Yes, this forms the core tactical organization on the flanks. Our strategy embodies a cohesive approach." Mourinho continued, while Boas covered his forehead in disbelief. "Has this fellow Jose been swayed by the journalists? He insists on emphasizing Chelsea's collective strategy even without granting interviews." The next day, shortly after 5 in the afternoon, the entire Chelsea team arrived at Goodison Park, a venue notoriously difficult to conquer. Huang Kaiwen declined Boas's invitation to the pre-match press conference, choosing instead to remain in the locker room to change and converse with his teammates. "I'm preparing for marriage," Joe Cole announced. "That's splendid news." "Congratulations, mate," Terry exclaimed, patting Cole on the shoulder. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, pleased to see that Cole had opted for his girlfriend over the allure of 3 glamorous models. The temptations faced by football stars are indeed plentiful, with many attractive women eager to associate with those seeking fame or a better life. Ultimately, it is a matter of personal choice. "When I get married, you all must be my groomsmen," Cole stated. "Absolutely," Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. "What position are you planning to play today?" "Everyone is eager to know," Terry inquired, glancing at Huang Kaiwen. Mourinho and Boas exhibited no difference in their approach toward Huang Kaiwen. Even if he wished to play as a goalkeeper, Czech would merely have to sit on the bench. Huang Kaiwen quietly scratched a card and, upon seeing the design of the second prize, realized he could experiment with a different style today. Otherwise, there would always be a singular style of play. leading the world to proclaim that King Huang's performance had plummeted drastically. Observing his anticipation level had reached 100, Huang Kaiwen decided to draw a lottery. Ding! You have obtained a one-match experience card for the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals of the 2009 to 2010 season. Manchester United vs Bayern Munich, featuring Wayne Rooney. Bill Laimbeer, the notorious villain. Rooney, the prodigious talent from Everton. Yet, that was not the focal point. Huang Kaiwen was not well acquainted with many NBA players, but he was quite familiar with Bill Laimbeer, who was notorious for his aggressive playing style. The characteristics associated with him promised high practicality. Thus, it was decided to use the experience card immediately, primarily as a tribute to Sir Alex Ferguson. With Rooney's style reminiscent of a small tank, combined with the notorious traits of Laimbeer and the innate talent of King Huang, this could indeed create a formidable force on the wing. One could only wonder who would be fortunate enough to face King Huang today. Ding! Successfully used the Wayne Rooney 24-hour experience card, acquiring Bill Laimbeer, the notorious villain. Trait: notorious villain, Bill Laimbeer. Possessing this trait can significantly intimidate opponents, thereby reducing both the frequency and severity of their fouls. This trait appears to be quite advantageous. Additionally, he utilized an immunity card. Huang Kaiwen raised his head and declared, "I'll play as a winger, so the coach won't need to alter the starting lineup." Drogba gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Don't worry, I'll cover for you today." Huang Kaiwen smiled, thinking, who will be covering whom? It remains to be seen. With Rooney's physical attributes combined with King Huang's talent, his resilience should surpass that of Drogba. One Drogba is already enough to trouble Everton. Adding King Huang into the mix would indeed be intriguing. After attending the press conference, Villa's Boas returned and indeed sought Huang Kaiwen's opinion. The entire team wore expressions of knowing anticipation. Huang Kaiwen sighed, indicating he would play as a winger today. The coaches enjoyed soliciting his views, yet he felt powerless to resist. During warm-ups, Goodison Park radiated confidence, adorned with various banners. Everton fans incessantly jeered at the Chelsea players. Although they had suffered a defeat to their city rivals Liverpool earlier in the season, their prior draws against Manchester United and victory over the well-funded Manchester City had left Everton supporters in high spirits. Lily and Terry's wife, Tony Pulis, were spotted in the stands. Pulis seldom attended matches, but Lily was restless. Grasping Pulis's hand, she excitedly pointed to the field, exclaiming, "See, every time Kevin touches the ball." The boos are the loudest, indicating he is Chelsea's most threatening player. Indeed, Pulis nodded with amusement. Lily's demeanor was childlike. Vanessa also vigorously agreed, saying, "Yes, Kevin is undoubtedly the biggest star in football." Lily remained silent. Huang Kaiwen had previously cautioned her against too much interaction with Bridges' girlfriend. However, this woman was adept at seizing opportunities. During Lily's visit to Chelsea Football Club, Vanessa, who worked in the Chelsea gym, took the initiative to introduce herself and invited Lily to watch an away game together. Despite Huang Kaiwen's warning, Lily found it difficult to decline Vanessa's enthusiasm. As both teams returned to the tunnel, Huang Kaiwen appeared once again in the starting lineup. Now, let us examine the starting lineups for both teams. Everton's formation was a 4-1-4-1 with the following players: goalkeeper, Tim Howard; defenders, Lescott, Jagielka, Joseph Yobo, Tony Hibbert; midfielders, Stephen Pienaar, Fellaini, Phil Neville, Arteta, Leon Osman; forwards, Tim Cahill. Chelsea's formation was a 4-3-3 with goalkeeper, Cech; defenders, Ashley Cole, Alex, Terry, Ramos; midfielders, Deco, Mikel, Ballack; forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Drogba, Mata. Joe Cole still could not secure a starting position. This player had shown improvement since Huang Kaiwen's transfer to Chelsea, but his frail physique remained the greatest obstacle to his success. Indeed, the young Mata once again featured in the starting lineup. On the bench was Maluda, whose style leaned towards individual play, while Mata had displayed commendable synergy with teammates during his appearances. The camera then focused on Everton's coach, David Moyes, who had led the team to commendable achievements, finishing 5th last season. Over the past 4 seasons, this young manager had outperformed renowned figures such as Ferguson, Wenger, and Mourinho, earning 2 English Manager of the Year awards, a testament to his coaching prowess. Everton's players possess considerable strength, proving to be formidable adversaries rather than the easily manageable opponents one might expect. When facing the top 4 teams in the Premier League, Everton has had its share of victories and defeats. Under the stewardship of Moyes, Everton emerged as a team that closely trails the elite clubs. Huang Kaiwen glanced at today's opponent, Tony Hibbert, a member of Everton's formidable defensive line, which boasts 3 physically robust defenders. Hibbert, however, stands out as the exception, lacking the same physicality, yet renowned for his tactical acumen and positioning. Upon observing his rival, Huang Kaiwen devised his approach for the match ahead. When he employs his intellect, the king of the yellow ball can outmaneuver even the most physically gifted opponents. Conversely, when he relies on his physical prowess, opponents with superior intellect find themselves at a loss. At precisely 8 p.m., the referee signaled the commencement of the match. Immediately following the kickoff, Everton executed a back pass. Moyes' team favors utilizing the width of the pitch. His tactics often involve frequent overlapping and crossing from 2 wide midfielders and 2 fullbacks. The midfielders are tasked with facilitating the distribution and orchestration of play for the wide players. Arteta, upon receiving the ball, quickly collaborated with Fellaini to establish tempo, occasionally returning the ball to Phil Neville. Phil Neville, the brother of Manchester United captain Gary Neville and a product of Manchester United's youth academy, has seen both brothers' careers hindered by injuries. The younger Neville, now transferred to Everton, is a pivotal player for the team. Drogba charged forward to apply pressure, prompting Phil Neville to deliver an incisive diagonal pass. As Arteta received the ball, Deco rushed into contest. Arteta swiftly passed to Fellaini, who was likewise unable to evade the challenge, as Ballack lunged in to intercept. Standing at 194 meters, Fellaini's agility is somewhat compromised, and Ballack's intervention sent the ball careening behind him. In a bid to reclaim possession, Fellaini spread his arms wide to block Ballack's advance. However, Drogba had already maneuvered behind Fellaini, deftly lifting the ball before swiftly pivoting to distribute it to the left flank. Huang Kaiwen seized the ball. The atmosphere at Goodison Park erupted with resounding boos. Even in their first encounter with Huang Kaiwen, the Everton fans could not suppress their trepidation, recalling Manchester City's previous defeat. Arteta and Leon Osman frantically retreated in defense, yet the distance between them and Huang Kaiwen continued to widen. "Fool! Press him!" Upon hearing the furious shout from Coach Moyes, Tony Hibbert snapped back to reality and surged toward Huang Kaiwen. Just as they were about to collide, Hibbert unexpectedly slowed his pace. Having reviewed footage of Huang Kaiwen, he realized the latter's extraordinary ability to change direction at high speed. Hibbert, aware he did not possess the caliber of defenders like Maldini, understood that Huang Kaiwen could bypass him without any technical maneuver. The best strategy was to remain vigilant against Huang Kaiwen's sudden diagonal incursions into the center. Noticing his opponent's deceleration, Huang Kaiwen remained unfazed, subtly nudging the ball to feign a move toward the center. As Hibbert adjusted his footing, Huang Kaiwen swiftly shifted the ball with his right foot, veering left and advancing along the touchline. Realizing he had been deceived, Hebert quickly adjusted his balance. As he took a step to the right, his shoulder collided forcefully with Huang Kaiwen's, sending Hebert tumbling to the ground. Helplessly watching as Huang Kaiwen surged forward with the ball, it was akin to poking a hornet's nest. The remaining 3 defenders of Everton swiftly shifted to the left, leaving the central and right flanks exposed. The midfielders, rushing back, sprinted toward the penalty area, eager to fill the gaps. Huang Kaiwen, preparing to cut in from the wing, couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine at the sight of the muscular thicket ahead. It was utterly absurd. A fullback from the other flank had also come over to defend. In such a scenario, forcing a breakthrough seemed precarious. Out of the corner of his eye, Huang Kaiwen noticed Ashley Cole advancing and deftly flicked the ball with his heel, propelling himself rapidly into the penalty area. The referee's whistle pierced the air just as Huang Kaiwen reached the center. Turning back, he saw Ashley Cole had been brought down by the opposing team. "Are you all right?" Huang Kaiwen inquired as he approached. "I'm fine, but you might want to check if his foot is okay," Ashley Cole replied, grinning through clenched teeth. It seemed he was indeed unharmed. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. With Joe Cole absent from the field, Deco was set to come in. Ramos typically reserved penalty duties for Huang Kaiwen's requests. Mata might possess a talent for free kicks, but alas, such a minor player in the first team was hardly qualified to take one. He hadn't even moved closer to the ball. "You wait for the second phase of the attack. I'll take it," Huang Kaiwen said, covering his mouth. Deco nodded and positioned himself at the edge of the penalty arc. His physique was ill-suited for an advance into the penalty area. As Huang Kaiwen stood over the foul spot, a chorus of boos erupted from Goodison Park. Moyes was on the sidelines, vociferously directing his players' positioning. American goalkeeper Tim Howard anxiously shouted instructions to his teammates. The Everton players were uncertain whether to heed their coach or the goalkeeper. Huang Kaiwen's presence was indeed intimidating. Despite Everton's decent start in the opening minutes, the mere sight of Huang Kaiwen at the penalty spot sent them into a frenzy. There was little they could do. Huang Kaiwen's free kick success rate was extraordinarily high. To my recollection, he had never scored directly from outside the left side of the penalty area, considering both open play and set pieces. However, with his capability to score from the right flank, one could hardly doubt his ability from the left as well. It's like Lampard, one might say. The psychological resilience of the Everton players was evidently lacking, floundering in the penalty area like headless chickens. The mention of headlessness conjured images of the headless horseman, a notoriously difficult foe to overcome. You also play Dead by Daylight. Only the pros can achieve headless status. We typically team up using revival coins to clear levels. The sniper is easier to handle. Just avoid charging and stack damage with skills. Damn, we're talking football, not games. What is there to discuss about football? Teams like Everton hardly stand a chance to resist. Don't say that. They previously managed to draw with Manchester United. But didn't Team Manchester lose to Chelsea? This angle hardly favored Huang Kaiwen's showboating. Tim Howard, observing Huang Kaiwen, deliberated for a moment before positioning himself at the near post, despite the limited angle. However, had Huang Kaiwen opted to pass rather than shoot directly, the threat from his position would have been significantly greater. He was aware of his ability to score from any angle. Yet, in this instance, a pass to a teammate seemed the more prudent choice. According to Howard's perspective, he believed that Huang Kaiwen should deliver a cross to assist his teammates. After careful consideration, Howard resolutely positioned himself near the near post. The boos echoed throughout Goodison Park as Everton fans endeavored to influence Huang Kaiwen, the designated penalty taker. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Huang Kaiwen took a couple of steps back, planted his left foot beside the ball, and swung his right foot to strike beneath it. The makeshift wall of defenders proved futile as the ball veered away from their trajectory. The sphere soared from the left corner of the penalty area directly towards the right side of the goal. Realizing his misjudgment in positioning, Howard leaped in vain, stretching his arms out, but alas, it was too late. He could only watch in despair as the ball nestled into the net. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. Goal. In facing the often opportunistic Everton, Villa's Boas chose to start Kaiwen, and the decision bore immediate fruit. Merely 4 minutes into the match, Kaiwen converted a free kick, breaching the opponent's defenses. I had previously remarked that Kaiwen's set pieces were not merely free kicks, but akin to penalties just outside the box. When Kaiwen stands at the penalty spot, two outcomes are possible. Either he finds the back of the net, or, in his pursuit of precision, he sends the ball slightly astray. Regardless of whether the goalkeeper is Casillas, Buffon, Kahn, or Van der Sar, the distinction remains insignificant. Even if the goal were replaced with a basketball hoop, Kaiwen would still score effortlessly. In my school days, I learned a term called pursuit. Now I comprehend its significance. Football embodies the relentless pursuit of records by Kaiwen, with other players eternally chasing his silhouette. Reflecting on the season's onset, when English pundits questioned how long it would take Kaiwen to adapt to a new league, I cannot help but chuckle. These arrogant individuals, lacking in vision, could not fathom the remarkable talent that Kaiwen represents. In the annals of sports history, both past and future, there will never be another player who can rival his brilliance. Following his goal, Huang Kaiwen dashed to the sidelines, shedding his jersey, revealing a white t-shirt emblazoned with wishes for Mr. Mourinho's swift recovery. He was soon engulfed by his teammates. The referee, Phil Dowd, approached the throng with a smile, brandishing a yellow card towards Huang Kaiwen, remarking, "Although I would rather not do this, rules are rules." Unfazed, Huang Kaiwen returned to his position. He seldom accumulated yellow cards throughout the season. Moreover, should he face suspension due to accumulated cautions, a day of rest at home didn't seem too burdensome. Although his time on the pitch had been limited, he rose to the occasion in crucial moments, and his goals were nothing short of prolific. "What a magnificent strike!" Terry exclaimed with a grin. Ramos nodded vigorously, asserting, "Kevin's goals are all so exquisite. This one is merely ordinary." There was an undeniable sense that your relationship with Kevin is rather special, Ashley Cole remarked suspiciously. "Of course," Ramos replied, lifting his chin, "I am Kevin's closest friend." "I've read reports in The Sun, which claimed Kevin's best friend is Kaka," Ashley Cole countered. "That is false. They also claimed your wife fancies Kevin. Ramos retorted, visibly displeased. She does indeed admire Kevin, Ashley Cole admitted. Last time we quarreled, she threatened that if I went out again, she would go sleep at Kevin's place. Huang Kaiwen interjected, he hasn't even met Cheryl. Yet he's blaming the King of Yellow. Rest assured, brother, even if such a scenario were to unfold, I would not hold you accountable. Ashley Cole consoled. At that time, my son could inherit your substantial fortune, and I could use your money to woo women. It feels like a great deal. Huang Kaiwen raised his middle finger once more. Faced with such shamelessness, he found himself utterly powerless. To desire the inheritance of Huang Kaiwen, one must possess the ability to outlive him. Thanks to the generosity of the dish stir-frying with lotus root, I seek monthly votes and recommendations. The chapter concludes. 0335 Tactical Master AVB in the stands of the away fans. Chelsea supporters continuously cheered and applauded. The unity displayed by the players evoked a sense of nostalgia. Although the previous Chelsea squad was commendable, there had always been factions within the team. Rather than a cohesive unit, it resembled a collection of small groups. Such dynamics are unavoidable, as language and cultural barriers hinder effective communication. However, the current Chelsea squad evidently lacks such divisions. Kevin has indeed ushered in a transformation. Moreover, Lampard's departure seems to have benefited Chelsea. Yes, it's all Lampard's fault. Everton resumed play, opting for a backward pass. Sir Alex's team was not characterized by fast-paced attacks. To quicken their tempo, they needed the flanks to reach positions conducive to crosses. Arteta played the ball back, as he, Fellaini, and young Neville began to dictate the rhythm of the game. In football, while midfielders are responsible for controlling the tempo, the differing styles of play necessitate varied approaches. In Chelsea's case, after a few passes, Deco would immediately seek to advance the ball forward. Conversely, Everton's midfield passes primarily aimed to draw the opponent forward, stretching their formation before seizing opportunities to distribute the ball to the flanks. As Chelsea players pressed forward, Arteta deftly flicked the ball to the right. Osman seized the ball and surged forward. His speed and dribbling skills were not particularly remarkable. As Deco pressed him, Osman quickly turned and delivered a back pass. After Hibbert received the ball, he noticed Huang Kaiwen advancing and promptly executed a wide-ranging switch, targeting the left flank. Everton was a team that relished sending the ball soaring through the air. Indeed, they relished delivering crosses from the flanks. Once a wing draws the opponent's attention, they swiftly pivot to the opposite side, a tactic characterized by its sudden shift to exploit defensive vulnerabilities. Loscott surged forward with the ball, his pace evidently surpassing that of the right flank's advance. Mata approached to defend, but Loscott brazenly used his body to overpower him. Ballack immediately charged into press. Loscott ceased dribbling, executing a quick stop with a deft touch before launching a powerful kick forward. The ball soared directly towards Chelsea's penalty area. The towering Fellaini, standing at 194 meters, possessed remarkable heading ability, even causing Terry to falter before him. Terry found himself outmaneuvered, watching as Fellaini directed a header to the flank. Pinar seized the ball, promptly unleashing a left-footed strike, only for Ramos to intercept the cross with his leg, deflecting the ball out of play. Throw it in. Give it your all, Moyes shouted from the sidelines. His Everton side bore no essential difference from Stoke City. Both teams employed a direct style of play. However, Stoke City, excelling in throw-ins, opted for the narrowest field dimensions, while Everton, seeking to utilize the width of the pitch, selected the widest permissible measurements. Upon hearing Moyes' call, Loscott glanced at Chelsea's penalty area and silently began to retreat. He could indeed throw into the box from this distance, a feat well within the capabilities of most professional players. Yet, maintaining accuracy proved to be a more daunting task. After a two-step run-up, Loscott engaged his core, launching the ball forcefully from above his head. The sphere hurtled towards the center of Chelsea's penalty area. As Ale prepared to contest the aerial duel, Terry bellowed, "Get out of the way, I've got this." Ale instinctively yielded his position. Terry, once again facing Fellaini, elevated himself, leaping even higher than his opponent. With a powerful header, the ball skimmed off Fellaini's voluminous hair, veering towards the left side. Deco observed Ashley Cole charging towards the same direction and decisively halted, ready to provide support. Ashley Cole accurately gauged the ball's trajectory, lowering his head to deftly touch it, allowing it to reach Deco, who stood at the halfway line. Arteta rushed towards Deco, yet Deco, undeterred, struck the half volley with the instep of his foot. The ball soared dramatically, hurtling towards the left flank. Positioned between Hibbert and Yabo, Huang Kaiwen continued his forward run, flanked by Joseph Yabo and Tony Hibbert, all three aligned on the same horizontal plane. At this moment, the advantage of dynamic vision became evident. Without shifting their lateral positions, all three sprinted a couple of steps towards Everton's penalty area before Huang Kaiwen halted, lifting his right foot to effortlessly control the ball behind him. Seizing the opportunity, the two Everton defenders, having misjudged the ball's landing, retreated to the edge of the box, preparing to confront Huang Kaiwen directly. As Huang Kaiwen turned with the ball, he advanced diagonally into the center. At this juncture, the Everton defenders could only backpedal, none daring to press forward. "Damn it, charge up," Moyes reminded from the sidelines, yet he was a moment too late. After taking 2 steps, Huang Kaiwen had already pivoted, shifting his center of gravity to the left, and struck the ball with his right foot, curling it beneath him. Joseph Yobo instinctively lifted his foot, and the ball whizzed past his calf, while Howard, positioned to the right, quickly recognized the predicament. The ball's curve was substantial. He lunged to the side, stretching out his arm in a desperate attempt, but could only watch as the ball plunged into the net before his eyes. Huang Kaiwen scored a brace. At Goodison Park, Chelsea managed to score in the style of Everton. Just moments ago, Everton's attack had relied on long passes to find Fellaini up front, and now Deco executed a direct long ball to Huang Kaiwen, employing a nearly identical strategy, yet the efficiency displayed by the two teams was strikingly different. While Everton's Fellaini had to assist his teammates with a header before they could send the ball into the box, Chelsea entrusted the ball to Huang Kaiwen, who was capable of seizing the opportunity to shoot. Among the global football landscape, Huang Kaiwen possesses the most formidable ability to capitalize on chances, even as a winger. He surpasses forwards in this regard. Tim Howard retrieved the ball from the net, reflecting on the early days of Huang Kaiwen's career. He was a key goalkeeper for Manchester United. In that Champions League match against AC Milan, Huang was inadvertently struck by Brown, resulting in a weak shot. Yet, as he crouched, the ball inexplicably slipped through his hands and legs, granting AC Milan a goal. That blunder led Ferguson to lose faith in him entirely, prompting the search for a new goalkeeper. It wasn't until Van der Sar joined Manchester United that Huang completely lost his starting position and was sent to Everton. Howard had almost forgotten that incident. As Everton faced Chelsea, many players were encountering Huang Kaiwen for the first time, but not him. After being scored upon twice by Huang, Howard, who had been performing well for Everton, was reminded of that painful experience. Had it not been for Huang Kaiwen's humiliation, he might not have transitioned from a prestigious club like Manchester United to playing for Everton. Observing Huang, surrounded by his teammates, Howard resolved to do whatever it took to prevent Huang from scoring again, even if it meant risking his own well-being. David Moyes stood at the sidelines, grinning. His demeanor was a stark contrast to earlier. It wasn't a case of mental disarray, but rather a shift in perspective regarding the situation. Shouting at the players was a response to their defensive positioning, a matter that required constant reiteration to ensure the players understood how to position themselves during the match. Now, he smiled because he deemed Huang Kaiwen's goal entirely unremarkable. There was no need to maintain a stern expression that would only create psychological pressure on the players. With Manchester United reduced to such a state, could Everton possibly perform better? Thus, the matter was clear-cut. Moyes cast a sidelong glance at Chelsea's coach, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Whether it was the wand-wielding Villa's Boas or the loquacious Mourinho, Moyes felt no inferiority to either. Currently, Chelsea relied on Huang Kaiwen, just as they once depended on Deco and Lampard during their time at Porto and Chelsea. If Everton were to possess a squad of comparable caliber, David Moyes would undoubtedly secure a Champions League title. The audacious decision to dismantle Ferguson's legacy upon assuming control of Manchester United exemplifies the profound confidence that Moyes embodies. His tenure at Everton has fostered an illusion, leading him to believe that the distinction between elite coaches lies merely in the clubs they manage, and that he too could achieve remarkable results from a prestigious position. Many individuals fall prey to this misconception, attributing their shortcomings to external limitations rather than recognizing that the true impediment often resides within themselves. Players like Fellaini and Arteta, despite their skills, still lack a certain edge. Moyes lets out a deep sigh, feeling the weight of his ambitions thwarted. Even in a defeat to Chelsea, he perceives it as an unjust consequence of circumstance. Were their roles reversed, it is likely that Villa's Boas would also face defeat. As Cahill resumes play, the team continues with their characteristic backward pass. The essence of their style is ingrained, making it nearly impossible to instigate change. A shift in tactical approach would render them ineffective. Even for elite teams, altering tactical styles is no simple feat. It often necessitates personnel adjustments. In a rapid exchange, Arteta deftly passes the ball to Fellaini, who, upon preparing to distribute, is met with a surge from Drogba. In a flurry, Fellaini pivots and sends a quick return pass to Neville, who immediately redirects the ball to the left flank. Scott then advances with the ball. This is the essence of Everton's offensive strategy, a formula that Moyes has adhered to for years, relying on wingers capable of delivering crosses and midfielders and forwards with aerial prowess. After 20 minutes of play, Chelsea players discerned Everton's predictable patterns, prompting a collective shift in their defensive alignment towards the right. Mikel moved forward, joining Bollock in pressuring Scott. Faced with such formidable midfield opposition, Scott panicked and swiftly passed back to Arteta, who returned the ball with haste. Neville, sensing the urgency, launched a long ball without the luxury of time to survey the field, propelling the ball across the halfway line towards Chelsea's penalty area. True to form, Fellaini occupied his designated position, tasked with contesting aerial balls in the attacking third. Terry, unable to recover in time, found himself out of position as Ramos surged from the right, leaping with precision to nod the ball away from Fellaini. Mikel seized the ball and quickly turned to deliver a direct pass to Bollock, who, upon receiving it and assessing the situation, unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball soared towards the left flank of the attacking front. Huang Kaiwen, recognizing the trajectory, promptly sprinted forward. Arteta, opting to assist defensively on the flank, along with Osman, found their efforts thwarted as Huang Kaiwen barreled through, asserting his dominance. "Damn it, that's a foul," Moyes shouted from the sidelines. "What foul?" the fourth official inquired. "He collided with my two balls himself." Midway through his speech, Moyes found the situation absurd. Huang Kaiwen is renowned for being fragile, often prompting calls for Premier League referees to protect him. Reflecting on this, Moyes began to question the reliability of his own vision. Yet, observing the field again, he saw Tony Hibbert charging forward, only to be brutally shoved aside by Huang Kaiwen. This notorious fragile player could not even be bothered to change direction, opting instead to forcefully break through with sheer physicality. Moyes vigorously raked his fingers through his hair. Damn, this world is utterly insane. Did Huang Kaiwen not fear that such physical confrontations could lead to injury? Huang Kaiwen carried the ball to the left side near the baseline, where Joseph Yobo awaited within the penalty area. Yobo, a Nigerian defender, possessed explosive power, remarkable speed, and outstanding physical attributes. However, in the face of Huang Kaiwen, he remained cautious. Yobo lowered his center of gravity and spread his legs, reserving some strength in anticipation of Huang Kaiwen attempting to slip through. The two formed a standoff on the left flank. Jagielka unceremoniously passed Drogba to a teammate and surged towards the left to provide support. Huang Kaiwen, unwilling to linger, feigned a move with his right foot. Yobo instinctively shifted to the left, and Huang Kaiwen promptly nudged the ball to the left with his right foot, then executed a deft flick with his right foot from behind his left leg. A delicate backheel pass. The ball sped along the baseline toward the goal. Unfortunately, it was delivered too close to the goal, allowing Howard to dive and secure it in his grasp. Huang Kaiwen shook his head as he retraced his steps. Rooney's technique still lacked finesse. Mastery of such a technique requires precise control of one's balance. However, while the action was executed, the accuracy of the pass varied significantly. Among the more proficient players in this skill, Di Maria stood out. His backheel passes were as effective as his dominant foot. During Everton's counterattack, Huang Kaiwen remained in the forward position to catch his breath. The previous sprint and physical confrontations had considerably drained his stamina. Everton initiated play from their defense, yet their offensive tempo remained sluggish. After receiving the ball, Neville passed it to the left, allowing Liska to carry it forward. Following Bollock's interception, Liska quickly laid it off to a teammate and continued his run. Fellaini's passing was adequate. This time, he received the ball without disturbance and with a well-placed diagonal pass. He sent it back to the left. As Liska prepared to receive the ball, a pursuing Bollock suddenly went down and kicked the ball out of bounds. Another throw-in ensued. Everton sought to capitalize on the throw-in to create an opportunity, but the location of the ball was just beyond the halfway line, making it impossible for them to launch it into the penalty area. Everton lacked a player like Delap. Huang Kaiwen's throw-ins could reach great distances, yet he seemed disinclined to utilize them. Speaking of which, I recalled that Huang Kaiwen's throw-ins were indeed remarkably far. I surmised he had practiced extensively to develop his powerful arms. Certainly, I was part of the shot-put team. I trained every night before bed to achieve results. Damn. Did you have a coach for that training? Absolutely. Long live our teacher. Lacking in substance, one cannot truly appreciate the allure of the legendary Matsushima Ran. For even a thorough exploration of adult entertainment proves futile. As for Ran, let her be. She appears rather ordinary. With a Feng's retirement, my own heart has also succumbed to a similar fate. In truth, I find myself more captivated by the stunning debut of Hitano Yui from last year. Without images, there exists no evidence, who might provide a glimpse. Allow me to share a link instead. Compared to the predictability of certain matches, enthusiasts exhibit a greater fervor for instructional videos. I recall when Huang Kaiwen renamed the beloved characters from Halua and posted it on the forum, leading many internet addicts astray. Now, however, they have wised up, opting to download only the educational resources provided by reputable forum members. As Scott prepared to throw in the ball, Mata dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Pinar. Pinar persistently nudged Mata with his arms, causing Mata to stagger, yet unwilling to concede ground. In the midst of play, he could outmaneuver physical confrontations with his intellect, but at such moments, he was forced to engage in a battle of strength. Growing impatient with Mata's clinginess, Pinar pushed him away with both hands. This time, Mata lost his footing and fell to the grass. Observing from the center, Huang Kaiwen rushed over, ready to assist, only to remember that he was already on a yellow card. He could only charge at Pinar, exclaiming, "Get lost. Who do you think you are, kid?" With teammates arriving, Pinar, emboldened, tilted his head and raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. As his words left his lips, he was met with a swift kick. Everton's captain, Neville, hurriedly shielded Pinar. It was only then that referee Phil Dowd reacted, retrieving a red card from his pocket and raising his right arm high. Applause echoed through Goodison Park. Ashley Cole, gripping Terry, shook off Cole's hand, pointing at Pinar as he warned, "Watch your mouth. Next time we meet, I'll break your legs. You should leave now, or the referee will mention you in his post-match report," Neville urged, pushing Terry along. Terry pointed at Pinar before turning to walk toward the sidelines. Seeing Terry exit, Pinar wished to utter another remark, but upon meeting the gaze of Ballack and Ramos, he restrained himself. The referee displayed a yellow card to Pinar as well. "Are you all right?" Huang Kaiwen asked, draping his arm over Mata's shoulder. "I'm fine, but I've caused trouble for everyone," Mata replied, somewhat embarrassed. Huang Kaiwen playfully ruffled Mata's hair, chiding, "What nonsense are you saying? We are teammates. How could we stand by and watch you being bullied?" "Indeed," Drogba added. "That scoundrel is taking advantage of your youth, and we absolutely cannot tolerate that. Although your position in the first team may be tenuous, we cannot allow outsiders to mistreat you." Mata responded, "Even if it's the truth, there's no need to voice it." Boas felt a headache coming on. Chelsea had a plethora of players, yet injuries were mounting. The defense had been consistently disrupted, with Carvalho currently sidelined. Terry might also face suspension. What was to be done? Turning to the bench, he gestured for Ferreira to warm up. As he glanced back at the field, Boas clapped his hands, remembering the most crucial matter at hand. Mourinho has been suspended for 3 matches by the FA. This marks the 3rd match of his suspension. Thus, even if Terry faces a ban, it will be Mourinho who bears the brunt of the consequences. Contemplating this, his mood improved considerably, and he began to hum that incantation. In the mysterious Arctic Circle, atop the peaks of Alaska, the repercussions of that red card left both sides devoid of any significant offensive maneuvers during the final stages of the first half. As the halftime whistle blew, the Chelsea players strode into the tunnel, enduring the jeers of their opponents. However, the Chelsea players remained unperturbed. The enemy's jeers were, in fact, the highest form of recognition for them. With a creak, they pushed open the worn door to enter the away dressing room. Ashley Cole, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "When we returned, they glared at us, but alas, they are all cowards who dare not act. Never mind, if a fight were to break out. The coach would be furious," replied Kevin Huang. "Given the team's current predicament, if more players are suspended, it would surely infuriate Mourinho." "You were too hasty with that tackle," remarked Ramos as he settled beside Terry. He had intended to teach Pinar a lesson, but Terry had struck first. "That guy was far too arrogant in front of Kevin. He completely disregards us, and it infuriates me," Terry replied, rubbing his hands together. Boas entered the dressing room and said, "Gentlemen, I am aware of your enthusiasm for confrontation. But I implore you, please refrain from receiving any more red cards in the second half. Even if Mourinho returns, we cannot face the repercussions of having all our key players suspended. All right, we will heed your counsel. Andre Drogba raised his hand in agreement. Boas turned his gaze towards Ramos, who could only nod in response, stating, as long as they do not provoke us, I will do my utmost to restrain myself. Boas thought to himself that Ramos's words lacked sincerity. He resolved to seize an opportunity to substitute Ramos in the second half. As an assistant coach and part-time data analyst, he was all too familiar with the reasons behind Ramos's substitutions, which often stemmed from Huang being fouled. Although Huang had not been particularly fouled today, the attitude of the opposing players was undeniably arrogant, thus falling within Ramos's threshold for provocation. Boas concluded that allowing Ramos to play for a mere 10 minutes in the second half before substituting him would suffice. Any longer, and another red card might ensue. As halftime drew to a close, Chelsea commenced the second half amidst the derision of Everton fans. Upon receiving the ball, Huang was immediately pursued by Arteta and Osman as they surged towards the left flank. With a swift motion, Huang returned the ball to Deco. Deco, upon receiving it, executed a precise lateral pass, allowing Ashley Cole to advance further. Chelsea's left flank attack was beginning to take shape. Indeed, the triangular interplay between Huang, Deco, and Ashley Cole was becoming increasingly prominent. However, Ashley Cole exhibited a degree of conservatism in his passing, while Deco consistently sought to find Huang with long passes whenever the opportunity arose. In contrast, Ashley Cole often carried the ball forward before opting for a short pass, which somewhat decelerated the pace of their offensive efforts. Huang once again seized the ball and magnificently executed a nutmeg. 3 players from Everton ventured down the left flank for defensive support, while Huang Kaiwen executed a long pass towards the right. The young talent Mata displayed commendable passing skills as he tangled with Pinar in a display of competitive spirit, both players exhibiting physicality. A foul in the attack was called. In slow motion, it was evident that Mata had reached out towards Pinar's lower body, and the young player was not gentle in his approach. Oh, Huang Kaiwen has acquired possession. What transpired? Just as the slow-motion replay concluded, it transitioned to Huang Kaiwen seizing the ball. Everton initiated a free kick from their defensive half, but Fellaini's lateral pass faltered, inadvertently landing at Huang Kaiwen's feet. With a swift turn, he surged forward. During this free kick, only 2 central defenders remained in the penalty area. Jagielka and Joseph Yobo were constantly adjusting their positions at the edge of the box, preparing to collaborate with their teammates for a collective defense. Meanwhile, Neville was tracking back in the center. Seizing the opportunity, Fellaini rushed towards Huang Kaiwen as he turned and adjusted, colliding into him from the side. Huang Kaiwen, not fully in motion, lost control of the ball momentarily but quickly extended his right foot to hook it to the left, propelling himself forward. Alas, Jagielka realized he could not contain Huang Kaiwen, opting instead to use his hands. He grasped the fabric of Huang Kaiwen's jersey, yet the force of the encounter propelled both forward, causing Jagielka to instinctively release his grip. Throughout the entire exchange, he failed to slow Huang Kaiwen down. Dribbling past Jagielka, Huang Kaiwen found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The crowd at Goodison Park erupted in discontent. The Everton fans had grown weary of such scenes. As Huang Kaiwen entered the penalty area, Yobo charged in swiftly. A defender's return offered a glimmer of hope. If Huang Kaiwen slowed down to adjust, Yobo might seize the chance. Even if he could not intercept, he could block Huang Kaiwen's shot. However, to their dismay, Huang Kaiwen required no adjustment. He entered the box, took 2 strides, and swiftly lifted his calf, using the inside of his right foot to propel the ball. Bang! Huang Kaiwen's shot lacked sufficient power, enabling Howard to dive and make contact with the ball. After slightly altering its trajectory, it rolled into the bottom left corner of the net. Boom! Kevin! 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 For the first time, the away fans' cheers drowned out those of the home supporters. The Chelsea fans, accustomed to Huang Kaiwen's efficiency, erupted fully after he completed his hat trick. Kevin! 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 Goal! Today, Huang Kaiwen's style of play was uncharacteristic. When facing a team like Everton, he typically favored simpler scoring methods, yet this was an exception. Although he did not employ elaborate dribbling techniques or change direction with the ball, his continuous use of physicality to maneuver was quite rare. I believe the provocation from that unknown Everton player prompted Huang Kaiwen to retaliate. Kevin conveyed to his adversary in a fiercely combative manner that one should not presume his frequent injuries would instill fear regarding their threats. To regard Kevin as a fragile entity akin to Robin would be a grievous misconception. His recurrent injuries merely stem from the incapacity of the human body to withstand his formidable divine prowess. On the sidelines, Villa's Boas celebrated exuberantly, while Moyes vented his frustrations. Chelsea, reduced to 10 men, was alarmingly penetrated by the opposing team's offense. What kind of performance is this? Moyes pondered. Believing the players were not mentally present on the pitch, how could they possibly have passed the ball to the opponent's feet right from the outset? He had hoped to exploit Chelsea's numerical disadvantage to equalize the score, but now, merely avoiding further goals conceded seemed a daunting task. In a fit of rage, Moyes instinctively emulated his Scottish compatriot Ferguson, gesturing emphatically at the field as if wielding a hairdryer. "What on earth do you want?" he exclaimed. Even youth players wouldn't deliver such absurd passes. Were they preparing for a transfer to Chelsea? Offering a preemptive assist? For any transfer to Chelsea, one must first garner their interest. However, Moyes overlooked a critical detail. He lacked Ferguson's stature. Even during his playing career, he had not achieved the illustrious heights of a Golden Boot winner like Ferguson. In this context, rather than invigorating the Everton players, Moyes inadvertently dampened their spirits. One by one, the Everton players trudged with their heads down toward the center circle. Among them, Arteta felt a wave of discomfort. He had never been fond of Moyes' tactical approach. The long ball strategy has long been relegated to the annals of history. Only Everton and Stoke City remain committed to such tactics in the current Premier League landscape. Once renowned for their physical prowess, Chelsea had transformed into the most aesthetically pleasing attacking team in the league. Their high-pressing and immediate counter-pressing tactics aligned with contemporary trends. Such an anachronistic strategy could not possibly be attributed to Mourinho. Arteta glanced towards the Chelsea bench, where Villa's Boas, clad in an expensive bespoke suit and possessing an impressive visage, epitomized the ideal of a distinguished coach, unless one were to scrutinize the wand at his waist. It appeared that Chelsea's tactical acumen derived from this assistant coach. Who would have imagined that even Chelsea's assistant possessed such remarkable talent? Mourinho lamented, "Where are my players?" The usual tactics had proven ineffective, and Moyes was not adept at adapting. His reliance on the 4-1-4-1 formation revealed a heavy dependence on the flanks. The team's strategy revolved around central organization feeding the wings, transitioning the ball to the opposite flank, devoid of any alternative tactics. Moyes indeed aimed to fortify his team's defense. Yet, the substitutes bench offered only Rodwell, a solitary defensive midfielder. Jack Rodwell, following Rooney, emerged as another promising star for Everton. At just 18 years old, Rodwell had yet to be selected for the senior national team, but had already captained the U16 squad. Everton had invested considerable effort to safeguard this talent from being poached. In light of these circumstances, Moyes ultimately decided against fielding his prized pupil. The situation became unfavorable after a setback. Chelsea finally made a substitution, bringing on Belady to replace Bollock, thereby reinforcing the backline while allowing the recently recovered Bollock a much-needed respite. Today's match displayed no signs that Chelsea was down to 10 men. Ramos was active on the flanks, adeptly managing both central and lateral defensive duties. Although his offensive contributions were somewhat lacking, he compensated for Terry's absence remarkably well. Ramos, this young talent, is truly remarkable. If he could temper his impulsive nature, he would undoubtedly evolve into a premier defender. As both teams returned to the center circle, it was evident that the Everton players were feeling the pressure. The score itself was not overwhelmingly lopsided, yet Chelsea's relentless pressure on both offense and defense was palpable. Everton found themselves unable to breach Chelsea's defenses while simultaneously struggling to contain their attacks. Even with Chelsea a player down, Everton had little recourse against them. More critically, their coach offered no tactical guidance. In such circumstances, they could only continue to play the ball back and forth. Fellaini received the ball and promptly passed it sideways. Pienaar, having trained at the Ajax Academy in South Africa, displayed commendable skill as he executed 2 quick step-overs. Coupled with his impressive physicality, he exhibited a fine sense of rhythm while dribbling. Drogba charged forward to apply pressure, but Pienaar, wary of a physical confrontation, deftly maneuvered to the flank. Following Bollock's departure, Chelsea's right-side defense diminished in effectiveness. Mata, despite his efforts, was quickly outpaced by the opposition. "We'll cover for each other," Ramos declared. Belady, feeling somewhat out of his depth as a central defender, nodded helplessly. Yet, with Ramos advancing, he had no choice but to support him. Ramos accelerated towards Pinar, who hurriedly played a lateral pass, apprehensive of Ramos seizing the opportunity. Mikel swiftly closed in on Tim Cahill, and the two became entangled, causing Cahill to miscontrol the ball. Mata, arriving just in time to assist, deftly hooked the ball into his path and, after taking 2 steps forward, unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared across the pitch toward the left flank. Huang Kaiwen, keenly observing the trajectory, leaped to head the ball, directing it forward. Upon landing, he immediately sprang into action, quickly distancing himself from Arteta. With a blend of natural speed and Huang's innate talent, he sprinted as if he were still within the 11-second range. The Everton fans in the nearby stands could only watch in disbelief, knowing that Huang Kaiwen had leaped to contest the ball before landing and accelerating. Meanwhile, Arteta was left trailing behind. Fortunately, Osman positioned himself in front. After regaining possession, Huang Kaiwen found himself with Arteta pursuing him from the right rear and Osman racing back on the right front. Both players focused intently on Huang Kaiwen. Osman gritted his teeth as he sprinted back, afraid to slow down, lest he be overtaken. Yet, despite their efforts, the gap between them continued to narrow as they approached the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen began to stride diagonally towards the center. Osman attempted to impede his progress, but in the midst of their movement, Huang's arm inadvertently struck Osman, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Damn it, that's a foul." Moyes erupted in fury once more, utterly perplexed by Huang's style of play that day. The fourth official glanced at him and remarked, "Indeed, your player committed a foul." As Huang evaded Osman and prepared to unleash a long-range shot, he was suddenly knocked down from behind by Arteta. Moyes, with a grim countenance, muttered to himself, "Just now, my player was sent sprawling, and now he falls down. Could it be an act?" Boas, who had been listening from the sidelines, grew irked and retorted, "You've already influenced the referee. According to your logic, does that mean Drogba and Vieri were also diving when they were fouled? Who can tell if they fell down to deceive for a free kick?" Moyes, stubbornly defending his stance, he anticipated Boas would overhear him. "If you have the courage, voice your doubts at the post-match press conference." Boas replied before returning to the coaching bench, disinterested in further dialogue with Moyes. The heated exchanges on the sidelines and the players' confrontations on the field made this match increasingly captivating. Huang appeared unscathed and was preparing to take the free kick. As he positioned himself at the infringement spot, Everton's penalty area became a flurry of activity. "A bit to the left, too far, bring it back. Damn it, you're blocking my view." Howard waved his arms in the penalty area, incessantly directing his teammates to position themselves. Though he aimed to thwart Huang from scoring again, he felt a twinge of uncertainty within. A shot traveling at 200 kilometers per hour sounded like a myth. While some media speculated that Huang would not unleash such a rapid shot for the safety of his opponents, Howard believed that against a goalkeeper of his caliber, Huang might just disregard that caution. Clad in Chelsea's away kit, Huang stood there, dressed in black from head to toe, save for his non-black shoes, adding a splash of color to the somber atmosphere. Even with a substantial lead, Huang approached this opportunity with utmost seriousness. His solemn expression made it seem as though Chelsea were the ones trailing. This demeanor further heightened the concern of Everton fans. How can we be leading by such a margin and yet not be able to relax? Influenced by Huang's intensity, Chelsea players in the penalty area adopted a serious stance as well. Ramos stood ready beside the wall, poised to rush in. Drogba occupied the center, while Deco and Mata, two technically skilled players lacking in height and physicality, awaited outside for a potential second attack. The referee, Phil Dowd, also found himself adopting a serious demeanor. The whistle pierced the air, and Huang began his run-up. After 2 steps, he planted his left foot, grazing the ball's underside with his left foot. The Everton wall leaped in unison. The ball soared, arcing perfectly between the heads of Yabo and Jagielka. As Howard beheld the ball, it was already too late. His ability to execute a save in such a situation speaks to his considerable skill. The ball's speed was not particularly swift, yet Howard was afforded insufficient time. And once again, he watched as the sphere nestled itself into the upper left corner of the net. The expression of despair on the Everton goalkeeper's face was broadcasted into countless homes via satellite. Within the stadium, the Toffee supporters began to rise in disappointment, one by one. "Oh, Kevin Huang, another free kick. If you do not commit a foul, he can effortlessly surge into the penalty area and strike. If you do foul him, It results in a free kick, a conundrum indeed. Indeed, I have recently observed that opponents frequently depart early when facing Huang Kaiwen's relentless onslaught and myriad goals. As a Chelsea rivals fan, one would certainly prefer not to remain in attendance while witnessing their team being overwhelmed, even when facing a 4-goal deficit at home. Today's match harbored little suspense. Villa's Boas called for Malouda to warm up, presumably preparing to substitute Huang Kaiwen. The Chelsea players shared this sentiment. However, mere moments later, Malouda replaced Drogba instead. Mata shifted to a midfield role, transforming Chelsea into a formation devoid of a striker. Standing on the sidelines, Villa's Boas noted Drogba's subdued performance today, combined with Huang Kaiwen's expansive range of movement, which informed his decision for the substitution. With only Deco and Mikel in midfield, they were significantly outnumbered. In the 71st minute, Osman, amidst his running, suffered a cramp and collapsed at the sidelines, prompting Huang Kaiwen to kick the ball out of play. Moyes brought on Van der Made to replace Osman. The former Inter Milan star received a warm welcome from the home crowd, clearly hoping he could instigate some change. Van der Made had transferred to Everton over 3 seasons ago, and in his initial 5 matches, the team achieved 4 wins and 1 loss. However, over the course of these 3 seasons, he had only appeared 14 times for Everton. Indeed, Van der Made had been plagued by injuries, and tensions had arisen between him and manager Moyes. Securing a chance to play is a positive development. One can only hope he swiftly regains his form. Huang Kaiwen also noticed Van der Made. The latter's demeanor and physique prompted Huang Kaiwen to shake his head. Van der Made had once been compared to Figo. Aside from issues in career planning, he had also succumbed to problems with substances and alcohol. Should he manage to perform well, it would defy all logic. Everton regained possession, and Deco initiated a pass across midfield. Mata, spotting Huang Kaiwen's position, quickly delivered a through ball. Huang Kaiwen deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, effortlessly evading Neville, and angled his run toward the edge of the penalty arc before unleashing a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball zipped through the air with remarkable speed, and this time, Tim Howard showcased commendable performance, promptly diving to deflect the ball out of bounds. This mercurial goalkeeper is not without merit. His reflexes are among the finest in the football world, which is why he initially caught the eye of Manchester United. This save ignited a flicker of hope within Goodison Park. Tim. The Everton fans generously showered their applause. Typically, they would chant Tim's name, the forward KO. Yet Howard's recent save was indeed remarkable. In the stands, Lily pouted in discontent. Although she understood that such occurrences were part of football, she still found it hard to witness Huang Kaiwen's shot being thwarted. Tony Puel comforted her by saying, "Let them bask in their glory for a minute. There's still a corner to come." Kevin's tactical free kick is quite formidable, Vanessa remarked. Indeed, Lily replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. As long as she praised Huang Kaiwen, he remained her good friend. Puel, with an arm around Lily's shoulders, couldn't help but frown. He sensed that this girlfriend of bridge was deliberately trying to curry favor with Lily Collins. "Are you taking the penalty, Kaiwen?" Deco inquired as he approached. "Forget it. You go ahead," Huang Kaiwen replied. With such robust physicality, it seemed a waste to remain outside the box. Deco nodded and made his way to the corner flag. Just as Huang Kaiwen entered the penalty area, Hibbert and Yabo flanked him, effectively pinning him in between. Yabo pressed his arm against Huang Kaiwen's waist from behind, while his other hand remained active, wary of Huang Kaiwen leaping to contest the aerial ball. Huang Kaiwen decided to retreat outside the box. Standing at the edge of the penalty area, he could still surge forward. If they had the capability, they could come and defend against him. With a swift run-up, Deco delivered the ball to the near post. Ramos and Jagielka leapt together, merely grazing the ball toward the goal, positioned near the left post. Tony Hibbert blocked the incoming ball with his chest and cleared it away. The ball rolled rapidly toward the halfway line. A precarious situation unfolded as Chelsea's defense appeared exposed. Cahill dashed toward the ball. Wow, Huang Kaiwen is remarkably quick. Just moments ago he was in the box, and now he is already backtracking to midfield for a tackle. Huang Kaiwen successfully intercepted the ball, averting the crisis. The Everton fans remained bewildered. All Chelsea players had surged forward to participate in the corner attack. And just as a counterattack opportunity arose, it was dashed. Observing Chelsea's number 10 charging toward their penalty area, the Everton fans found themselves at a loss for words. "You are the most valuable player in football. How can you still be running back to defend as the match nears its end?" The roles had reversed, and Huang Kaiwen advanced the ball down the right flank. Noticing Malouda had already surged into the box, Huang Kaiwen, without hesitation, swung his right foot to deliver a cross. Both teams surged toward the penalty area. Malouda's movement in the center drew Joseph Yabo away, while Ashley Cole, situated beside Hibbert, unexpectedly leapt to head the ball, directing it toward the far corner of the goal. Howard, stationed at the near post, could only watch as the ball flew past him and into the net. Boom. Kaiwen! 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 The away fans erupted in sheer ecstasy. The Chelsea supporters, mouths agape, roared in unison, Kaiwen! Kaiwen has delivered a splendid assist. When the Chelsea players became complacent and surged forward to join the attack, Kaiwen remained vigilant, keenly observing the situation in the midfield. Once the ball was cleared, he promptly sprinted back, chasing it all the way to his own half to execute a crucial tackle, before returning to deliver a precise assist. Therefore, every time I hear Kaiwen speak of the ethics of a professional player, I wholeheartedly agree. Kaiwen epitomizes the essence of what it means to be a professional athlete. Even against a seemingly weaker opponent like Everton, and with a commanding 4-goal lead, he relentlessly pursued, denying the opposition any chance to score. As an attacking player and the unequivocal linchpin of Chelsea, this was not his obligation. Yet, Kaiwen took it upon himself, a testament to the rewards garnered from his unwavering commitment to tracking back. Many only recognized the brilliance of Kaiwen's assist following his spectacular clearance, oblivious to the immense effort he exerted behind the scenes. Boas glanced at the substitutes bench and instructed Kalu to warm up. He felt a twinge of apprehension, intimidated by Kaiwen's tenacious style of play. Having already displayed exceptional prowess in attack, Kaiwen's relentless defending was remarkable. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly accelerate fatigue, and should his stamina wane to a critical point, injury could easily ensue. With Terry potentially facing suspension, the risk of losing Kaiwen to injury weighed heavily on him. The Everton side, demoralized and trailing significantly, began to amplify their actions. Boas fixated intently on the pitch, unwilling to divert his gaze for fear that a moment's inattention would see Kaiwen injured by the opposition. The dispirited Everton quickly relinquished possession, retreating into their defensive formation as Chelsea launched a concerted assault on their goal. Ashley Cole, receiving the ball on the left flank, executed a back pass, allowing Deco to push it forward to the edge of the penalty area. Kaiwen deftly flicked a pass over Deco's head to find Mikel. Deco, in turn, tactically relinquished his position, slightly obstructing the pursuing Fellaini for Mikel. Mikel then delivered a diagonal pass to the advancing Malouda on the right flank. With Everton's defensive focus on the left, the ball was swiftly transitioned to the right, where Malouda faced only the low center of gravity, Lyscott. Lyscott opted not to press, granting Malouda ample time to adjust. After taking a step forward, Malouda angled his body and delicately curled the ball with his right foot. The arc was exquisite, soaring over Jagielka and Yobo before beginning its descent. Kaiwen had already surged into the left side of the 6-yard box. Tony Hibbert, unable to impede Kaiwen's progress, exhaled in relief upon seeing the ball's trajectory, recognizing its challenging nature. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Kaiwen executed a swift turn, applying force with his left foot, his body weight shifting backward. His right foot followed suit, striking the ball's rear side. In the blink of an eye, the ball transformed into a streak of light, crashing into the upper right corner of the net. Renowned for his reflexes, Tim Howard stood motionless, utterly unresponsive. Oh! Ramos immediately dashed forward, exuberantly waving his arms in celebration. As he entered the penalty area, he pulled up Kaiwen Huang, and soon, the other Chelsea players rushed over, engulfing the two in an instant. Kaiwen Huang, once again, scored a magnificent 5-goal haul. That bicycle kick was truly exquisite. It seemed that Villas-Boas was preparing to make substitutions. But alas, a clash broke out between the players. The Everton players were displeased with Chelsea celebrating in their penalty area, and Ramos immediately retaliated. Kaiwen Huang then pushed Arteta down, leading to a likely card. A red card for Ramos, a second yellow for Kaiwen Huang resulting in a red card for Pinar, and yellow cards for Arteta and Jagielka. Following Chelsea's goal, a fierce confrontation erupted between the players. The beleaguered Everton players, in a foul mood, sought trouble. Is this Kaiwen Huang's first red card? It seems not. I recall another instance, though the specifics escape me. Today's incident doesn't seem to entirely fall on him. Pinar from Everton was particularly provoking. If only there had been an opportunity, Ramos would have dealt with him directly. I already foresee the post-match narrative. Kevin will surely claim that Ramos is not a bad person. Villas-Boas quickly seized a towel from the equipment manager and approached, asking with concern, "Kevin, you weren't injured, were you?" "I'm fine, coach. It wasn't personal," replied Huang, wiping his sweat before handing the towel back to the manager with gratitude. "You two go to the dressing room and rest for a bit. Kevin, join me for the press conference afterward," Villas-Boas instructed. Kevin nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll head back to the dressing room now." Ramos followed Huang into the players' tunnel. "Welcome back," Terry greeted at the dressing room entrance. He had seen the red cards shown to Huang and Ramos on television. With a grin, Kevin playfully punched Terry's arm, saying, "3 red cards. The FA will surely punish us now. Who knows, perhaps they might go easy on us." Terry chuckled in response. The financial section of the Times often reports on the benefits Huang brings to the Premier League. Previously, the Premier League CEO sold the broadcasting rights at a low price for this very reason. Although Terry may not be well read, he believed that given the nature of those officials, they would not impose a long-term ban on Huang, even if he were to kick a fan like Cantona did. The 3 of them returned to the dressing room to watch the match. 8 Chelsea players faced 10 Everton players. In the dying moments of the match, Arteta scored a long-range shot, salvaging some pride, bringing the score to 6-1. Villas-Boas followed the players back to the dressing room, stating, "Come on, Kevin. I can't handle this alone." Kevin rose and departed with Villas-Boas. In the Goodison Park press room, Moyes was already seated. Upon seeing Villas-Boas and Huang enter, he let out a cold snort. Huang nearly burst into laughter. "Truly, you are remarkable, Sir Moyes." Once seated, the reporters eagerly began their questioning. "Today, 3 players from Chelsea received red cards. Does this indicate that Chelsea is a brutish team?" "Kevin, could you share your feelings after the expulsions?" "David, what do you think led to Everton's defeat today?" "Mr. Villas-Boas, does the ejection of 3 Chelsea players suggest a lack of control over your team?" "Kevin, what did Pienaar say to you, and why did Terry resort to a flying kick?" The reporters are not concerned with how much Everton lost by. They are more interested in the nuances of today's match. "It was a disgraceful game. My players felt threatened and were anxious for their safety, which ultimately led to our loss." Moyes stated, "Terry threatened my players, saying he would break their legs. That is the reality." Villas-Boas glanced at Kevin, who appeared completely unaware of the incident. Kevin slightly nodded, leaving Villas-Boas at a loss. He had witnessed the altercation in the first half clearly from the sidelines, and with the camera present during Terry's remarks, even if he wished to argue, he found it impossible. Observing Villas-Boas's expression, Kevin seized the microphone and asserted, "John indeed made such a statement, but he referred specifically to Pienaar's legs, not to all Everton players. Surely you understand the distinction between singular and plural, Mr. Moyes?" Villas-Boas silently gave Kevin a thumbs up. He truly was the keystone of the team. "Regardless, he threatened my players," Moyes retorted. "John did say that, but it was Pienaar who fouled Mata first, which precipitated the subsequent events. John is not a bad person. We all know he has a quick temper and sometimes speaks without thinking. He merely intended to caution Pienaar to behave. Similar to how we might use foul language without genuinely intending to date someone's mother. Am I right?" Kevin inquired. Even if Terry had a reason for his dismissal, you and Ramos also received red cards. Can Chelsea's 3 red cards not signify something?" Moyes exclaimed, his neck and face beginning to redden, a typical trait of a Scotsman. Kevin felt compelled to applaud Moyes. Despite his lack of coaching prowess, this fellow is quite skilled in sophistry. What does the number of red cards for Chelsea have to do with Everton's defeat? Villas-Boas interjected. Yes, Chelsea did receive 3 red cards, leaving us at a significant disadvantage. Yet we still triumphed over Everton 6-1. The reporters, invigorated by Villas-Boas's assertiveness, itched to further provoke the situation. Moyes recognized the flaw in his argument and could only reply, "Regardless, Chelsea's fouls impacted us, which was the primary reason for our defeat." Moyes retreated in disarray. Kevin and Villas-Boas did not linger either. "That fellow is quite amusing," Villas-Boas remarked as they walked back. "Does he truly believe he is worthy of managing a prestigious club?" Kevin chuckled. Had it not been for experience, who would have known how formidable Sir Alex was? His tactical approach has become outdated. It is merely that Premier League teams have ceased to employ long passes, rendering them unaccustomed to his style of play. Coupled with the commendable cohesion of Everton's squad, this has contributed to his current success, remarked Villas-Boas. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Villas-Boas has proven himself to be an astute analyst, essentially stripping away the layers of Sir Alex Ferguson's strategies. Unfortunately, Villa's Boas' own coaching prowess is rather limited. Upon returning to the locker room, Huang Kaiwen began changing clothes. "Tonight, I shall treat you all," Terry announced. "Then I expect a sumptuous meal." "This is your first time inviting me out," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Lily and Terry's wife were watching the match together, and their dinner plans had been arranged in advance. "Sergio, why not join us for dinner tonight?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Ramos, who had been acting rather mysteriously lately, nodded while holding his phone, then looked up and said, "I have some matters to attend to today, Kevin. Perhaps next time." "Very well," Huang Kaiwen replied, eyeing Ramos with suspicion. Something was definitely amiss. Ramos had never been one to keep secrets from him before. Was it possible that he was harboring secrets due to a romantic involvement? Huang Kaiwen shook his head and departed with Terry. After reuniting with Lily and her companion, the four of them proceeded to Dion Restaurant. Among London's myriad Michelin-starred establishments, this particular venue, renowned for its classic British cuisine, stood out. Terry wished to demonstrate that British food could indeed be delightful, hence the choice of this restaurant. As the four indulged in their meal, Chelsea's manager, Mourinho, was anxiously awaiting news. Seated at his computer with a cushion beneath him, he incessantly pressed F5 to refresh the FA's official website, anticipating the disciplinary outcome for Chelsea's players. Although the match against Everton was not particularly high profile, Huang Kaiwen's red card was significant news, and he was certain the FA would provide a prompt resolution. Hours slipped by, and at midnight, the FA released a statement on their website. During the 18th round of the league, the match between Everton and Chelsea witnessed multiple red cards, severely impacting the image of the Premier League. After deliberation, we have decided to impose a one-match suspension on Everton's Pinar, along with an additional two-match suspension. Chelsea's Terry will receive a one-match suspension plus an additional 2 matches, as will Ramos, while Kevin will face a one-match suspension. After reading the announcement, Mourinho remained seated before his computer, lost in thought. He had just endured 3 matches on the sidelines, eager to return to his team, yet now his players were suspended. As dawn broke, Ramos, still groggy, sensed something was amiss, observing the hesitant Lily. The industrious Huang Kaiwen, a man of efficiency, could not tolerate others' lack of urgency. With his strong sense of discipline, he commenced his morning training. Lily, the daughter of a rock star, possessed a powerful and uplifting voice that invigorated the spirit. After a prolonged period of growth, Lily was no longer the naive girl she once was. Noticing the dazed expression on her face, Huang Kaiwen smiled and asked, "Are you still planning to have breakfast this morning?" Lily's cheeks flushed as she glared at Huang Kaiwen with her thick brows. Meanwhile, Huang Kaiwen hummed a tune while preparing for his morning routine. Lily, lying back, drifted off into slumber once more. Upon finishing his ablutions, Huang Kaiwen noticed the deeply sleeping Lily and chuckled to himself, reflecting on her earlier bravado and wondering how many eyes King Huang truly possessed. "Sir, Madam called to remind you to try on some clothes today," Albert, seated at the dining table, notified him. The madam he referred to was Barbara. The fitting was scheduled on Seville Street in preparation for an awards ceremony in Zurich. "Please tell her to arrange for me to come in the evening. I have some matters to attend to during the day," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Understood, sir," Albert nodded in acknowledgement. The tailors on Seville Street were renowned, serving royal families and affluent clients alike, including those in the oil industry who frequently commissioned bespoke suits. However, Huang Kaiwen was no ordinary man. The street boasted over 10 distinguished century-old establishments. He had never favored any particular tailor, preferring to exert pressure on them. If service was lacking, he would simply take his business elsewhere. After sipping his coffee, Huang Kaiwen picked up a newspaper. The Times reported on a dramatic match where Everton suffered a crushing defeat. With Moyes' tone reminiscent of Ferguson's, though he bore no resemblance beyond their shared Scottish heritage. The Sun claimed, "Terry is not a bad person, nor is Ramos," as Kevin often defended his teammates, yet this time he seemed to err. Below, they recounted Terry's recent 5 indiscretions. The Liverpool Echo noted that David Moyes was performing admirably at Everton, expressing his disdain for AVB's lack of tactical prowess and on-field acumen, likening the young assistant coach to a peacock strutting on the sidelines, devoid of talent. Moyes clearly harbored grievances about Chelsea's victory, asserting that the team was wholly Kevin's. As he perused the articles, Huang Kaiwen observed that the newspapers were predominantly captivated by the several red cards issued. Journalists were speculating about what Pinar had said that provoked Terry's emotional outburst. After finishing his breakfast, Huang Kaiwen waited over an hour for Lily to descend the stairs. You have the day off, any plans? Lily inquired while sipping her milk. Indeed, I have plans. We will keep an eye on Sergio, Huang Kaiwen responded. Ramos had been frequently avoiding him while using his phone, which was decidedly unusual. Spain was not a nation where romantic entanglements prompted such shyness, especially not in Ramos's case. Huang Kaiwen suspected that Ramos's avoidance was for a reason, indicating that there was information he wished to keep from him. Keep an eye on him? Lily's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I believe Sergio is up to something, Huang Kaiwen asserted. While he was not concerned about Ramos causing him harm, knowing him to be of good character, he did worry that Ramos might be deceived by others. In recent days, I have engaged a private investigator to keep a watchful eye on Ramos, to discern the company he keeps. The instances of athletes falling victim to deception are alarmingly numerous. After his retirement, Usain Bolt was swindled out of over $10 million while attempting to secure a pension plan for his parents. The number of NBA stars who have suffered similar fates is countless. Often, those who are less educated and lack life experience, combined with a simplistic nature, become prime targets for con artists. The schemes employed to defraud them are typically rather predictable. One common tactic is emotional manipulation, while another revolves around fraudulent financial investments. The notorious Nicolas Cage, dubbed the king of cinematic flops, found himself bankrupt due to misguided investment advice from his agents, leading him to accept roles in subpar films to repay his debts. What is the issue? Does that make him a criminal? Lily inquired with a smile. Could you not wish for a more favorable outcome? Kevin Huang responded, shaking his head. I am uncertain of the situation, which is precisely why I intend to monitor him closely. Then what are we waiting for, Dr. Kevin Huang? Lily exclaimed with excitement, tossing her sandwich aside. Clearly, she envisioned herself as a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Miss Holmes, have you forgotten that even the most astute detectives require assistance from their youthful companions in gathering information? Kevin remarked. So what? Lily retorted. Therefore, we will wait a moment. With the private investigator shadowing Sergio, there should be no cause for concern. After approximately half an hour, Mata and Joe Cole arrived. Kevin waved his hand, signaling, let us go. Our guests have arrived. Lily, adorned with her hunting cap, sprang to her feet with alacrity. Kevin tossed the keys to his prized vehicle to Joe Cole, for when a chauffeur is present, the king of football would never deign to drive himself. Today we are observing Sergio, correct? Joe Cole inquired as he caught the keys. Indeed, that fellow has recently exhibited some troubling behavior, Kevin replied. Is he entangled with a married woman? Perhaps a duchess? Kevin jested. If only you channeled such imagination into your role as a moderator. Your talent for football seems squandered. Mata and Lily turned their gazes toward Kevin, evidently intrigued by Joe Cole's speculation. Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity. Perhaps, but I doubt it. I merely seek to ascertain what he is up to, Kevin stated. Well, that sounds rather dull, Joe Cole scoffed. He had an argument with his girlfriend a couple of days ago, which conveniently provided him with an excuse to leave home. Accompanied by Kevin, none could articulate their thoughts. Kevin directed the way, and the group drove to the Waltham Forest district in North London. Upon disembarking, Kevin approached a bench by the street. A portly man, munching on a hot dog and sporting a camera around his neck, was the private investigator Kevin had hired. They entered, yet had not emerged for some time. The investigator remarked, I tipped the waiter to assist me in setting up the equipment. I am certain these individuals are fraudsters. What transpired? Kevin inquired. They have been touting an investment opportunity in India, promising returns exceeding 300%. Such exorbitant claims are invariably deceitful. Which is why I resolved to install a listening device, the investigator explained. Very well, you have done well, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Hand over the recording to me. And ensure there are no copies left, understood? I am well aware of the rules. The stout man wiped the ketchup from his hands with his clothing and gestured a counting motion towards Huang Kaiwen with his right hand. The money will be provided by my steward, Huang Kaiwen replied. From this point onward, your involvement is no longer required. You may take your leave. Casting a glance at the three individuals in the vehicle, Huang Kaiwen opted to listen to the recording alone on the street. This project was exceedingly popular, attracting numerous investors from Britain. Had it not been for your fortuitous eavesdropping, you would not have been included. However, even if you were to invest, your share would be limited to 2 million. I cannot persuade others to allow you a greater stake. Huang Kaiwen inhaled sharply. Do the British investors believe they can recoup their costs in India? How naive. The assertion sounded convincingly real. Moreover, by preventing Ramos from making unlimited investments. It instilled a sense of urgency regarding the project's popularity, a rather crude yet globally common deceit. Having grasped the general situation, Huang Kaiwen promptly contacted the authorities. Upon returning to the vehicle, Lily inquired, "What is happening? Is Sergio involved in arms trading?" Huang Kaiwen responded, "Lily, has she been watching too many Hollywood films? It's nothing. It will be resolved shortly." After approximately an hour, the London police arrived belatedly, though fortunately, the wealth accumulation gathering was still underway. When Ramos emerged, he noticed Huang Kaiwen's somewhat unnatural expression. "Kevin, is everything all right?" Huang Kaiwen reassured him, "It's nothing. Go give your statement." With a smile, Huang Kaiwen had begun to piece things together. Recently, due to purchasing property in London, Ramos had been under considerable pressure and sought to earn some extra money. As for why Ramos had drawn attention, his numerous red cards led others to perceive him as somewhat simple-minded, making him an easier target among football players. It remained unclear how much money Ramos had been swindled out of. It was just past 2 in the afternoon when Ramos finally exited the police station. Huang Kaiwen approached and embraced him, saying, "It's all behind you now." "Kevin," Ramos hesitated to speak. Huang Kaiwen placed an arm around his shoulder. "It's not a major issue. Did you give them any money?" "I only handed over 200,000. I don't have much on me at the moment, as I am awaiting payments from new sponsors," Ramos admitted sheepishly. In truth, he sensed that such a high-return project was unreliable. However, with his finances stretched thin, he clung to a sliver of hope. Today, the lies he had believed were dismantled by Huang Kaiwen. The nobles he had met, who appeared to be investing, were merely actors in a con artist's scheme. Having lost only £200,000 was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. "There seems to be something more between them," remarked Joe Cole from the driver's seat. In the back, Lily pouted. She had grown accustomed to such situations. As Barbara had said, she never worried about the women around Huang Kaiwen, only the men. Ramos settled into the back seat beside them, with Huang Kaiwen in the middle, Lily on the left, and Ramos on the right. Mata remained quietly seated in the front passenger seat. Although today's event may not have been particularly thrilling, spending the holiday with the esteemed members of the team marks a commendable beginning. Later, after dining at Huang Kaiwen's residence, both Joe Cole and Mata took their leave. The recently deceived Ramos was compelled by Huang Kaiwen to stay overnight. With so many vacant rooms in the house, it seemed a waste to leave them unoccupied. At around 9, a tailor arrived to assist Huang Kaiwen with a fitting. The following morning, Lily, Ramos, and Huang Kaiwen hurried to the airport. Upon arrival, they encountered Mourinho, who had freed himself from the use of crutches and appeared to be recovering well. In contrast to the individual awards presented after the European Ballon d'Or, FIFA's award ceremony encompasses a broader spectrum of accolades. It is rumored that this year, the Best Goal Award, named the Kevin Award, has been introduced, filling Ramos with anticipation. In the early hours back home, Duan Xian, frequently displaced by various projects, appeared in the live broadcast alongside coach Su Yang. Today, Channel 5 would be broadcasting the awards ceremony in its entirety. The live feed showcased Brazilian footballer Marta, and after Huang Kaiwen alighted from his vehicle, he exchanged greetings with her before proceeding into the venue. This time, FIFA had organized a rather tight schedule, leaving Huang Kaiwen no opportunity to engage in pleasantries with fellow players before taking his seat. The ceremony was hosted by American presenter Pedro Pinto and Charlotte Jackson from Sky Sports. The large screen displayed the nominees for the World Player of the Year and the World Female Player of the Year. The most competitive candidates in women's football remained Brazil's Marta and Germany's Prinz, while the nominees for the World Player of the Year included Huang Kaiwen, Kaká, Torres, and the two stars. As the nominees were announced, the atmosphere in the venue grew palpably tense. However, host Charlotte Jackson shifted the tone, introducing a newly established award named the Kevin Puskas Award, intended to honor the most aesthetically pleasing goal of the year. FIFA had deliberately chosen to name this award after both a current player and a retired legendary player, and now we invite the award presenter to the stage. Many attendees at the Zurich Opera House turned their gaze toward Huang Kaiwen. This marked the first occasion where an award was named after an active player, and notably, Huang Kaiwen's name was placed ahead of Puskas, signifying an unparalleled honor. Typically, to honor deceased players, their names are positioned first in such contexts. During the selection of the century's best player, the rivalry between Pelé and Maradona regarding name order became infamous. Yet, in this instance, Huang Kaiwen's name astonishingly preceded that of Puskas, indicating FIFA's high regard for him. Puskas's widow, Elizabeth Puskas, with the support of George Weah, tremulously approached the stage and, with tears in her eyes, expressed her gratitude for the recognition of her late husband, stating that after conversing with his teammates, she believed he would have no objections to being mentioned alongside Kevin. Huang Kaiwen smiled and applauded from the audience. After Weah extracted a card from the envelope, 10 candidate goals were showcased, one particularly spectacular solo effort from a player in the Brazilian league. However, Huang Kaiwen believed that since the award was named after him, it could not possibly be bestowed upon anyone else. Indeed, as the highlights concluded, George Weah looked down at the card and said, "Kaiwen, congratulations." The system promptly notified Huang Kaiwen of his successful interception. The award was for Huang Kaiwen's midfield goal during the Champions League group match against Real Madrid. Rising from beside Kaká, Huang Kaiwen made his way to the stage, embracing both Elizabeth and Weah in turn. Weah, grasping Huang Kaiwen's hand, remarked, "You are a pride of Asia, and indeed a pride of the world. Naturally, AC Milan will forever take pride in you. Thank you." Standing on the stage, Huang Kaiwen expressed, "I am incredibly thrilled to receive this award. Each trophy serves as a motivation for me, especially during the ongoing season. This will drive me to deliver even better performances in the upcoming matches." Applause resonated through the Zurich Opera House. The camera deliberately focused on Florentino, whose expression was far from pleasant. As the large screen displaying 2008 FIFA awards rose, the silhouette of 11 players in suits appeared, their faces obscured by the lighting. The president of the National Professional Players Union, Gerardo Movilla, alongside the rotating FIFA president, Beckenbauer, announced the 11 names: goalkeeper, Casillas; defenders, Ramos, Terry, Puyol, Lahm; midfielders, Huang Kaiwen, Kaká, Gerrard, Ribéry; forwards, Ronaldo, Messi, Lampard perhaps. Huang Kaiwen's presence could be seen as a slap in the face for some. Nonetheless, it was acceptable, considering Puskas was a Real Madrid legend, and Huang Kaiwen had also played for the club. Florentino's bold claims could easily be promoted as a victory for Real Madrid. The selection for the best lineup this year was indeed more impressive than last year's, gleaming with stardom. Huang Kaiwen emerged as the biggest winner, and I have a premonition that the FIFA World Player of the Year will be awarded to him as well. Naturally, who could possibly have performed better than him? Next year, even Federer might find it impossible to surpass Huang Kaiwen, who exhibited unparalleled prowess at the Olympics. The awards were presented during halftime, and I recall Laura was the ex-girlfriend of the ninth master. Yes, she was indeed dumped by him. Her singing did not hold a candle to last year's Brittany, a style I do not particularly enjoy. The title of World Player of the Year once again went to Marta, who plays at a level that rivals male footballers. Alas, I am tired of hearing Marta praise Huang Kaiwen every time she receives an award. There is no choice, after all. Even Pelé stated that Huang Kaiwen best represents samba football, leaving other Brazilian players to aspire to his level. Astonishingly, Aragonés won Best Coach. I had expected it to be Capello. Capello likely does not care for such accolades, as he attended the awards dressed in a robe, making it hard to discern him as the England national team coach. As the awards continued to be presented, Laura Pausini performed once more. Following this, the host Pinto interviewed the 5 candidates for the World Player of the Year award. Huang Kaiwen reclined on the sofa, and unlike earlier, Pedro Pinto refrained from posing questions about football. He gazed at Huang Kaiwen and inquired, "Given that many see you as a role model for various reasons, does this not impose pressure on you?" Huang Kaiwen grasped the microphone and replied, "There is some pressure, yet it serves more as motivation. I am aware that numerous children emulate my actions, thus I strive to exercise self-restraint on the field." Pinto continued, "Do you think it was justified to receive that red card?" Huang Kaiwen responded, "During today's selection for the best lineup, we mentioned that football is a team sport." Pinto nodded with a smile. Huang Kaiwen elaborated, "When the coach was injured, I removed my jersey to offer him my blessings, for we are indeed a team. The second yellow card was to stand up for a teammate. I believe my red card was quite team-oriented," he chuckled. The applause resonated once more in the Zurich Opera House. Pinto, eager to ask more questions, extended his hand, shook Huang Kaiwen's, and allowed him to leave the stage. Platini and Blatter emerged with the trophy, and everyone sensed that the main event was upon them. "Are you nervous, Kevin?" Kaká turned to ask. "Not at all," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Even if I don't win, it matters not." He had previously secured the award 3 times, and now he felt no particular sensation. "Don't be foolish. Kevin will undoubtedly win," Ramos interjected. "Indeed," Kaká chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Blatter opened the envelope, surveyed the audience, and then winked, declaring, "The 2008 World Footballer of the Year is Kevin." The Zurich Opera House erupted with the loudest applause of the day. Huang Kaiwen stood, embraced Kaká and Ramos, and swiftly ascended the stage. "I wonder, who could possibly defeat you?" Platini remarked with a smile. "You might as well ask God," Huang Kaiwen replied. Blatter leaned in, saying, "So I should inquire with you, right?" As Ibrahimovic suggested. Huang Kaiwen retorted, he would never dare to admit such a thing. Accepting the trophy from Blatter, Huang Kaiwen placed the golden award on the podium. Adjusting the microphone's height, he began, "Once again, I must express my gratitude to my teammates, coaches, medical staff, and the fans who have supported me. I recall saying this each time. In the past year, I have experienced much. Indeed, at my previous awards, I would emphasize that football is a team sport, and I would reiterate this in interviews. During the summer, someone even reminded me of my words. No one is irreplaceable. Everyone has substitutes." The camera panned to Florentino. The recording exposed by the Sun had been heard by all present, revealing the arrogant Real Madrid president's words to Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen paused slightly, hoisting the trophy high and proclaiming into the microphone, "So, who is the true king of the world now?" The audience erupted into applause. Accustomed to Huang Kaiwen's style, yet astonished to witness such a flamboyant side of him. In the West, such a personality is often more celebrated than a modest and reserved demeanor. In a remarkable display, Huang Kaiwen publicly confronted Florentino Perez, leaving many players feeling quite exhilarated. After all, within the confines of that recorded dialogue, the players could easily empathize with Huang Kaiwen's position. Athletes often find themselves cast aside for myriad reasons, and even the most illustrious stars cannot evade such a fate as they age. When a player is discarded, it is seldom that they can exact revenge on their former club or prove their worth. Not everyone possesses the prowess of Eto'o. Moreover, Huang Kaiwen raised the trophy for the world's best player in front of the Real Madrid president, an act of sublime retribution. Florentino struggled to maintain his composure. Yet his expression betrayed his mounting frustration, with the subtle quivering of his nostrils revealing his anger. As a man who places great importance on his image, Florentino endeavored to suppress his emotions. Had it not been for the occasion, he might have chosen to leave the venue altogether. He, Florentino Perez, the architect of the Galacticos, had never before endured such humiliation. Despite his attempts to force a smile, it appeared more grotesque than a frown. "This situation is becoming increasingly complicated," Raul murmured. "But what can we do? After all, Kaiwen has won the award," Guti remarked, his head tilted in contemplation. Both he and Raul found themselves on Florentino's list of players to be purged, though Raul could still command a starting position. Florentino harbored significant reservations about Raul's lucrative long-term contract and had been seeking an opportunity to part ways with both Raul and Guti. Each time Huang Kaiwen excelled, the team faced various repercussions, often being prohibited from discussing Chelsea and Huang Kaiwen. Upon their return, it seemed likely Florentino would seek another opportunity to assert his authority. After the awards ceremony, the two chose to approach Huang Kaiwen and extend their congratulations. "Do you two no longer wish to remain at Real Madrid?" Huang Kaiwen inquired with a smile. Florentino's glare could have pierced steel. "I believe he will soon be dismissed," Guti remarked nonchalantly. "It is still before the winter break." Yet Real Madrid has already been eliminated from the Copa del Rey, while there may be hopes for the League and the Champions League. Emerging as second in the group stage and trailing Barcelona by 14 points makes the prospect of clinching both titles seem like a distant dream. "Very well. I advise you to exercise caution," Huang Kaiwen suggested. "Do not worry. We will take good care of ourselves," Guti replied, with Raul nodding in agreement. Huang Kaiwen patted Raul on the shoulder, urging them to return promptly. Raul faced the most arduous situation. He had previously fallen out with Guti. Though it appeared they had reconciled, the pressure from the team remained considerable. The occasional negative news regarding Raul in the AS newspaper indicated that Florentino had begun contemplating the removal of the captaincy. Playing for a prestigious club like Real Madrid is indeed no easy feat. Huang Kaiwen shook his head and continued to engage in light conversation with other professionals. The Milan fixtures had concluded, and Kaká and Torres had commenced their holidays. The English Premier League, however, lacked a winter break, with matches still scheduled around the Christmas period. Huang Kaiwen did not linger in Zurich for long. He boarded a flight back to London with Mourinho and the others that very evening. By the time they touched down, night had already descended. Fortunately, they were aboard Abramovich's private jet, sparing them the ordeal of waiting for commercial flights. After exchanging greetings with his teammates, Huang Kaiwen returned home, cradling the drowsy Lily in his arms. Once he had helped her into her pajamas, he finally found a moment to assess the day's gains. Ding! Successfully intercepted Barcelona player Xavi's World Best 11. Ding! Successfully intercepted Real Madrid player Cristiano Ronaldo's World Best goal. Skill activated and traits successfully replicated. Ding! Successfully intercepted Real Madrid player Cristiano Ronaldo's World Footballer of the Year. Skill activated and traits successfully replicated. Traits. Salute to bladder. See Ronaldo when faced with scrutiny. This trait enhances performance and abilities in the next match. Should the subsequent match not yield explosive results, it will continue to elevate performance until a breakthrough occurs. Transformation from the flanks. See Ronaldo when significant changes in physical capability occur. This trait automatically seeks a more suitable playing style and accelerates adaptation to the new position. In a single selection, 2 traits were intercepted, both attributed to Ronaldo. It was somewhat disappointing that Xavi could not be intercepted, as he possesses a wealth of valuable attributes. These 2 traits of Ronaldo are quite advantageous for most players. The trigger condition for salute to bladder requires facing doubt, a rarity for Huang, which is rather frustrating. The second transformation trait, however, is quite beneficial, aiding Huang Kaiwen in adapting to various experience cards. Coupled with the previously intercepted trait from Pirlo, it seems Huang can seamlessly transition into any position. Speaking of the skill let me have it, it has indeed allowed Huang to intercept a plethora of valuable attributes. Yet, the most practical trait remains the Golden Prisoner award he acquired from Ronaldinho, as he is a globally renowned player and a well-known affluent individual. Remarkably, Huang Kaiwen has yet to experience any incidents of robbery or burglary at home. After a brief glance at his new acquisitions, he retired for the night. The following day, upon returning home, Huang was greeted by the presence of several guests. "Ricardo, Beatrice, what brings you here?" he inquired with surprise. Kaka scratched the back of his head and replied, "With Christmas approaching and you having just won the World Footballer of the Year, we thought it fitting to celebrate with you." "Perfect, let us celebrate together," Huang Kaiwen responded. "Hey, don't forget about me," Inzaghi exclaimed, waving his arms. "All right. And Filippo too," Huang added. "Is this how you treat your best friends?" Inzaghi asked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. "I am indeed Huang's best friend," Kaka retorted, his smile fading. "The sun is merely toilet paper," Inzaghi interjected. "I am Huang's best friend," Kaka declared, locking eyes with Inzaghi. Okay, you are. Our Ricardo is Huang's best friend," Inzaghi conceded with a sigh. "Why are you here? Aren't you spending the holiday with your parents?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "I have grown up, little Kaiwen," Inzaghi replied, draping his arm around Huang Kaiwen's neck. "I hear the nights in London are quite fascinating. Shall we, the 3 Musketeers, make a return to the scene?" "Forget it. The British press is far more formidable than the Italian one," Huang Kaiwen shook his head. Although he would be suspended and not required to play in the last match before the new year, it still seemed inappropriate to indulge in nightlife prior to the game. Apart from celebrating with his teammates, Huang Kaiwen seldom frequented nightclubs. Moreover, Lily was at home, and the young lady would be arriving in London later. "Be cautious not to get apprehended by the police near the Thames," Kaka jested. "Hey, can we refrain from mentioning that?" Inzaghi exclaimed, his mouth agape. The incident of being taken away by the police for fishing without a license had been a running joke throughout the season. "Come on, let us play a couple of football games. Let me see if you've improved," Huang Kaiwen waved. Inzaghi mumbled, "Then you're doomed. I often play at home." A few minutes later, Huang Kaiwen, using West Ham, bested Inzaghi's AC Milan. Darren Bent evoked memories of Michael Owen through Huang Kaiwen's gameplay. "No way, let us go again," Inzaghi insisted. "Hey, it should be my turn," Kaka protested. "Children shouldn't disturb adults." Inzaghi pushed Kaka aside and turned to Huang Kaiwen, saying, $1,000 a match. "Are you in?" Huang Kaiwen and Kaka exchanged glances, surprised that the charitable gambling king was back in action. Huang Kaiwen naturally did not decline. After playing for over an hour, Inzaghi had yet to secure a victory. He wished to continue playing with Huang Kaiwen, but was met with refusal. $1,000 per match was not worth sacrificing sleep to indulge Inzaghi, especially with Lily waiting impatiently. Kaka also took his girlfriend to the guest room, leaving Inzaghi alone in front of the television. Around 2 a.m., Huang Kaiwen felt an extra presence beside him, and upon a gentle touch, realized it was the young lady. Lily, already asleep, had also fallen victim to her grasp. The next day at noon, Ramos and Mata, two fellows without girlfriends, arrived at Huang Kaiwen's home, just as he had prepared gifts. Upon unwrapping his present, Inzaghi's face darkened. Huang Kaiwen had gifted him a fishing rod and a special fishing license. Kaka received a new PS game disc, while Ramos was given a finance book. At that moment, Ramos's phone rang. After apologizing, he stepped aside to take the call. The excited voice of the agent on the other end exclaimed, "Sergio, we've secured the endorsement contract with the Fininvest Group. 3 years, 15 million euros. Manchester United is quite lackluster. If they continue playing like this, they might lose their Champions League qualification," he added. Later, a table was set for dinner, featuring a blend of Eastern and Western cuisines. With no British guests present, there were no British dishes to be found, while other leagues were on break. The Premier League continued its matches, resulting in a notable spike in viewership. Just past 5 o'clock, Arsenal faced Aston Villa, and I tuned in to watch the game. It was a contest where each side dominated a half. In the first half, Denilson and Diaby scored, while in the second half, Gareth Barry and Knight equalized. Arsenal appeared fatigued, as Inzaghi commented while snacking. The lack of substitutes was evident, noted Ramos, pointing out that Arsenal had one less substitute on the bench compared to Villa. Arsenal's lineup seemed robust, yet Kaka remarked on the bench, "I have long heard of Carlos Vela. He is quite renowned. The substitutes Wilshere and Ramsey are also well known." "Who knows?" Huang Kaiwen replied. On paper, Arsenal indeed looked formidable, but their young talents had yet to deliver. When Arsenal needed them, they fell short in performance. If only they had a Ramsey sprinting across the field, they might not have succumbed to Villa's 2 goals. "There's a lady at the table. Can we discuss topics beyond football?" Beatrice suggested. "When are you getting married?" Huang Kaiwen curiously inquired. "Next summer," Beatrice replied, casting a wistful glance at him. She had initially hoped to marry Kaka in the summer, but with Huang Kaiwen preparing for the Olympics, Kaka postponed the wedding. "That's still quite good," Huang Kaiwen smiled. Inzaghi switched channels, landing on the Champions League round of 16 draw. "Who knows what UEFA was thinking, holding the draw on Christmas?" Beatrice remarked. Though the Champions League draw captured everyone's attention, when Milan's name was drawn, Real Madrid's ball emerged. "Haha, they are doomed," Inzaghi chuckled, adding, "It's a pity you can't draw Juventus." He was eager to witness Buffon's misfortune, as that scoundrel was now with his ex-girlfriend Serebriakova and allegedly preparing for marriage. Unfortunately, both Juventus and Chelsea topped their groups, making a clash impossible. "Don't underestimate Real Madrid. They remain formidable," Kaka advised, glancing at Huang Kaiwen. Since they drew Real Madrid, he knew he had to prepare meticulously. He would show no mercy against that team. Finally, Chelsea's opponent was drawn as Lyon, a French team. Barcelona would face Arsenal. Manchester United would play Inter Milan, Bayern would confront Roma, and Porto would meet Atletico Madrid. These were all marquee matchups. Juventus drew Sporting Lisbon, a fortunate outcome as they were the weakest among the second-place teams. Liverpool also had a favorable draw. Villarreal was no easy opponent, but their coach Pellegrini posed a greater challenge. After Pellegrini's departure, Villarreal's performance had notably declined, and their advancement in the group stage was merely a stroke of luck. This team would likely pose little difficulty for Liverpool. "We are fortunate," Mata remarked with a smile. "Do not underestimate Lyon. Their strength should not be dismissed," Huang Kaiwen countered. "This is a serious match against Real Madrid. It feels like you're speaking in reverse," he added. Inzaghi gazed at Huang Kaiwen and remarked, "Believe it or not." Huang Kaiwen chuckled in response. After the meal, he brought out a mahjong table for a cultural lesson. Even before NBA games, they play mahjong. So why should football lag behind? Just as countless households were enveloped in the festive spirit, Andre Villas-Boas found himself in a certain location between East England and Lincolnshire. At Walden Bay, clad in a black woolen coat, his head adorned with a black hat and a scarf wrapped around his face, he carried a substantial backpack brimming with various items. The bag sagged heavily, its weight evident as the straps dug into his shoulders. This place was rumored to be the treasure trove of the inept King John. Over the years, numerous treasure hunters had ventured here, yet none had returned with any fortune. Historians believe the tale of the treasure was merely a fabrication by King John to deter greedy nobles from coveting his wealth. as he was notoriously deemed the most incompetent king in English history. However, Villa's Boas held a differing opinion. Initially, Hugo de Payens, the Grand Master of the Knights Templar, had recruited new knights in Great Britain, receiving generous donations from European monarchs and nobles along the way. Yet, with his adept analytical skills, Villa's Boas identified a crucial discrepancy. The wealth de Payens returned with was significantly less than what he had accepted. He was convinced that this Grand Master had hidden a portion of the wealth somewhere, coinciding with the timeline of King John's reign and de Payens' recruitment efforts in Great Britain. Thus, Villa's Boas had ample reason to believe that Walden Bay was indeed the hidden treasure site of de Payens. When the Knights Templar were dismantled, they likely buried their treasures here once more. As for the more well-known legends, such as the Templar treasure being concealed in the Provence region of southern France, near the Rochefort Valley close to the village of Poniac, or transported to Scotland and Portugal, Villa's Boas considered these to be mere smokescreens devised by the Knights Templar to mislead those who coveted their riches. After spending half a day investigating Walden Bay, he observed numerous traces left by treasure hunters. Shaking his head in disbelief, he noted the significant alterations in the landscape. The bay had been filled with silt carried by the river, rendering many seemingly promising locations as products of the 13th century and beyond. The individuals searching here were clearly not employing their intellect. With no clear direction in sight, Villa's Boas sighed and prepared to return, for a match awaited him the following day. Although Mourinho had concluded his suspension, who could predict if he would face another? Quignon had already informed him that he was a vital member of the team and would receive a more lucrative contract by season's end. Under such circumstances, he could not afford to be absent for an extended period. It was only due to the holiday that he had the opportunity to venture over 240 kilometers from London to the outskirts of Lincolnshire. Just as Villa's Boas was making his way back with his backpack, he heard a noise emanating from the adjacent white ash grove. Though he intended to leave directly, curiosity got the better of him. He retrieved his flashlight from his waist, switched it on, and stepped into the grove. The branches of the white wax tree are slender, yet the density of the surrounding foliage, combined with the encroaching darkness, evokes a sense of foreboding. As the sound drew nearer, Boas's heart began to race uncontrollably. Upon approaching, he discovered it was merely an injured wildcat, wailing in distress. How foolish of me to think of demons in this day and age, he mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation after tending to the feline's wounds. Just as he prepared to leave, he realized he could not retrace his steps. Boas had no choice but to rely on instinct as he wandered deeper into the woods. After approximately 10 minutes, he sensed something amiss. The time taken to enter had been far shorter. Just as he contemplated changing his course, he suddenly slipped and tumbled downwards. "What happened to you?" Mourinho inquired the following morning, observing Boas's disheveled appearance. It was evident that his assistant coach had not slept well. His clothes were tattered and coated with dried leaves, a stark contrast to Boas's usual meticulous demeanor regarding personal appearance. "It's nothing. Are we prepared for today's match?" Boas inquired with a smile. Despite the previous day's ordeal, he felt a sense of joy at having discovered treasure within the cave, although the exit had proven somewhat challenging. Fortunately, he had brought climbing gear. After a drive of over 200 kilometers back to London, he found himself in the midst of the workday, with no time to tidy up at home. "You should change into a fresh set of clothes at the office," Mourinho suggested, patting Boas on the shoulder. "All right," Boas replied, turning towards the office building, while Mourinho shook his head in disbelief. The safety of London seemed rather poor if his assistant coach could encounter such misfortune on the way to work. At 1 p.m., Chelsea faced West Bromwich Albion at home. Huang Kaiwen, Terry, and Ramos were all suspended, and along with Kaka, who was vacationing in the UK, Inzaghi, and a few others, they gathered in the box. Inzaghi pointed at Boas on the sidelines and chuckled. "Your assistant coach is stealing the spotlight even more than Mourinho. Has he watched too much Harry Potter? How would you know what Harry Potter is about? You had already become a star by the time that book gained fame." Huang Kaiwen retorted. "Indeed, you've never shown interest in such children's literature," Kaka chimed in. "I've only seen it occasionally on television." Inzaghi defended himself. "Which channel?" Kaka pressed. "Reedy 4, that's the one," Inzaghi responded. "Sorry, Filippo, we never acquired the rights to Harry Potter," the young lady interjected with a smile. "How do you know whether it aired or not?" Inzaghi queried. "I certainly know," the young lady replied with a slight smile. "Recently, I've been studying the copyright issues of television networks, considering acquiring films to boost viewership, thus reviewing the films introduced by various networks over the past 2 decades. Rete 4 has never aired Harry Potter, nor has Canal 5. Inzaghi exclaimed, "Wow, the network executives are truly remarkable." In a moment of losing the argument, Inzaghi deftly shifted the topic, pulling a deck of cards from his pocket and inquiring, "Would anyone care for a game? How do we play?" Terry asked with curiosity. Like many of his fellow stars, he had not been raised in affluence and was well acquainted with the streetwise game of cards. Inzaghi began to explain the rules of dos de jeu, where one player assumes the role of the landlord while the other two strive to defeat him. Clearly, he sought to exploit the naivety of a novice. However, Terry was quite skilled at cards. By the time the match commenced, he had already grasped the rules. Inzaghi scanned the VIP room and finally pointed to Ramos, asking, "Care to join us, young lad?" "Me?" Ramos replied, surprised. Although he had recently secured a new endorsement deal, the funds had yet to arrive, leaving his financial situation rather precarious. Moreover, it was evident that the money was a gift from Kevin Huang. As a media conglomerate had no need for a spokesperson, especially when Huang himself was one of the most influential figures in football, Ramos hesitated to play. He had heard tales of Inzaghi's prowess during his time at Milan. Was he afraid? Perhaps it was best to forego the game. Inzaghi deliberately taunted him, recalling how he had previously lost to Huang and Kaká, and thus sought new challengers. "Bring it on. Who would fear you, old man?" Ramos retorted. "Aren't you going to dissuade Sergio, Kevin?" Kaká asked, concern etched on his face. It was clear that Inzaghi intended to ensnare Ramos. "Let them play," Huang decided. While Inzaghi was adept at dos de jeu, his penchant for risk often led him to hastily declare himself the landlord, a tendency that could easily result in defeat. "Very well," Kaká nodded in agreement. As the match commenced, Chelsea asserted their dominance on the field. Joe Cole's return infused the midfield with creativity. This once injury-prone player had developed an astute observation of the game. Today, playing as an attacking midfielder, Cole frequently set up opportunities for his teammates. In the 22nd minute, Huntelaar received a pass from Cole and skillfully dribbled past an opponent to score with a low shot. In the second half, Ferreira sealed the victory with a long-range strike. Observing the match's outcome, Huang turned to Ramos and inquired, "How's it going?" "Luck is on my side. I've won quite a bit," Ramos replied cheerfully, gesturing towards Inzaghi. "Damn it, the game isn't over yet. I'll win it back," Inzaghi protested. Huang chuckled and shook his head, the charitable gambler remaining true to form. His business had now expanded to London. The match concluded with Chelsea triumphing 2-0 against West Bromwich, leaving the visitors unable to reverse their fortunes, and Inzaghi unable to recover his losses. 3 days before Christmas, Inzaghi had lost a few months' salary and reluctantly returned to Milan with Kaká. If he had his way, he would have stayed behind, waiting for a chance to turn the tables. Huang suspected that Inzaghi would struggle to retain even his yearly salary.